Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Someone bounced off a tree branch. Screams were heard in the forest about why he needed to be found. The branches of the trees were enveloped by gusts of wind. Several angry men moved at lightning speed. They were ordered that wherever he was hiding, to find and kill him at any cost. There was a grin on the stranger's face. The main character noted in his thoughts that several assassins were looking for him. He was hiding behind the foliage with a frowning face. 2 assassins rushed over him. He noticed that they were looking for him to kill him. He was dumbfounded by what was happening. The main character, deep in thought, emphasized that if he doesn't get rid of them, then they will get rid of him. He watched the assassins from behind the bushes. Many killers were moving through the forest. The main character noted that it all started completely differently. He presented his happy face. The main character said that his name is Fee Wall. He remembered walking along the path to the settlement. Val said that he was a wanderer who wandered through different lands, be it land or sea. He imagined the dark outline of a man in front of him. The main character noted that he was doing this until he met that person. Wool imagined dark streams of smoke. He noted that it was as if he had opened his eyes after a long sleep. His gaze was frightened. The main character imagined himself lying in a dark abyss. Val noticed that he saw nothing but darkness. He remembered sitting on the ground and stating that every day of his life was like hell. The main character presented blood splatters. Wool noticed that the darkness was filled with those who were trying to kill him. A picture emerged in the main character's head of an angry man running at him and wishing for death. Val remembered how he dodged the stranger's blow. He had a memory of how he fought with the girl. Wool introduced the masked man. The enraged protagonist was lying on the ground. He noted that day after day in the darkness he continued to change. Wool noted that, as the creators of this hell wanted, he became an assassin. The main character imagined how his body was enveloped in an aura. A cry was heard from behind the trees that he had been found. Many angry assassins stood in front of Val. The main character in his thoughts asked them to just wait. He frowned at what was happening. He swore he would survive. Val grabbed the blades in his hands. The main character said in his thoughts that he would come for them. Many residents were walking around the city. Holding a plate of food, the main character said that he had collected so much. Throwing an apple, Wool said that today was a fair, so nothing surprising. After biting into an apple, the main character said that he needed to decide where to spend the night. In his thoughts, he introduced himself and said that he was 14 years old. He walked among passers-by and emphasized that he was an orphan, and now just a wanderer wandering without any goal. Wool said that he has neither a home nor savings. Turning around, the main character assumed that the bridge was somewhere in this direction. He was taken aback by what he saw. There was a stranger in front of him. Frightened, Val asked who the man was. The stranger silently watched the main character. Val lay in darkness. He squinted and then opened his eyes. He was surprised. The main character noticed in his thoughts that his eyes were open without any doubt. Wool said he was not blinded. The main character assumed that it was just dark around. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Wool stated that it was pitch dark and there was not a single ray of light. The main character wondered what kind of place this was. He closed his eyes in pain and screamed. Val trembled from powerlessness. The main character noted in his thoughts that he could not move and could not gather his strength. Wool asked himself how things turned out this way. Tears began to stream down his face. He remembered the plate of food. The main character presented the outline of a stranger. He remembered how he ran into a man. Wool stated that then, on the road, the main character began to think about that person. A man with a calm face said that Val would be useful to him. The main character assumed that he was there because of him. Wool noted that he did not know who he was and did not even know his name. The main character presented purple patterns. Wool wondered why the man locked him there. The main character noticed that he didn't seem to cross anyone's path. He lay in the abyss. Wool said there must be a reason for this. The main character, in thought, came to the conclusion that he was still alive, which means the stranger did not want to kill him. Lying on the floor, the main character began to talk about how his name is P. Wall, he is 14, his father's name is P. and Hack, and his mother's name is Lee Seong-ham. The lying protagonist reported that it was too dark around him. Frightened, Val wondered whether he was unconscious or awake the entire time. The main character noted that he does not know how much has already passed. He started crying. Wool, in thought, emphasized that he was scared and lonely. The main character noticed that in order not to go crazy, he must remember who he is. Lying in the abyss, Val continued to repeat his name. The main character asked how much more. Tired, Val said that he was hungry. Observing the darkness, the main character stated that at this rate he would simply die of hunger. Val noted that it would be either this or he would go crazy. He closed his eyes. He imagined himself standing in front of the man. Val wondered if the stranger wanted to starve him to death. The image of that man was reflected in his eyes. The main character asked what he did to deserve this, noting that he didn't even ask the man for anything. Wool wondered why then and for what. He He bit his lip until it bled and tears ran down his cheeks. The main character noted in his thoughts that he was just a beggar. Wool wondered if this was a reason to treat him like that. The main character was able to move his hand. He looked at his hand. He moved his fingers and noticed that his hand was moving. Vol began to breathe loudly. Lying on the ground, the main character noted that it became much easier to breathe. Wool, reflecting, noted that he was gradually beginning to feel his body. The main character began to sniffle. Looking at the wall, Vol noted that it smelled damp. He began to move his leg. The main character looked at the floor beneath him and noted that the floor was cold. Vol continued to move his hand. Imagining a stone wall, the main character noted in his thoughts that he was underground. He imagined a drop falling into the water. In his mind there was a picture of rippling water in front of his face. Vol noticed in his thoughts that water was dripping. The trembling protagonist declared that he needed a drink. He started to move his foot. Frowning, Vol tried to roll over. Lying on his stomach, the main character said that just a little more and he would cope. He started trying to get up. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Vol began to crawl and noticed in his thoughts that he had to survive. Continuing to crawl, the main character with an angry face and thought noted that he would definitely survive. He crawled to the wall and began to drink water. Placing his hand on the wall, Vol asked if it was a stone wall, noting that it was solid. He cut his finger on the wall. Raising his finger to his face, the main character cried out in pain. Putting his finger in his mouth, Wool declared that it was useless. Sighing, he closed his eyes. The main character continued to lie on his back. A stranger shrouded in a blue aura approached him. Vol looked at him. Watching him, the main character asked in his thoughts who he was. The guy looked at Vol with a surprised face and asked why he so desperately wants to survive. The main character was taken aback by this question. Grinning, the stranger said that it was hilarious. Walking next to him, the guy asked him to tell him what it was about his useless life that he clings to it so much. Sitting above Vol, the guy asked him to give up already. He stated with a smile on his face that if the main character gave up, he would finally find peace. A weakened Vol asked if he really thought so. Taken aback, the guy repeated the words of the main character. Stunned, Wool asked if he thought that if he gave up now, he would be able to find peace, noting that he doubted it. The main character said with a blank look that he would survive. Frowning, the guy replied that Vol was wasting his energy. Lying in the abyss, the main character said that if he died like this, he would not see peace. Vol noticed that if he did not plunge a knife into the one who locked him, he would not find peace even after death. Inspired, the main character cried out that he would survive. He declared that he would survive, no matter the cost, and would take revenge on everyone who put him there. Sitting above Vol, the guy asked if he would seriously take revenge. The main character replied that it was so. Looking at him, the stranger asked if Wool was going to give up. The enraged protagonist shouted that he would never give up. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Vol was suddenly surprised. Looking at the ceiling, the main character said that, as he thought, nothing was visible. He wondered if it was a dream or if he was already going crazy. He began to rise. Frowning, Vol said that he must survive. He leaned his hands on the wall. The main character reported that something was growing on the wall where the water was seeping from. He asked if it was moss. Putting his hand to the vegetation on the wall, Wool noted in his mind that he didn't know if he could eat it, but he had no choice. He began to bring a piece of moss to his mouth. The main character began to chew moss. In thought, he noticed that in order to survive, he must eat. Taken aback, Vol asked if something so vile could happen. The stunned protagonist said that he was fine, which means he could eat it. Grabbing the moss on the wall, Vol declared that he had to eat. Beads of sweat began to run down his face. Sitting against the wall, the main character said that he would survive no matter what. He began to walk in an unknown direction. Walking through the pitch darkness, Vol held his hand on the wall. While examining the area, the main character began to say that this area. He imagined how he stood in a square projection. Wool noted in his thoughts that, judging by his calculations, it was a square of 9 by 9 meters. Walking through the area, the main character noticed in his thoughts that, as he thought, he was trapped and someone had locked him. Stopping, Vol sighed. He suddenly looked away and noted that sound. In front of him was a door from which rays of light were breaking through. Wool stated that it was an iron door. Covering his face with his hand, the main character screamed that he was about to go blind. In his thoughts, he emphasized that he did not care about this and he had to go. Walking towards the light, Vol noted that there was someone there and only a little left. His gaze fell on the shadow from the small window. The window and the door closed. The main character was dumbfounded. Tears began to stream down his face. He felt streams of steam hovering in front of him. Taken aback, Vol asked what it smelled like and whether it was food. He looked at the plate that stood under the door. The main character took a deep breath of the smell of food. Holding the plate of food in front of him, Wool noted in his mind that it was rotten fish, tea leaves, pork that looked like leftover meat, and torn bones. The main character emphasized that these were leftovers from about 5 dishes. He presented several outlines of men. Wool noted that it was unlikely that one person ate it all, adding that he was clearly not alone. The main character said that in this case, there would be at least 5 people waiting for him outside the door. Frowning, Vol noticed that for some reason these 5 were keeping him there. The main character said that he doubts that only him and no one would bother so much for his sake. Wool imagined the dark outlines of 5 people. The main character said that since there are 5 guards there, a picture of several people who were in the same situation as him popped into his head. Wool suggested that there were likely others in the same situation as him. The main character was sitting on one knee. Wool, with a serious face, wondered what they needed from them. He started smelling the food and said there were hot spices and pork. He asked if it was Sichuan cuisine. The main character began to eat food from the plate. Having stuffed his cheeks, Vol noted in his mind that he had plenty of time, so he would eat first and then think. Looking at the plate, the main character declared that it was at least better than moss. Vol threw the plate at the wall. He licked his lips. The main character stood on his hands in front of the wall. He noticed that a minimum had passed. Many beads of sweat were running down his face. Wool noted that at least 4 months have passed since he was abandoned there. He remembered how a plate of food was passed through the window. The main character emphasized the fact that once a day a small window opens through which he is given food. Wool recalled knocking on the door. Standing on his hands, the main character noticed that they didn't do or say anything else. The main character said that he was still being kept in a tiny dark room. He continued to train. Vol fell to the ground. Sighing loudly, the main character said that he thought that if he found himself in such a situation, he would go crazy, but he did not sit idle. His face was serious. He noticed that little by little his eyes began to get used to the darkness. He was lying face down on the floor. Wool noted that he is gradually adapting to the new environment. The main character said that he can already distinguish movement. A huge centipede crawled next to him. Observing many insects, Wool noted that there are many of them where sunlight does not penetrate. Seeing red eyes in the darkness, the main character wondered if this was another centipede. His gaze fell on the white scales of the snake. She began to wrap herself around his arm. Vol was taken aback by what he saw. The snake wrapped itself around the protagonist's hand and hissed. Vol looked into her face. She bit the main character. Vol frowned in pain. He grabbed his hand and started screaming loudly. He looked at his hand. The main character was dumbfounded. He asked what happened, noting that his whole body was burning. Putting his hand to his chest, Vol asked if it was a poisonous snake. He lay on the ground and frowned in pain. Veins began to appear on his face. He imagined a huge snake opening its mouth above him. He lay unconscious. A window in the door opened, through which a plate of food was passed. Placing the plate on the ground, the window closed. Vol grabbed the food. His look was dumbfounded. He held the plate with both hands and breathed loudly. Frowning, the main character declared that he would never die. Red eyes appeared behind him. Vol's gaze fell on the white snake. He looked at her with a frightened look. Sitting in front of her, the main character declared that this is what she is like. Watching the snake, Wool emphasized in his thoughts that he almost died because of its poison, but it seems that after the bite something changed in him. While watching the snake, the main character said that now he sees much better. Raising his hand to the snake, Vol wondered if it was really because of it, noting that it was surprising. The snake began to hiss loudly. Holding his hand in front of her, the main character noted in his thoughts that he had heard that after coping with poison, the body can become stronger. His gaze was frightened. He noted that if he could become immune to the poison. The snake bit Vol on the hand again. The main character noted in his thoughts that if he could get a weapon. Veins began to appear on his arm. He began to hold onto his bitten hand. Observing the many protruding veins, Wool asked if it was possible that he had made a mistake and should have been more careful. The main character reported that the body was burning again. He gritted his teeth in pain. Wool emphasized that even so, he endured the pain with a frowning face. He stated that the first time was much worse. A smirk began to appear on his face. He looked at the snake and addressed it. Vol looked into her red eyes and noticed that due to constant exposure to darkness, her vision had deteriorated, but even so, she remained an excellent hunter. He imagined a butterfly flying next to her. The main character emphasized that she quietly approaches the victim and can immobilize him with sound. Wool imagined her crawling among many butterflies. The main character stated that the snake does not know greed and, having had enough, it tries not to attract attention to itself and does not scare away insects. An image appeared in his head of several butterflies flying in the darkness. Vol assumed that in this darkness the only intelligent beings were he and the snake. He was sitting on the ground. The protagonist's gaze fell on the door. Vol was taken aback by this. Standing on the ground, the main character noted that the floor was shaking. He was dumbfounded. The main character looked at the door in the wall and declared that it was open. He went out into the dark corridor. Vol advanced along the corridor. Looking at the door, the main character said that there were 20 steps to the next room, and it was not surprising that he did not feel the presence of the others. He opened the door. He began to smell the smell from the room. Taken aback, Vol cried out what the smell was. His gaze fell on the corpse lying on the ground. The main character said that he smelled rotting flesh. Observing the corpse, Vol noted that he could not see it, but judging by their physique, they were the same age. Looking into the dark corridor, the main character wondered if it was the same in the other rooms. Vol continued walking down the corridor. He was taken aback by what he saw. In front of them was a huge stone gate. Placing his hands on the doors, the main character said that this was the door to the corridor and that someone had removed the bolt. Vol began to open the door. He pushed open the stone doors with his hands. Several people stood in front of him. The guy and girl looked at the main character. Vol was surprised by what he saw. Vol stood and looked forward with sparkles in his eyes and a little uncertainty. In front of him were a guy and a girl who were looking at him as if they were waiting for his arrival. He continued to peer at them and simply remained silent. But then he himself decides to take the first steps towards them. They were both very surprised by him. He continued to walk forward, examining all the rooms that were there. Looking into the next room, he realized that the same thing was happening here as in the others. I turned to him, asking who he was. She looked very excited, asking where he came from. After all, they are the only survivors with him. Vol looked at them silently and thought that she was looking in his direction, but did not see him. It looks like only he can see in the dark. Vol decided to introduce himself to them and said that he was locked in the next section. The girl was very surprised by his words and asked if there really were other sections, to which he replied that they were, but then asked what their two names were. She put her hand to her side and introduced you, saying that her name was Yual and the boy next to her was called Song Young-woo. Vol looked at her with a blank expression on his face, and then, standing behind them, he told them to follow him. They turned to his voice and asked where they were going. Vol continued to walk forward, telling them that they were going to other sections. We see the doors behind which came a cry that he had not lied. He simply walked forward and told them to finally follow him. These two were confused, but believed him. Holding out her hand, Yual said that it was dark here, so Song should hold on to it. And yet they decided to move on. After some time, another door opened. We see a crowd of guys who were very surprised by their arrival. While Yual and Song were talking to this whole crowd, Wal just continued to look around the room. Vol looked into the room and saw another corpse there, thinking that, unlike his section, almost no one in the others died of hunger. He saw scratch marks on his arm and realized that they had mostly died by their own hand. There were plates with a lot of food, and he thought that there was much more food here than in his section. So was everyone treated differently. He looked down with wide eyes and sparkles in them, not understanding what they wanted to achieve with this discrimination. When suddenly Yual called him to everyone else. He turned and heard her say that everyone was locked up around the same time. With all this large company, they decided to move forward through the cave. Walking deeper, they stood in front of a huge door. Vol began to open this door with his fingers, and as soon as the door opened, they saw a very bright light. The guys got scared and began to close their eyes in pain because the light was too bright. Vol's eyes hurt in the same way from this light, and he did not understand how they ended up outside, but then he realized that they were still underground. The source of this light was an ordinary torch, and they were in the darkness for so long that even such a small source of illumination blinded them. They were still in the cave where there were two torches. Vol was very surprised to see something in front of him, and what he saw were small houses in the middle of a huge cave. A crowd of guys started moving straight towards them. They all began to examine everything that was inside. Wall looked inside and said that there was no one here, and Yul wondered how to understand this and where everyone had gone. He looked at the structure they had built and realized that it was barely holding together, as they did it all in a hurry. He remembered what was inside this building, and these flimsy structures, and could not guess why they did all this, because it was empty inside and it was just decoration. He turned his head because someone called out to him. It was a girl with white hair who was looking at him. She looked at him with eyes full of sparks and introduced herself, saying that she was counting on him, and her name was Lai Min. Vol simply looked at her with slight surprise and remained silent. She moved closer to him, put her hand on his cheek and asked if they had always been like this. Vol didn't understand what she was talking about at first. She stroked his cheek, saying that she was talking about his eyes because he has red pupils that look very beautiful. Immediately Vol remembered that same red-eyed snake and realized that, most likely, because of her they became like this, precisely because of her bite, and then decided that he would not want to stand out in such a place at all. She began to lower her hand from his cheek, saying that they shone red in the light of the torch. But otherwise it was almost imperceptible, and, apparently, he didn't even know about it since he had changed during this time while he was here. She simply looked at him smilingly, while Vol was glad that she did not understand anything. Vol raised his head sharply because she asked what he was thinking about, to which he simply came up with an excuse, saying that he was thinking about just about anything. The sparkles in her eyes burned more and more, and she said that he was not like the others. Vol was very surprised by these words and asked why this was. She smiled very sweetly, saying that it just seems like that to her, while now everyone is confused, but only Vol is able to think soberly. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he was a little taken aback, not knowing what to say. Yuol and Song approached them, asking what they were talking about. Min turned to her and said that they were just talking about random things. Yuol looked at her with a little disbelief and interest in her eyes, then she smiled, saying that they had all decided to team up. Wall and Min looked at them in surprise. Yuol waved her hand and said that they could join them. Vol closed his eyes, looking down, and replied that he would think about their proposal. Yuol and Song were very surprised by this, and she asked what it meant why he wouldn't go with them. Wol looked at them and replied that he just wanted to observe the situation first. Yuol looked at him with her mouth open and just remained silent. Then she smiled at him and replied that he could come if he changed his mind. She turned to Min and asked if she would join their squad. Min, with a smile on her face, extended her hand, saying that she was with them, because together there was a better chance of surviving than alone. Vol looked at them silently, realizing that it looked like they had been here much longer than him, and he doubted that everything was right in their heads. As the three of them talked, he began to walk into the darkness, thinking that he should just watch them from afar for now. He looked at several groups of people and reflected that they had known each other for only a short time, but had already divided into groups. Yuol and Song were standing next to each other, and they were the leaders of one of the squads. Then there was another guy with a ponytail named Kang Il. He was also the leader of the squad. A guy with red hair named Il Jun was the second to last leader. The leader of the last squad is a blonde guy named Yang San. Our main character was a loner who did not join any squad. Everyone who was there behind his back was talking about him, spreading rumors that no one else survived in his section, so maybe he killed everyone, and he also didn't want anyone to join. Vol turned to them and understood that no matter where he ended up, people did not change at all. He began to walk away from them, realizing that now he didn't care about them at all. He walked up to the stone wall, smoothing it with his hand. He looked at the houses and the guys in them, realizing that these same houses were built quite recently. He touched the moss with his own hands and thought that even though the houses were built recently, there was an abundance of moss there, so the dungeon itself was many years old, someone just decided to use it. He looked straight up and realized that no matter what he was incredibly rich. It was unlikely that a simple hard worker could pull off such a thing. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the ceiling and sunlight could be seen. Vol looked at this in surprise, not believing his eyes. A basket of food began to be lowered through this hole, and the children looked at it with joyful faces. The basket itself contained a lot of food. Everyone immediately rushed to eat it, but Yuol simply blocked their food with her hand. Song and Yuol pushed away all the hands that reached for this food. They were very unhappy and angry, asking why they were not giving them food. Yuol, with a smile on her face, offered to divide everything equally. The guys began to look at their leaders, waiting for their opinion. They looked at them and expected some kind of answer, but they simply remained silent and thought about this proposal. They approached Yuol, who said that since they were the representatives of the groups, they would handle it. Vol appeared among the entire crowd and shouted to them to stop. With a confident look on his face, he said that he wanted to take his share. As soon as he put his hand into the basket, the red-haired Juno looked at him. He grabbed his hand with all his might and shouted at him to get them out of there. Wol looked at him with a passive-aggressive look. Juna said with a haughty look that no one would touch the food without their permission. He still held his hand, saying that they were in charge of the contents of the basket. The sparkles in Vol's eyes shone even stronger than before. Wol was able to pull his hand away from Jun, but then he swung with all his might. Then he began to poke his eyes out with his fingers. Everyone who saw this was completely horrified. Vol knocked him to the ground, continuing to stick his finger into his eye. And then, with a very angry tone, he said to repeat his words. Juna simply screamed furiously in pain and could not say anything. Vol began to choke him and asked him to repeat it, and everyone who saw it shouted to leave him alone. Vol looked at them too with a very angry look, but Juna still continued to hurt. They looked at him with great fear in their eyes, saying that he had gone crazy. His gaze resembled the gaze of that same snake. Yuol began to approach him. As soon as she approached, she asked him to let him go, because he still wouldn't get an answer from him. Then she looked at him and said that Juna had already realized everything. Vol turned his head at her and asked what about his food, and Yuol closed her eyes and said that no one would touch his share. She asked everyone if this was true, and the other leaders began to shake their heads very fearfully. Wol began to lift himself off of poor Jun as he grabbed his eyes with his hands and screamed in pain. His hands trembled, his teeth gritted with anger, and he called Vol names. He looked at him with an arrogant look and asked that he didn't need a second eye either. If so, then he could continue since he wanted to go blind so badly. Vol began to walk towards the basket of food while he called after him. After some time, everyone was already sitting and eating the contents of this basket. Vol sat far away from everyone and watched how they tried to be friends with each other. He ate his share of food, realizing that this was just a test with the help of which they selected those who would be useful to them. He remembered the corpses he had seen and guessed that it had been like this from the very beginning, and this would continue until they reached their goal, because of which many would die. As he continued to eat his food, he thought that the survivors would become his enemies. He looked at how everyone interacted with each other while there, when suddenly you all came to him, asking how he was feeling, because now everyone was against him, and after what he did, many left Jun's group. He looked at her sideways, saying that her group had become the largest. She answered with a smile on her face that she thought that he was not at all interested, but it turns out that he really had been watching her all this time. He looked forward proudly, saying that just as they were watching him, he was watching them. Then he glanced at her. He looked her up and down, realizing that she takes the most food for her group, but at the same time eats the least, so the children trust you all, and now she definitely stands out from the other leaders. Turning to Vol, she asked why he still lived in that dark room, and suggested that it was all because the others were afraid of him. He looked forward and said that he was just comfortable there. He lifted the sleeve of his shirt a little, which made the bite marks visible on his arm, because he wanted to boost his immunity. He continued to look at his hand, thinking that he stopped feeling the bites anymore, and it seemed like his body had more or less adapted to it. You all leaned towards him and asked him to join her, but Wall, closing his eyes, muttered displeasedly that he had already told her about what he didn't want. When suddenly the two of them noticed that a basket of food has begun to descend towards them again. Khan started shouting to everyone that he hoped that this time everyone would be smart enough not to climb into the basket, unless, of course, no one wanted to fall to their death when they cut the rope. As soon as they looked into this basket, they were very frightened, because there was almost no food in it, not even half of what was there last time. Wall closed his eyes and tilted his head while Yual was very surprised by this. Opening his eyes slightly, he realized that what he was thinking about had begun. We see a boy with brown hair and eyes of the same color. It was Mac No-Sam, who was one of the survivors in the last sector, and he joined the Yual group, but there he was the weakest and fully compensated for his lack of persistence. Mac was lying on the ground, bleeding because he had been found dead. Everyone screamed with tears in their eyes. Who could have done this? At the same moment it is covered with a gray filter, because they all understood why this happened. Vol sat on top of the mountain, looking at his corpse, thinking that they all understood why he was killed, because he was the weakest among all. He looked down at him with sparkles in his eyes. Yual and Sung looked at the corpse covered with a cloth with upset expressions. Sun, baring his teeth, shouted that they were obliged to find out who did this and take revenge on him. Yual slowly said that it doesn't matter who did it. The dream turned to her in great surprise while she said that these were all trifles and the only important thing was that their comrade was dead. Her eyes trembled, and she said that they would take revenge on them, repay them in the same coin. Vol looked at the crowd, knowing that the weakest of the other group would be next. He looked at them with a confident look, saying that the war had begun. Another guy was lying covered in blood on the rubble. It was the weakest of Yangsen's group. Then a series of murders began. Every morning a new pipe was found, first from the Yual group, then from Jun, Yangsang, and the series of deaths continued and continued. We see a distraught man with red eyes, because back then no one trusted anyone, and the children turned into hungry, bloodthirsty demons. Vol tore moss from the walls. This was his food. While he chewed it, he said that this was disgusting food and he still could not get used to it. He stood near a huge wall of moss, realizing that the others had not yet gotten to this point, when suddenly the light of a torch shone near him. He saw this, squinting his eyes, realizing that he would not have longed to live in peace and quiet. A crowd of people was coming towards him, ready to tear him apart. He looked at them, standing in complete darkness, and realized that they had already come for him. He began to peer into them, calculating how many had come for him, and it turned out that as many as 4 people had come to him. Someone from this crowd asks if he is here. They hold a torch in their hand and say that they are sure that he is here because they themselves saw how Vol came here. It was Juna and his squad. When suddenly he bared his teeth and began to get angry, asking, where is he hiding? He looked around the room, thinking that he had already killed 2, and now it was Vol's turn. They walked further and further, and he did not understand where he was hiding. One of the guys started screaming furiously. He began to fall on his back, saying that something had bitten him. It was a snake that crawled away from them while they were afraid for their comrade. This guy, who was bitten by a snake, was lying on the floor and dying from the poison. Juna began to shout displeasedly that someone was next to them, so they should look into both eyes. Suddenly the guy who was holding the torch disappeared somewhere. Juna started screaming even louder. Now there were only 2 of them left, and he told Vol to get out as soon as possible. As a group, Vol appeared behind the last of his squad. He grabbed him by the neck and began to choke him. Juna, hearing the screams, turned towards them and was shocked. After all, he saw that his teammate was mercilessly strangled by Vol. Vol looked at him with a stern look. Juna began to bare his teeth in anger, breaking out in sweat. His friend was gasping for air, and he was clenching his fists and screaming at him to let him go. Vol looked at him and realized that at this rate he would soon die from suffocation. From suffocation, he began to grab his hands and tried to unfasten them, and Vol himself understood that he would soon become a killer. He looked at him as if thinking that it was better to leave him alive. At that same second, Vol let go of the lifeless body in front of Jun's eyes. He looked at Jun and thought that sooner or later this had to happen. Jun himself was filled with anger and hatred, and he shouted that Wall had just killed his people. But he just looked at him with a serious look and was silent. Jun's pupils narrowed more and more. In the blink of an eye, he rushed at him screaming. But Vol simply dodged each of his blows. Juna seemed to have gone crazy and continued to strike him while screaming. He dealt a strong sweeping blow to Vol. Suddenly he was very surprised, because after his blow, Vol disappeared somewhere. It was as if he was left completely alone on the battlefield. Juna began to turn around, asking where he had gone, and shouting at him to stop hiding and come out to fight. Right behind him was Vol, who told him not to hope that this time he would limit himself to just one eye. Juna was very frightened and began to run away from him, simultaneously squealing in fear. But he stopped abruptly and decided to look back. Vol stood there, just staring at him. But as soon as Juna was pressed against the wall, Wall began to slowly approach him. He came and came, making a loud stomp throughout the hall. Juna was very scared that it was hard to even write in words. Vol just looked at him with a confident look. Juna began to sweat from fear, and his eyes turned red. He put his hands forward and screamed in fear for him to stop and invite him to unite. Vol frowned from lack of understanding of the situation. Juna, trying with his last strength to somehow persuade him, said that Wall alone against the crowd could not cope, so they would work together, then they would not be afraid of either Yual or Song. Vol narrowed his eyes after such words, but still continued to walk slowly towards him. Sweat was dripping from Jun's face, and he shouted that if Wall wants, then he can be in charge, and Juna will obey him in everything, because he is not like those he killed, he can be useful. Vol walked right up to him while he was trembling with fear. Then, with a very creepy look, he said that he would obey him, but only Vol was sure that then he would become bolder again and do something. Juna was very frightened by these words and began to shout that he was mistaken. Vol waved his hand and crouched down. Juna was very surprised by what happened next. What happened was that Vol hit him on the chin with all his might. From such a blow his head flew up. After such a blow, Vol immediately pounced on him and began to perform a choke hold. He squeezed his hands tighter and tighter, continuing to choke Jun. Tears were dripping from his eyes and drool was flowing from his mouth, and he screamed for Vol to spare him. But immediately his hands relaxed because he died. Vol let the lifeless body fall to the floor. Then, looking at him, he shouted that he only killed him because he himself was still weak. After these words, Vol began to leave that place, and his eyes began to shine with bright red light and hatred. He walked further and further away from these few dead guys. We see all three corpses, and the story goes that Jun's group has disbanded, all because his subordinates and himself were found dead. The remaining three leaders were very shocked by this news. They looked at Wall's back, realizing that it was he who killed Jun. Yual scratched her chin, thinking that Wall was too strong because he was able to deal with 4 people alone. Kan looked to the side, arms crossed, and realized that it was better for Vol not to cross the road. Sam lay on the floor and, just like the others, thought that Wall was cunning and ruthless. While behind him the other children were playing with stones, he continued to think that Wall knew how to make everyone fear him. He looked at the ceiling, sighing heavily, because he remembered the faces of the children who saw what was in the basket, because there was so little food that it could not be divided among everyone, and because of this, many died. Rising from the floor, he realized that they had all become murderers. He imagined Wall standing in the middle of nowhere and thought that he had killed Jun, who staged this whole circus so now no one would touch him. Turning his head, he told his guys not to even think about taking revenge on Vol and not to even dare to approach him, because there is no one more terrible than someone who has nothing to lose. The trio he told this to were a little shocked by this information, but agreed with him, when suddenly someone started running towards San. It was a guy with a white bow calling his boss. Stopping right in front of San himself, he pointed behind him and said that he was in the red house in the north, and clarified that they were the same 2 who were kicked out of the Yual group. Sun jumped up from his seat and asked if he was sure of his words, to which he replied that he had double-checked it several times. He narrowed his eyes and asked if they had food. That guy with the bow started shouting that he saw potatoes there and asked them to quickly run there, otherwise they would eat everything. The 3 that were sitting right behind Sen shouted that they needed to go get those potatoes. He turned his head away, closing his eyes, and mentally understood that killing someone for the sake of a measly potato was ridiculous, but in the end he told them to prepare and move towards them. We are taken to a small house under the cave. There were 2 guys sitting there sharing some potatoes they had hidden. Sun and his squad peeked around the corner, watching them. The girl who was holding the potato in her hands almost began to bite it, and those who stood near San seemed to go crazy at the sight of this very potato. He looked at them with an arrogant look and told them to stop. But this whole crowd did not listen to him and simply rushed at them, shouting to kill them and take these potatoes. The poor guys were so scared by such screams and from this crowd that they almost dropped the food from their hands. They immediately ran away from them while they shouted for them to stop and for no one to let them escape. San looked at them with a look as if he had lost hope in them. He saw them running between two buildings and guessed that something was wrong here because they were in such a disadvantageous position. Those two guys who were running away with potatoes in their hands began to whistle as loud as they could. This whistle could be heard throughout the entire cave. Immediately after this, guys with sticks started jumping out of the windows. San, seeing all this, began to shout for them to stop and not kill. But those who jumped out of the windows began to mercilessly kill the rest. After just a few blows, the guys fell dead. The guys were shocked by such a trap and didn't even know how to act. San was very scared when he saw this, so that a spark lit up in his eyes. After he was able to realize everything, he began shouting for them all to retreat because it was a trap. But then another crowd of guys with sticks appeared behind him. They all surrounded him, pointing these same sticks at him. You all came up to him and said that they caught such a large fish with just one potato. The dream was near her and she continued to say that it seemed that there would soon be much fewer hungry mouths. San began to bare his teeth, not understanding how he could have miscalculated, and asked how they even dare to do this. You all just looked at him silently. The hatred that filled San was difficult to describe in words. But then he calmly exhaled, closing his eyes, and said that she could kill him, but she must spare the rest, and that was his only request. You all said with a cold look that she would gladly accept his offer, but there was too little food. San began to bare his teeth in anger so that a vein appeared on his cheek, and he asked that if she kills them, does she really think that everything will end? You all looked at him with increasingly cold eyes, saying that if he were in her place, he would have done the same thing. And then, as soon as she turned her back, she ordered her boys to kill everyone there. They rushed at San with sticks and shouted at them to kill him. We see a bloodbath, because of which many children died. Song began to fight with San, and you all watched all this. Raising her head, she noticed something. She saw that Vol was sitting right on the roof of the tallest building and watching them. Putting his hand on his knee, he said that everything was clear to him now. He watched someone move on the roof and realized that they were all using the environment now. I watched the girl throw stones on an elastic band, realizing that they were taking a shortcut by setting up ambushes. I looked at the infrastructure of the buildings as a whole, realizing that the building was located in such a way that it would be impossible to get inside if there was good security. He looked down as he doubted him and thought that this place really existed, and here it was an exact copy, and they must want them to get comfortable here and get used to killing. He looked at the main building, continuing to think that someday they would be sent there, and judging by the central building, the mansion belonged to some large clan or a very influential person. We see 4 people, and Wool continued to reflect on the fact that if they attack thoughtlessly, they will face serious consequences. That's why they need children, or rather, tools that can be used and thrown away. Vol imagined holding a sword in his hand and concluded that they had created hellish conditions for them, all in order to turn them into professional killers. We are still in the cave. One of the guys begins to smile maliciously, saying that they should have seen this man's face. The trio lay on the ground and laughed a lot with stories about how they strangled someone or killed someone. They think it's funny to see people convulsing in death. They all laughed very hard, asking each other if they remembered how everyone was afraid of them. They smiled without a trace of lies, saying that it was fun. Immediately they remembered Eval herself, who joyfully shouted that they had won an unconditional victory, and now no one would lay a finger on them. And around her everything was pink and decorated with flowers. They were all very touched by her appearance. Lyman sat on a rock next to them, listening to ridiculous stories about murders. She was very upset listening to them. She looked at her hands and thought that she could still smell the blood. And then she looked at the trio, continuing to think that they were already accustomed to killing. How can anyone eat so calmly when their hands are up to their elbows in blood? She began to tremble with fear, realizing that this was very disgusting. She tormented herself with these thoughts and thought that she herself was exactly the same as them. Once again the curtain opens over this cave. All the people stood, looked at the sunlight, wondering why lunch came to them so early. Yul stood with her arms crossed and ordered everyone to protect their food. She looked up with a smile on her face and said that they would finally have enough to eat, and now that San and his group were gone, no one could stop them. Turning her head, she wondered where Vol was. She noticed him looking up in fascination. Then she began to peer into his face and realized that he was not at all fascinated, but very wary. While Song was very frightened by what was happening, you all looked at him wondering what was bothering him so much. When suddenly she turns her head from the screams. She sees people in red clothes jumping from this hole from above. They landed right in the middle of this crowd, their eyes glowing with white light. All the guys were very frightened by their appearance, but they only mercilessly looked at them with wide eyes. Without allowing them to come to their senses, they began to beat them with sticks until they were half to death. Absolutely cold-blooded, they continued to beat them and beat them without stopping. The guys, lying on the ground, asked why they were being beaten like that. They were writhing in pain. These were beaten very badly. There was blood and screams everywhere. Vol lay on the ground in the same way, clutching his head, and thought that he expected something like this, but did not think that they would immediately resort to violence, because even animals are not tamed like that. He lay on the ground with a very serious look and understood that he needed to be patient, because if he twitched, he would be noticed, and he should not attract attention to himself. Behind these people in red, 3 men appeared with masks and numbers on their faces. They stood with their arms crossed behind their backs and were silent. Vol was very angry when he saw them and bared his teeth, realizing that it was they who commanded everything. When suddenly one of those 3 men raised his hand. The people in red calmed down and stopped beating the guys. While everyone was lying half dead, they just stood and listened to what this masked man would tell them. The man with the number 1 on his face told them to call him the first sword, and from that moment on, their lives belonged to him absolutely without exception, so now they must obey him. One of the boys started shouting who he was. The guy in red noticed this and became very angry, which is why he cut off his head every second. There was blood everywhere, and his face was frozen in one position. Everyone who saw this merciless murder was in complete shock. Khan was angry seeing this, and Min began to cover her mouth with her hand out of fear. They saw his head fly across the field. The first sword said that he did not remember allowing them to talk. Vol just lay there and looked at it with anger on his face. After some time we see a burning candle. This happens in some room where there is a kettle. In the reflection of the mug we see the first sword, which says that he will tell them about the goo poison. A purple aura comes from a small pot, and he begins to say that if poisonous creatures are placed in one jar, they will devour each other until only one survives. We were shown many different creatures, from centipedes to spiders. Behind the first sword stood a lot of maddened people, and he added that this particular monster would have the most powerful poison, which is the goo poison. 2 masked men were talking to each other, and one of them said that of the children, only the most cruel and with the strongest instinct of self-preservation survived. Everything went exactly as they wanted. The first asked the second who he could advise to take a closer look at, to which the second replied that it was obvious. But this was Evol. He introduced her behind his back and said that she had gathered the largest group around her, and her influence on the children was undeniable, and if they could not break her, then she would add to their problems. We see this tea set, and the first sword says that they should pay special attention to her, so that she would not have the thought of going against them. They introduced Sung and Kang with their backs to each other and said that they were also quite interesting. Of course you all overshadowed them, but they both had better fighting sense. He also spoke about Vol and said that he should also take a closer look at him. One of them bowed his head and said that if he was talking about P-Wall, then he was still alive. The first sword turned to him, saying that everything was clear to him now, and added that the first sector had the worst conditions and the least food, and there should be no survivors there at all. He mentally pictured Vol and told them to keep an eye on him. The second sword punched his hand and said that he understood his order. The second sword began to leave this room, and as soon as he left, the first sword began to take something out of his kimono, saying that there were only 6 years left, so they had to make it. In his hand was a small package wrapped in gold. He looked at him and asked himself why the captain even agreed to this. He brought this scroll closer to his face and remembered the words that he needed to give it personally to the captain of the Red Phantoms, and this was an assassination order lasting 7 years, the reward for which was 500,000 gold yen, and the conditions of which were that nothing would be taken out on the Red Phantoms. There was a third sword on one of the buildings, which called all the children. He pointed his finger forward and said that their goal was that same house. There was a red flag on the roof of this house, and he said that the one who captures the flag the fastest will be able to rest for 2 whole hours, and the one who is behind everyone will know real hell. At that same second, all the children rushed forward to this house. These men in red continued to beat these children, and it is said that from that moment not a day passed without cruelty. Every day they trained to become professional killers. We see a girl crawling out from under the wall, and a man in red is already standing in front of her. We were shown how someone was holding a red flag in his hand, and the story continued that the one who could not stand it and would die, never seeing the white light again, and Vol said that no matter what it cost him, he must survive. Yuol held that red flag in her hand. Yuol was illuminated by that same sunlight, and someone said that, as he thought, Yuol is simply incredible because she has a sharp mind, amazing instincts, and the ability to assess the situation. Wall was looking at her from the bottom of this building, and someone asked what about P-Wall. Vol looked at her with sparkles in his eyes, and he was told that he was average. So far he did not stand out at all. All we heard was the conversation between the first and second sword, and the first says that perhaps he was mistaken in it, because he expected more from the only survivor from the first sector, but they decided that for now they will continue to watch him. You all made a blank face and asked what kind of forked thunder technique this was. Wall was sitting cross-legged on the floor, reading something from a small notebook, and you all said that she thought he already knew enough about this. He continued to read something from the notebook until she said that they were no longer forced to read anyway, to which he received the answer that he was just interested. She began to yawn, asking if he ever gets tired since he always looks so fresh. She started to leave him, saying that she was going to bed. Vol continued to read this book. He immediately remembered the third sword and remembered his words that even they, the green youths, are able to master the forked thunder technique, and it was not easy for them to get it, so they give them 3 whole months to study it. Vol assumed a meditation pose and closed his eyes. A bright light and a whirlwind of wind came straight from his chest. Behind him, he imagined the third sword and again remembered his words that they said that they must learn the forked thunder technique, and when they learn it, their body will be reborn and will become able to sense Kai and accumulate energy. He looked at this little notebook that said that this was the same forked thunder technique, and he thought that the technique they were told to master in order to learn how to sense Kai was called the forked thunder technique, and the other children and guards thought it's only the first step in understanding Kai, but none of them seemed to fully understand it. He imagined many lightning bolts. This was the forked thunder. He was still sitting with his eyes closed and continued to think that, of course, it was physically impossible to upset thunder, but it was possible that it had something to do with the speed of thinking. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and realized that if he could master the technique, thinking about it in this way, then he would discover something completely different in himself. He realized that he could not show that he was mastering martial arts faster than others, and he could not stand out for better or for worse. After some time, we are transported to the battlefield, where the guys are training and they are being watched. We see someone swinging a knife with all their might. Wool is very surprised by this. It was some guy who tried to kill him, but Vol dodged his blow. Squatting down, he smiled sarcastically and said that he dodged his blow. Vol, with a frightened look, realized that he was really trying to kill him, but then he asked why he was doing this to him. This distraught boy shouted that he was not enjoying the staged fight. Vol looked at him with a very stern look and asked, "What is this? Is it true?" He turned his gaze to the others and realized that it seemed that the mentor did not care about them at all, just zero attention. This crazy guy started rushing at him again, attacking him, saying that he could try too. He rushed at him with all speed and said that otherwise he would be devoured and would not choke. He ran in circles right around Vol, trying to confuse him. Then at one point he threw a very sharp sword at him. Vol was able to deflect this dagger with a simple wave and thought that he also had hidden blades. This kid kept running around in a circle, holding 3 daggers in his hands, and with a crazed smile, he threw all these daggers at him. Many daggers flew straight at Vol's back, but it turns out that he didn't have 3 at all, but a huge number, and they all flew in a spiral right at him. Vol looked at them in surprise, and thanks to his incredible speed, he was able to deflect each of these small daggers. That crazy guy made a lunge right behind him, but Vol noticed it thanks to his instincts and parried his attack. The crazy guy just ran past him because of this, but still smiled a crazy smile. After one unsuccessful attack, he decides to make a second one. He runs straight at Vol's back, but Vol, thanks to his sword, manages to parry his attack in the same way as last time. The crazy guy continued to make these lightning fast attacks, which Vol fought back. The third sword looked at all this and was very surprised. The crazy guy moved so fast that many traces were left behind him and turned into a single picture. After another blow, he flew back, swinging his dagger. But there wasn't a scratch on Vol, and he didn't even look tired. He smiled with a crazy smile, holding the dagger to his face, and said that he was good because he did not think that Wall would repel all his attacks. Looking at Vol, he shouted that he was only defending himself, and it was not at all interesting to fight. Veins began to bulge on his face and he shouted for Wall to entertain him. Immediately after these words, he rushed to attack him. Vol looked at him in surprise and realized that it seemed like he had no choice at all. He threw his dagger on the ground and walked towards him. This dagger stuck into the ground. The third sword looked at him with great confusion and wondered what was going on. The crazy guy was still running towards him, asking what he was doing. Has he really given up? Vol raised one eyebrow and waited for him to come closer to him. As soon as he had the chance, he kicked him in the stomach with all his might. From such a strong blow, that boy began to bleed from his mouth. Vol looked at him with a victorious look. The first and second swords are standing near some kind of gazebo, talking to each other that they are growing much faster than they expected. The second sword says that at this rate they will make it in just 5 years, not 7. The first sword, standing next to him, told him not to underestimate their goal. He introduced a man in a purple kimono and said that there was no one more talented than him in Sichuan, and even perfect preparation might not be enough, because if they made even the slightest mistake, then the whole Red Phantom would come to an end. They recalled how children train, and the first sword said that this is why the captain decided to train children, because they are in no way related to them, and even if they fail the task, they will not have problems at all. The second sword hit his hand with his fist, asking for forgiveness, saying that he would never underestimate the target, and the first sword replied that he knew about it, but warned that one should never let down his guard. They both stood in front of the cliff, and the first one asked if there were any problems with mastering the killing technique, to which I received the answer that there were no problems at all, and then they decided to increase the complexity of the training, to which the second added that then many would die. He remembered how that distraught guy was beaten and said that those who survive will become even stronger. Vol grabbed his arm and prepared to strike, and right after that guy let his guard down, Wol broke his arm with his knee. This boy grabbed her and began to squeal in pain like a child. Vol stood right above him and looked down at him. The first and second sword saw this. They saw Vol's gaze. He looked at him with sparkles in his eyes. The first sword approached him and asked why he defeated him like that. The first and second sword stood right next to Volium. He was a little frightened by their sudden appearance because he could not sense their appearance, but replied that it was he who defeated him. That very second there was a sharp sword near his neck. Vol was very scared, not understanding how he could do this. The first sword stood and held the blade near his neck, and Vol thought that he did not even notice his attack. He could not even think that a person could move so fast. Sweat began to run down Vol's face, and his posture became completely unsure. While this guy was writhing on the ground in pain, Vol began to think, was he really mistaken? Maybe he shouldn't have hit with full force. He looked at him with a frightened look, realizing that they only needed tools. Looking at the first sword, he realized that just one mistake, and he was already dead. But immediately the blade dropped from his neck, and Vol calmed down. Vol looked after him. But as soon as he realized what had happened, the first sword told him that a killer never, under any circumstances, leaves traces. And if he broke someone's arm, as, for example, now, then he only revealed his identity and level of skill martial art. Going forward, he told Vol not to forget that he must not leave any traces. The entire crowd was trembling in fear while Vol simply stood in one position. Then he exhaled sharply from a very strong fear. Wiping the sweat from his cheek, he continued to breathe heavily because he did not fully understand what had happened. We are transported 6 years forward to the dilapidated building in which they lived. We see some kind of torch walking in the middle of this city. Some destroyed buildings with rags and boards lying on them. A man in a red robe walks in the middle of this city. He examines everything he can and all the debris, when suddenly he pierces some canvas with his sword, and immediately after that he pulls it off and there was some guy lying under him. The man in red said that if he had encountered the enemy, he would have been dead. That guy lowered his head and was very upset. He looked after this man in red. The mercenary tilted his head, thinking that no matter how hard they trained, if they didn't master the turtle breathing technique, they would definitely be noticed. Then he hit another guy near the head. Then he threw a stone at the head of the guy who was sitting above him. As he walked forward, he said that they were not ready yet. Walking through the dilapidated city, he realized that there was only one person left. He began to look around in great surprise. Thanks to his sense, he saw everything in green light and could understand where the enemy was. But he still couldn't find that fifth person. The whole room was shining with a green light, but he did not understand where the last one was, because he was told that there were as many as 5 people here, so were they really mistaken? Maybe he's not hiding here at all. He continued to wander around this city, thinking that no matter how much he searched, he could not feel the presence of a living person. This confused him very much. He struck the floor with his staff, and after that, with a confident look, he shouted for the 5th person to come out because he couldn't find him. A small bag began to move right under his feet. This surprised him very, very much, because white eyes could be seen from under the rubble in several bags, and he did not believe that this man could be so close to him. Looking at this man, he said that this turned out to be Vol. Vol threw off all these bags and stood silently, and then, with sparkles in his eyes, he said that the training was over and now he could rest. The man in red said that it was, and Vol simply bowed to him. The emotionless Vol simply began to walk away from him, and this man in red was very angry that he could not find him. Smoke could be heard throughout the cave. We see several guys sitting and frying something on sticks by the fire. One of them with fluffy hair asked, since such an important person had come to them. Wall looked at him with an arrogant look and asked him that he had changed his appearance again, addressing him as Seo Joksam. Wall looked at him and asked what it was about So Kwan Min's appearance, to which he replied that this guy had recently died, so there was no need for the good to disappear. Vol, full of disappointment, closed his eyes and said that he had already forgotten what Huck really looked like, to which he replied that no one cared about that. They were stuck here forever anyway. Vol looked down and said, interesting. In fact, it is not even known why he said this, because then they would interrupt him and not allow him to say it. Huck turned to him and asked what he wanted to say. Someone was frying food right over the fire. It was you all who said that the food gets better every time. And then, with a slightly upset look, she asked how soon they thought they would be sent on a mission. Vol looked at her as if these words had taken his breath away. Lamps illuminated the corridor. Lim sat at the table in the room and sighed heavily. The mask of the first sword lay in front of him. He said that they raised 30 killers out of 300 a day in 6 years. Lim looked thoughtful and reflected that Jianghu was a cruel place. He continued to think that the children were superior to him, being the same age as him. His gaze was frowning. He said that he did not have long left and he had become too sensual. The doors to the room with him opened. The second and third swords came to him. They stood in front of Lim and asked him why he was not wearing a mask. Lim extended his hand towards them and insisted that it was impossible for him to breathe in it. He continued to say that 6 years is a long time. He allowed them to take off their masks. They looked at each other awkwardly. The second sword removed the mask. The third sword was held by the mouth. 2 men stood in front of him. Lim sat at the table and talked about how thirsty he was. They told him that after their release they would be able to eat and drink as much as they wanted. The third sword looked surprised and said that they had been there for almost 7 years. He continued to say that soon the children would go to the tree and be released. Surprised, Lim asked them how they would cope. There were children behind the second sword. He said that they exceeded all expectations. He regretted that he would soon have to get rid of them. Lim held his hand to his heart and told them that they had no choice because these were the terms of the contract. He sat in front of them on a chair and said that they had their last test. Lim kept his hand on the notebook. There were notebooks in front of the children. 3 swords stood in front of them, and it was said that 3 of them had a duty to learn martial arts. The first sword said that the remaining 27 people would have to kill those who had learned the martial art. The children were outraged. They stood in shock and said that they didn't believe it. Lim stood in front of them and said that this was their last test. He was wearing a mask and told them that after passing the last test, they would not have to kill anyone until they went outside. The children were shocked. Everyone was tense and talked about how they could get out of there. You all looked at them and thought that 27 people would be freed by sacrificing 3. Khan squeezed his eyes and insisted that they had cast good bait. His pupils were red. He thought that 3 people would be targets. 3 books lay on top of each other. Chang continued to think that those who learn the martial art will be at a different level. He thought about how he couldn't stand it anymore. Khan raised his fist in the air. He looked excited and said he wanted to study it. Of all those standing, he was the only one who raised his hand. You all looked confused and asked him if he had decided to be the scapegoat. He stood in front of her and said that it was unknown who he would become after this. You all looked confused and asked him to be careful because he would be hunted. He stood with his back to her and insisted that he could not wait for this. The area under the roof was illuminated by lamps. The sword entered the student's chest. The stranger waved his sword in front of his face. He looked tense and apologized to those in front for it. The plot introduces us to Song Chengguo. He held his katana in both hands and reflected on the fact that he, too, had to learn martial arts after everyone had drawn lots. He kept thinking that he also had no choice. Chen looked frowning and said that there was only one wall left. Huck had a smile on his face. He insisted that this was freedom. 2 girls stood behind him. He said that it was the best day of his life. Min looked scared and said that only wall remained. Vol was illuminated by the light coming from the gate. The dream thought that the main character had not been seen for a long time. He assumed that he had escaped. Yual and Min were tense and talked about how they just couldn't find him. She looked thoughtful and was thinking about what she saw the main character a couple of days ago during training. She fought with Vol. Yual repelled his blows and claimed that he did better without the sword. She told him that she was not at all afraid of him. The main character looked upset. Yual was tense and thought that she was giving him advice in vain. Huck looked smiling. He was talking about killing the instructors because for them it was not a problem. Chen looked thoughtful and said he agreed with him. There were 3 swords behind him. He insisted that they had countermeasures. He was sure that restrictions were placed on them. You all looked at him and said that he was right. They needed to think about how to remove the restriction and focus on finding Will. The 4 of them walked through the cave. Huck said that they had no choice. Behind them lay a dead student. Someone was standing next to his face. Vol followed them and mocked them for wanting to kill their mentors. He looked very scared. Tears flowed from his eyes. The main character covered his eyes with his hand. He looked very thoughtful and thought that the mentors were busy pursuing those children who were looking for him. He continued to think that those children needed supervision from mentors. Vol frowned. He was very tense and thought that he needed to find out the motives of those children. The guards stood under the roof. Vol sat next to them and reflected that this was a temporary base for the mentors. The guards were focused. Vol, in his head, thought that the base was well guarded. He sat behind a mountain of stones and thought that he could get through the guards. The main character looked aggressive. He squatted and thought that the turtle breathing technique would dissipate from his movements. Vol was focused and remembered that if he used the thunder cultivation technique, he would be able to split the breath unnoticed. The main character was in front of the guards and remembered that he could erase his presence. Vol passed through security. He mentioned to his head that no one could detect him. He looked frowning. The main character was inside the building. He noticed this in his thoughts. Lamps illuminated the room. Light filled all the dark areas. The main character stood in front of the doors and thought that this was the most distant entrance. He was near the entrance. The main character opened the doors. He saw a table and chairs in front of him. Vol pressed his head to the floor and thought about what secrets the mentors were hiding. He leafed through the books in their office and thought about who the mentors were that they tried to raise killers out of them. His face looked very surprised. He was thinking about how to get out of there. He found a golden tube. Vol took it in his hands and opened it. The letter contained the terms of the mentor's contract, and it was valid for 7 years, and as a reward they received 500,000 gold yongs. The main condition of the contract was the killing of everyone from the Blood Phantom squad. Vol looked very frightened. He understood that this letter was registered. The main character frowned and thought about who Wu Gunsen was. The dead child was lying. The main character was thinking that Wu Gunsen was very great because they had been tested for 7 years. Do Young Sang looked aggressive. Wall continued to think that 270 people cost Wu Gunsang's safety. He read the letters and was angry at what he saw. Vol heard some sound. He squatted down and thought that someone was walking towards him. The first sword passed along the corridor. He stopped near the door. The first sword stood in front of the closed doors. He looked at them intently. The first sword suddenly opened the doors. He saw only a table and chairs. The books lay unevenly on the shelf. The main character remembered that he had forgotten to correct something. The first sword looked at the door. Vol thought that he managed to fix everything, but he did it carelessly. The first sword was very angry. He understood that someone was there. Security guards stood at the entrance. The second and third swords moved along the corridor. They both didn't understand what was happening. The first sword appeared in front of them. The third sword asked him if something had happened. The first sword was angry and said that there was an intruder in his room. He instructed them to look for children who were leaving the cave. The second and third swords were furious. They could not understand how one of the students allowed themselves to do this. The second sword stood in front of the first and asked if he had any assumptions about who was visiting the room. The first sword spoke to them. He explained to them that there was one student who knew how to hide like that. The second and third swords stood in front of the first. The second began to guess who it could be. The first sword looked at them. It dispelled their doubts about the infiltrator. The main character was hiding on the ceiling while the first sword said that it was Wall. The third sword was shocked that he was infiltrating buildings while everyone was looking for him. The three swords communicated with each other. The first insisted that if they left the main character alive, they would have problems. The third sword was worried that enough evidence had not been found, so there was nothing to kill for. Paul was hanging on the ceiling. The first sword said that he would send someone after him. He was angry and said that he was calling out the call of hell. The second and third swords were shocked as a flute appeared between them. The second observed the whole situation and argued that this was the most extreme measure. The first sword looked at them and said that they would have to do this. The first sword was serious. He said that the time had come to teach Vol and the other children a lesson. He stood on a mountain of corpses, repeating that he would show them in whose hands their lives were. The first sword stood in front of the second and third and asked them if they agreed to use Hell Call. They agreed. The first sword stood without a mask on the top of the mountain and said that it would show them real hell. He held the flute in both hands, bringing it to his mouth. The first sword saw the entire village from above. The children walked around suspecting nothing. Yual was confused and didn't understand where the main character was hiding. The four of them stood on the ground. The two children said that they could not find a single trace, calling him a coward. Yual looked thoughtful, thinking that even children with powers couldn't find him. She herself could not understand where he was. Everyone was shocked by the sound wave. Yual looked surprised and couldn't figure out where the melody was coming from. All the children were hurt by this sound. She held her hands on her chest. All the children were lying face down on the floor. All of them were very hurt by the melody. Min was in tears and thought her body was being devoured by insects. She was lying face down on the floor. The main character appeared in front of her. Vol was frightened by what was happening and thought that their mentors had activated the limiters. He held his hand on her back and continued to remember that he was one of those who did not feel pain. He looked tense and thought that he needed to find out the reason for what was happening. Min was lying on the ground in front of him. He was enveloped in mana. In his thoughts he noticed that he was transferring the energy of Ming, although it was a risky act. The energy penetrated her back. He thought about what their difference was at the energetic level. He remembered the destroyed room and said in his head that their living conditions were the same. Behind him was a snake with red eyes. He understood that what was happening was influenced by the poison that was in his body. He stood among the defeated children and thought that the limiter did not work because of the poison. He wondered how the mentor was able to awaken poison in all the children at the same time. Min cried a lot. The main character noticed that it was impossible to activate it with sound alone. The centipede approached the plate of food. Vol thought that they were mixing poisonous creatures into their food. They could activate them with sound. The main character looked frowning and could not understand who was talking. Min lay in front of him. Someone claimed that everyone ended up there. The guards walked between the lying children. They said that they were all in one place. Wol looked frowning as he wondered if the guards were approaching him. The main character did not know what he could do. His pupils were red. He noticed that if he left, everyone would understand about his resistance. He lay on the ground and remembered that he needed to be like the other children. The guards walked past the overthrown children. One of them looked at the main character. Vol was lying under a guard. The guard was furious and shouted that he had found him. The sword appeared first in front of him. He swung his sword. The first sword attacked the main character. The sword went straight into his shoulder. Vol screamed in pain. The first sword found out from him what he had seen in his room. He came closer to his face and said that the main character hid his skills well. The first sword told him that his fangs had worn away during his stay in the village. He pulled the sword from the main character's shoulder and said that he had to be eliminated. A second sword appeared behind the first one and tried to stop him. The second sword extended his hand to him and insisted that Vol was a master of penetration. They needed him for the task. The first sword said that there were enough children for the task. The first sword looked at the main character and said that it would be difficult to control. The second sword was tense and said that the main character could be controlled with the help of a hellish call. He insisted that he was helpless against that poison. Vol cried a lot. The first and second swords stood in front of him. They asked the guards to give the children an antidote. A cap containing an antidote was held to the main character's nose. All the children did not understand what happened. The first sword stood in front of them and told them that they were punished because of the mistake of the main character. After all, he penetrated the superior's base. The first sword was angry and explained to everyone that if anyone tried to do this, he would experience the pain of Hell's Call. Vol was sitting in the lotus position. The main character recalled the first sword, who said that he was helpless against poison. There was a snake behind the main character's head. He thought that the snake's venom softened the effect of another poison. He was glad that he could avoid their limiter. His eyes were red. There were closed doors in the dark corridor. Min looked scared and wondered if Wall was there. The three of them walked through a dark cave. You all looked surprised and couldn't believe that the protagonist was there alone. She said that they were given time to rest, and he retired to a dark cave. Huck looked surprised and said that no one understood the main character. He said that he refused to stay with everyone and chose a dull place. You all looked sad. She recalled that the first sword told them that they were punished because of the main character, which is why many children hated him. Huck looked very surprised and did not understand where Vol was hiding. The main character appeared in front of his face. He found out why they were looking for him. The girls looked surprised at his appearance. Vol stood in front of Huck, who told him that he almost died of fear. He asked the main character not to go there hiding his presence. Wol looked surprised. You all looked at him and said that they came to talk to him. The main character looked at them and found out what they wanted to talk about. She watched his reactions and said that she wanted to know about the limiter. You all held the torch in her hands and asked him if he knew that everyone was wearing restraints. She was sure that he was not there at the moment when everyone fell. But as soon as they got up, he was there. Vol listened to her carefully. She told him that he was getting closer after activating the limiter. You all guessed that the limiter did not affect him. Surprised, Min stood behind her. She held her hand on her chest and remembered how the main character poured energy into her to maintain strength. You all stood in front of him and continued to find out if he knew about the limiters that were holding everyone back. Vol looked at the guys and repeated what he knew. They looked very surprised. His eyes were red and he said he knew about the type of restraint applied to them. They held torches in front of his face. You all was furious and screamed at him to tell them about the restrictions. The main character looked surprised and did not understand why he had to tell them something. Vol looked at them and said that he didn't want to strain himself to tell the story. He didn't understand what his benefit was. Huck was angry with him and claimed that he treated his comrades badly. Vol narrowed his eye and asked them, his comrades. They looked surprised. The main character told them that comrades do not attack each other and do not pursue each other. Huck was very surprised and insisted that now they could be comrades. He claimed that he would never betray the main character, being his comrade. Wol looked annoyed. He squinted his eye and told him that he didn't believe in it just like that. The main character claimed that he was persistent. Huck had a smile on his face and said that to master the art of face masks, you had to be persistent. He said that the main character did not lose anything by making new friends. He stood against the backdrop of Chinese lanterns and said that if they could get free, they would relax together in the Republican Arts Troupe. He claimed that he would help the main character. Huck raised the torch. You all stood next to them and said that she would also consider him a friend. She looked aggressive and claimed that the children who would follow her would never be enemies for the main character. Min stood behind her. She stood in front of him and said that she would never betray him. Vol stood in front of them. He told them it was Kodoku. The three of them were shocked by what they heard. The main character was surrounded by crawling creatures. He insisted that they were poisoned with a poisonous organism. Wall told them that the creatures released poison only at the sounds of the flute. This poison attacked their vessels directly. Yuol was unhappy with what she heard and asked him why he was okay after what happened. Vol stood in front of them and said that he was resistant to poison. They stood in a cave in front of the main character. He asked them to figure out on their own how to get rid of the poison. Wool looked very serious and was thinking about having as many variables as possible. In his thoughts, he noted that if one of them could escape the effect, it would create an infinite number of variables. Min stood in front of him and addressed him. He looked at her. She thought that he was very mysterious. Yuol stood in front of him. She thanked him, saying that she would repay him for his help. She insisted that she would help him as much as possible. He lowered his head down and said that he would turn to her. They stood behind him, and he said that they were leaving. Min stood in front of him. She looked confused and told him her name. He looked at her and could not understand what she was telling him. Min said that was her name. She looked sweet and kept saying that she wanted him to remember her name. She left him, following her friends. He looked at her back. The sun illuminated the roof. The light fell on all the houses that were in the village. The first sword stood in the light and said that they were about to leave the cave. The children listened to him attentively. A crowd of children looked at him. They thought that they would finally be able to leave the cave. The first sword was masked and called Suol. She raised her hand and responded to his call. The first sword was serious and told her that after they left the children, she would be responsible for getting everyone out of the cave. She looked happy and said that everything was clear to her. A knitted box appeared. There were children standing behind the first sword. He was wondering how many of them would survive. Everyone, mentor, took off in a hot air balloon. First sword noted in his thoughts that they were all strong, but their goal was to study the strongest martial art in Jianghu. He recalled that survival would be difficult. The first sword stood in the light and pondered that this was not his concern. He noted in his thoughts that his role was completed and he was about to retire from the life of a killer. The children watched them leave. They were happy and said that they could finally get out of there. You all talked to the children. She said that the basket was small, so they had to split up. She was calling the line. Vol looked up and thought that they would finally be able to get out of there. He narrowed his eyes. Yuol spoke with the main character. She told him that she believed about involving them in the mission. Wall looked at her and asked her how things were going with Kodoku. They looked at the basket. Yuol told him that some were able to get rid of Kodoku. The main character was amazed by this. She continued to tell him that Min knew a lot about poison. Vol remembered her and found out if she knew about the poison. Yuol left him and said that Min really knew. The main character stood behind her. She told him that they only had to get out of there. She called him to the exit. He looked at her carefully. The ropes from the basket looked strong. The children stood near her. Yuol held onto the rope and asked the others to climb into the basket. The ropes were stretched. Vol looked at the ground from which they took off. They rose high above the village in a cave. The basket was at a great height. The main character thought that he could not think about such a depth of the cave. He held tightly to the edge of the basket and continued to think that the cave was like hell. He was surprised that they spent 7 years there. Huck stood behind the main character and said that the surface was nearby and soon they would get out of there. Vol looked up. He tore his sleeves. Vol was tying a strong knot around himself. He blindfolded himself and asked everyone to do the same if they did not want to become blind. Yuol and Min tore their clothes. Huck stood behind the main character. He asked everyone to hurry up. A very bright light appeared in front of them. Vol covered his eyes with his hands. He held his hands to his forehead and thought that the light was too bright. The light blinded them more and more. The reel was difficult to tension. The basket was on the ground. All the children were sitting inside the basket. A stranger approached them. They sat close to each other. The stranger stood in front of them and said that they had obtained several useful samples. The main character shielded himself from the sun and thought in his head about who was standing in front of them. The man stood in front of them and said that the customer would be satisfied. The sun illuminated the hills. The stranger looked intently at the children. Vol, wearing a bandage, sat in front of him. He thought that the stranger's voice was emotionless. He thought that the stranger held a high position. Vol pulled the mask off his face, thinking that the stranger was the head of the Blood Phantom Squad. The plot introduces us to the head of the Phantom Blood Group, Gu Jiang. Gu was illuminated by the sun. He insisted that they be placed in a cart and taken to prepare for the outside world. An entire army stood behind him and worshipped him. The children got into the cart. Vol was wearing a bandage and thought that he remembered his voice. He sat back to back with the group leader, remembering him in his thoughts. Horse-drawn carts carried them through the mountains. The night sky illuminated the huge wall. Gu thought that all the children would be there and their training would also take place there. He looked angry and thought that children should not relax because he was ready to kill all the lazy ones. Vol looked up. The main character looked out the window. Go and Huck stood behind him. Vol was angry and told them not to pay attention to him. Huck showed his finger and insisted that no one intended to. The main character looked at them. He looked out the window and said that he should have washed himself. Huck stood behind him and asked him how he was going to do it. Huck looked surprised. The stone well stood near the bushes. Water splashed out of the well. Drops fell on bushes with berries. The guys said that the water was very refreshing. Vol lay under the moonlit sky. He looked thoughtful and thought that they were finally able to get out of the cave. His face looked pleased. He lay by the tree while others were playing near the well. Red berries grew on the bushes. Vol looked at the sky. Yellow flower. The children stood in front of the dandelion and did not understand what it was called. He cried and said that he could not believe that he saw beauty. The children cried with joy near the flower. Vol looked peaceful. Some rustling was heard from the bushes. The flower was under the foot of an unknown person. The children were frightened by his appearance. The blades lay on the grass. The stranger stood in front of the main character and told him that they would soon be given weapons and that they would soon need them. Vol sat in front of the blades. We are transported to the Black Wind estate in the Full Moon Palace. We find ourselves in one of the large rooms where bright lanterns hang on the ceiling. Jiang is sitting in the room with Lai. Jiang, smiling, hands over the teapot and thanks Lim for the work done. Lim furrows his brows and lowers his eyes, then says that they were only doing what they had to do. Jiang, looking at him, replies that thanks to him and the sacrifices Lim made, both the children and their group will prosper. He doesn't even know how to thank him. Lim replied that there was no need for this. If it were not for the former head, he would already be dead. Jiang poured water into Lim's glass and said that Lim had done everything that was required of him. He could go on a legal vacation. Lim furrowed his eyebrows and, looking at Jiang, asked that his resignation had been approved. Jiang smiled and answered of course, and not only him, the second and third sword can also retire. Lim drank a glass of water and replied thank you. Jiang lowered his eyes and put his hands on the table, and then said that you're welcome. After all, Lim devoted his whole life to the Red Phantoms. This is the least he can do for him. Lim lowered his eyes and said that the children were too talented. Jiang, hearing these words, frowned and looked in front of him with displeasure. Lim added, looking at Jiang, that it would be a pity to get rid of them. Jiang extended his hand in front of him and, frowning, replied that he himself knew. Jiang, looking dissatisfied in front of him, said that artificial killers are always needed, but nothing can be done. This is where their cooperation ends. Lim, looking forward with interest, asked that Jiang was able to establish the identity of the customer. Jiang smiled and, lowering his eyes, replied that no. When you need to conduct business, there is a line beyond which you should not cross, and besides, why anger the big shot who is ready to pay 500,000 gold yuan for the order? Suddenly, Jiang looked up, and something dawned on him. Jiang imagined the Black Moon Palace in his head and thought that until the Red Phantoms caught up with the White Lotus, the largest Jianghu group, special caution must be taken. Jiang looked in front of him with a crazy smile, and then said that if they fulfill the order, the balance of power will change dramatically, then I will not be able to resist the White Lotus. Hearing these words, Lim lowered his head and frowned. We are transported to Eval. He holds in his hand a long blade with large serrations. Yual examines him carefully. A smiling Hexen appears behind him. Looking at Eval, he asks what he is thinking about. Is it really that his nerves are shaking before the mission? Yual furrowed his eyebrows, turned around and replied that something like that. Gexen came closer and, extending his finger to Eval, answered that he should not drive him, that his veins would shake, and that he should not make him laugh. Yual clenched his fists and replied that he seemed to be shaking in his veins, chattering even more than usual. Hexen looked at Eval in fear and shouted something else. Hexen smiled broadly and clasped his hands. He introduced his enemies, then said that he couldn't wait for them to be sent on a mission. The best reward for all the training for him now would be someone's severed head. Yual looked at him calmly. Eval looked with the rest of the guys at the steel grate. Someone shouted for them to go forward and not forget their weapons. The guys frowned and looked menacingly in front of them, and Hexen smiled broadly. Someone said they would move stealthily. A strong aura appeared around Yual. He thought that it had finally happened. We are taken outside into the dark night. A faint noise of leaves can be heard near the bushes. The fourth sword ran through the forest. Several guys were chasing him. The fourth sword turned around and thought that they were not a step behind him. The fourth sword saw the rage on their faces. They jumped well from tree to tree. He thought that the older brothers had trained them well. Looking at their quick dashes, the fourth sword thought that it was a pity that such goodness would be lost. They would be better than many members of the Red Phantoms. Suddenly, a black sword skidded across the ground. There was a large abyss in front of him, and looking at it, he told everyone to stop. The fourth sword turned on the students and told them to hide. The fourth sword looked at the disciples. They all used the technique. All that was left was a black trace. The fourth sword looked ahead. He looked at the mountains and said that their goal was beyond that mountain. He imagined a big house in his head and told them to follow his instructions. Let them climb the mountain. There they would see an estate that looked exactly like the one where they lived. Their target is a man in the Bright Moon Palace. The students, frowning their brows and clenching their teeth, looked menacingly in front of them. They thought that the Bright Moon Palace was a small building at the far end of the estate. They remembered it so well that they were already sick of this place. Who was he? What was it because of him they were kidnapped and kept locked up for 7 years? You all frowned and looked in front of him with dissatisfaction and thought that Wugu sang. We are taken to an estate near which beautiful pink lotuses grow on the water. A girl in a long dress stands among flowers and admires them. She lowered her eyes and looked at the charming blue flower. Then she reached out her hand and touched him. At that same second, the flower bud disappeared, turning into dust. The girl watched the dust disperse across the sky. Suddenly the girl turned around. Someone asked that she was alone again. An elderly woman appeared in front of her with a staff in her hands. On her clothes there were many feathers down to the floor. The woman turned to a girl named Solren. This is an elderly woman, the head of the Ame sect, a venerable brilliant master. Solren lowered her head in front of the master and said that it was so fresh outside that she decided to take a walk. The master replied that sometimes Solren is too sentimental. The master furrowed her eyebrows and asked if Solren was still angry with her. Solren lowered her eyes and replied that not at all, just a little worried. Her fate is at stake. She would like the master to free her from this fate. This girl is a student of the venerable brilliant master Yang Solren. Hearing these words, the master frowned and then told Solren not to dare speak to her in such an arrogant tone. The master, frowning her eyebrows, angrily approached Solren and said that it seemed that she had forgotten who picked her up from the street and brought her here, who washed her, fed her, taught her martial arts, thanks to whom she became the way she is now. The veins on the master's head bulged, dark energy appeared around her. She clenched her teeth and asked that after all this, that she was asking to be freed. Solren put her hand on her heart and smiled, and then said that it was just thinking out loud. Solren, with lowered eyes, walked past the master and said that, of course, the student should follow the teacher. Let the master not be upset. This is bad for her health. The master furrowed her eyebrows and closed her eyes, and then said that if they did not receive an answer today, they would carry out the plan that they had been preparing for 7 whole years. Solren, lowering her eyes, replied that she would always follow the master. Solren looked at the green bush and thought that the whole situation seemed to be putting a lot of pressure on her, which was a shame. Suddenly, someone started running through the bushes, shouting "Master." The girl stopped near the master and turned to her, and Solren, puzzled, looked at her and asked her sister. A girl in a gray dress appears in front of us. She folds her hands and, looking anxiously in front of her, says that King Cheng has finally given their answer. This is the girl Zhang Hwa. The master looked at her and asked what, in fact, and what kind. Jiang replied that they agreed to their proposal. The master hit the ground with her staff and shouted that it was decided. Solren, calmly looking ahead, thought that this is how everything turned out. The master looked at Solren and said that now the matter is up to her. Their fate depends entirely on her. Solren replied that the master should not worry, she will handle it. The master, looking displeasedly at Solren, thought that she was very sorry. Solren was so talented. She wanted to make her the legal heir, but they turned her into a political tool. Solren looked in front of her, the wind blowing her hair. Jiang, frowning, looked at the master and said that how they would deal with the problem. The master asked, with the problem. She frowned and looked ahead with displeasure. Looking menacingly at Jiang, she remembered the man, and then said that Jiang was talking about their plan. Jiang answered yes, and then asked what they should do. The master, looking at Jiang, thought, we are transported to the mountains, and then to the lawn, where small white flowers grow. A well-trodden road appears in front of us, with flowers growing near it. Eval appears in front of us, who, having closed his eyes, is in a certain space. He thinks that how much has already passed, it is still morning. Closing his eyes, he thinks that they will go on a mission at night. There is still a little time. A blue aura emanates from you all. He thinks that darkness is more familiar to him than the outside world. Thank God, he can even rest a little. Yuol closes his eyes and furrows his brows. In his head he imagines the outside world, where small red flowers grow in the grass. Leaves are falling from the trees and the tree trunks are painted red. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura begins to emanate from the mountain. Yuol opens his eyes, frowning, thinking that something is wrong. He has a bad feeling. Suddenly, someone's spear approaches someone at high speed. The guy who is not far from Yuol is pierced through. He coughs up blood and opens his eyes wide. Yuol looks in his direction with fear. With his eyes wide open, he fearfully wonders what is happening. We are transported to the mountains. A huge, pumped-up man sits on the floor, sticking his spear into the ground, and then he quickly starts to get it. He, smiling, raises the spear up. One of the killers is impaled on the spear, and then he says that it means they didn't lie to him. The killers really are hiding here. The guy with bloody eyes is already dead, hanging on a spear. A beefy guy in yellow pants swings his spear and knocks the dead killer to the ground. He smiles widely and asks how they dared to get so close to King Cheng Mountain, It seems that life is not important to them at all. This guy is Jingok. Jingok stands in front of his warriors, dressed in yellow kimonos, looking at them. He clenches his fist and shouts that they decided to attack them. They need to find them and kill them. All the warriors shouted to eat. You all looked ahead in fear and thought that they were at a disadvantage. The assassins looked at each other and, looking at them, you all wondered what he was offering to join. A guy in a yellow kimono, pointing his spear at the ground, walks forward. Suddenly he notices something and stops. The ground beneath him begins to tremble and collapse, and he swings his spear. And then he looks ahead in surprise. The killers flew out of the ground at great speed and scattered in different directions. You all, flying in one direction, shouted for everyone to disperse. When they were safe, they should regroup. The killers scattered in 5 different directions, and the warriors looked at them in puzzlement. The warriors grabbed the spear and ran in different directions, frowning angrily and clenching their teeth. They shouted that how dare they urgently need to catch up with them. Jingok smiled widely. He threw his head back and extended his left arm forward, and then, smiling with all his might, he threw the spear in front of him. The spear pierced one of the killers through, and he began to fall to the ground. Jingok smiled and took the spear from one of the warriors, and then, looking up, told him to give it here. Jingok ran up and swung his spear strongly, and then he pierced through another of the killers. He smiled and swung his third spear again, shouting further. Another killer was pierced through. Jingok, smiling widely, swung his spear and shouted that there was one more. The spear hit the guy in the shoulder, and he fell to the ground with a roar. Jingok swung his spear, saying that this was the last one. He threw the spear in front of him with all his strength. It flew past many warriors in just a second. The spear was approaching Eval's back at high speed. He started to turn around. The moment he saw the spear, he furrowed his brows. At the last second, you all managed to turn around and kick the computer with all his might. He landed on the ground, and the spear flew to the side and stuck into the floor. You all looked menacingly in front of him. Hatred was visible in his eyes. Eval swung his leg with all his strength and hit the spear. From such power, the spear bent several times. And then, like lightning, it flew in the opposite direction at great speed. The spear rushed past the puzzled warriors at great speed. They looked ahead in fear. Someone shouted what it was. How was it possible that it had just flown past? Eval, looking angrily in front of him, ran up to one of the warriors from behind. A few deft moves and he killed several guys. The spear continued to fly forward at great speed. It quickly approached Jingok, but he, without moving, looked at him menacingly. But the spear missed, hitting the ground not far from him. It only managed to graze the edge of his ear. Jingok laughed, veins appeared on his head, and then he said, "Just look." He opened his mouth wide and shouted for the warriors to hunt him down and kill everyone. You all turned around and thought that he couldn't cope alone. He needed to get out of here. Eval ran into the forest, leaving the warriors he had killed lying on the ground. Jingok, looking after him, clenched his teeth. He pulled the spear out of the ground and walked towards him. One of the assassins was lying on the ground. A spear hit him in the shoulder. A huge pool of blood appeared behind him. He held his blades in his hands and slowly crawled forward. Geksan lay on the ground, coughing up blood and scrambling forward. Jingok appeared behind him, looking menacingly in his direction. Geksan turned around and whispered that he did not want to die. What did he do to deserve this? Jingok mercilessly stuck a spear into him and said that he went against them, the Qingchen clan, not to mention that he was a pathetic killer, and deserved it. You all ran forward along the path. At the end of the forest he saw a bright light and was quickly approaching it. He, sparing no effort, flew forward through the grass. You all then furrowed his brows and wondered how they knew where to look for them. They didn't see a soul while they were climbing the mountain. Yeval remembered the words of Jingok, how he said that it means that they were not lied to, that there were really killers hiding here. Yeval began to think that someone had betrayed them. You all ran forward and thought that except for him, no one knew the identity of the target. Then who could it be? You all thought that, by the way, he did not see the fourth sword, nor their subordinates. It seems that they escaped even before they were attacked, which means they won. A huge number of arrows fell down. Eval thought that they wanted to cover their tracks. Eval managed to dodge by making several somersaults forward. He looked puzzled as several arrows flew at him. He closed his eyes and several arrows hit him in the chest. You all rolled over, then fell to the ground. You all, leaning on the ground, looked up. And then he quickly ran, wondering why, whether there was some kind of split within the Red Phantoms, or whether the customer had changed his mind. You all furrowed his eyebrows and thought that so far he was sure of only one thing: the Red Phantoms had betrayed them. A cliff with a river below appeared in front of Eval. Eval wondered what would happen in this case. Blood appears in front of us, which remained on the ground. One of the archers turns around dissatisfied. Looking around, he asks what? Where did he go? The archer grits his teeth and turns around, then says that he is a nasty little rat, while Eval jumps from behind, swinging his 2 daggers. He doesn't hesitate for a second and cuts the archer's throat. The archer falls to the ground. A fountain of blood pours out of him. Looking at him, you all thinks that he will have to survive alone. Yual turns around and hears someone shouting from the forest that he is over there and needs to be killed. Looking towards the forest, Yual raises his mask. And then, without thinking for a second, he jumps into a mountain river. A stone appears in front of Yual, on which small pebbles lie in a certain order. Looking at them, he realizes that there is a sign that shows that it is approximately 200 yang to the north. Having caught his breath, Yual looks displeasedly in his direction, and then he leaves along the forest path. A tree with beautiful small flowers on it appears in front of him. Under the tree lies a large stone with similar signs to what he saw on the shore. The entire stone is covered in blood. Yual approaches him and, looking at him, thinks that 400 yang to the northeast. Yual turns around and looks at the tree, then thinks that there is a lot of blood. It seems that the one who left the instructions is wounded and quite seriously, maybe even fatally. Yual turns towards the forest and hears someone shouting that they ran somewhere here. They need to search everything here. Yual looks away intently. He imagines in his head a huge web in these mountains, then thinks that he doubts that they set up the webs just for the sake of some killers. The warriors walk through the forest, examining every tree. Yual, looking at them, thinks that, judging by their clothes, at least 7 clans have gathered here. It seems that it's not just about the red phantoms. Suddenly, Yual furrows his eyebrows as he looks ahead, feeling something. Someone appears in front of him and swings his sword from behind, but Yual manages to dodge in time. Yual lifts his eyes upward and looks at his attacker, puzzled. A frightened Min appeared in front of Avalia. He, lying on the ground, looked at her puzzled and asked Min. Min smiled and threw her daggers on the ground, and then said that it was him, Yual. Min began to fall. She said that she was so glad to see Yual. Yual grabbed her at the last moment and, gritting his teeth, looked at her in fear. Looking at Min, who was unconscious, Yual thought that it was too early to be serious at this rate. Yual looked at her in fear and asked where the others were. Min, lying in his arms with her eyes closed, said that most were dead. Yual asked what even with Yi and Song Young-woo. Min replied that she did not know about them. They separated. Min remembered how her comrades desperately fought with the warriors, shouting for her to leave quickly. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and turned around, then shouted forward. Min looked at her with tears in her eyes. Min, lying in Yuval's arms, said that they stayed to fight to buy them time. Yuval continued to look at her in shock, and then he laid her body on the ground. Looking at her, he said that she did not have much time left. Min opens her eyes and looks at Yuval, then says that she knows. Yuval looked at her in fear and asked that she wasn't afraid. Didn't she want to live? Min calmly looked at Yuval and replied that she wanted to, but could Yuval save her? Min smiled and, closing her eyes, replied that that's why she resigned herself. She understands perfectly well what state she's in, but she's glad that she doesn't have to die alone. Min, lying on the floor, asked that Yuval will be with her until the end. Yuval, looking into her eyes, answered yes. Min looked at the tree branches and then said that after everything they went through to survive. Yuval sat next to her, and she continued to say that in the end everything turned out like this, they will die here. Yuval sat silently next to her, and Min said that who and why did they do this to them? Someone she doesn't even know controlled her life and then threw her to the mercy. Min, opening her eyes, said that she hoped that they would be rewarded for this. Min closed her eyes again and added that they would be rewarded for their injustice, for their fear. Yuval, sitting next to her, said that all this was because of Wu Gungsang. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked down, and Min asked who he was. Yuval said that this is the name of their target. He is from the Qingcheng clan. Someone ordered him to be a red phantom. Yuval remembered his comrades and, frowning, said that that's why they were all kidnapped and taught to kill for 7 years. Yuval looked at Min and said that now that they were no longer useful, they decided to get rid of them. Yuval, looking forward in fear, said that as long as he is alive, he will not stop looking for those who ruin their lives, and when he finds them, he will definitely take revenge, even if it is the last thing he does. Min, closing her eyes, replied that it was clear she had no doubt if of all. Yuval looked at her in fear, and Min smiled and extended her hand to his cheek, and then said that she wanted him to live. Yuval frowned and looked at her in confusion. Min smiled and then asked if he could call her by name. Yuval, looking at her, said to Min, and she replied that no, let him call her by her real name. Yuval told Lee Salman. Min smiled and replied thank you. She wanted to hear it from Yuval. Min's hand began to slowly fall down, and then she closed her eyes. Her breathing stopped. There was a strong aura around Yuval. Looking at her, he replied that he did not know whose handiwork this was, but he would wipe out everyone involved from the face of the earth. Eval's eyebrows looked angrily to the side and clenched his teeth. He told them to be afraid of what he would do to them. We are taken to a large house. There is a 4th sword inside along with Jiayang. The 4th sword looks at Jiayang and says that they were encircled. There should be no survivors. Jiayang, reading the note, says that what a shame it is to spend so much time on training and throw away the weapon without ever using it. Jiayang furrowed his brows and smiled. He turned to the 4th sword and said that he knew that he would have to get rid of them, but did not suspect that it would be so soon. The fourth, looking less at Jiang, asked that he was sure they were safe here. Jiang frowned and asked what he was afraid of the customer. The fourth sword, looking forward, replied that he did not know why, but it seemed that they had decided to make tracks. Jiang looked at the note with displeasure, and the fourth sword continued to say that in this case it would be worth killing them too so that their secrets would never be revealed. Jiang took a few steps forward and replied that it sounded reasonable, but they would never find them, they would just have to wait until everything calmed down. The fourth sword, standing behind Jiang, said that he really didn't know who the customer was. Jiang replied that he could find out at any time, but there is a line beyond which I should cross. Jiang lifted the sheet with a smile and said that they even warned them, so they shouldn't mind their own business. Suddenly the fourth, looking less at the note, felt something. Jiang looked at the note in fear, and the fourth sword shouted that they had marked it. Jiang asked what, and the fourth sword shouted that there was a special smell. Suddenly people fell behind them. People armed with spears ran into this building and quickly killed several unprepared killers. The old man grabbed his sword and shouted loudly for Jiang to run. They couldn't handle them. One of the men raised his fist and shouted loudly for the warriors to destroy all the vile killers and leave no one alive. Jiang stood in front of the angry crowd with the fourth ball. Jiang smiled widely and shouted that it seemed that the fourth sword was right. The fourth sword looked at Jiang and shouted for the captain to move. Jiang smiled and asked where. The fourth sword shouted anywhere. Jiang asked that the fourth sword doesn't see, they need him. For the fourth sword, he thinks that they would have left him the opportunity to escape. Jiang's eyes turned bright red. He looked menacingly in front of him and said that they had crossed the line. A red aura appeared around him. He raised his sword above his head and slowly began to draw it. Jiang smiled widely and, holding his sword in front of him with a crazy smile, said that he would show them. Jiang made a quick dash forward and came out with his sword behind him. The people with spears who burst into this building to kill the murderers looked ahead in fear. The next second, Jiang swung his sword between them at great speed, and heads flew off their shoulders. Jiang stopped and looked forward angrily, and then said this is what will happen to those who went against them. The assassins grabbed their weapons, and Jiang raised his blade and shouted that let them hold out a little longer and not win if they fight. Suddenly someone said no. The girl put her hands in front of her, a bright light appeared in them. She calmly said that she would not allow this. Then, putting her hands forward, she released a huge energy, destroying everything in its path. Jiang looked in front of him, puzzled and frightened. He saw a huge force approaching him at great speed, and then he furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth as he swung his sword, releasing destructive red energy. Their forces collided with each other, causing a bright flash. A second later, Jiang stood in place with a sword stuck in the ground, clouds of dust behind him. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He looked forward angrily, clutching his side with his left hand. Looking at the girl, Jiang wondered what kind of power this was. He asked who she was. A girl appeared in front of her, surrounded by a yellow aura. She calmly, looking forward, said that the dirty killer also dared to ask who she was. The girl looked at him arrogantly and fell silent. Jiang, frowning and looking forward, said that she was the destructive heart of Zhonghua. Jiang angrily, looking ahead, said that this means their customer. Suddenly, Zhonghua took a step forward and shouted contentedly. Her eyes lit up. She put a long brush in front of her. White lines appeared around it. She said that if he said one more word, she would tear out his tongue. Jiang, fearfully, looking forward, wondered what the Ame clan would think. Jiang, looking at how white lines appeared around Zhonghua, thought that he should have immediately guessed that they were involved in this. Now he regrets that he decided not to reveal the identity of the customer, so as not to cross the line. Jiang's allies lay on the floor. He thought that the wrong choice led to their collapse. Jiang put his sword in front of him and looked angrily at Zhonghua. Bloodlines splashed forward, and he said that he would take her with him to the next world. Zhonghua put her brush in front of her and said how dare he, and then angrily, looking forward, she released huge yellow blasts of energy forward. Jiang, bleeding, slashed in front of him, destroying his opponent's attacks one by one. He made a strong lunge forward and quickly approached Zhonghua. Jiang and Zhonghua locked eyes. Jiang made a quick dash forward and launched several lightning attacks, but Zhonghua was able to block them. Zhonghua looked ahead with interest and thought that he was the boss of the vile killers and had excellent martial arts skills. She was impressed. It was good that they fought during the day. Attacking at night he had a great advantage. Jiang used more and more blood energy while looking at him. Zhonghua thought that neither he nor the Reds should be left alive. They should get rid of everyone. Yunghua swung with her technique and loudly shouted die. Jiang, looking ahead, raised his hands. His weapon fell out of them and he flew back. A huge hurricane appeared in front of him, destroying everything in its path. Jiang, looking ahead in puzzlement, thought that it seemed that this was the end not only for him, but for all the red phantoms. Jiang imagined himself standing in the middle of a bloody lake from which his hands were sticking out. He thought that death and suffering were impossible under the cover of night. He helped their group rise from the bottom. He thought that someday they would compare with the White Lotus, which even the strongest fear from Jianghu. Looking at the huge hurricane, Jiang began to fly back. He wondered what this was all about. But suddenly he put his sword in front of him and, gritting his teeth, lunged forward. Jiang opened his mouth wide and, looking angrily in front of him, shouted that he, Jiang, the captain of the Red Phantoms, must survive. He ran towards a huge hurricane. With a smile, he cut through the object and those flying towards him, making deft jerks in different directions. And then his leg was cut in two. Jiang looked at her in fear as she flew to the side. And then Jiang turned around and looked at the guy and wondered who dares to interfere in the middle of the battle. Jiang, looking to the side in fear, did not notice how Zhonghua approached him. She stretched her hand forward and used a strong hurricane, which hit Jiang directly. Jiang's body was pierced through. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Jiang fell to the ground with a crash, and Zhonghua began to slowly stop the hurricane and landed on the ground. She turned around and looked at Jiang's body with displeasure. The killers, looking ahead in fear, shouted to the captain, and then they were stabbed to death by monks armed with spears. Jiang lay bleeding on the floor. His face was covered with sweat, and there was a pool of blood under him. He leaned on his hand, stood up and whispered no. Behind Zhonghua stood the master. Zhonghua folded her hands and lowered her eyes, and then said that she was greeting the master. The master raised her staff, which depicted a black raven holding 3 red pipes in its beak. Behind the master stood 2 girls. The master turned around and asked why they were bothering with these non-entities. Zhonghua approached the master and apologized to her, and then said that they did not expect such resistance, which is why they were delayed. Jiang, gritting his teeth, looked angrily in front of him and said that it was her. He began to climb forward, bleeding. He shouted that the venerable, brilliant master was her. His eyes filled with blood, and all his teeth turned red. He frowned, shouted angrily that how dare she? Why did the Ame clan betray the Red Phantoms? They themselves ordered it. Zhonghua looked angrily in his direction. Behind her was a staff, from which a dark aura emanated, and feathers were flying around the staff. Jiang, in a rage, looking forward, shouted loudly that they were worse than animals. He opened his mouth wide and continued to shout that how dare they. The master approached him and calmly crushed his head with her staff. Blood spilled on the ground, and the master turned around and asked what kind of nonsense this madman was talking about. The rest was on them. Before us is a murderer who is pierced through. The first sword looks fearfully at the blade stuck in his chest. The first sword then grabs his chest and, crouching, shouts Ame. His face is drenched in sweat. He frowns, looks up and thinks that since the venerable master became their leader, they began to gain strength at an incredible speed. The first sword asked her name. Sol Ran was in front of him, calmly looking in his direction. Sol Ran, lowering her eyes, replied that her name was Sol Ran. The first sword closed his eyes and said that he had heard that the honorary master's disciple was as beautiful as she was talented, so that was what they were talking about. Sol Ran turned around and replied that you shouldn't believe any rumors. The first sword, sitting on the floor, smiled and looked up, then said that a decade of training, and he was still no match for a disciple of the Ame clan. Then the first sword fell dead, its breathing stopped. Sol Ran began to walk in the other direction, and then looked back at his corpse with interest. Sol Ran approached the master, her sister. Zhonghua, frowning and looking at her, said that she was very late, and she also dared to chat with dirty killers. Sol Ran closed her eyes and lowered her head as she apologized. The monks brought one of the killers that they found him. One of the monks threw the guy to the ground and said that it was he who brought the killers to Mount Qingcheng. The master, looking at the fourth sword, told him to answer how many there were. The fourth sword clenched his teeth and asked what they care. The master, looking at him angrily, replied that this did not concern him, let him just answer. The fourth sword asked, lowering his head, that how could he know this? The master asked that he dare lie to her. The fourth sword raised his eyes and, smiling, replied that even if he knew, he would never tell, and they did not seriously think that he would help them after what they did to them. Dark energy appeared around the master. She smiled madly and said that it seems that he has little guts, but this does not change the fact that he is just a pathetic killer. The fourth sword frowned, and the master placed her hand on his head, through which dark energy flowed. The fourth sword screamed in pain, and a strong dark aura appeared around the master. The master, looking angrily in front of her, said that she would ask again how much. The blood of the fourth sword poured from the mouth, eyes, and nose. He, suffering from severe pain, screamed at 28. The fourth sword continued to scream. The blood from his body was leaving faster. He screamed that he was asking to be killed. The master turned away, and the fourth sword fell to the floor. The master approached Zhonghua and, frowning, asked how many they had already gotten rid of. Zhonghua replied that from 24. The master, looking angrily in front of her, replied that that means there were 4 left, just in case it was better to kill everyone. A destroyed clan of red phantoms appears before us. Zhonghua shouted as she ordered. The master walked past Sol Ran and told her not to forget that she now has an important role. Sol Ran replied that it was good. Sol Ran lowered her head down, and the master replied that she would send someone to King Cheng, and they would agree on a wedding date while let him prepare with his heart and body. Saul Ran replied that as they say, Master. The master looked to the side and added that all this was for the sake of their clan. Saul Ran looked ahead with an emotionless face and did not answer. We are taken to the forest. Someone is moving quickly and leaps and bounds along the branches. Eval, pushing off from the branches, makes quick leaps forward. He looks at the gate, where guards in yellow kimonos stand. Yual frowns, thinking that all the entrances and exits are well guarded, then we need to act from the inside. Yual carefully inspects every corner, and then, looking at the guards, he thinks that yes, since they were raised to die as enemies of the Jianghu. Yual furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and added that even if it was so, he would become their enemy. A guy with a bag behind his back appears in front of us. He comes out of the gate. The guards in yellow kimonos greet you warmly. One of them asks why he is going to collect herbs again. The guy answers with a smile, yes, and the other guard says that he went yesterday. The guy smiled and said that he was told that it was better to have a good name in stock just in case something happens. One of the guards looked after the leaving guy and shouted that it was unlikely that anything would happen, but still, in their time it was better to be on guard. The guy turned around with a smile and asked that who would dare attack the King Cheng clan. The guy began to make his way through the dense forest. A little bird sat on a branch and looked up. The guy stopped in the middle of the forest and turned around wondering what and where he should go. He smiled and looking to the left said that first, he would go to the nearest one. He walked forward with a smile, looking around the surroundings, when suddenly Eval appeared from behind him with burning eyes. Yual grabbed the guy by the throat with his hand and with the other brought a dagger to him. The guy looked at the dagger in fear. The guy, barely standing on his feet, whispered breathlessly that who he was. Eval stuck his dagger into the guy's leg and then, frowning his eyebrows, he screamed loudly in pain. He closed his eyes and continued screaming. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. He turned around and wondered who he was who could arrange such an ambush right on Mount King Cheng. Yual frowned at the guy menacingly, and then, holding a dagger in front of his face, Yual asked that he was a disciple of the King Cheng clan. Let him nod if that was the case. The guy with tears in his eyes began to nod quickly. Yual, continuing to threaten the guy, said that he would let him go, but he needs to answer his questions, and even if he doesn't think of doing something stupid, he swears, he can kill him so quickly that he won't even have time to blink an eye. Yual lowered the guy to the ground, clutching his bloody leg. Yual put his dagger near the guy's neck and asked what his name was. The guy answered Dajin. Yual continued to ask who he was. Dajin replied that he was a disciple of King Cheng, the third generation. Yual looked at him silently. And then, frowning his eyebrows, Yual asked who Wugong Sang was. Dajin turned around in fear and shouted that Yual was talking about Wugong Sang himself, the great star of the King Cheng clan. Yual looked at him puzzled and asked what the great star was about. Dajin reminisced and began to say that he was the greatest talent born under the banner of the King Cheng clan. He introduced most types of martial arts, achieved enormous strength. They say even the former masters of the King Cheng clan are interested in it. That's why they teach it. Yual furrowed his eyebrows and thought that this was to be expected, because that's why they spent 7 whole years on their training, 7 long years. Dajin turned around in fear and said that he told him everything, so let him spare him. Yual threw him out 2 fingers and poked his name into Dajin's shoulder. Dajin froze in place. He looked in fear in front of him and thought that his body was not obeying him. Dajin tried to turn around in fear. He felt an unbearable power behind him. He thought that he needed to get out of here faster. Dajin couldn't see what was happening behind him, but he felt that something was scary. He wondered what he was doing. Dajin was able to turn around and what he saw scared him. He opened his eyes wide and froze. In front of him was Yual, who was looking straight at him. Dajin, looking at him in fear, wondered if it was him. Dajin, looking at Yual, thought that there may be some differences, but overall his face is indistinguishable from his. Yual began to slowly get up. Looking at him, Dajin fearfully wondered what. Dajin looked fearfully at Yual and wondered what he was going to do. Really we are taken to the King Cheng clan. The guard looked in front of him, puzzled, and asked that Dajin had already returned. Yual answered with a smile that he had forgotten something. The guard, looking at him, replied that he was so frivolous. The guard saw him off with a smile and told him not to have his head in the clouds. Yual answered well. Yual calmly entered the clan. He saw long streets with people from different clans walking everywhere. Yual froze looking at them. He walked forward, passing important people. Everyone walked with smiles on their faces, and everyone had different clothes. People from different clans were friendly and looked at each other. Yual walked forward with a dark aura around his leg. People looked his way with a smile. Yual's entire body was covered in a dark aura. He hung his head down and walked forward angrily. We are taken to bamboo thickets. Yual walks along a narrow street. He suddenly stops and looks up, puzzled. Looking up, he says that's how it is. A large building appears in front of him and he says that it is Wugong Sang's estate. You all, dressed in Dajin's clothes, looked in front of him angrily. You all looked at the roof of the house. The bird flew in the sky. Eval was able to get into the Kicheng clan, into the Shang King Palace. There were 2 guards at the entrance, and inside there was an old man sitting, with important people near him. The old man with a gray beard put his hand on the table and said that anyway, the situation outside has calmed down. This old man is the head of the Kicheng clan, a holy spirit. The man sitting to his left replied that it seemed too much like a dead end. The Holy Spirit frowned and replied that the pitiful mercenaries dared to attack them. How could they allow it? The man sitting to his left frowned and shouted angrily that, of course not, someone must have thought out these ambushes on purpose. This man, looking menacingly in front of him, is the right hand of the Wu Jin Pen clan. Wu Jin looked at the head and said that it was too early to think about it. While they do not see the whole picture, he sent several students on reconnaissance to find out more. The guy opposite answered that, as expected of him. He furrowed his brows and slammed his fist on the table, then shouted that whoever did this was unforgivable. A man with thick dark hair, looking at the head, said that I am theirs now. He is at the most dangerous stage of development. They should under no circumstances allow this to happen again. This guy is the greatest warrior of the Kicheng clan, Holy Justice. The right hand, looking dissatisfied in front of him, said not to worry about Holy Justice, they will not allow this. Before us appears many demons descending to the earth. This is a war of demons against heaven, when the danger of being captured by hordes of demons was closer than ever. The incredible martial artist Li Guak created the Will of Heaven Alliance. The most powerful wars of that time appear before us, those who agreed to unite and fight. For example, the Shaolin Temple of the Wudan clan and the Huashan Mountain clan accomplished great feats and regained their former glory. While those who refused to fight, which included their clan and the Amei clan, they received empty titles of 4 heavenly kings, which they could not back up with anything. The clan leader, looking ahead, said that if they wanted to catch up with the other clans, they should not be stopped by such details, they should concentrate. The right hand, frowning, looked at the head and replied that he should not worry if everything went according to plan, and the other clans would not catch up in 10 years. The Saint of Justice slammed his hand on the table with a smile and shouted that this is great news. He is so glad that the right hand is on their side. The Saint of Justice extended his hand forward and replied that since the right hand was so incredible, then surely his son was endowed with the same talents. The right hand lowered his head and said that the Saint of Justice flattered him. The Saint of Justice said that, by the way, how is Guna saying? He hasn't shown himself to anyone for a long time. The right hand did not answer, he simply lowered his head down. He remembered Gun Sang and wondered how he knew he had locked himself away from the world around him to find redemption in his training. There was a strong white aura coming from Guna Sang. Guna Sang looks forward calmly. Here he was sitting on the floor, around him there were many swords stuck into the floor. We are taken outside. The right hand, frowning, looks down and says that he asks for forgiveness, that he cannot raise his son with dignity. The Saint of Justice, calmly looking forward, replied that everything was fine. For young men of his age this was not surprising, he was still full of strength. Everyone else in this room was silent, and the Saint of Justice continued to say that there was no need to apologize for what had already been decided. Quite calmly, the right hand replied that he would make sure that he pulled himself together. Justice replied that it wonderful. He, looking ahead, added that no matter what his right hand said about him, someone cut with a katana in front of him with great speed, and then he repeated it at incredibly high speed, only in the other direction. Gunseng, holding his katana in his hands, looked to the side, and the Saint of Justice continued to say that Gunseng has true talent. The Saint of Justice crossed his arms and closed his eyes, and then said that if he was raised properly, he would not be inferior to the heirs of the 3 great clans. The woman and the old man next to her lowered their heads with a smile. On the contrary, 2 other men also lowered their heads. And then suddenly the head opened his mouth and said, by the way. Everyone looked attentively in his direction. He said that he heard that the right-hand man had agreed to the Amei family's engagement proposal, which is true. He remembered the Amei clan and said that being engaged to this clan is not bad. The daughter-in-law is from a very incredible generation. In his head, Xiao Ran appeared in his head, who was carefully looking at the lotuses. He continued to say that there are many rumors about her wisdom and beauty. She will be a good match for Gun Sangu. The right-hand man lowered his eyes and said that he was still worried about something. The head looked at the right hand and asked what their eldest head was. The right hand answered yes. The right hand almost imagined the head looking menacingly at him and thought that the head of the Amei clan was passionately eager to get to the power of the Qingcheng clan. Gong Sang would marry their student. There was a chance that they would try to swallow them. The right hand said that that's why he was everything. At this time he rejected the engagement. The Saint of Justice, looking at him, said that they have no choice. They cannot continue to quarrel with them on such a small land, but since Gong Sang is their last hope, he needs special care. The right-hand man replied that, of course, he would do that. We are transported to Eval. He is standing in front of the entrance to the estate. Looking at the large building, he thinks that this is the sparkling moon palace. He is here for the first time, but he sees the general similarity of the building with an underground cave, so he will not get lost here. Eval began to walk away along the wall, thinking that even though the gates were wide open, getting inside would not be difficult. You all made several quick jumps along the wall and climbed onto the fence. You all jumped and heard someone say that Gunseng had called another girl to his place. You all pressed himself against the wall and began to watch the two guards. One of the guards, looking angrily to the side, said that he could not believe that he was making excuses for isolation and training in order to sleep with anyone. Another terrible one looked at him angrily and shouted at him to be quiet and silent. The guard looked to the side with a smile and said that I wonder who he called this time, one of their students. The other guard angrily clenched his fists and shouted that he told him to shut up, let him be silent if he doesn't want to be caught too and punished. You all watched them with interest. He wondered if Gunseng was sleeping with women there, the Qingcheng clan, the Blade clan, so it was hard for him to imagine that someone would allow such indecency in the training room. One of the guards frowned and began to walk forward, saying that okay, let them go already. You all was left lying on the wall alone. He, pressed against the wall, thought that wherever they went, there would be people whose true nature differed from their image. We are transported to a dark night, and then to the estate where Gunseng lives. You all furrows his eyebrows and looks at him angrily, and then he runs along the wall. He walks slowly down the corridor. Take every step carefully and look around. Suddenly, you all furrowed his eyebrows and looked to the side. He thought that he was not here, but he did not leave the palace. You all continued to walk forward and thought that he was not at the top, which means there was only one place left. Eval, walking along the corridor, noticed a ventilation grill at the top. He looked at her carefully. We are taken to Gunseng's room. There are swords everywhere. Gunseng sleeps on the floor with the girl, and there is a grate above him. The girl hugs him, covering herself with her jacket. Gunseng lies calmly on the ground. You all looks at him through the bars in shock. Seeing a pumped up man, he thinks that this is Gunseng. Eval, sitting on the bars, that even from here he can feel. You all furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips. And then, looking at Gunseng, he thought that the captain of the Phantom Squad is not even close to his strength. In fact, this guy is on a different level. You all took out a long rope and, looking down, thought that he was still a man. If you twist his neck or cut his throat, he will still die. Eval pushed a thin gallows through the bars. He looked down angrily, very worried. You all continued to release a thin rope towards Gunseng. Cold sweat ran down you all's face. You all slowly lowered the rope around Gunseng's neck. And then, suddenly, Gunseng opened his eyes wide and looked at you all. Seeing that he had woken up, you all flew away in horror. He pulled the rope with all his might. Gunseng, looking in front of him angrily, began to rise up. The girl, frightened, looked at him. You all, holding the rope, jumped down, and Gunseng climbed up, trying to remove the rope from his neck. Gunseng looked ahead angrily and waved his hand. And then, with one precise blow, he tore the rope into two parts. Gunseng landed on the ground, with a frightened girl standing next to him. Gunseng's eyes crossed. Gunseng looked forward with interest, surrounded by a yellow aura, and asked what who was. Gunseng put his kimono on completely and asked who you all was. You all grabbed the blades with his hands. He pulled them out and got into a fighting stance, and then he rushed forward at great speed. You all swung one of his blades at Gunseng, who continued to stand motionless. Suddenly he thrust his hand forward, pushing two fingers upward. He was able to calmly block Eval's blade with just his hand. Seeing this, you all looked in front of him in fear. Gunseng approached him, looking closely into you all's eyes, and then Gunseng hid in front of him, and you all flew to the side. You all was flying backwards at high speed, and Gunseng was quickly approaching him. You all looked ahead in fear. A long shadow appeared on his face. Gunseng swung his arm like a huge sword. You all took his teeth and tried to deflect his blow with his two blades. He furrowed his brows and used the maximum of his strength. Gunseng smiled and used a strong technique to push two fingers towards you all. A huge pain rushed through Yeval's entire body. You all, looking angrily in front of him, clenched his teeth, blood began to flow, and thought that he was getting tired even of blocking his blows. How could he attack like that with his bare hands? You all looked in front of him angrily. He thought that he could not stand it for so long. He needed to quickly change the course of the battle. Yeval, blocking his blows, swung his dagger. He made a quick lunge straight at Gunseng, who looked at the dagger with puzzlement. And then Gunseng was able to stop Yual's dagger with two fingers. He smiled and said that Yual is good and knows a lot of tricks. Gunseng grabbed the daggers and asked with a smile who sent Yual. Yual breathed heavily, furrowed his brows, and holding the daggers, he glared angrily at Gunseng. Gunseng smiled widely and said, "Really?" Gunseng's facial expression changed. He looked at Yual with a crazy smile. Murderous energy radiated from him. Then he said that the father of that bitch did it. Yual opened his eyes wide. Drops of sweat were running down his face. There was a strong energy around him. He thought about that bitch. Young Gunseng appears in front of us. He makes several lunges in different directions. People look at him with a smile and shout that he is the best, he is great. Gunseng, lowering his head, thinks that it was not so much fun as it was easy. A girl approached Gunseng and said that her brother is a mentor, he is so cool. Gunseng looked at his sister in shock. She looked at him with a smile, and he was fascinated by her beauty. After that, he began to be interested in women. He slept with many beauties. Gunseng walked home as usual. His cheeks were red. On the way he saw a girl. He thought about the night with this girl. He walked past her and looked at her carefully. She looked forward with a smile. He thought that she had cost him too much. Seeing this girl, Gunseng could not take his eyes off her. He couldn't control himself and pulled his hands towards her. It was a common drunken mistake. Gunseng looked in front of him with displeasure. He admitted that he had done wrong, but if it was his fault for her suicide. The girl was holding a small dagger in her hands. Gunseng wondered why he had to spend a whole year training alone. Gunseng, holding the dagger in his hand, thought that this was so boring. We are transported to his battle with Eval. He, extending his blade forward, emitting strong energy, makes an attack. Gunseng, smiling broadly, pulled out a blade and asked in a frightening voice that Yual, according to him, was the father of that bitch he sent him to kill just because of her death. Yual put his blades in front of him. He used his powers, then wondered who he was talking about. Gunseng put his dagger in front of him. A huge energy flew out towards Yual. Yual, gritting his teeth and looking forward, thought that emotions were overwhelming him. Eval, barely standing on his feet, thought that every gram of energy bursting out was incredibly dangerous. Yual looked at his opponent and wondered how he felt as if Gunseng was being enveloped by hundreds of thousands of blades. Suddenly, Gunseng looked calmly in front of him. Seeing this, Yual became afraid. And then, watching Gunseng make a strong lunge towards him, he thought that Gunseng was advancing. Gunseng took a leap and swung his dagger at Yual from above. Yual raised his blades above him and tried to block the blow. Gunseng swung his leg again with all his might. Gunseng was approaching Yual. He pushed him back, and Yual could only dodge. Yual was able to dodge at the last second and then immediately swung his leg. He kicked Gunseng in the chin with all his might, and he flew up. Gunseng calmly looked at Yual and said that his cheap tricks were seriously annoying. Yual, lying on the floor, pushed off the ground. He threw his daggers with all his might into Gunseng's chest, and he stood there and did not take any action. Suddenly, Gunseng swung his hand and knocked Yual's daggers aside. Gunseng looked at Yual angrily and said that enough tricks, let him just die. Yual was able to stand up at the last second and dodge the blow. Gunseng, looking after the fleeing Yual, looked forward angrily and clenched his teeth. Yual ran to his blades and tried to grab them. Gunseng was already behind him. Yual grabbed his blade, and then, turning around, he threw it forward with all his strength. Gunseng put his blade in front of him, and Yual's blade ricocheted off him. Yual grabbed two balls and looked up angrily, and then he struggled, looking angrily in front of him, clenching his teeth, metal one blade after another. Gunseng repelled Yeval's attacks with one blow. Gunseng landed on the ground and stopped in front of Yual. He grabbed one of his swords and slowly walked towards him. Yual's eyes became bloodshot and he looked forward angrily, thinking that this wouldn't work as he thought. Yual grabbed the 6 swords with both hands and jerked back, thinking that, nevertheless, he had no other choice, he had to fight. Eval, looking forward menacingly, threw all 6 blades in front of him with all his might. The blades, following different trajectories, rushed straight at Gunseng at great speed. He put his sword in front of him, and a blue aura appeared around him. Gunseng, touching his blade with his hand, stood still and looked forward. Huge waves appeared in front of him. Gunseng, standing still, used the King Cheng's secret technique of 72 waves of swords. Gunseng stretched his arm forward and used the power of the wave. The waves headed towards Yual at great speed. Gunseng, along with the waves, was approaching him. Yual looked forward angrily, not knowing what to do. Gunseng approached him with his hand outstretched, but Yual made a jerk to the side. Gunseng looked to his left, puzzled. Yual appeared behind the girl. Gunseng clenched his teeth and, looking angrily at Yual, said that he would use those tricks again. Huge waves headed towards the girl and Yeval. A tornado appeared between them. Yual looked ahead in fear, and then Gunseng appeared at Yual's side, swinging his blade. He told Yual to die. Yual frowned at him. He remembered the first, second, and third swords, how they said that 3 of them would have to master this martial art. The girl, looking forward with displeasure, asked that Yual decided to become a scapegoat of his own free will. Yual, taking the book, smiled and said that they would see whether he would become a goat or a wolf. Yual clenched his teeth, thrusting his sword forward, and was able to fight back against Gunseng, who looked in fear in front of him. He opened his eyes wide, then asked how could someone like him? Gunseng fearfully continued to fight using the technique. He said in a trembling voice that this is impossible, this is completely impossible. Gunseng and Yual crossed their swords as the waves raged around them. Gunseng opened his mouth wide and, looking in front of him angrily, shouted how someone like him could block something like this, The Qingcheng sect's secret technique of 72 wave swords. Yual resisted, smiled, and wondered how else he risked his life to survive. Gunseng swung his sword at Yual again. Yual, looking at him, thought that even though he had not mastered her as much as Gunseng, he was confident that he could defeat him. Yual opened his eyes wide, copies of himself appeared around him. He used a mind shift. The wave squeezed one of the spear's throat. The other was pierced through. The copies died over and over again, and Yual followed their failures, again dodging Gunseng's attacks. Yual smiled as he swung his sword and appeared behind Gunseng. He frowned and wondered what he had found. Yual swings his sword and runs behind Gunseng, but Gunseng manages to swing his sword at the last second. Yual's case began to divide, and then he turned around and, holding his sword in front of him, pierced Gunseng's body. Gunseng looked ahead in fear, coughed up blood, then whispered that how could someone like him. Blood sprayed from Gunseng's chest in all directions. Gunseng, with the sword stuck in his chest, fell to the ground, and Eval, kneeling down, began to breathe heavily. There was blood on his hands. He gradually rose to his feet, breathing heavily, and then he slowly turned around and looked to the side. Wind gusts enveloped the mountains. Sunlight illuminated the settlement. The wind flowed towards the tall house. Many people began to flee. The bell made a loud ringing sound. People in yellow capes guarded the passages to the estate. The bloody body lay on the floor covered with a blanket. The man's gaze fell on the covered corpse. The distressed man cried and shouted Gongsang's name. Lying near the corpse, the stranger asked how this could have happened. The old man watched what was happening and asked why the gods brought such trials upon their clan. The tearful man held the dead guy by the face. Two strangers watched this. The man turned to his older brother. The old man asked his younger brother to speak. Looking away, the man declared that they had to get rid of that girl. The girl was sitting near the wall. Tears were streaming down her face. Their eyes began to glow yellow. The old man asked what the man meant. He asked if the younger brother wanted to get rid of the disciple of their sect. The man replied that Gongsang's reputation was at stake. They looked at the guy's corpse. Junior brother pointed out that if word spread that he had led a sect disciple in while training in isolation, his reputation would be destroyed. Looking at the old man, he noted that she would be destroyed just like them. Powerful streams of mana enveloped the premises. The old man loudly called out to his younger brother. The angry old man looked at him. Looking away, the man said, "What's done is done." Gusts of wind began to hover around the younger brother. He said that since Gongsang was dead, it meant that the reputation of their sect would fall. Looking at the old man, the man said that if they don't do anything, then this will happen. While watching the elder brother, the man said that he was sure that someone had hired an assassin, noting that someone wanted to benefit from Gongsang's death and the fall of the Qingcheng clan. He stated that they should not allow this to happen, no matter the cost. The old man fell into thought. A stranger with two men approached them and shouted that the elder brother could not do this, noting that despite the importance of the sect's reputation, there was nothing more valuable than human life. Taken aback, the stranger asked if she was a student of their sect. The girl continued to cry, looking lost. The younger brother asked with a serious look if they all thought so. He stood opposite the old man and asked him to forget about catching up with Shaolin or Wuden. The younger brother stated that the gap between them would only widen, making them a mediocre sect. Looking down, the stranger was furious. The old man closed his eyes. The guy with the bloody blade walked away from the body. The stunned girl looked at him. He approached her. The angry man said that as a disciple of their sect, he was sure that she would understand everything. The frightened girl did not know what to answer to this. A red aura enveloped him. He questioned why she was the only one to survive, noting that she had to protect him with her life. The frightened girl screamed and began to ask to be spared. There was red energy floating around the old man and the man. The old man ran towards the man and called out to him, calling him younger brother Wu. He approached him and asked what he had done. The saddened man asked what he should have done. The old man was taken aback by what he heard. The enraged junior brother Wu cried out that Gongsang was not just the hope of the Qingcheng clan, but was everything to him. He asked about how, being his father, he could just watch his reputation being shattered. He fell to his knees in front of the old man. The man said that they could call him names and even call him pathetic. He said if only he could protect him. A white bird flew in the blue sunny sky. She flew to an estate that was hidden in the forest. Grandmother carefully read the notes on paper. Sitting at the table, she said that this could not be. Hitting the table, Grandma asked if Gongsang was killed by an assassin. She asked how this could happen. The stunned girl turned to the master and asked if Junior Wu had really been killed. The grandmother was beside herself with rage and said that a net had been thrown over them from which it was impossible to escape. She asked if they hid in the Qingcheng sect and killed Gongsang. 3 people listened attentively to her speech. The furious grandmother said that they had just agreed to the wedding when everything went wrong. She noted that if everything went well, she could come up with a plan to take over the Qingcheng sect within 10 years. The frightened girl said that they could not allow Gongsang's killer to live, noting that he might know the secret, so they must kill him. Closing her eyes, the grandmother said that the Qingcheng clan had already turned to them for support in this matter. She ordered to take the students and immediately join the hunt. Crossing her arms, the girl asked to leave it to her. She looked at the girl in the blue cape and asked if she was in seventh heaven when her wedding fell through. With her hand on the table, the grandmother watched their dialogue. Raising her gaze, the girl replied that this was not so and she could not be happy about the loss of her husband. The grandmother, looking furious, asked about her husband. She looked after the girl, who stated that they had decided to get married, which means that he was her husband. The grandmother watched the warriors go. She held onto the table with an angry look. Sunlight illuminated the golden fields. Many people collected millet. A man walking along the path said that the sky above him was blue, and below him the field was yellow. Smiling, he said that this was serenity and silence and he didn't need more. In front of him, two men crossed their blades. Closing the passage, they ordered the man to stop. Taken aback, he asked what was happening and what they were doing. Looking at the man, the warrior said that they were looking for a criminal who had committed a mortal sin. He ordered him to say his name. Pointing his finger forward, the man said that his name was Young Chul and that he lived in a village nearby and was returning home after working in the fields. The warriors stood in front of him and asked whether work in the field ends so early. The man replied that this was true, noting that they had cut off all the weeds, which meant that the work for the day was completed. Turning around, the warrior asked what they should do. Crossing his arms, the stranger ordered the soldiers to let the man through. He began to walk further and thanked them. The man bowed to the stranger and thanked him. Watching him, the stranger was surprised. His eyes began to glow red and he asked the man to stop. Pointing his finger, the stranger asked how the sickle could remain so clean after working with weeds. He looked at the man's clean sickle and noticed that if the man had cut off all the weeds, then there should have been marks on the sickle. Taken aback, he replied that it was. Removing his hand from his bosom, the stranger said that this man was very suspicious and suggested that he was the murderer the senior master was talking about. He raised a smoke bomb over his head. A huge stream of smoke was above their heads. He imagined the image of the main character next to him. Many warriors rushed at Vol in the form of a man. A red stream of mana began to flow from his eyes. Sunlight illuminated the main character and the warriors. Vol put his hand to his face. A scream was heard from behind the trees. The stranger fell to the ground. The main character stood in front of him. He tied the stranger's throat with golden threads. He began to choke him. Holding the threads in tension, Vol asked what kind of venerable master he was. The stranger's face turned red from strangulation. He imagined the image of a man with black feathers flying around him. He cried out that this was the venerable brilliant master, the head of the Ame clan. The main character frowned at what he heard. A red aura began to hover around Vol. He asked about the venerable brilliant master of the head of Ame. The main character asked if he gave him the order. The stranger introduced many warriors whose eyes glowed with blue light. He said that the order was given not only to him, but also to all the disciples of the Ame clan, and they were ordered to help the Qingcheng sect in capturing the killer. He looked at the corpses of his comrades. Wall asked if the Ame always helped the Qingcheng clan like this. The stranger replied that this was not so, and before that they were like a cat and a dog. Behind the back of the main character lay the corpses of soldiers. The man said he also thought it was strange. Vol asked if he thought it was strange. He replied that it was so. The stranger's face was furious. He noted in his mind that if he delayed Vol a little longer, then the warriors who had seen the signal would arrive there. The main character continued to silently strangle the man. Wall presented the image of Gunsang and noted that those who know him feel jealous of him. He presented the image of many soldiers. Vol noted in his thoughts that the one who waited patiently for 7 years has enough money to fulfill his plans. He imagined an estate with lights burning. The main character noticed that this was someone from Sichuan. An image of a woman with violet eyes popped into Vol's head. He stated that it was her. The main character was furious. Many warriors ran to Vol and shouted that it was him. Turning around, the main character saw soldiers running towards him. Smirking, the stranger said that since they were there, it meant that it was all over for him. Continuing to grin, he declared that if Vol wanted to live, he must free him. The main character cut off his head. Golden threads hovered around Vol. In his thoughts, he turned to the venerable brilliant master. Wol noted that if he were to die, he would take him with him to hell. The sun illuminated the mountainous area. Many people stood near the tents. Putting his fist to his palm, the stranger said that the killer had broken through the ring of their students and escaped. The girl was sitting on a chair. Putting her hand to her forehead, she said that Vol was stronger. She imagined how the main character cuts warriors with golden threads. She mentally noted that she would have to look for suspicious people wherever she was. The girl frowned at this thought. She continued to imagine the image of Vol and noted that for an ordinary killer. Holding her head, the girl declared that they would throw all their strength into pursuing him. The man accepted her order. Solran heard their dialogue and said that this was not true. The man turned around and looked at her. Solran said that they wouldn't be able to catch him that way. She thought about those who stand out. She emphasized the fact that one of them is there too. The girl looked at Sol Ran and asked what she was talking about. Standing in front of her, Sol Ran replied that the fact that he was not caught, even surrounded by a ring, meant that he had much more outstanding abilities than they thought. She noted that if they continued to chase him like this, they would only find traces of him. Holding the sign in front of her, the girl asked what Sol Ran was offering. She replied that they should predict where the main character will go next. The girl asked if Sol Ran was hinting that he knew where Wall would go and offered to wait for him there. She imagined herself standing in the darkness and said that she had a guess. Sol Ran imagined the main character walking through a huge pool of blood. She assumed that this killer was at the limit of his strength and in this state he would most likely return to where it was safest. She imagined a rope wrapped around a log. Sol Ran stated that Wall will go to where he was raised as a killer for a long time. Sitting opposite, the girl asked if Sol Ran was talking about his house. She replied that it was so. She imagined a path between high mountains and said that they had come to the conclusion that the place where the Red Phantoms raise killers is somewhere near Badang. Frowning, the girl replied that this was accurate and they were convinced that a lot of provisions were being supplied to that area. She noticed in her thoughts that Sol Ran is smart and really good at everything. She continued to watch her. Rising from the table, the girl said that it made sense and she would listen to her. Looking at Sol Ran, she said that they were going to Badang and would wait for the killer there. The sun began to disappear from the sky. Powerful winds blew along the path. People rode horses. Many angry people rode horses and shouted that they could not lose him and needed to capture him. Vol ran away from them. The main character continued to run with an embittered look. The warriors shouted that Wall was wounded and would not run far from them and that they would avenge their elder brother Wu. The main character began to run up the wall. Turning around, Vol noted in his thoughts that they were on his tail, but for now he was breaking away from them. But the warriors fired towards the main character. The main character frowned at what was happening. Watching the soldiers, Wall wondered in his thoughts about how the Ma clan determines the trajectory of his movement. Sol Ran watched the main character. Her face was calm. Taken aback, Vol noticed in his thoughts that at this rate they would overtake him. Sunlight illuminated the treetops. Vol jumped into the air with lightning speed. He continued to run. The stunned protagonist noticed in his thoughts that the people chasing him suddenly stopped. Turning around, Vol asked if they had given up or. He was taken aback by what he saw. A powerful blow sounded in front of him. An explosion was heard in the forest area. The mountain was cut in half. A man was visible from behind the clouds of dust. He extended his blade towards Vol. Watching the main character, he mentally asked for forgiveness and noticed that he tried to pave the way, but was so angry that he could not control his power. The man emphasized the fact that they would be able to learn more about the killer if only they could catch him alive. Looking at the warriors, he ordered to find the main character and he might still be alive. The girl floating in the air watched the rift in the mountain. A golden aura enveloped her body. Her gaze fell on Vol, who ran out of the cloud of dust. She was beside herself with rage at what she saw. Golden mana began to flow from her eyes. Screaming, she wished death to the main character. She sent a powerful blow towards Vol. There was a bright light in front of the warriors. Watching what was happening, the man noted in his thoughts that he was glad that the main character was still alive, but the girl was definitely attacking with the goal of killing him. The floating girl ordered that they find him, noting that they would never forgive him for what he did. She screamed for him to be looked for everywhere and found. A bright light from the energy illuminated the mountainous area. A cry was heard from behind the trees that the main character had been found. The soldiers stood at the well and reported that this was the entrance to the basement. Standing in front of the abyss, the man said that he could not believe that such a place really existed. The warrior assumed that Vol had descended. Turning around, the man ordered the soldiers to climb down the rope, noting that they must catch him. The girl watched from the side what was happening. Frowning, she declared that they would also come down and they should find him first and kill him. The warriors began to climb down the ropes. The man stood on the ground. He was taken aback by what he saw. They began to move through the underground settlement. The girl looked at the man's back. Taken aback, she wondered if the Red Phantoms were training their assassins there. Standing by the rope, the girl noticed that that was why they could not find them, since they were hiding in a similar place. The man was surprised. He stood in front of the stairs leading to a tall house. The girl looked at the building and noticed that this was the place. She was furious. She stated in her mind that this was the Qingcheng sect. The stunned warrior asked how this was possible. Grabbing the blade, the soldier turned to the master and asked how such a place could exist. He stated that someone had recreated their sect there. He cried out that they couldn't ignore it and they had to find whoever did it and punish him. Standing in front of the stairs, the warrior cried out that it was obvious that they had been preparing for this for a long time. He stated that it was impossible to maintain such a structure without outside help. The warrior assumed that someone was protecting and helping them. He said they must get to the bottom of the truth. The girl silently watched what was happening. The man started laughing. His body was enveloped in golden energy. The warriors were taken aback by what they saw. The man shrouded in an aura replied that of course, but first they would catch the killer. Looking up, he asked if the soldiers understood him, noting that the main character first. With their hands folded behind his back, the warriors accepted his order. Looking at the man, the girl said that she would take the students of the main sect and search another area. He replied that she needed to make sure it was him who was caught. The girl was taken aback by what she heard. With his back to her, the man stated that he did not care whether his hands were cut off or whether he was seriously injured. He said they just had to bring him alive to him. He asked if the girl would do it. Turning away from him, she replied that she would do it. Lowering his head, the man stated that if this killer died, he would be very angry, noting that as she saw, someone dared to mock their sect. He began to walk away from her and said that he would make sure that this person was caught and punished according to what he deserved, even if he was someone from the 5 great martial arts sects. Standing in front of the estate, the girl said that the master had nothing to worry about. They began to go in different directions. The stunned girl noted in her thoughts that the man already suspected their sect. Frowning, she noted that they had to find this guy before the Qingcheng clan did. Saul Ran watched the girl. Turning away, she made a mental note that she felt they would be in big trouble. Looking at the house, Saul Ran emphasized the fact that everyone is trying to catch him, but this place belongs to him. Wool stood on the roof of the building. Saul Ran noticed that down there they were not hunting him, but he was hunting them. Many houses were built on the stone wall. Holding a torch, the man stood in front of the entrance. Looking around, he noted and thought that this place was huge and it was difficult to believe that all this was built in an underground cave for the purpose of killing one person. Standing at the cliff, he noticed that it looked like this estate was built like the palace of the Qingcheng sect. Holding the torch, he noticed that the architecture in general was not that impressive. Walking towards the entrance, he wondered if they had done everything for the killers or if this place existed before they decided to raise them here. Moving along the dark corridor, the man asked who was behind all this. He inquired about who could be so powerful as to build all this in a cave. He went to the door and said that this was the last room. He opened the door to the room. He approached the round table. He continued to advance, holding onto the wall with his hand. He placed his hand on a button carved into the wall. He was taken aback by what he saw. A small window appeared in the wall in front of him. He looked at the scroll lying in the hiding place. His gaze fell on the golden scroll. He opened it. He was surprised by what he saw. He began to read the scroll, which said that it was confidential, only for the captain of the Red Phantoms. A request has come to assassinate Gongsang, the duration of which is 7 years, and the reward is 500,000 gold nines. At the end of the letter there was a note that the Red Phantoms should not leave any traces. The man was furious with what he read and screamed that day. He clutched the letter in his hand. A bright energy began to emanate from the man. He stated that they dared to destroy the future of the Qingcheng clan for just 500,000 nyan. Looking at the ceiling, the man began shouting that he would not allow them to leave. Debris began to fall on him. He looked at the hole in the wall. Observing the hole made, the man asked if it was a passage in the wall. Entering there, he saw a lit table. In front of him were many white snakes. Standing at the cliff, the man said that this room was infested with snakes. He asked what this place was for. Looking at the book, the man said what it was. Looking at the cover, he asked if these were the 9 demonic currents. Taking the book, he wondered if this was a clan that disappeared a long time ago during the War of Gods and Demons. The man noticed that since it was a very long time ago, he knew them only through historical books from the secret library. He stood at the table on which the light fell. The warriors walked along the path with torches in their hands. The soldier extended his hand, which contained rice. Looking at the floor, the warrior asked to look there and said that he had left behind grains of rice on which he ate. The stunned soldier said that he was definitely somewhere nearby, noting that he was a professional killer and you would never know where he would ambush him, so everyone had to be on alert. The lagging warrior examined the area. Grabbing his katana, he said that it was too dark and even a torch was not enough to illuminate the place. Vol rushed on top of him. He tied his body with golden threads. The stunned soldier began to scream in pain. The warrior fell into the abyss. The soldiers continued to advance further. Turning around, the warrior asked if all the killers lived there. Another soldier wondered how they could live in such a place. Holding a torch, the warrior said that they were rats and they must catch Vol and force him to give up information about his patron. Looking at his comrades, the soldier said that although the main character killed Wu's elder brother, he used some insidious tactics. He noted that otherwise, senior brother Wu would not have died so suddenly. The warrior said that such a cowardly fool was no match for the Qingcheng clan. Turning around, he saw Vol behind him. The main character cut his throat. The soldier extended his hand towards his comrades. They turned around. The corpse of their comrade lay in front of them. The stunned soldiers cried out that Vol had done it. The soldier rushed forward and shouted that the main character was a fool. The main character appeared above the soldier holding the torch, preparing to attack. The warrior shouted that his comrade should stop and they should not be separated. Vol pulled the soldier up. Turning around, the last warrior saw a torch lying on the ground. He began to look around and breathe loudly. He extended his sword towards the pitch darkness. He was shaking with fear. Holding the blade in front of him, the warrior asked where the main character was and ordered him to leave. He asked him to show himself, calling him a cowardly killer. The warrior cast his shadow from the light that came from the torch. He stated that wolves should not hide in the dark. The torch suddenly went out behind the warrior. Tears began to stream down his face. He began to disappear into the darkness. The red eye of the main character was visible from the darkness. The soldier put his hand to the marks on the ground. Taken aback, he stated that since there were traces of them on the ground, it would be difficult to track down Vol. Holding the blade in front of him, the warrior noted in his thoughts that this was dangerous. The plot introduces us to a member of the Qingcheng sect, King Min. King, frowning in his thoughts, noted that if Vol's escape had been his goal, he would simply have done everything possible to break away from his pursuers and hide in a safe place. Behind him, the cave was illuminated by fire. King noted that the protagonist lured his enemies to his lair, which he knows best. Standing among many warriors, he noticed that Vol was really trying to do this. King emphasized the fact that the protagonist wants to fight to the end in the place he is most familiar with. Grabbing his sword, King declared with a distraught look that he must be the one to catch Vol, and then his reputation in the sect would skyrocket. He began to call the soldiers and shouted that from now on they must follow him. King said that they would move in groups of 2 and confirm their location at any time. Pointing with his hand, King stated that the protagonist will attack even the smallest breach, so there is no way to relax. Several warriors stood behind him. He stepped on a button on the ground. He was stunned by what he saw. Red energy began to flow from King's eye and he screamed for everyone to dodge. Many arrows flew at the warriors. They put out their katanas for protection. The soldiers began to be hit by arrows. Many chopped arrows lay on the ground. King was dumbfounded by what happened. He wondered why the trap was set there. He looked furious and asked if everything was okay. The guy was sitting next to his wounded comrade and said that there were several wounded, but all were alive. He looked at the ceiling, from which a strange sound was coming. Frightened, King began shouting that the trap was still active and everyone needed to calm down and prepare. The stunned King cried out that he needed to be careful. He thought about the cave with such traps. Looking at the dark ceiling, King wondered who could possibly live in such a place. Vol watched from above what was happening. His face was serious. The man's gaze fell on a book called Charms of Snake Venom. From the darkness, many red eyes of snakes could be seen. He speculated in his mind that these snakes were collected for research by the School of 9 Demons. Observing his surroundings with a serious expression, the man noted that he could not believe that this place was the base of the 9 Demon School. He wondered if the killer group had used the cave they had left behind. The man thought about the 9 Demon School and noted that he should study them when he returns to Mount Kinchin. Many warriors were bleeding. Cries could be heard that the Golden Fang group had been defeated and the Pear Blossom troop was also nowhere to be seen. Tears were streaming down the warrior's face. He asked where Vol was. The stunned soldier asked the main character to die. The girl hugged him from behind. Looking at the warrior, she said that everything was in order. The enraged soldiers shouted that they did not see Vol and could not say where he was. Turning around, the girl ordered everyone to calm down and stop panicking. Departing from the warriors, she said that the main character would not make rash movements since he was wounded. The girl said that time is not on his side. She asked the soldiers not to scatter. Extending her hand, she ordered the warriors to gather. Vol moved with lightning speed and noted in his thoughts that it was true that he would be at a disadvantage if he stalled for time. He noticed that in this case, dark energy began to hover around the girl. She was taken aback by what she saw. The girl frowned at what was happening. The main character rushed at her and declared that he would end this immediately. Looking at Vol, she asked how dare he. The girl, shrouded in a golden aura, waved her blade and declared that the main character had no chance. Vol moved towards her. They were face to face. A powerful whirlwind of golden mana struck the protagonist's hand. Vol frowned at what had happened. The main character waved his hand. He pointed 2 fingers towards the girl's face. Blood was sprayed all over the area. The girl began to fall from the blow of Vol. There were drops of her blood on the ground. Clutching her eye, she declared that Vol was a fool. Holding her bloody hand in front of her, the protagonist stated that she did a good job stopping it. Solran appeared behind him and said that she was lucky. She held the blade near Vol. The main character asked if she was lucky. She replied that she hit where her instincts told her. Turning around, Vol stated that Solran had at least some feeling. She said with a serious look that she often hears this. Watching the main character, she asked why he did not give up. Smirking, Vol asked whether he should surrender. The golden threads on his hand began to unravel. He began to wrap threads around Solran. The main character ran away from her. He pulled the blade from his back. Looking at Solran, he asked whether he should surrender. Throwing the sword on the ground, Vol asked if they would spare him if he did this. Taken aback, Solran answered what it was. Smiling, the main character stated that they were not going to spare him. He noted that if they planned to spare, they would not kill the others to shut their mouths. Closing her eyes, Solran asked how much Wall knew. A red aura began to emanate from him. The main character noted in his thoughts that the fact that the Abyss of the 9 disasters is connected to all of this. Wall emphasized the fact that she was truly a demon. The angry girl asked why the main character was having a meaningless conversation. She called out to Solran and ordered her to kill this villain now. Solran stood silently with her eyes closed. Pink energy began to emanate from her. She stated that although she did not love her master, she must avenge young Lord Wu since he was her fiancé. Vol was surprised by what he heard. Watching Solran, the main character noticed in his thoughts that facing this energy face to face would be suicide. Wall stated that he must retreat first, and the main character began to move towards her. There was a powerful explosion next to him. A golden stream of energy struck Vol. He flew into the wall. The wall began to crumble. Solran was surprised by what she saw. A man shrouded in mana walked towards the main character and said that he was there. The girl was taken aback by what she saw. Vol, sitting in the ruins, sighed in pain. The girl was furious at this. She rushed at the main character and wished him death. She began to concentrate her mana. Vol looked at her with an embittered look. A bright energy emanated from the man's hand. He pulled the girl away and asked her to step aside. He clenched his hand into a fist. The stunned girl turned to the saint and declared that the main character should be killed. She asked who knew what trick Vol would pull if he were left alive. Standing in front of the main character, the man replied that he would take care of it himself. He watched Vol with a serious face. Kneeling down, he said that it was the main character, the one who killed Gunson. Looking at Wool, the man asked why he killed the guy. The wounded protagonist replied that he did it because he was a murderer. The man said that even a murderer must know the difference between right and wrong. Sitting on the rubble, Wool responded that he had been kidnapped and taken there when he was 14, noting that he did not have the luxury of discerning something like that. The man asked if the main character was saying that he had no choice. Grinning, Wool said that it was impossible for someone who was raised to be a killer to have something like that. Sitting in front of the main character, the man said that he saw that he had no intentions. He looked at Vol's red eyes. The man noted in his thoughts that these eyes were full of malice, and he was sure that the main character would have become a magnificent talent if he had been well brought up. He began to take out a golden scroll from his bosom. He showed the scroll of will. The main character said that this was a letter of request, and the man managed to find it. A bright light came from the man's eyes. He assumed that Wool knew about everything from the very beginning. He noted that in this case he was sure who the customer was. The man asked a question about who the customer was. Looking at the golden scroll, the protagonist stated that he could guess who it could be. Wool, with a smirk on his face, asked if the man stopped them from killing him because he was thinking about the same person. He frowned at the protagonist's words. Vol started laughing. The men turned around. The girl was dumbfounded by what was happening. King Ming ran towards the man and called out to him. They folded their hands in front of him and asked if everything was okay. While watching the main character, the man said that he did not see some children. King Ming asked for forgiveness and replied that they had fallen into Wall Yi's trap. Closing his eyes, the man said that he understood everything. A bright light began to come from his eyes. He stood over the main character. Watching him, the man said that a quick death was not for him. He grabbed Vol by the leg. He dragged the protagonist along the ground and asked him to die while he felt pain worse than hell, noting that this would be the least amount of atonement he could give to those he killed. The main character continued to laugh with a grin on his face. With a smile on his face, he asked about redemption in his thoughts. Wool wondered what about his 7 years then and who would compensate him for his life that had been disrupted in their midst. The man continued to drag the main character, leaving a bloody trail. He dragged Vol to the temple. He stood in front of a cliff. Many snakes looked at the man. He looked at his surroundings with a calm look. Turning around, he asked if the protagonist still had any intentions of atonement. Vol's grin remained on her face. The man frowned at what he saw. Closing his eyes, he stated that the main character is someone who should not even be messed with, and he has no right to live in the same world as them. He threw Vol from the cliff and wished him to die a painful death, atonement for his sins there. Falling into the darkness, the main character squinted. Many red eyes looked at the main character. He fell on a pile of snakes. He lay with his eyes closed. The main character is covered in bloody stains. He watched the man who asked the warriors to leave. He ordered the exit to be sealed as soon as everyone got out so that no one else could use the place. The wounded main character lay in a pile of snakes. Many red eyes were looking at him. The snakes bared their fangs. They began to bite Vol's neck. Many snakes clung to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. He began to sigh in pain. His gaze fell on the angry snakes. Frowning, Vol wondered in his mind if they thought the hungry snakes would get rid of him for them if they threw him into that pit. There was a snake in front of his face. Steam began to come out of the main character's mouth. Smoke began to fill the hole. He grabbed the snake by the throat. Vol brought it to his mouth. His gaze fell on the cliff. Skeletons of people lay near the ruins. Many skulls lay near the wreckage. A light stream of light illuminated the edge of the cliff. The snake crawled across the bloody floor. She crawled up to the main character. She was near his face. Vol bit off her head with lightning speed. He looked at his pale hands. He put his hand on the ground. He spread his arms in front of the cliff. Sunlight illuminated the settlement. Many people were walking along the street. There was a sign on the building saying that this was the Red Sky Brotherhood. The man screamed loudly. He fell from the roof of the building. There was a hole in the house from him. The main character calmly asked if he had told him. While straightening his hair, Wool stated that he would stay there for 3 days and would not cause any problems, so there was no need to bother him. He bit his lip in bewilderment. A girl with 2 men approached him. Taken aback, the girl asked what it was. They were visible from a hole in the wall. She wondered what kind of technique Vol was using. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man screamed that the main character was a fool. He asked if Wall thought he would be safe after laying his hands on the martial artist from the Sapphire House in Badang. The protagonist's fingers were wrapped in golden threads. Wall asked about the Sapphire House and stated that he had never heard of it. He began to choke the 2 men. They fell to the floor. Vol used a heartbreaking thread. They lay on the floor and tried to breathe. The stunned girl noted in her thoughts that the main character had pacified the warriors of the Sapphire House with one movement of his hand. She wondered if there was such a master in Sichuan. The girl emphasized the fact that this is not an ordinary man. The girl in the red cape began to touch Vol's face. Watching the main character, the girl screamed, turned to him and asked for forgiveness that she did not recognize such a respectable man as him. She stated that she would provide him with as many amenities as he desired while he was resting. She wondered if Vol could have spared these men. Watching her, Vol thought. Looking at the girl, the main character wondered how someone's eyes could be so serene. Vol noted that he seemed to have encountered that huge snake that he had once seen in the rainforest. Stretching out 3 fingers, the main character said 3 days. Lowering his hand, Vol said that he would be very grateful if they did not disturb him at this time. The men sat on their knees and tried to catch their breath. With folded hands, the girl replied that she understood everything and asked if she could find out the name of the main character. A blue snake appeared behind Vol. He replied that his name was Fi Wall. The city gates opened. The main character came out of them. The girls watched him and addressed him, calling him master. The girl held out a dark package and said that she had packed some food for him to eat on his journey. She noticed that Vol could use this when he got hungry on the road. They looked after the main character. She turned to Sil Yong and asked who it was. Sil Yong calmly replied that Wall was a guest who accidentally walked into their establishment. Looking at her, the girl asked if Sil Yong knew his identity. Behind them was a huge cloud of smoke. The girl said she couldn't think of how she couldn't recognize the Grim Reaper when he was right in front of her. She imagined the image of Wall in the dark abyss and noted in her thoughts that a new Death Star had appeared in Jonghu. It started to rain. Many drops of rain fell from the gray sky. Rain fell on a lonely building. Sitting on the window, Wool watched the weather. Looking at the raindrops, the main character noted in his thoughts that it was nice outside. Squinting, Vol noted in his mind that 7 years had passed. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character noted that during this time he never forgot about the past. Frowning, Wool emphasized the fact that if he did not break free from the past, he would not be able to move forward. He imagined his enemies, from whom streams of energy emanated. He thought about the Kinchin and Amapa sect. Wool, with an angry face, noted that he could get more information about them if he went to Chengdu. The girl stepped in the mud and asked what kind of nonsense this was and that it was annoying. As she walked down the street in the rain, she stated that that was why she said to hurry up. The man cried out that it was Namu Amida Butsu. He noted that they needed to stop fighting and they were lucky that they were able to open from the rain. Looking at her hand, the girl said that she was all wet. She asked what Dayashi was going to do about it. Holding his head, Dayashi asked why she blamed him for this. He asked if it was his fault that her clothes were wet. The girl, with an angry look, said that they were all in this situation because Dayashi led them to the wrong place. The monk, holding his hand in front of him, turned to the merciful and compassionate Buddha and asked why he subjected them to such a test. Pointing her finger, the girl asked if he thought he was different from them, calling him a crazy monk. She screamed that he was no better than them. Frowning, she said that the monk was annoying her. She looked at Vol and said that someone else was there. Standing in front of the main character, the monk assumed that someone had arrived there before them. The girl called Wall a handsome man, noting that she could not believe that she met such a handsome man in the mountains. Placing his hand on his chest, Dayashi stated that it was all because they were lost, so she should be grateful to him. The angry girl asked him to shut up. Smiling, she greeted Vol and assumed that it was fate that they all ended up under the same roof, so they should introduce themselves. She said her name was Huo Ranju. While watching Ranju, the protagonist said his name. Ranju, blushing, said that Vol her. Looking away, Dayashi reported that it had started, noting that she goes crazy whenever she meets handsome men. Smiling, Dayashi said that he was glad to meet the main character and introduced himself. Holding his hand in front of him, the monk introduced himself as Kelson. Extending her hand, Ranju asked where Vol was going. The main character replied that he was going to Chengdu. Ranju informed that they are also going there. She started laughing and asked if it was true that it would be nice if they could travel together. She said that they would take care of Vol and suggested that they go together. The main character watched her carefully. He watched the group of people and noticed that this was a peculiar type of people at first glance. He imagined them in battle and emphasized the fact that they were still masters who could unite at any time. Wol imagined an image of Ranju, shrouded in a red aura. He wondered if Ranju was in charge, noting that she didn't seem like she was the leader. The main character watched them silently. Rising from the window, Vol agreed with her proposal. The main character noticed that there must be some other reason that keeps them together. Wol emphasized the fact that this is interesting. He calmly suggested traveling together. The ship was standing on the Blue River. Many people carried bags from it. Smiling, Dayashi said that they were lucky, noting that they would sit down immediately if they left in an hour. Closing her eyes, Ranju stated that she did not like the rice vehicles and they were inconvenient. The furious Dayashi said that she was very fussy. Ranju asked why Wal was heading to Chengdu with a smile on her face. Looking away, the main character replied that he was going to meet some acquaintances. Holding onto the edge of the ship, Ranju asked which acquaintances Vol was talking about. The main character replied that these were debtors. Surprised, Ranju asked if he was in debt. Wol replied that this was not so and they owed him. Looking at Ranju, the protagonist asked what about them. Ranju replied with a smile that they were going to do business. Wol asked if they were without goods. She said that you can sell what you can't see. Crossing his arms, Dayashi inquired about which clan the main character was from. The sun illuminated Vol's face. He replied that he was not from the clan. Surprised, Dayashi asked if the main character was a member of a clan. The main character asked if this was a problem. Dayashi replied that this is not so, but, frowning, Dayashi fell into thought. Vol began to look away. The ship was sailing along the river. A lot of people were on it. The guy and the girl smiled at each other. The men were discussing something. Sitting on the floor, the main character watched what was happening. Ranju appeared next to him and asked what he was looking at for so long. Closing his eyes, Vol replied that he was not observing anything. Examining the protagonist's face, Ranju stated that his expression was very touching. Wal asked her to leave if she was going to say something stupid. She screamed that this was harsh and the main character was playing with her heart like a violin. Holding the cup in front of him, Kelson asked if they could leave them like that. Frowning, Dayashi asked if the monk thought that the almighty blood spider would be bewitched by a man, noting that all her actions were calculated. He looked at Ranju flirting with Wal. He said that she was definitely playing a woman with a nature as evil as a spider. He noticed that it was scary. While drinking from a cup, Dayashi said that in addition, the main character is quite suspicious. He stated that Wal is the silent type, so Ranju should work at least a little harder. Kelson assumed that Dayashi was right. Someone dropped their cup. People watched the ship approaching them and asked what it was. The Taoshi and the monk took notice of this. People were shouting that the boat was approaching. The pirates sailed straight towards them and shouted that if they could take the rice on this ship, there would be enough food for a while. Turning around, the man screamed that the pirates were approaching and everyone needed to arm themselves. Frightened people shouted that they had to be rescued. Dayashi approached the man and suggested that they were in quite a predicament. Stretching out his hand, he asked if they needed help. Taken aback, the man asked who Dayashi was. Grinning, he replied that it didn't matter, but what mattered was what he was capable of. An enraged Kelson appeared behind Dayashi. Golden mana emanated from his eyes. The pirates watched as the monk fell towards them. Kelson struck them with his attack. The pirates were surprised. They shouted with an enraged look that the monk needed to be killed. Kelson held back their blows with his staff. His face was serious. People watched what was happening in amazement. Hugging the man, Dayashi asked if he could see it. Smiling, he offered to make a fee of 500 silver yong. The monk was enveloped by gusts of wind. He grabbed his staff. The pirates scattered from him. His eyes emitted a yellow light. He launched a powerful series of attacks on his opponents. The pirates fell to the floor. Kelson stood in front of the frightened pirate. He began to cover his face with his hands. The monk turned away and left him. The stunned pirate looked after him. Kelson jumped onto his boat. Tossing the bag of money, Dayashi said that it was a great job. Holding his palm in front of him, the monk asked to ask for Ranju instead next time. Looking at the coins, Dayashi asked if Kelson thought she would listen to him. He noted that he would be lucky if she didn't curse him. Putting his hand into the bag, Dayashi asked where Ranju was. Looking away, the monk replied that she was there. Sitting next to Wal, she turned to him and asked if he had a place to stay in Chengdu. She offered to go with them. Looking away, the main character said that he was fine alone. Confused, Ranju stated that Wall's cold gaze was very cool. Pointing his finger at her, Dayashi noted that she was having fun there. He asked if the main character would actually fall for it. Closing one eye, Dayashi said that a normal person would be horrified in such a situation, but this guy is not ordinary. Looking at Wall's face, Dayashi noted that with eyes like that, it was clear that he had been through a lot. Ranju frowned. The main character did not understand what was happening. Turning away, she declared that Wall was refusing such a beauty like her, although she was so kind to him. She said it was too much. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he did not like poisonous roses, no matter how beautiful they were. Ranju's eyes began to glow red. Smiling, she asked if Wall thought she was beautiful. She noted with a kind grin on her face that this was great. The main character watched her with a calm look. Looking at Ranju, Wall noted in his mind that they were fighting for money. He watched Dayashi throw in the money and noticed that the fact that they decided to intervene only now showed that they wanted to show off their strength and gain recognition. He imagined a burning estate and warriors fighting. Wall wondered if there were any conflicts in Chengdu if they needed such a force. The main character asked if King Cheng and Amei would allow these conflicts. Taken aback, Wall began to think about what if things were really bad. The main character remembered how he was covered in blood and with a smile told the guy that he had better get ready if he did not want to be punished by him for this. His eyes began to emit red light. A grin appeared on Wall's face. People began to unload the ship. They placed the bags under a small shed. Sitting on his horse, Taoshi announced that the next morning they would be in Chengdu. He asked what the main character would do. Looking at him, Wall replied that he would spend time there. Ranju, looking sad, asked if they could go together. The main character replied that he needed to figure something out himself. The evening sky was overhead. He said that he would meet them when he arrived in Chengdu. Smiling, Ranju asked if Wall could tell him what he would do. The main character refused this. They started to leave him. Wall saw them off with a calm look. He began to leave for the settlement. He entered the gates of the estate. Wall pulled back the screen. Several angry men looked at him. People watched the main character with interest. Wall entered the room where many people were sitting. He began to move forward. A man came up to his table and asked if the main character was looking for a place to spend the night or eat. Sitting at the table, Wall replied that he needed both, but would start with food. There were many flowers behind him. The surprised man asked who this cute fool was and whether he was really a guy. The stunned guy suggested that it was a girl dressed as a man. Having put the food on the table, the old man wished the main character a bon appetit. Wall began to eat. They hit his table and called out to him. The angry guy asked if the main character was a man. Smirking, he stated that his name was Chang Ion, the head of Gujin's security. Closing his eyes, Wall asked what he wanted to say. Standing opposite, Chan said that he had made a bet with his comrades that if the main character was a girl dressed as a guy, he would receive 2 nanas. Chan started laughing loudly. Wall, with his eyes closed, apologized to him and said that he had lost 2 nayans. Chan, looking dumbfounded, asked if this meant that the main character was a man. Wall asked if it was noticeable. Chan replied that he was not sure about that. People from the table pulled out their shot glasses and screamed, asking the main character to take off his clothes so they could make sure, noting that they would buy him a drink if he did so. An embittered Chan extended his hands to the main character and asked if they would check it out. Wall threw a chopstick at him. She stuck into Chan's forehead. He began to fall to the floor. People were frightened by what they saw. Holding his eye, Chan noted in his mind that the main character had undoubtedly hit the man in the eye. He cried out that Wall was a sick fool. Rising from the table, the main character said that if the eyes are not able to understand who is in front of him, then he has no use for them. Wall asked to take away the second eye. Stunned, Chan extended his hand and asked him not to do this. The main character approached him. He pointed the wand at Chan's eye. Wall pierced his eye. The main character stood in front of Chan, who was screaming in pain. People started running to Wall and shouting that he was crazy. The main character held many sticks in his hands. He amazed a lot of people. Shrouded in a golden aura, Wall noted that it was fast. While observing people, the protagonist stated that they should take responsibility for their actions. A man slowly sailed a boat past a huge bridge on which there was a small building. The trading area was teeming with people, merchants were selling goods to people, and they quickly passed by. People with sour faces walked through the central market and carefully examined the stalls. The red-haired girl walked with 2 guys through the market, ran her eyes around the market and looked around, and one of them noticed with a smile that what a great atmosphere in Chengdu. The guy turned his head sharply at the man in red and added that half the people on the streets walk around with weapons, and the red-haired girl laughed and slightly closed her eyes and said that this was a good opportunity for them. The bald man slowly lowered his head, looked carefully at the floor and said that failure is for others, an opportunity for them. What could be more tragic? I will be Amida. And the girl slowly lowered her head and, opening her mouth wide, shouted that she did not want to hear him say that. The man put his hand to his chin, turned to her and asked why, And the girl turned sharply, put her hands on her belt and asked him who he thought was the most obsessed with money. And he answered, Dayashi, of course, and Dayashi turned to them, looked angrily and noticed that they were already in place and stopped talking nonsense. The girl stared straight ahead with a huge smile and noticed that she needed to look around, and the guys behind her were staring in the same direction as she. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide and her mouth wide open in surprise. Then she suddenly jumped onto the back of the gray-haired man and shouted that they had not seen the captain for a long time. Marian turned sharply to her, looked carefully and noticed with a smile that the vice captain was just in time. Two men from the escort folded their hands in greeting and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time and he had become even more handsome since their last meeting. Marian folded his hands in greeting, smiled broadly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They all sat down at a round table, looked at each other carefully, and one of the men looked at the captain and noticed that he just needed money after a long break, and he asked if that was why they had gathered. He looked straight at the captain, and the other man opened one eye slightly and stared at him. Marian smiled widely, looked at the man carefully and heard the question that they were really going to intervene. The captain sharply bowed his head, closed his eyes and, smiling broadly, noted that if something was bothering him, then let him go. The guy laughed loudly, got all nervous and told him not to talk like that because he didn't say anything. The vice captain turned to the guy, put her head in her hands and asked that this was all because of the Qingchang anime sect. The guy looked confidently at the captain and asked that doesn't everyone know that they have been at odds for 7 years, and Marian lowered his head, closed his eyes and, raising his mug of drink, said that this was true. The captain looked sharply at the table, imagined two people fighting on it and said that no one knew why. But they had many conflicts in recent years, ranging from skirmishes between martial artists and ending with entire battles. A fiery battlefield appeared in his mind, two people looked at each other carefully, and Marian added that the conflict between the two great sects in Sichuan naturally eventually led to a split in the entire Sichuan Jianghu. He is confident that they will soon face each other in battle. The captain's vice captain raised her head to the ceiling, looked at him carefully and, stretching out her little finger on her hand, asked why they were at enmity. The captain opened his mouth slightly and smilingly replied that it is not the reason that is important. Marian smiled broadly, closed his eyes and, wrapped in a blanket, added that the important thing was that he finally had the opportunity to fulfill his dream. A huge mountain and trees carefully covered a small, lonely building. The foot began to slowly descend the stairs. The blonde guy with red eyes looked straight ahead. He began to slowly go down, carefully looking at his feet. The man confidently wiped the table, and then sharply turned his head at the passing guy and opened his mouth wide in surprise. In horror, he removed his hand from the table, sharply turned to the guy and wondered that he was here. In his head, he imagined this guy who mercilessly killed a man, and then added in his head that who would have thought that such cruelty was hidden behind such a face, asks him in his head to just leave, and then starts crying. The guy confidently approached the man, looked at him carefully from top to bottom and addressed him as the owner, and he shook in horror and put his hands in front of him. The pale guy approached the man, looked at him menacingly and asked who was most knowledgeable about the internal affairs in Sichuan. The man sharply tilted his head, opened his eyes in surprise, and staring straight asked what internal affairs were being discussed. The guy came a little closer and, looking even more menacingly, replied that the situation was between sects, and the man, holding his finger in front of him, replied that in this case he should visit the street with the workshops. If he turns left from the hotel and walks straight, he will see the street. A door with a sign appeared in the man's head, the Fire Dragon's Room, and then added, at the very end of the street there is a place called the Fire Dragon's Room, he needs to go there. The guy looked at him carefully and asked, the room of the Fire Dragon. The pale guy came to the street with the workshops, stared straight ahead and looking at the busy street. He remembered that this sect, created a long time ago through a meeting of Sichuan artisans. Since they had been trading with the Sichuan sects for a long time, they would be happy to answer all his questions if you will buy weapons from them. Suddenly a huge hammer hit the hot iron and made a loud sound. Sparks fell from the forge straight onto the street. A blonde guy passing by turned his red eyes to the loud sounds from the forge and stared attentively. The guy stopped and carefully watched as the blacksmith hit the hot metal on the anvil. The pale guy leaned on the pole, stared straight ahead and clasped his hands at his sides, thinking that it was strange, the sound of metal was so clear. A moment later, a huge, dense man opened his mouth and shouted that he allowed himself. Then he slapped the blacksmith on the head and added that whoever said that he could use a hammer, he also told him not to use a hammer in the workshop. The angry man looked at the prone blacksmith, stuck his finger out in front of him and shouted at him to just do his job. The blacksmith began to get up and looked furiously at the man, and he, noticing this, opened his mouth and noticed what he was staring at. The pale guy looked attentively at the blacksmith, and the thick man began to slowly calm down after shouting that he was forbidden to enter, let him go to the back and do what he was ordered until he called back, and the blacksmith quickly stood up. The man began to exhale clouds of steam from his mouth and added that this expression on his face was something that the industry leader only thought of when they accepted someone like him. After a moment, he sharply turned his head and stared at the pale guy. Then he folded his hands, looked sweetly at the guy and noted that it seemed that the dear client had seen something unpleasant, and then asked what he wanted to buy. The fair-haired guy looked attentively at the blacksmith and, without turning his head to the man, asked what that man had done, and the man turned his surprised head at him and asked what he was saying about Tang Sachu. Tang looked in front of him menacingly, opened his eyes wide and slowly clenched his fists in anger, and the man added that he heard that he was a descendant of the Tang clan, but he continued to use the hammer without permission. The pale guy slowly turned his head slightly to the side and asked that the descendants of the Tang clan forbid the use of hammers, and the man stared at him in surprise and asked that it was his first time in Sichuan, to which he received a positive answer. The man put his finger in front of him. In his head, a man in a red cloak walked slowly through a gloomy area with a red sky, and said that the Tang clan had fallen into decline because they sided with the demonic cult a long time ago, so they were ordered to isolate themselves with one person, who is called the strongest in history. After this, the clan quickly fell into decline. In the eyes of the Sichuan sects, the Tang clan is the scum that betrayed the Sichuan Jianghu. In his head, 4 gloomy silhouettes carefully looked at the guy lying on the ground and bowed, and the man added that this is why not a single workshop shares its secret techniques with the descendants of this clan. They are afraid that history will repeat itself. The pale guy looked carefully at the ceiling and, opening his mouth slightly, noticed that it meant that descendants were paying for the sins of their ancestors. The man turned his head sharply, looked straight with crazy eyes and, opening his mouth wide, answered that whoever forced them to take the side of the cult was the price they paid for their mistakes, and the guy looked straight attentively. The man turned his head sharply and asked with a smile what he had come to buy so early. The pale guy looked at him carefully and answered, "A flying blade," and the man began to walk further and said that all the weapons made in the workshop are at the end. The blonde guy slightly curled his red eyes and asked, "Have there been a lot of orders lately?" The man, with wide eyes and a smile, turned and replied that since King Cheng and Amei started open war, orders have doubled. The atmosphere in Sichuan is tense, but business is booming. They walked outside with a bright sky. The man stretched his hands up and added that even now all the artisans are busy making weapons ordered by various sects, and the pale guy turned his head sharply back. He looked back with a relaxed look. The guy saw a man from the Tang clan being beaten and shouting that he came from the Tang clan. The Tang clan was overthrown because they violated traditions. A crowd of guys kicked the guy crumpled on the ground hard and shouted that he should know his place and that he dares to use a hammer when he is forbidden to do so. The guy looked carefully through his hand at the crowd. He turned his gaze sharply and stared intently to the side. He carefully removed his hands and looked in surprise at the knife lying on the ground. The pale guy looked carefully at the crowd and noticed that people were truly worse than animals, and the crowd of guys stared at him menacingly. The fair-haired guy carefully stared at the poor fellow lying on the ground and said that when they allow themselves to be devalued, they tear and throw until death overtakes them, and the guy, slightly raising his head, stared at him. Then the pale guy looked angrily at the guy from the Tang clan and noticed that if he continued to endure all this, he would live the rest of his days as a mongrel. After these words, the Tang guy looked at the knife with crazy eyes. The fair-haired man slowly approached the guy, looked at him carefully and asked what he would do, and he raised his head at him in fear. After such words, one of the offenders extended his finger in front of him, opened his mouth wide and with crazy eyes shouted at him to get out and not talk nonsense. He is interfering in the affairs of the fire dragon. Fiwal looked at the guy menacingly and tilted his head and asked what kind of life he would choose. Tan raised his eyes in fear and stared at him. A moment later, the same offender began to approach him angrily, grimaced his face and menacingly asked that he dare ignore him. After his words, Tan immediately sank his teeth into his neck and bit until he drew blood, and Fiwal only closed his eyes and did not even twitch. The guy knocked the offender down and stabbed him even harder in the neck. The enraged offender tried to turn his gaze on the guy and shouted what he was doing. A moment later, a sharp knife appeared near his eye. Tan stabbed the clicks hard into the neck and held the knife near the offender's eye. The other 2 offenders looked at the guy in fear and, with their mouths wide open, shouted that he had gone crazy. He had bitten him like some kind of animal. After such words, Tan sharply turned his gaze to the side. The guy slowly turns his head at them, looks with crazy eyes and notices that they communicated with him like an animal. Now he has become one. Both guys calmed down slightly, looked carefully at the evil young man and asked him what he thought he could get away with it. Tan slowly stood up, took the knife in his hand more tightly, looked carefully at the frightened guys and said that they could do whatever they wanted. He was tired of their mockery. A moment later, he clenched his bloody teeth, sharply pulled the knife in front of him and added that they had cut it on his nose. Next time he would rip the throat of the one who touched him. The guys abruptly lifted their comrade, threw him over his shoulders and quickly ran away, shouted that he would pay for this. Tan looked angrily and intently at the fleeing offenders. Then he suddenly began to fall unconscious. Fei Wall abruptly caught it and put it on himself. He looked forward carefully and hugged the guy's lifeless body tighter. Fei Wall led the guy to a lonely, creepy hut. They slowly walked inside and the pale guy looked carefully at the bed. He slowly lowered the Tang clan boy and leaned him on the bench. Fei Wall sharply looked around the room. The pale man turned his head sharply and noticed that this was a good house. Tan looked at him angrily and, opening his mouth wide, asked why he was laughing at him, what was so good about it. Fei looked carefully into the corner of the room and replied that for him this place seems like a palace. He used to live in a snake pit. And Tan raised his head, opened his mouth wide and noticed that he was also a good liar. He thinks he will feel better from his words. A moment later, Fei began to leave the house and said that he needed to go somewhere, and Tan looked at him carefully and asked where. After his words, the pale man turned his head at him and asked that he was interested in his affairs. Tan slowly began to collect the hair on the back of his head, looked at the guy in surprise and replied that he wasn't interested in him just now. Fei smiled sweetly, closed his eyes and replied that it looked like that, and Tan spread his hands to the side and looked at him carefully and asked what's wrong with this. The next moment Fei turned his red eyes at the guy, looked harshly and noticed that there were those who owed him for using him, abandoning him and hunting him, and Tan relaxed, looked carefully at the guy and said what he meant to take revenge, whoever his goal is. After such words, the pale man looked menacingly at the guy with glowing, red eyes. Fei looked at him carefully and answered, the Qingcheng anime sects, and any sect on their side, and Tang looked at him in surprise and fear. A moment later, he bulged his eyes, looked carefully at the pale man and loudly asked that he was crazy, going to confront the forces of Sichuan alone. Fei extended his hand in front of him, looked carefully at the guy and replied that perhaps he was crazy, and now Tan must give him his dagger. He bought it because he would need it. Tang looked carefully at the dagger on his belt, opened his mouth slightly and asked, this piece of trash. Fei raised an eyebrow, looked carefully at the guy and noticed that he was worth 1 silver nyan, and Tan slowly reached under the bed, put his hand under him and said that if he used this to take revenge, he would die on the spot. Tan sharply turned his head at the pale man and threw a belt at him with the words to take it. Fei caught the belt with daggers and carefully examined it. Pale took out one of them, examined it carefully and thought that the blade, the balance, the strength, everything was perfect, and then asked that he had done it himself. It must have been hard. Tang lay down on the floor, lowered his head and said with a wide smile that he had plenty of time to make them in secret. It was easy. Fei put the belt on his hand, pointed at him with his hand and asked if he really wanted to give them to him, and Tang looked at him carefully and asked in response, isn't he going to take revenge on Qingcheng and Mei? The guy imagined in his head representatives of other sects who were looking at him carefully. After that he made an angry face, looked carefully at the door and noticed that his sect fell apart because of them, and he does not say that they were saints, but he cannot forgive them for the destruction of his sect. Tan put 2 fingers in front of him, pointed them at the pale man and added that he was also the first who advised him to change his life. Fei bowed carefully and smiled. Then he abruptly removed the belt from his hand. He quickly began to put it on and secure it. Then Fei took out one of the blades, it glowed brightly, and Tan stared at it in surprise and incomprehension. A moment later, Fei lowered his head, stared attentively at the star of blades, and they began to fly around the room. Tan covered himself with his hands from the flying blades, and Fei spread several arms to the sides and the blades began to move even faster. Then the pale one stuck out his finger, and the blade landed neatly on it. Fei looked attentively at this blade, and even more knives were flying around him, and Tan looked at him in surprise. The guy opened his mouth wide, stared at one of the blades and thought that they seemed to move on their own. He was not mistaken. Fei began to leave the house with a blade on his finger, looked carefully at the guy and noticed that he would call them ghost blades, and Tan noticed in his head that they should belong to him. Wall turned his head at the guy, smiled widely and said that his name is P. Wall. If he hears this name, remember the ghostly blades. Tang the next moment folded his hands, looked carefully at the pale man and shouted that he would pray that his name would become known throughout Sichuan. A huge bridge with a house on it appeared over the water. The square in the middle of the street was empty. The girl carefully raised her hand to the cup of tea. The girl in pink clothes lowered her head, closed her eyes and said that she wanted to thank everyone who had gathered here to answer her call. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide and stared straight ahead. A crowd of men sitting at the table looked at her carefully and shouted that they would come running if she called them. They were ready to serve her for an eternity. The girl put her hands to her chest, slowly lowered her head and said that the situation in the White Flower Room cannot be called good because of the Qingcheng sect, but she is grateful for their help. She can breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, all the men at the table suddenly exploded, looked closely at the girl and shouted that they will protect the White Flower Room. No matter how strong the Qingcheng sect is, they cannot do as they please in Chengdu. They ask you not to worry about anything. The girl slowly bowed her head, thanked her with a huge smile, and with tears in her eyes thought that all men are the same, everyone wants to suck up to her. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and began to speak. All the men at the table looked at her carefully, and after examining them, she said that because of King Cheng's suspicious actions, the department was gathering them so she might not be at the next meeting. After such words, the men jumped up sharply, put their hands up and shouted that they could join Ame. They wanted to go to Mount Ame. After this, the girl put her hand to her mouth and began to slowly cry. A moment later, she opened her mouth wide and laughed, and then thought that the men who had gathered here because of her appearance, she would gain control over everyone who thought she was just a pretty rose until she became the head of the Ame sect and the commander of the Sichuan fortress. The street was still empty and quiet. The girl led the men along the stairs, lowered her head down and, closing her eyes, noticed that it was nice to see them. One of the guys leaned over to her and replied that they did too, and Madame Wu smiled. A moment later, she opened her eyes wide and looked straight ahead in surprise. She saw Vol peacefully eating his food and sitting straight at the table. Then he looked straight at her sharply and angrily. The girl looked at the guy in fear, folded her hands together and wondered how bright red eyes were possible. The entire crowd of men looked carefully at the girl walking away straight away, and she put her hands at her sides and walked straight. She slowly walked up to the blonde guy and looked at him carefully. Paul raised his eyes and examined her. Madame Wu looked at the guy with a sweet smile and said that it seemed to her that he was here for the first time. She smiled widely, looked at him carefully and putting her hand to her chest said that since he doesn't look like a local, why don't he say his name? She is Sana from the White Flower Room. If you don't mind, she would like to know his name. Vol looked at her carefully and introduced himself. She clasped her hands together, looked at him with big eyes and asked if he knew martial arts. He looked at her menacingly and replied that he should think as she pleased, and then asked what she wanted from him. The girl carefully tilted her head, looked carefully at the guy and asked what he couldn't say, and Vol replied that wasn't she the first to approach him. After his words, a man in a blue kimono appeared behind the girl and shouted how dare he talk to Madame like that, he should immediately apologize to her. Paul looked at him with crazy eyes and asked again. The man spread his arms to the side and shouted at him to get on his knees and ask for forgiveness, or he would not leave it like that. The pale man began to slowly get up and, looking angrily, asked what would happen if he refused. No matter how stupid he was, isn't it time to realize how much stronger the enemy in front of him is and just leave? After these words, the man opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth in his open mouth. A moment later, the man extended his hand and shouted to the other guy to give him his sword, and he immediately appeared and handed over the sword. Then the man put his sword in front of him and shouting asked how he dare insult him. A moment later, he swung his sword from behind his head and added that he never asked for it, while Paul looked at him carefully. Pale looked carefully at the approaching blade of the blade. The crowd of spectators watched in horror and continued to watch with their mouths wide open. Paul leaned forward sharply and continued to look at the blade. At that same second, he jumped back sharply, and the man delivered a sharp blow with a grinning face. At the same moment, the man opened his eyes wide and wondered in surprise how he had just dodged his blow. The man looked carefully at the pale guy and added in his head that he retreated just enough so as not to be hurt. A moment later, the man's eyes lit up and sparks came out of his eyes. Then he raised the glowing sword above his head and looked carefully at the guy. The crowd of spectators looked at each other, then carefully looked at the man in lightning and shouted that this is the lightning storm sword technique from the King Cheng sect. This evil technique consists of 7 strong strikes. It is going to kill him. The man lit up and lightning came out of his mouth. Then, with a sharp, direct blow, he headed towards the protagonist. Paul, holding his hair in his hand, quickly stepped to the side and dodged, looking at the floor. The man began to quickly fly past the pale guy. The man began to move slightly away from the lightning and looked straight ahead in surprise. Paul began to walk slowly past him, looking straight ahead. Then the man turned sharply, looked closely at the pale guy and clenched his teeth. Then he squatted down and ran his hand over the sword, causing it to glow brighter. Some movement began in the pale guy's back. Paul walked forward confidently and dodged each of the 7 attacks, somewhat motionless. Paul stood opposite the girl, looked carefully into her eyes, and she looked at him with her mouth open. The girl looked at the pale guy with sweet and glowing eyes and slightly opened her mouth. The man behind raised his sword behind his head and was about to strike a very powerful blow. Paul turned sharply, looked at him with calm eyes and asked what it was all about. The man was suddenly surprised when the magical snake began to wrap itself around his neck. Paul carefully and in one movement touched the man's chin and continued to look at the girl. The man fell to the ground with great power and made a huge crack in him. Paul carefully crouched down next to him, because it was he who hit him on the ground with such force. The pale man looked carefully in front of him and began to slowly stand up. Paul stood up abruptly and stared at the girl, and she froze and stared at him. The girl began to approach slowly and asked to have mercy on him. Behind her, worried men shouted to her, and she calmed them with one wave of her hand. She came almost close to the pale guy and said that he was a good person. The girl looked pitifully and added that he was just worried about her, so he acted rashly. Paul looked carefully into her eyes and noticed that a person should always be responsible for his actions. Sunha put her hand to her chest, looked pitifully at the pale guy and noticed that he was right, but she would like to take responsibility for him. Paul slightly tilted his head and, looking carefully at the girl, asked if she could do this. The men behind her suddenly got out, opened their mouths wide and shouted that they would rather fight to the death than let her do this. Paul looked at her carefully, examined her with his eyes and noticed in his head that she was good, she knew how to benefit from what she had. The girl put her palms together and asked, "Okay." She smiled slowly and looked at him relaxed, and he looked at her sarcastically and smiled slightly. The candle burned evenly, emitting a large amount of light. Paul rose sharply from the bed and looked carefully to the side. He turned his head sharply after Sunha ran her fingers over his arm. She put her hand to his bicep, looked sweetly and asked if he could do something for her. It was unlikely that it would be difficult for him. Paul tilted his head slightly, looked at her carefully and noted that he should know what it was before he agreed. The girl sharply lowered her gaze, looked straight ahead and answered, "Mount Namho." A dark silhouette with purple lightning appeared in her head, and then she added that he should go to Mount Namho and kill the leader of the Thunder Sect. Sunha stood up sharply, closed her eyes and lowered her head and said that not long ago the leader of the Rolling Thunder Sect, Young-ho, came to her and asked for her hand in marriage. He threatened that he would help King Cheng if she refused, resulting in the room the White Flower and the Ame sect had a hard time. Paul looked at her carefully and turned his head and said that he was in no way connected with the White Flower room, so he didn't care if they disappeared. She should have understood that he wouldn't be interested. Sunha began to slowly reach for his lips, ran her fingers along his torso and noticed that if he went and killed him, she would praise him in front of her aunt, which would lead him to an award, and Paul looked at her carefully and asked who she was like this. The girl smiled widely, looked carefully at the pale guy and replied that the leader of the Ame sect, the blooming elder, the venerable Master Changhua, was her aunt. A dark-haired woman appeared in his head. He hovered slightly and was lost in his thoughts. Then he sharply turned his head with a malicious smile and asked again. We see a picturesque mountain and a cloudy sky. It was Mount Ame. Ranju walks forward while a man in green clothes walked next to her, who said that he heard that Mount Ame has an amazing view. As they walked up the stairs, he continued to say that it would all be in vain if they lost to the King Cheng sect in the war, and he was sure that they themselves were well aware of how miserable their end would be if they were driven out of Mount Ame. We were shown a small settlement right near the top of this mountain. Ranju and a man in green stood in a huge hall. In front of them sat a man in a black guise. There was a girl with a blindfold and short hair named Yoonghwa. Solrin was also there, and the person in black guise turned out to be the abbess of the 9 disasters. Looking at the guys, she said that it was impossible for a group of wanderers to shed blood for nothing, so that means they need something in return. Ranju, with a little embarrassment in her voice, said that she was right. After all, they cannot work at a loss. With her eyes wide open, she asked how much they wanted. Ranju, tilting her head a little, said that 500,000 gold nanas would be enough. Everyone who stood there was in complete shock and shouted that they did not dare to ask for such a huge amount and that the abbess should not listen to them at all, because they would become the laughing stock of Jianghu if they agreed to such a thing. Suddenly she screamed to the whole hall, thereby deafening everyone around. Dust was flying everywhere, and she added that they should not organize a circus because it would be ugly. She looked at the guys again and said that they apparently didn't expect them to agree, because with that kind of money they could hire several of these groups. The guy in the green shirt began to clench his fists while Ranju said that, however, none of these pipes in the series can compare with the Black Cloud Squad, to which the old lady decided to test them, saying that it would happen to her if she refused even that way. Ranju said with confidence in her eyes that one of her squad members should have already arrived at King Cheng Mountain. The old woman became very wary and began to use her aura, asking why they were thinking of playing a double game. Immediately after these words, she began to hit them with lightning, shouting that they were too impudent. Huge drops of blood dripped onto the floor and steam flew everywhere. The two fell to the floor, holding their stomachs in pain. The old lady was still sitting with a very angry look and told them to tell her everything honestly, because it couldn't be that they thought that she would really give them 500,000 gold nannies, so they should tell them now how much they really want. After such a blow, Ranju was very shaken and understood that the leader of the Ame sect was incredible, because she had such an all-consuming spirit, and after these thoughts she said that she and the Chinese were selling their strength, so they follow those who pay the most, and they're even the one who pays 1 nanny more will be the master. She looked at her with a disdainful look, asking that she would keep her mouth shut until the very end, and the members of her squad must be saying the same thing as her on King Cheng Mountain. At this very moment she thought that the King Cheng sect was already superior to them, but they could hire these wanderers to achieve a crushing victory. She continued to look at them, knowing that she would behead them right now, but she doesn't know how the conflict will develop, so they need all the help they can get. Having calmed down, she began to knock on her chair in displeasure, saying that they were quite smart. She then ordered Younghwa, who was standing next to her, to do her job. A gray-haired and bald man, leaving this hall, shouted that he could not conduct business like this because they insist on the best deal for them, and every deal with the Lightning Clan completely exhausts him. They went down the stairs, and the man who came out with him asked a rhetorical question. How much more should they squeeze from them in order to calm down? To which the bald grandfather replied that his soul seemed to have left his body. Turning his head, the bald man asked that Hyeon-nim saw it too, that 2 large warehouses were full of grain, and he couldn't believe that they were trying to buy even more for pennies. Did they have problems in a past life with grain, or what? Hyeon-nim, bowing his head, said that rich people are always like this, so he doesn't know anything about it. We see Wall, who is sitting on the 2nd floor, looking at gray-haired grandfather and Hyeon-nim. He was drinking something from his glass and looking at them intently. Morian is very sleepy and constantly yawns. In the reflection of the cup, his half-closed eyes could be seen, and he was very interested in how they were there now, because it must be difficult to walk on a tightrope between the Ame sect and King Cheng. Dayashi approached him and addressed him, to which he replied that he should think about retirement when this is all over. There were a huge number of books behind him, and he asked that he had just returned, and Dayashi replied that he was planning to return yesterday, but met a familiar face. He looked up, remembering Wall, and asked what he didn't tell him about him last time, about the man they met by chance and who traveled with them to Chengdu, whose name is Wall. He looked at Dayashi and remembered the story about that strange guy that he told her, and then asked that he happened to see him again in Sichuan. Morian closed his eyes and tilted his head and said that this was bothering him for some reason, and it seemed like he had become more sensitive since they started playing a double game. Dayashi looked at him with a surprised face and scratched his chin, saying that his feelings told him so, then he should not ignore them. Raising his finger up, he said that they had free members, and he would send someone smart to follow him, because he was also interested in him. Suddenly they both turn around, because someone called Murian. It was Ranju who said that she brought them. Standing right in the doorway was Younghwa and Xiaoran. Murian rose from his chair and said that he was very glad to see guests from the Ame sect. The two of them looked at him and introduced themselves. Smiling sweetly at his guests, he asked if the arrival of the supreme disciples of the Ame sect could be considered confirmation that the deal had taken place. Younghwa closed her eyes and said that it would depend on the conversations. Baring her teeth, Jianghua said that if they tried to deceive their sect with ordinary force, they would make the Black Cloud Squad pay dearly, even if they had to postpone the war with King Cheng. Murian approached her and said that they were already ready for this. Pointing to the door with his hand, he said with a smile on his face that they should discuss the conditions so that they could go into this room. After a while, we see Jianghua pounding on the table in anger, asking what he wants, the right to trade beyond the Great Wall, and that he really thinks there is some point in this. Having calmed down a little, she added that the wanderers should know their place and accept gold as a reward because they are too greedy. Murian began to giggle, saying that he didn't think so, because wouldn't it be possible if the Ame sect began to rule in Sichuan? Because of these words, Younghwa began to get even angrier and began to hit the table with all her might. She began to use her magic, breaking the table into small pieces. Murian was still sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, and Younghwa's face was furiously angry and his eyes were wide open. Murian opened his eyes a little and just looked at her silently. While Murian was sitting on a chair, there were a lot of wood chips and a broken mug in front of them. Murian began to pick up the whole lid, saying that in this case the right to trade is cancelled, and so are the 500,000 gold nyans, and they won't even ask for compensation for this table and cup. Raising the cup behind him, he imagined a huge field and said that in return they would help them settle next to the western plateau. Younghwa tilted her head, asking that they wanted a place to live from the very beginning. Murian looked at her and replied that, as they know, they are a group of wanderers, and no sect wants them to settle near them, to which Jianghua added that their sect does not want this as well. He imagined that they were on a huge map where Chenghua was sitting on his territory, and Murian was far away on the plateau, and he said that that was why he was proposing to settle on the western plateau away from the Ame sect. He had smiled and asked, "She can arrange this, right?" Younghwa looked at him with a very piercing gaze and thought that at first they might be useful to them if they accepted them, but in the future they might become a burden to them. She imagined them all in one crowd and thought about how they could use them as human shields. Why can we already see a plateau from this? And Changhua continued to think that their strength is quickly depleted and there won't be so many of them left, and giving them land is not so difficult. She closed her eyes and bowed her head, still thinking that when they became a problem, they could just get rid of them. And so she said that she accepted their offer. Morian smiled again and said that then the negotiations are over. His face looked as if there was something hidden under his smile, and he thought that negotiations with the King Cheng sect would not have gone as smoothly as these. Murian asked if they should enter into a contract, to which Jianghua replied that this was not necessary at all, because they would stick to their agreement in the name of the Ame sect. For some reason, Saul Ran was sad and silently looked at the floor. Standing near the destroyed table, Muryong asked them that they were both returning to the Ame sect. If they wanted, they could stay for a day, and they would provide them with a room. Changhua answered him that they would stay in the room of 100 flowers, because their young the master is her niece. When suddenly Sun Ha runs into their room and calls Muryong. She continued to run with a very frightened face and shouted that there was very urgent news for him. Nurian turned to her with a very dissatisfied face and shouted that no matter how urgent it was, she didn't dare rush in here like that. But Sun Ha said that the young leader of the Lightning Clan was killed, and these words shocked everyone who was there. Younghwa watched as Muryong screamed in fear, asking if the killer had been caught, while Sun Ha answered him that, most likely, the killer was not caught, but the Lightning Clan was sure that this was the work of the Qingcheng sect. We see a beautiful sunset and beautiful mountains. We were also shown a clan building, near which a crowd of people stood. T stood among the people in this crowd. We hear T's conversation with someone else, which tells us that they don't understand why leader T came to them uninvited. They looked at those guys standing at the bottom of the stairs, and in their hands there were many swords. The gray-bearded man asked T to speak to the point. There was some kind of box in front of this man, and he asked what he wanted to do with it. T was very angry that veins began to bulge on his forehead, and he said that he wanted to ask him. A man with a very upset look asked to tell him the whole story and why he brought this coffin here. T, standing in front of the coffin, said that the corpse of his student lay inside it. The old man was very surprised and said that he offers his sincere condolences over the death of his student, but he still does not understand why T believes that his sect has something to do with this murder. T began to frantically scream out of anger that he really didn't understand or was just pretending. Still with a very uncomprehending look, he looked at him and continued to claim that he did not understand anything at all and asked him to explain to him what happened to this student. T blushed with anger and said that then he would show him. Immediately after these words, with the help of his sword, he tore off the lid from this coffin and threw it aside. Inside the coffin lay a corpse, completely cut up, and it was the young leader of the Lightning Clan, Nam Hassan. They peered at his many wounds, and T shouted to him to look at his wounds, because these were, without a doubt, marks from the 72 waves of the Qingcheng sect sword. The old man was very shocked, because he really saw this for the first time, but this was the skill of his sect, 72 sword waves. T continued to shout furiously that the old man would continue to make excuses even after seeing this, and his disciple died because of their sect's technique, and the only possible explanation was the involvement of the Qingcheng sect. T continued to be furiously angry and thought that they must have realized that they wanted to side with Ame by entering into a marriage contract with the 100 Flower Room, and he is sure that the Qingcheng made their move first after they found out about it. Sweat ran down the old man's face from fear, and he asked T to calm down. Putting his sword forward, T began to shout that he could not be calm, because his disciple died from the sword technique of the Qingcheng sect, and the old man said that he would get to the bottom of the truth. But T still did not believe him and said that the proof was body, so what truth does he want to find, and he must explain everything to him right now. We hear a very, very loud cry, outrageous. It was a man with red hair, who was all ablaze with an aura of fire and asked how he dares to behave like this, coming here without an invitation. The gray-haired man started shouting at him to stop, because he shouldn't behave like that. Immediately at that moment, a man with red hair lunged and attacked T. Coming closer to him, he raised his hand, preparing his strongest blow. As soon as he prepared himself, he immediately fired his lightning bolt right through his chest. T started bleeding from his mouth, and he almost lost consciousness from such a powerful blow. He simply began to fall backwards. The red-haired man was still burning with anger, asking what he thought he could do to mock them and try to blame them for it. The gray-haired man grabbed his younger brother by the shoulder and shouted that why did he attack them. The red-haired man began to walk away from there, claiming that they would become a complete laughingstock if they paid any attention to this, so it was not too late to look into this matter after they got rid of them. The gray-haired old man looked at him and thought that his younger brother had completely changed. Because he had become cruel and reckless, he had been cold in the past, but he had never lost his temper like that. His henchman ran up to him and picked him up, asking if he was okay. T looked at them with very displeased eyes, saying that the true intention of the Qingcheng sect was forced destruction in order to suppress any protest. The old man looked at him with a very sad expression on his face and simply remained silent. Approaching his younger brother, he asked him to talk to the leader of the T clan when he woke up and prepare rooms for the warriors of the Lightning clan. Behind the old man stood a boy with brown hair named Chen. They began to disperse in different directions, as the old man said that it looked like he would have to go to Chengdu, because something strange was going on there. We see very cloudy weather outside. We were shown two people in a green and peach suit walking along the veranda. The one in the green suit means that the Qingcheng sect really killed Nam Hassan, because our martial arts mark so easy to fake. The second one answered him that the stronger the martial art, the clearer its traces, and traces from techniques like 72 sword waves cannot be faked. They both walked past a door, and a man in a green suit asked what it was it true that King Cheng had killed Nam Hasan after all? Right behind this door, Vol was sitting on a chair. He rested his head on his hand, thinking about something. Sun Ha came into his room and asked how he could do this. Anton tilted his head, asking what he did. Sun Ha began to approach him, clarifying that she was talking about the deputy master of the Lightning Clan, Nam Hasan, and what he did to kill him and make it look like the King Cheng sect was to blame. Anton got up from his seat and also began to walk towards her, not understanding what she was talking about, and she asked if he hadn't killed him. Coming closer to her, he said that it didn't matter at all how he killed him, but what was important was that he was dead. Lifting her chin, he asked her if this was so. They began to move closer to each other as if they were about to kiss. Their faces were getting closer and closer, and their eyes were already half closed. Suddenly she turns away, saying that it will be difficult for her to meet with him for now because an important guest has come to them, so she will not be able to constantly go to him. Anton looked at her with confusion and asked again what kind of important guest this was. Putting her hand forward, she replied that didn't she tell him that the blossoming elder of the Ame sect is her aunt and today she will arrive at the White Flower Room with one of her students. But in general she is quite demanding, so Sun Ha will have to serve herself her. They began to approach the door while Anton asked why the blossoming elder would come here, to which he received the answer that, according to rumors, she had entered into a contract with mercenaries from the Black Cloud Squad. They introduced the troop of this Black Cloud with angry and red eyes, and Sun Ha said that their troop is considered the strongest, and their leader is very smart. Immediately Anton remembered Changhua and realized that this woman was going to stay in the White Flower Room, and then asked out loud when she would leave there. Sun Ha began to leave his room, saying that she would most likely be here for a while, and Sun Ha herself was happy to see her aunt, but not the woman who would come with her. Peeking out from behind the door, she flirtatiously said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other again. Anton watched as the door slowly closed. After standing for a while, he remembered Sol Ran and thought that by the Blooming Elder's disciple, she meant this woman, but he remembers the cold and threat that came from her, so while he is in Chengdu, they may meet one day. He frowned his gaze and just looked ahead while the moon was visible outside the window. He kept thinking that there must be a commotion in the King Cheng sect due to the death of Nam Hasan from the Lightning Clan. He began to walk back to the table to sit on the chair, and said that then he would wait a little longer. Immediately, an image of the sea and many swords flying in the middle of this sea appeared in his head. We see blood flying everywhere, and we also see the same dagger from the memories flying over Vol's hand. It was Anton himself, who stood in the middle of the bloody room and threw these daggers in a circle, and at his feet lay the corpse of that same Nam Hasan. Anton looked at him with a merciless and bloodthirsty gaze. We are transported forward for some time to the room where Nam Hasan's corpse was found. In this room stands Chan and some guy who was touching the floor. He looked at the remaining dagger marks on the floor and the blood, saying that the marks are a little rough, but this is exactly the 72-wave sword technique. Chan crossed his legs, asking if a stranger who had learned this technique could do this, to which he received the answer that this guy also thought about it, but is a stranger capable of learning a technique that only a few members of their sect possess. Immediately Chan remembered the book and said that, however, this information had already been leaked before. This boy began to remember the movement of the sword, saying that that copy simply included only the movement of the sword, and if they did not learn the sect's internal breathing technique, then they would not be able to release even half of the power of this technique. Chin, standing next to him, asked what would happen if someone from the sect itself helped them, to which I received the answer that this radically changes things, because they could study them in order to copy their internal breathing technique. He then raised his finger and added that it would make more sense to simply create a completely new technique. Rising from the floor, the boy said that they could not draw a conclusion just by examining the crime scene, so maybe they would try to find the killer hiding here, and Chin agreed with this proposal. Chin put his hands on his belt, continuing to think that the killer was apparently cruel. He immediately remembered Vol's old body and couldn't believe that this killer had returned after 7 years, but he convinced himself that he was definitely dead. We see a picturesque sunset and a small market. Chin, along with the rest of the warriors, walked forward, and Chin himself said that they were heading to the Golden Sky Clan, who would provide them with quarters. Chin was scratching his ear with one finger and cracking his neck when suddenly they all stopped and made a very surprised face, because the guys from the Ame sect were walking right in front of them. They looked at Younghwa, who had sparkles in her eyes. Many of the guys got scared, grabbing their swords. The same thing happened on the part of the Ame sect. Chin began to walk forward with a confident gait, then stopped and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, turning to the Blooming Elder. Changhua looked at him and asked why did they come here, because he should live in the mountains, as befits his nickname, which sounded like the sort of a white crane. They started pointing fingers at each other, and Chen sarcastically asked what kind of urgent matter brought the blooming elder herself here, because it would be difficult to protect their sect during her absence, so if he were in her place, he would worry about it, and she answered him angrily so that he doesn't say anything more. And then he added that they were the ones who started it first, and now they are also angry because it was not he who started throwing insults. But they should end there because he's already tired. Xiao Ran started to pull Yunghua away, saying that they need to go, but Yunghua was very angry, so she started screaming that they found out about the agreement between the deputy of the Lightning Clan and the White Flower Room, and then they just killed him, and she reproached them for that they did well to abandon their humanity. Qin, in turn, also began to shout at her, asking how they could think such a thing, because they were the ones who had been trying to kill them for 7 years since their most outstanding student. Salran looked at all this from the outside and realized that the conflict was brewing again, so where could she make a mistake? Bowing her head with a sad face, she continued to think that they were the reason for this problem. But she never thought that that killer would kill Wu Gongsang, and even though he died a long time ago, they still had not moved away from his influence. Immediately she remembered the past body of Vol, who was walking forward. She stood in a very confident pose, holding some kind of stick in her hands, and looked to the side. Suddenly something really shocked her. Among the entire crowd, she began to look for a person who was looking at her with a very cold gaze. And yet she was able to notice a man in a black suit who stood like a shadow. She stood up and continued to peer at him, thinking that she could simply have misidentified herself. Behind the crowd of onlookers stood this same man in a black robe. He abruptly takes off all this clothing from himself, and it turns out that it was Anton. Looking down with a sparkle in his eyes, he said it still made him happy. Anton walked forward with a very confident gait and thought that in order for the fire to ignite, he needed the right materials, but he was still missing some. He looked down at them with glowing red eyes. He looked at the conflict between Qin and Yunghua. It was the dead of night over the city, and windows were burning everywhere. Ranju exclaimed with a very dissatisfied look, where is he? She's been waiting for him for so long. Anton looked at her and addressed her by name. Standing right in front of Anton were 3 people from the Black Cloud clan. They all sat at the table and ate delicious food. Murian introduced himself with a smile on his face, saying that he was the captain of the Black Cloud squad and he had heard about him, so fate itself brought them together, and therefore they were obliged to have dinner together. Anton looked at him as if with a little disbelief. Murian was still smiling and kind, saying that their Ranju was very interested in him, so he would like to meet him at least once. And now, when they met face to face, he realized how strong Anton was. Murian looked at Wall, who was all shining with his aura, and said that he hides his strong aura well, diverting attention to his bright outfit and appearance, but he cannot completely hide it. And just the energy that comes from him is already unusual. Ranju started laughing sweetly, saying he was incredible. Murian, looking at him, said that they should get closer to business and he wants Anton to join the Black Cloud squad. Anton looked at him with enormous distrust so that his eyes glowed red. Murian raised his hand forward and presented 2 crossed spears above him, saying that people see them as a group of mercenaries, but he dreams of turning their group into a respected sect, and in order to do this, they need capable people. They sat opposite each other, and Murian said that he would give him whatever he wanted. Then he pointed to Ranja and said that if Anton wanted it, he would even give it to him. While Dayashi sat and ate, he watched Ranju's reaction. He looked at where her gaze was directed and realized that although she said she was not interested, she looked as if the opposite was true. As he sipped something from his glass, he wondered what his final answer would be. Anton said that this was not a very tempting offer, from which Dayashi began to laugh furiously, so much so that he spat his drink out of his mouth. Ranju looked at him with a very displeased face, while the others felt, to put it mildly, Spanish shame. He started wiping his mouth with his hand, saying that he was just choking. And they still looked at him and simply remained silent. There was a lot of delicious food on the table. Murian, looking at him, slowly asked, then since he is not interested, let him ask. He looked at him with glowing eyes and asked what did not suit him, joining their ranks or Ranju. Anton closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he didn't like everything, because he preferred not to touch food, which sooner or later would spoil. Ranju's look was hard to describe in words, it just had to be seen. She continued to look at him like that, realizing that it was he who had now rejected everything so much, and how could he even dare? After such words, Dayashi also began to look at him with a condemning look. There was deathly awkward silence at the table. Murian began to cough a little and, covering his mouth with his hand, immediately after that he began to laugh incredibly hard, saying that it was just a joke, so why was he making such a serious face then? Murian jumped up from his chair and hit the table with his hands. He then approached Wall and said that despite his strong desire to have it, he could not give him Ranju because he had no idea how valuable she was. Raising his finger in front of him, Murian added that he gives him one piece of advice, that it is better not to cross their path, although he likes to talk, others prefer to act. Anton, with half-closed eyes, replied that he also wanted to tell him something. Marian bowed his head and replied that he was listening to him. Anton said with a very furious look that if he one day lost his head while walking through the streets, then he could consider that Anton had a hand in it. After these words, Marian was very scared. Anton just started smiling and giggling. He snapped his fingers and pointed at him, saying that it was just a joke, so why was he so serious? Marian's frightened look changed to one of extreme upset because he realized that he had just been outplayed. We return back to the Golden Skies clan to the chambers of the Lightning Warriors. Someone put their feet up on the table and rolled around in a chair. A black-haired guy came into the room and hit his hand with his fist, saying that he was back. Chun, who was rolling on a chair, began to wave his hand and greeted him. Then, stopping rocking, he asked what the Ame sect had done, to which he received the answer that they had not taken a single step beyond the threshold of the 100-flower room. The boy began to sit down at the chair, adding that he ordered several students to keep an eye on them just in case, and Chen praised him. Turning his head, Chen said that they must quickly find the scoundrel who killed the young leader of the Lightning Clan so they can find out the truth and take the necessary countermeasures. His younger brother said that he agreed, and therefore he is thinking of contacting the fallen clan, which knows better than anyone what is going on in the dark. He introduced several people and said that he was confident that they knew everyone who approached the Lightning clans that day. These eyes cover the whole of Sichuan like a spider's web. Chen raised his hand in front of him and said that he would not like to get involved with them, but then he changed his mind and said that he would still leave it to him. The younger brother bowed to him and said that he would not disappoint him. Chen looked at the moon and thought that there were many more sects involved in this than he expected. His eyes were closed under his bangs, and he kept thinking about the fact that the Lightning Clan and the Golden Heaven Clan and even the 100-flower room, but no one knows what problems might arise if the killer is not caught soon. We are transported to the chambers of Val himself. Someone stands by the wall and listens to what is happening behind it. He tries very hard to listen to what is inside and thinks that he was sure that Anton was there, but for some reason he does not feel anyone's presence. He remembered how Anton entered this room, and he understood that this man was incredible. He looked at the wall with a very dissatisfied look, because he couldn't do it, and thought that this man is so incredible that Himan can't even hear his breathing. He still opened the window with a dissatisfied face. He began waving his arms to his people who were on the roof. Raising his head, he continued to wave, giving various signs. Suddenly, one of those who was standing there suddenly disappeared somewhere. Immediately after this, the building in which Anton was located was completely empty, and no one was watching him anymore. We see some ninja kneeling in front of the head and saying that the first-class surveillance target hasn't made any moves all night. This ninja looked at him and continued to say that after sunrise they would move from long-range observation to close-range observation. That man in green was from the Black Cloud Squad, Vice Captain Yang Wuchan, who said that they had done a good job, but the captain was worried about him, so he should tell everyone to continue to keep watch and not let their guard down for a second. At that same moment, the ninja disappeared from there and said that he would definitely hand over everything. Wuchan closed his eyes and said that he should probably go back to work. He began to move his hands over the map, looking at it. He placed the minifigures, poking at them with his fingers, and said that, as he thought, the problem was in these 3 gates at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain. He remembered the massacre near this gate and thought that the power of the Black Cloud Squad could not be used in this gate because they had to lure them to the foot of the mountain in order to effectively use their cavalry of 200 people. He looked ahead, continuing to wonder what they should do. Confused in his thoughts, he made a dissatisfied face and looked up. Instantly, he throws several daggers at the ceiling, but the daggers do not notice anything and simply pierce the ceiling. Wuchen looked up with confusion on his face. He was very surprised, not understanding how it happened that there was no one there, and then he squeezed his eyes with all his might, thinking that he was sure that he felt someone's gaze, but did the overwork really affect his feelings that much? It turns out that there really was a person behind him, and it was Anton. Anton went down to him through his ropes and used his shadow skill. He looked at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Near the entrance to the white flower room, red flowers grew. Younghwa was illuminated by the moonlight. She asked her sister to return to Mount Ame with the first rays of the sun. Saul looked at her back and did not understand what his words meant. They stood next to each other, Younghwa telling her that it would be better for her to stay with the master. Saul told her that the master told her to help her sister. Chonghwa was wearing a mask and said that negotiations with the Black Cloud Squad had been stopped. She told her that she no longer needed help. Saul looked surprised and said that she couldn't do that. She said that no one knew when there would be a clash with the Qingcheng sect, so she said that she would stay there. Younghwa stood in front of her and insisted that if something happened, she would use the black cloud as a shield. She asked her sister to listen to her. Saul said that she understood her and would fulfill her request. They were illuminated by the moonlight. Jianghua kept telling her to come back at dawn. Sol agreed with her. She bowed to her and said that she was listening to her. The sky was strewn with stars. Sunna held a bowl of fruit in her hands and asked permission to enter. Chonghwa sat in a chair and told her that she could come in. Sunna stood in front of her. Yoonghwa asked her what brought her to her at such a late hour. She said she wanted to keep her company. Chonghwa called her kind. Sunha looked confused as Aunt asked her who she was dating. She was surprised by such a question. Behind Sunhee was the main character. She said her boyfriend was helpful. She stood in front of her seated aunt, speculating that her boyfriend had killed the young leader of the Lightning Clan. Yoonghwa looked aggressive and asked her if he really killed Hoseng. Sunha extended her hand and said that she was not sure, but only suspected him. She stood in front of her aunt and said that if the murder turned out to be true, then she would bring the guy to her. Yoonghwa agreed with her. She sat on a chair and asked to tell him his name. Sunha looked out the window. They ran to the children. Aunt found out what was happening. They were shocked and said that something had happened to Gonsin. One of them claimed that it was King Cheng's doing. Gonsin lay in his room in a pool of blood. Chonghwa insisted that a killer was coming to him. He was covered in blood. The aunt was furious and screamed his name. The sun illuminated the purple roofs of the houses. Merchant stood on the tile and said that Gonsin was dead. Gonsin was lying dead on the floor. She said that he was a key member of the Ame sect, but he was killed in the room. Merchant looked sad and insisted that they had chosen the wrong path. There were blue clouds behind him. He told her that this was good for them, because the more they were afraid of them, the more they could rely on them. They walked through the village. She kept saying that she couldn't believe it. He told her that the appearance of that killer was very strange. He continued to say that after the fall of the Red Shadows, no assassins had set foot among them. The children ran behind them. They continued to say that no proper group would hire killers. He looked surprised and asked her if someone else could have intervened. Val was behind her. She recalled how he told her that if she died, then let her remember that it was him. Merchant frowned and asked if they had told him anything unusual. He walked next to her and said that he had only heard about the purpose of the surveillance. The street was filled with people. He told her that he knew that the target had not appeared for 4 days. He argued that Mon could be trusted. She looked confused and asked him if he was sure of his words. He answered her that under those circumstances, he could be trusted. They passed by the flowers. She asked him to stop surveillance and find out about King Cheng's affairs. Chonghwa sat in front of them. They told her that the sect student was killed. Merchant stood in front of her and repeated that she regretted the loss. Yoonghwa kept telling them that she had called them in to look at the wounds. The dead student had a cut on her neck. Yoonghwa said that at first she thought it was a cut from a sword. She insisted that they would understand why she called them after what they saw. Merchant looked attentively at the student. Thin cut on neck. Merchant thought that it could be a trace of silver threads. She recalled that when a thread is cut, it leaves wrinkles on the skin, which the student did not have. Chonghwa stood behind her and asked her if she had seen such traces before. Merchant answered her that this was the first time she had encountered this. Chonghwa stood in front of her and said that even a person with a Latvian background had never encountered anything like this. Merchant confirmed her words. She continued to talk to her and found out if she suspected anyone. In her thoughts, she saw the main character and thought that it couldn't be him. Merchant apologized to Yoonghwa, saying that she couldn't give her an answer. Chonghwa stood in front of her and found out when all her forces would return to Chengdu. She answered her that this would happen within 2 days, but the cavalry could prevent this. Chonghwa was in yellow magic and said that she did not care about the cavalry because she could defeat them. Merchant shouted at her, asking her if she was going to start an open war. Jeonghwa stood in front of her face, insisting that they would definitely get what they wanted. She asked Merchant whether she was afraid or not. Yoonghwa was angry and her eye was orange. She shouted that she would prefer death for being under the same sky with the King Cheng sect. They were in a panic and stood in front of her. Yoonghwa spread her magic throughout the room. They told her that they understood her. Behind her was orange mana. The main character's eyes glowed red. The infirmary was covered in moonlight. The wounded man was lying in bed. Merchant was furious and asked what happened to Yup. She looked worried and said that he went to look at the main character and failed. Merchant stood in front of her and shouted that she would explain it to her normally. The girl was confused. The main character was sitting in a cafe. He ate noodles with chopsticks. There was a plate of soup in front of him. Someone extended his hand with a glass. She treated him to water and asked him if it tasted good, calling him handsome. Concentrated Vol looked at her and thought that she did not let him eat in peace. She stood in front of him with her elbows on the table. The main character asked her what she wanted. She told him that she wanted to check on him and apologize. The main character's eyes were red. He told her that he did not understand what she was going to apologize for. Ranju sat on the bench in front of him and insisted that they were rude that day, and perhaps the main character was surprised by this. He replied that he didn't care. She was surprised and thought about why he was indifferent to their relationship. Laughing, she told him that he should have reconsidered the offer from their boss. They were both sitting at the table. He asked her about the offer to join the Black Cloud. She kept saying that she would take care of him. Yup stood behind her and said that he had completely lost sight of her and could not understand where she had disappeared. She batted his hand away, asking him not to pursue her. He stood and laughed and claimed that he was not following her but had come to pick her up from there at the request of his boss. He stood in front of the main character and found out if it was really him. Val looked at him with a frown. Yup did not put on a smile in front of the main character and thought that he looked very handsome. He asked her whether he was cute or not. Ranju looked angry and was thinking that she was trying to hit on the man again. She told him that he couldn't achieve anything with such actions. He stood over the main character and asked her what she was talking about. She called out to him nervously. Yup licked his lips, looking at the main character, and he was surprised that he wouldn't get someone. Wall was serious and told him that he would forgive him the first time. He sat in front of a plate of soup and asked him to leave the cafe. Val insisted that he would make sure that he stopped seeing everything until the day of his death. Yup extended his hand to the protagonist's face and was surprised that he was talking to him. He looked at him with an insistent gaze. The main character began the countdown. His eyes were filled with red magic and he kept counting down the time, saying that 2 seconds had already passed. There were chopsticks in his hands. Val hit Yup for the count of 3. The sticks pierced his arm. He was furious and called the main character the son of a bad woman. Yup hit the table with all his might. His gaze was crazy. He could not understand where Val had gone. Ranju took out her sword, dismissing what was happening. Wool was over his opponent's head. His eyes were filled with red mana. He dealt a crushing blow to Yup. He was covered in blood. There was blood all over the floor. The main character stood in front of a defeated enemy. He put his hand on his head. Val held his face with thin magical threads. His eyes filled with mana. The protagonist's fingers were approaching Yuk's eyes. Ranju was furious and tried to call her partner. Val struck shots at him with his blades. The rope was approaching him. There were streaks of red energy near the main character. Ranju stood in rage in front of his face. The blade flew through the rope. Ranju's rope was cut. She stood in front of Yuk, calling the main character evil. Val was filled with energy. She asked him why he got into trouble. Ranju was very worried and asked him to stop. Val was enveloped in mana. She continued to worry and said that she did not come there for a fight. Ranju could not understand why blood had to be shed. Val looked at her with fierce eyes. He turned his back to her. She sighed with relief. Ranju stood behind him and told him how unpredictable he was. She claimed that she did not think about such an act on the part of the main character. He turned around to look at her. She asked him to be careful. A defeated Yuk lay at Ranju's side. She told the main character that if he continues to behave like this, he will soon not be able to avoid the consequences. He was moving away from them. The cafe was filling with smoke. He looked upset and claimed that his clothes were ruined even though Silyang liked them. Val looked at the blue sky. Yuk was lying blindfolded. Marian learned that after all, he was beaten after a tackle on the main character. They stood in front of his bed. Marian claimed that she was in shock. She was very angry and thought that the fight had happened at an important time. Ranju stood behind her and said that her pride was damaged. Marian claimed that she would make the main character pay for the insult. She imagined him in her head, and she said that she would get rid of him after solving the problem with the Qingcheng sect. Surprised, Ranju insisted that she understood her. They moved away from each other. Marian insisted that they would take action after uniting with the cavalry. Ranju was furious and insisted that she would have to prepare. The stairs were illuminated by moonlight. The old man stood behind bars and found out whether he wanted to kill the leader of the Lightning Clan. Chen sat in front of him and said that he wanted to kill the leader. They sat at a table with bars. The old man told him that it would be almost impossible to kill him. The only clue was the use of martial arts of the Qingcheng sect. Chen asked him about rumors that were circulating about someone suspicious in Chengde. Sanjin was sitting on a chair, and we tell him that we only heard about the main character. Val was among a field of flowers. Sanjin talked about him, saying that he enchanted with his beauty. He continued to say that Wool was a merciless master whose skills could not be described in words. Chen was behind bars and asked the old man about the connection of the main character and the death of the leader of the Lightning Clan. They sat in front of each other. Sanjin kept telling him that he didn't know anything, but only the main character fit the description. Chen put the bag on the table and said that he realized that it was Wall. Sanjin was behind him. He told him to come to him when needed. He sat at the table and thought about who else it could be. He held the book in his hands and was about to see what was in it. He read the biography of the main character, which said that he was a radical person who possessed an incredible level of martial arts. Behind Sanjin was Wall and Mana, wondering whether Wall could really kill Hassan. He read the book and said that the main department would sort itself out after receiving information from him. A hand from the shadows reached out to his shoulder. He said that the main character would have to live under the supervision of their clan. He didn't understand where the hand on his shoulder came from. He was wrapped in thread and kept saying that he couldn't move. In his head he noted that this was dangerous. He looked excited and recognized who was standing behind him. Wool was reading a book. He told the bound Sanjin that he was surprised by his information. Sanjin was wrapped in thread and told the main character that he was the manager of the Shame clan in Chengd. He insisted that if he harmed him, the clan would not stand by. Vol stood in the darkness and said that this is why he came to him. Vol held him with his threads. Sanjin found out why he appeared there, knowing about the threat. The main character answered him, saying that he didn't like it, that information about him was easily accessible and was distributed without his knowledge. Sanjin was very tense and asked him what he wanted. Vol leaned towards him and confirmed all his guesses. He gritted his teeth and wondered why Vol would reveal his identity in this way. He continued to think that they wanted to kill him so that he would not blab anything. He sat on a chair and asked for mercy from the main character. He insisted that no one had seen that book. Vol said that he found it funny because he called his name. The old man was losing his breath while sitting on a chair and asked to believe him. Sanjin's hands were tied with the main character's threads. He grabbed the threads in his hand and thought that he was free. He took shots at the main character, calling him a fool. The eyes were filled with red mana. He extended his hand. The old man's head was cut off with threads. His head was in a pool of blood. Vol grinned at him. The head lay far from the body. Vol held the book in his hands and insisted that he was taking it away. Sanjin's body was sitting in a chair and his head was rolling nearby. There was a fire in the village. Residents hid from the explosions. They said that a war had begun between the Qingcheng and Amei clans. Everyone looked at the burning house and they said that there was a fire there. Marian walked around the corpses. She looked at what was happening and said that she could not understand what happened there. She said she was in a nightmare. Wars fought and wished their enemies death. The warrior's hand was cut off. They fought with swords and insisted that they would avenge Gossen because this could not be forgiven. They insisted that the Amei sect was the first to hire assassins for elder brother Wu. Marian watched the war. Her assistant also observed the battlefield and claimed that the relationship between the sects had been completely damaged. San was furious and asked to stop the battle. He stood in the fire of war and said that if they continued to fight, the arrow flew at him. It hit San's shoulder. A warrior is behind him, calling out to him. The warriors stood behind him, and they insisted that attacking the master was unforgivable. Marian and his partners stood in front of the battlefield. Wars were evil. There was smoke behind Marian. She insisted that what was happening was like a cheap circus. Assistant stood behind her. She said that the Amei sect was in a losing position due to its low strength. There was an assistant behind her. She asked him to call the Black Cloud Squad. Her eyes were filled with green mana. She insisted that they would enter into battle. The entire village was filled with fire. Residents asked for help. Changwa was approaching the battlefield. She was angry and didn't understand how they dared to do this. Youngwa walked through the fire and found out how they could send an assassin to her student. She clenched her teeth and said that after this, the Qingcheng sect could not be called respected. Chonk stood with a sword in his hands and said that they were the first to cross the line. He claimed that they were the first to hire an assassin for Gong Seng. He stood in the smoke of the battle and said that Changwa was behind the murder of the young leader of the Lightning Clan. She was wearing red mana and said that the killer used the Qingcheng clan's technique. Jiangwa couldn't understand how they dared to pin that murder on their sect. She screamed that they had no conscience. She approached Chin and insisted that one of them would definitely die. It was filled with purple energy. They came close in battle, face to face. Salren directed the energy attack. Wars flew away from attacks. The battlefield was filled with fire. She looked tense. A wounded Gongwa lay in front of her. Xiaoren held her hand to her mouth and asked her to concentrate her energy to restore herself. Gongwa cried in pain and tried to say something. Her hand was cramping in pain. Salren pressed herself to her head and did not believe that this could happen. She was with Gongwa on the water, thinking about the fact that the sect was the first to start the war. She recalled that all the students died because of her. Her eyes were filled with mana. She reflected that she could no longer ignore what was happening. There was a strong explosion on the battlefield. Residents watched the fire. Marian stood near the smoke and said that reinforcements had been arriving for a long time. She looked worried and mentioned in her thoughts that the Qingcheng sect was incapable of doing such a thing. She looked at the smoke and called out to Sal P. Marian stood near the burning houses and said that her messengers had not yet returned. It seemed very suspicious to her. She was angry and thought that someone was deliberately making them angry. The war continued behind her back. She said that her assistant needed to search the area and check where the killer was. Salp flew across the battlefield. He continued to think about the madness that was happening, because both sides fought just like that, forgetting about the killer. The war between the clans was intense. He recalled that the captain was right, because someone provoked the two sides. There was a big explosion. He wondered where the killer might be. In his head, he noticed that the battle was going on, and the killer could not hide in houses that could collapse at any moment. The wars fought each other. He recalled that he was not on the battlefield either. Salp looked tense and couldn't figure out where he was hiding. He looked intently at the big tree. Behind him was the fire of war. He looked at the tree and thought that it would be good for exploring the surrounding area. Salp stood on a branch and thought that Vol could be hiding there. The tree was enveloped in invisible threads. Salp was in a misunderstanding. He pushed himself off the tree with his feet. Salp was very angry and told the main character that he was always trying to hide in the tree. Vol was wearing a cloak, his eyes filled with red mana. He wrapped the whole tree with threads. His blades flew at great speed. The blades were pointed towards Salp. He stood among the threads and remembered in his thoughts that this was the trajectory of the daggers. The blades enveloped Salp. He speculated that it could be the sword's telekinetic technique. Salp could not understand what such a master had forgotten in that place. He was very tense. He was tangled in the threads of the main character. Vol stood before the screaming Salp. He screamed in his face. Salp held his neck and said that he did not understand what was happening. Vol cut off his head with threads. His robe was stained with blood. He stood in front of the hanging Salp. There were many warriors hanging on the tree. He looked at the war. His face was not visible in the robe. The fight between Chin and Yoonghwa was gaining momentum. He stood in the smoke. Yoonghwa sat on the ground and spat blood. Solren appeared from the smoke. She tried to call out to Yoonghwa. She held her hand, checking to see if she was okay. Solren lifted her from her knees and insisted that they should return to the White Flower's room. She was tense. Chin looked at them intently. A warrior ran out behind him and called out to him. Chin stood in front of the student and told him to follow to the battlefield. They dispersed from the battlefield. Students were running around the tree, saying that Changhwa was wounded. The main character stood on the tree. Vol watched the war with red eyes. He said that Yoonghwa was seriously injured. Xiaoran led her older sister. The main character said that it was a wonderful outcome. The house stood alone under a bright sky, and there was a light fog around it. There were corpses under white blankets, and one of them had stitches on the neck. Murian looked in front of him in surprise and asked who killed these people, and Dayashi carefully looked under the covers and examined the body. The man looked menacingly to the side and slowly moving his hands away from the corpse, he noticed that they were all killed by one person. Murian looked at him in surprise and asked if he was sure, to which he answered positively. Dayashi pointed to the neck of the corpses and told him to examine the wounds on the neck. They are identical. Judging by the size and marks, the killer most likely used a short sword or dagger. The captain looked at him carefully, slightly removed his eyebrows and asked about the dagger. Didn't he say that all the wounds on Yup were inflicted by daggers? Murian confidently stared straight ahead and said they called him here, and the other man bowed and said that he would bring him now. A man with numerous wounds on his back sat down opposite them and turned his back to them. The girl and the guy stared at his back in surprise and with their mouths open, and then shouted that their wounds were exactly the same. A pale guy with a crazy smile appeared in the captain's head, and he shouted that this meant that Vol killed these guys. A moment later, the man opened his mouth wide and shouted to call their fighters and bring him to him. Marian turned his head sharply, stared straight ahead angrily, and noticed that he would interrogate him himself. The White Flower room stood neatly under the moonlight. The girl looked carefully at the guy, spread her arms and said that she couldn't believe that Yoonghwa was badly wounded. What should they do now? And the guy looked and said that the rest of the wounded were also in bad condition. They turned their heads sharply and looked back in fear after someone shouted, "Get ready." They saw Solran quickly approaching them and slightly retracted her hand. Solran quickly walked up to them, looked menacingly and ordered them to check the defense of the White Flower room. The Qingcheng sect might attack again. The girl put her hands together and said that she would do it. Solran sharply turned her eyes to the guy and ordered to send a dove to the main sect now, and then report everything that happened here and ask for reinforcements, and the guy folded his hands, bowed and said that he understood her. Solran lowered her head, slightly closed her eyes, and thought that the death of Gonsong and the young leader of the Lightning Clan, these incidents caused an increase in the enmity between Qingcheng and their sect. The girl suddenly opened her glowing eyes, looked straight menacingly and, putting her hand under her arm, added in her head that someone was deliberately trying to set them against each other. She needed to find out who was behind all this. A huge garden covered a lonely house standing behind a small gate. Locks of golden energy slowly floated past this house. Changhwa was lying with her eyes closed and there were these same curls all around him. A moment later, she sharply opened her eye, looked carefully at the ceiling, and said through clenched teeth that the Qingchengs would regret this. The doctor stood over the one-eyed woman, stretched out his arms slightly and said that she needed to calm down, otherwise her meridians, which had been stabilized, would be disrupted again. If this happened, her life would be in danger. A moment later, he abruptly stumbled from fear and shouted. Yoonghwa lit up, looked at the man with evil eyes and told him to disappear before he lost his head. After these words, the man ran away in horror and said that he was obeying, and the woman behind him looked menacingly at his back. She slowly began to move through clenched teeth and pain. Then she suddenly calmed down, lay light on the pillow and, closing her eyes, thought about what a pitiful situation she was in. If she continued in the same spirit, the initiative would pass into the hands of Solran. He should quickly recover. The door to the room opened slowly and loudly, and the woman slowly turned her head towards it. She looked carefully at the door and noticed that she was sure she ordered him to leave, and at that moment an unknown person in a raincoat entered the room. Youngwa opened her eyes and looked at him in horror and asked who he was. The silhouette slowly pulled off its hood and another cape appeared. From the darkness of the hood, a red, brightly glowing eye was visible, which looked carefully at the woman and asked if she remembered it. Youngwa turned her gaze to him, examined him carefully and asked if he knew her, and the silhouette answered positively. The stranger slowly lowered his head, leaned slightly and noted that he had never forgotten about her in the past 7 years. Then he raised his head, a malicious and wide smile was seen, and he asked if she would remember him if he blinded her in one more eye. After his words, Chongwa remembered the guy with the gold bracelets on his arms, looked at him angrily and angrily asked if he survived. Paul abruptly took off his hood, looked at her angrily with his red eyes and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jiangwa opened her mouth wide in anger, looked at him angrily and shouted, "How did he end up here? He definitely died then." The martial arts saint of justice said that he threw him into a pit with snakes. The main character sharply bowed his gloomy head, looked at her angrily and said that now it was time to finish her off and throw her there, and she looked straight into his eyes in fear. Paul opened his crazy, red eyes wide and angrily noted that he was the one who killed her student, Gonsen, and the young leader of the Lightning Clan. A bloody, unconscious disciple appeared in the woman's head. She sharply looked with eyes from which blood was flowing and shouted, "How dare he kill Gonsen? He is trying to make an enemy in the face of the Ame sect. He thinks that after he killed one of them, he can easily cope with the others. He is not afraid of them at all." Youngwa stared sharply at the ceiling, bloody and red-eyed straight at the ceiling, and heard that they made him like this, didn't they? Paul looked at her menacingly. A huge snake appeared behind him, which looked angrily with red eyes and wrapped itself around people, and added that they were truly their creations, because without them they would never have become killers. Jiangwa sharply raised her angry gaze, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked what he was up to and what he needed. And the main character looked at her carefully and replied that nothing. He just wanted her to know what exactly would happen to the Ame sect starting from today. Paul sharply lowered his head, closed his eyes, a red-haired guy appeared in his head, and said that this would be useful for her, because today he was going to kill a guy named Chong Yepa from the Qingcheng sect. He would be killed by one of the main techniques Ame, piercing hit by a snow cloud. After his words, Youngwa looked at him in surprise and fear. A girl using golden magic appeared in the main character's head, and then Paul looked angrily at the woman and noticed that it was the technique that Solran was using. The woman began to bleed quickly and diligently, then abruptly began to stand up through pain and groaning. She looked attentively and angrily at the protagonist and shouted that he was a demon. She would not allow him to do this, she would kill him right now. The main character carefully watched as the powerless woman tried to touch him with her hand and, smiling broadly, said that Qingcheng and Ame would shed each other's blood, both sides would suffer huge losses, and Chongwa trembled all over and tried to stop the protagonist. Paul sharply raised his head, looked up carefully and said that the blood of monsters hidden in the mountains, such as Abbas Gunwa and the Saint of Martial Arts of Justice, would also be shed, and Chongwa grabbed the protagonist with both hands and tried to get up. The main character slowly began to lower his head, glanced at the trembling woman covered in blood and stared at her. Jiangwa scrunched her face, wondered what kind of evil plan she had. She had to get rid of him now, and then began to sharply raise her hand to the protagonist's face and shouted that she would not allow this to happen. The protagonist's eyes suddenly glowed red and, looking carefully at her hand, he noticed that he would get to them, no matter where they were hiding, and then he would absorb them all. After the protagonist's words, a huge snake bit off the head of an unknown man, and the woman completely placed her trembling hand on the protagonist's face. A moment later, Chongwa took her hand away from the protagonist's face, looked at him angrily and began to scream, but he only cast a confident glance at her. She slowly began to become completely covered in blood, and her skin turned pale. Tears appeared in her eyes and she calmly stared at the pale guy. One of the white roses fell onto the table from the flower pot. Youngwa slowly rolled down the protagonist and unconsciously hung on the bed, and Paul carefully looked at her and how golden pollen came out of her. A moment later, he looked angrily at the lifeless body and said that he should not have created it. A moment later, a huge number of snakes rushed out from behind him and he added, "Such a terrible person." In a small square, small lanterns were burning on a dark street. A huge electric whip broke down the door. Ranju, Dayashi, and Hulsen stared attentively at the broken door. The room was gloomy and empty, and they carefully examined the empty room. Dayashi looked carefully into the empty room, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that, apparently, Wall had already left the hotel. Hulsen walked to the center of the room and noticed that the reconnaissance team reported that he had not returned since last night, and Dayashi slowly entered the room, turned his head to the left and asked that he changed his place because he knew about their arrival, and the bald man replied that he doesn't think. It looks like he just paid for the room, but never came here. Ranju hit her forehead hard, lowered her head and covered her eyes and said that she must be crazy. How could she fall for his appearance? If she meets him again, she will skin him alive. Dayashi carefully examined the room and, turning his head, asked where he had gone and what he was doing. The man looked sharply out the window and said that he really couldn't create problems again. Dayashi looked at the open window with the bright moon in the center. The huge building of the Golden Heaven clan stood alone near the forest. For a long time the guards carefully examined the surroundings. One of them turned and asked how long they should train, and the girl looked at him and said she didn't know. The girl put her hands on her sides, looked carefully at the wall and noticed that everyone was busy after the battle and tense because of the rumor that there was a killer among them. And the guy sharply put out his hand with a stick, looked at her angrily and shouted that she should not talk about this is not good. A moment later, the guy felt something strange in his left ear. At that same second, a huge beam of light hit the house directly and destroyed the roof, and the guards jumped back sharply and screamed in fear. There was a huge hole in the ceiling. Two guards quickly ran into the building and shouted that screams were coming from the explosion site and flashes were visible. This was a piercing blow from a snow cloud. This means that the Ame sect had entered the palace. This is how the elder is located. A man in a yellow cape lay on the ground with a huge hole in his chest, and the guards shouted that they needed to find him quickly. In the center of the room, a red-haired guy glowing with golden light sat and meditated in a circle. A moment later, he exhaled steam from his mouth. Then he raised his eyes and looked carefully in front of him. He saw the main character in a cloak and asked who he was. The red-haired guy looked at him rudely, raised his head and noticed that his steps were quiet, which means he was not invited here. Paul began to slowly walk into the room and introduced himself without raising his head. The elder looked at him carefully and replayed his name in his head. Then he looked at him slightly scared and asked why he secretly came to him in the middle of the night. The main character slightly raised his covered head and replied that one should not expect anything good from those who secretly come at night. The same applies to him. The elder sharply lowered his head and, smiling slightly, noted that he had asked a stupid question. A moment later, he sharply raised his head, looked angrily at the protagonist and said through clenched teeth that he always wanted to ask him one question if he met him. The elder sharply lowered his head, looked gloomily at the floor and asked that it was he who killed the young leader of the Lightning Clan. Paul, slightly opening his chin, replied that it was him. The red-haired guy raised his eyes slightly and asked why, and the main character stood up straight, stared at the elder carefully and answered that because his plan needed the Qingcheng sect, and he asked that he was offended by their sect, to which he received the answer that Paul is offended by both the Qingcheng sect and the Ame sect, and the elder noticed that if Ame, it means he killed their student. The elder looked carefully and angrily at the protagonist and noticed that he harbored a grudge against everyone, but they had never heard about him, who he really was. Paul began to confidently and quickly approach the guy and replied that he was an assassin. He quickly began to approach, lowered his head slightly and added that the Ame sect made him a murderer, and the Qingcheng sect declared him an enemy in Sichuan. After his words, the elder was all fired up with anger and shouted that the Ame sect made him an assassin. Don't tell him that the incident that happened 7 years ago is the one who killed the man named Gong Sanga. Paul abruptly removed the hood from his head, looked angrily at the elder and replied that it was him, and the corpse of a ghostly man appeared behind him. The elder suddenly grabbed his weapon, glowed purple all over and noticed that the protagonist had made a huge mistake today. In the next moments, a huge swan appeared behind him. The elder put his sword in front of him, looked with furious red eyes at the protagonist and added that he could have saved his life if he had not stuck his head out. The red-haired guy furrowed his eyebrows angrily, turned his head slightly and, opening his mouth, noticed that he would put an end to his terrible life now. The main character looked carefully and confidently in his direction, and bowed slightly. A moment later, the elder quickly began to run towards the protagonist and looked at him angrily. Paul put on his hood, and huge snakes began to crawl around him. The next moment, a huge number of daggers flew out from his belt. The elder began to immediately block the blades and confidently look at the protagonist. Then he rushed sharply towards him and clenched his teeth tightly. A huge flock of blades behind him began to quickly turn around, and he continued to run. The blades quickly rushed towards the elder's back. Then he jumped sharply, grinned his face and looked terribly at the protagonist. The red-haired guy raised his sword behind his head and flew towards the protagonist to the whistling sound of blades. Paul instantly put his finger in front of him and looked terribly at the elder with a red eye. A huge swan and a red-haired guy were angrily and quickly approaching the protagonist, and a huge white snake appeared from behind his back. Thin and long threads began to bind the elder, immobilizing him, and his eyes began to turn red. Paul looked confidently and angrily at the elder. A red-haired guy with a bandaged neck looked at the protagonist in horror and, with his eyes bulging, shouted that these were martial arts. The main character looked angrily with glowing eyes at the elder and asked him to say hello to a woman named Manhwa. After his words, the guy opened his eyes wide and looked questioningly at the protagonist. A moment later, a huge golden explosion was heard. Two guards quickly ran up to the elder with a huge hole in his chest and tried to shout to him. Chin began to slowly open his bloody mouth and noticed that they had created a monster. The guards sat down nearby and, with their mouths wide open, tried to shout out. A guy in a yellow robe quickly ran across the square, the protagonist hid above his head, and shouted that this was the Ame sect. The main character looked carefully from under the hood and noticed that Ame had killed the elder. The entire crowd of soldiers put out their hands, opened their mouths wide and shouted that they will take revenge. They can't stand it anymore. Paul smiled broadly, looked straight ahead and heard that they would avenge the elder. The entire squad raised their fists to the sky and shouted that they would avenge the elder. The guy powerfully hit another soldier with a whip, and the story told that as soon as the spark appeared, the same fire broke out. In her head, a man with an axe was mercilessly killing people in a yellow cape, and the plot added that people were killing each other every day and every night, over and over again. Two soldiers from different sects looked at each other angrily and put their hands out with their mouths open, and the story told that the suspicion that someone might be behind all this soon evaporated. No one cared about this, they only wanted to kill their enemies. A huge number of corpses lay in the square, the city was destroyed, and the ground was soaked in blood. Saul Ran walked slowly between the corpses, covered in blood. She slowly lowered her head, closed her eyes and sighed, noting that this was truly hell on earth. Saul Ran raised her head, opened her eyes slightly and said sadly, "How could this happen?" And suddenly they called her. The girl turned her head sharply, saw a captain named Murian and stared at him carefully. Murian sharply lowered his head, closed his eyes and bowed and said that he had to tell her something about the murders that had happened recently and about a man named Wall. Saul Ran looked in front of her in surprise and, with wide eyes, said the name. After a moment, she drifted deep into her thoughts and froze, her eyes wide open. The woman hit the table hard and raised a cloud of dust. The abbess of the 9 calamities turned her angry gaze to the side and said through clenched teeth that Jianghua meant so much to her. She abruptly raised her wet eyes to the audience, clenched her fist and rudely remarked that she could not believe that he had killed her. The abbess of the 9 calamities crouched all over. Purple lightning appeared around her and she asked through gritted teeth what he said. His name is Vol. A young protagonist appeared in her head and was quickly disappearing into the void, and she said that the assassin who killed Wu Gongsang 7 years ago survived and forced the Qingcheng and Ame sects to kill each other. The girl opposite got all nervous, opened her mouth wide and replied that at least that's what Mrs. Young thinks. The abbess lowered her gaze, calmed down slightly, and said that how could this happen? The Qingcheng sect passed on their martial arts to them, but how did he learn the snow cloud piercing strike of the Ame sect? In the girl's head, she appeared slowly looking for a book in a kimono and replied that this is just a guess, but one of those who died in the underground cave, Dongwu, always carried a copy of this technique with him. They believe that he learned it using this copy. After such words, the woman opened her mouth wide. Peals of purple lightning came from her and screamed in rage as to why he was carrying a copy of the secret technique with him. The girl, in horror, put her hand to her chest, looked carefully at the woman and replied that at the moment this was the only guess. The abbess began to slowly get up from her chair, leaned her hand on the table and said that the Qingcheng sect would never believe this, in which case they would have to catch this protagonist. The girl put her hands to her chest and, with her mouth wide open, proposed her candidacy, but the abbess calmly looked at her and, refusing, said that she would catch him herself. After these words, she looked at the girl with golden eyes and, slightly opening her mouth, noticed that with her own hand she would punish him for his mortal sin, insulting the great Ame sect. On the street of blacksmiths, near the room of the fire dragon, there was deathly silence and there were no people, but suddenly a scream was heard. The main character grabbed the man's hand tightly and wrung his hand, and he screamed loudly. Paul grabbed the guy's hand even more tightly, stared carefully in front of him and noticed that this place had not changed at all, and he was still making weapons that kill people. The main character looked carefully at the beaten guy in the corner, then grabbed his hand even tighter and added that these people made the others suffer, thinking about their gratitude. The choice is his. The guy in the corner slightly raised his beaten face, looked carefully at the protagonist and heard the question of what he should do with them. The guy raised his bloody head, looked at the protagonist with horror and confidence and replied that he would do whatever he wanted if he destroyed them all. After his words, the main character's eyes glowed red and blue smoke began to flow around. Paul showed his face, looked carefully at the guy and noticed that this was excellent. A moment later, the main character twisted the guy's hand and almost tore it off, and he screamed loudly. The main character looked at him carefully and gloomily. Paul raised his head, showed his face and, taking the blade out of its sheath, looked carefully at the guy and noticed that it was his choice. Let him look. After his words, the blade flew into the guy's head with terribly fast speed and left behind a fountain of blood, and the guy from the corner looked at it in horror. A moment later, he looked at the protagonist, began to laugh loudly, and his eyes began to turn red and glow. On the street of blacksmiths, we heard terrible screams from one of the houses. The main character and the guy walked down the street, and the blades quickly killed people along the way. The entire street was covered in a gloomy fog, snakes clung to the houses, and the heroes walked past heaps of dead people. Paul walked with his head down on the floor, heard cries for help, and then said how it was possible that this was a weapon that he made, and Tan looked carefully around. The guy opened his mouth slightly, looked terribly to the side and said that it was incredible, it was simply amazing, he couldn't believe that his weapon could cause such force. Tan sharply quickened his pace behind the protagonist, looked at him carefully and noticed that thanks to him he was able to take revenge. Tan sharply turned his head towards the protagonist and asked if he needed his help. After these words, Tan fell to his knees and lowered his head to the ground, and Wall sharply turned to look at him. The guy stood up sharply, looked at the protagonist with crazy eyes, and holding out trembling hands, asked how he could help him. The protagonist's hood flew up slightly and completely revealed the protagonist's smiling face. The leader of the T-clan quickly ran straight. Then he turned around abruptly and looked back in horror. Behind him, Mujeong tightly clenched his fist in which red energy had gathered and raised it, while the leader of the T-clan looked on in horror. The man hit him powerfully in the back, and blood poured out of his mouth. The leader of the T-clan began to bleed and fall straight to the ground. Mujeong looked gloomily at the falling man, and behind him the guy said, "Why, Mr. T?" The head of the Qingcheng clan ran up to them and looked with horror at Mr. T lying on the ground in his blood and said that he could not believe it. The Holy Spirit turned an angry look at the sage and rudely asked why he did this. Mujeong looked gloomily at the man's corpse, gritted his teeth slightly and said that because of the death of a man named Jianjep. The spirit saint glared at the sage and shouted that the leader of the lightning sect did not kill him, and Mujeong spat on the corpse of the sect leader and remarked that his interest was the reason for this. Mujeong turned his head sharply with a glowing eye and said that he would explain everything to him in detail so that he could understand and would not allow anyone involved in this to survive. The head of the Qingcheng clan looked at the sage carefully and opened his mouth slightly. The Holy Spirit looked carefully at the sage, who was all glowing with anger, and thought that he could not believe that the master was so enraged that it should have happened 7 years ago for him to be so easily plunged into such anger. After such thoughts, Mujeong suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth wide and shouted that 7 years ago they lost a master named Sangha to the Ame sect, and today he lost his master named Chonup. The future of the Qingcheng sect is destroyed. Sect leader Qingcheng looked at the sage fiercely and called out to him. Mujeong looked attentively at the corpse, lit up with rage and noticed that he could not bear it. All this time he had only endured it, and what did they get out of it? The sage turned sharply, gloomily began to leave and rudely said not to even try to stop him, he would no longer ignore it, and the Holy Spirit looked at him in horror. A moment later, the sage jumped high into the sky, and sect leader Qingcheng only shouted his name after him. Another guy carefully walked up to the Holy Spirit, looked carefully at the sky and said that if elder brother Mujeong and elder brother Jinpin united, the situation would become dangerous. Sect leader Qingcheng turned his gaze sharply at him, imagined his elder brother in his mind, and said that unless the elder brother went into reclusion 7 years ago, he had no part in all this chaos. The guy looked carefully into the clear sky and replied that he thought that isolation was not enough to moderate his anger towards the Ame sect. If they unite, then there will be a bloodbath in Sichuan. And the old man looked there and meaningfully agreed. The guy turned sharply to the sect leader, put his hand to his chest and noticed that he was going there. These were very strange incidents. He wanted to find out the truth himself, and the old man looked at him in surprise. The Holy Spirit looked at the guy carefully and replied that if this is what he wants to do, let him take the warriors with him, and the guy thanked him, folded his hands and bowed. Sect leader Qingcheng turned his head sharply to the sky and added that he could use force to get rid of the sage if he saw fit. The Holy Spirit looked carefully into the sky and noted that they should find out why he was doing this, and the guy bowed down and replied that he understood everything and would not let him down. The old man turned his head sharply at the corpse of sect leader T and sadly asked how everything had come to this. Then he turned his gaze to the twin rocks and added that elder brother, the future of the Qingcheng sect now depends on him. It was thickly dark outside. The small street in it was brightly illuminated by lanterns. There is a large cobweb hanging on the ceiling in the room and screams can be heard. This generally makes sense, 5 coins per night in a hotel like this. 2 men were sitting at a small table opposite each other and one of them noticed that he had no other choice. He couldn't spend the night on the street. The man in response extended his hand in front of him, looked carefully in front of him and shouted that all the other hotels were closed, and the only one open was demanding double the price. Chengdu was in chaos because of Qingcheng and Ame, and the other asked to be quiet in case someone heard him. Paul sat in a dark room with a bed and a table, carefully studying a notebook. The main character slowly leafed through the pages with inscriptions and studied. He looked carefully at one of the pages and said that the squad is a black cloud. His next target will be a gentleman named Dayashi and a bloody monk. The main character quickly flipped through the page, stared at it carefully, and thought that he must recognize the intelligence of the House sect. Their warriors are not only in Sichuan, but throughout Chengdu. If he remembers everyone, he can use this information for his own purposes. The protagonist sharply turned his head out the window and saw half of the city burning. He looked closer and thought that many of them had died and even more would die. Paul looked carefully out the window, turning his head, and added in his head that he did not regret anything. The protagonist slightly strained his emotionless eyes and thought that this was all because of what happened in the cave. From the moment he was imprisoned there, his only goal was survival. The main character remembered a huge building and a deep and gloomy cave. Paul stood on a huge mountain of corpses and noticed in his head that now it was too late to retreat. He didn't even know what it was like to have another life. He knew he could only have this damned life. The main character slowly closed his eyes and, exhaling, added in his head that he could not lose her. The abbess rode her horse slowly under the flower tree and looked straight ahead rudely. Mujiang flew quickly in the air, stared straight ahead angrily, and the protagonist thought that he would not stop. Songran opened her mouth wide and screamed with her hand outstretched straight, and Paul added in his head that as long as they do not fall, no, even if they fall, he will still reach the end. Muryang, Ranju, Dayashi, and Wuchan stood in a circle and talked. Then Paul opened his red eyes wide, stared in front of him, and noticed in his head that he was not sure, but it seemed to him that his death awaited him somewhere among these flames. After such thoughts, the main character stood up and stared at the burning horizon. The White Flower Room was slightly destroyed, all the streets were in smoke, and someone shouted here. Girls in kimonos were carrying a wounded man on a stretcher, and someone shouted for someone to help them. The girl with green hair looked menacingly in front of her and, with her mouth wide open, shouted that they didn't have enough medicine. What should they do? He didn't know if they could hold out like this. Songran turned sharply to her, examined her carefully, and told her not to worry. She had already sent a request. They should receive more medicine by midnight. She needs to focus on treatment and do everything to make them get better. Marian sharply turned his head at her, looked attentively, and said that it was incredible how she managed to get resources, despite the fact that they were in the minority. It was strange that such a talent had not yet been noticed, and the Dayashi standing next to him noticed that they were saying, "She is the most talented in the Ame sect in the last 100 years. They both looked at the dark-haired Songran, and Dayashi added that she was a student of the Blossoming Elder and also very secretive, as if all these years she had lived in seclusion. Now that the Blossoming Elder is not around, she will show herself to the fullest. She is the best, distributes human resources." A moment later, Songran turned her head and looked at them menacingly, and Dayashi added that if she became the head of the sect, Ame could dream of a bright future. Then Murian and Dayashi felt dark energy on their shoulders and became slightly wary. They turned sharply, looked back menacingly, and shouted who was there. They felt the presence of the head. The doors suddenly began to open. The abbess began to emerge from them, surrounded by a purple storm and dust. She abruptly entered surrounded by lightning and loudly hit the ground with her staff, and then looked at them menacingly. Marian looked carefully at the evil abbess and shouted that this was a blooming elder, the head of the Ame sect. The door opened with a creak and a dim lilac light rushed in, which gradually began to grow. An old woman appeared on the threshold, sanctified by that same radiance. She appeared before the people, looking at them menacingly and holding a spear in her hand, which she knocked with as soon as she entered. The woman looked at everyone around her with a stern look. It was the head of the Ame sect, the abbess, Manhwa. Everyone began to whisper, calling her name. The people sat down, extended their hands forward, clenched one of them into a fist, and lowered their heads, pronouncing the name of the abbess with respect. Everyone said in unison, without looking up at the woman, that they were glad to greet her. Taoist Guo and Chang Murian repeated the same gesture, but did not crouch. Murian, with a bowed head, noted that the situation turned out to be very serious, so the personal presence of the abbess was required, to which the man replied that what had happened was a huge problem for them. Salran stood a little further than the others and, reverently lowering her gaze, greeted the lady. Gunhwa looked questioningly and sternly at what was happening, and her eyes filled with a bright light. Someone's quick and nimble steps headed towards the woman. Overshadowing Salran, the girl appeared before the abbess and introduced herself as Wu Xianghe from the Room of 100 Flowers and expressed a respectful greeting in her direction. But the light in her eyes went out, and the woman looked gloomily and condemningly at the approaching girl. Wu Xianghe looked up at the woman and, seeing her gaze, wondered why she was looking at her like that. Opening her eyes and looking piercingly at the girl, Gunhwa did not take her burning red eyes off the girl. Finally, after the woman ordered everyone to go inside, people gradually headed into the house without jostling. The abbess went the same way, but then turned around and looked back. In the darkness, her eyes filled with a bright yellow light. Looking at Taoist and Murian, who were looking at the people going inside, she told them to go too. Muryang and Taoist Guo stood in front of Guo with a small smile on their faces, and after hearing the woman's proposal, the captain assumed that Guo wanted them to join her, and Taoist Guo said that he wanted to leave, but was not given a choice. The couple walked towards the house, and there was a humorous dialogue between them about letting Taoist Guo go first, to which the guy himself replied that old people like him are always allowed to go ahead. They walked slowly, getting closer and closer to the house, and the Taoist said that he was too young to die today, to which the girl replied that the guy should try to live as long as possible, because he still has a detachment of the black cloud to manage. Finally, they entered a room where 6 people were seated. They discussed what happened, and Solran said that this was all the information they had collected. Guo lowered her head, crossed her arms, and said Fiwal's name with a slightly upset intonation. She suddenly looked at Sunha, thereby catching the girl by surprise. The abbess's eyes lit up and she turned to Sunha, asking if she wanted to tell her something. Heavy sweat ran down the girl's face, and her gaze wandered in confusion, and Songha, frightened, apologized to the abbess, pretending that she did not understand what the old woman was talking about. No longer looking in the direction of the frightened girl, the woman monotonously asked Sunhee about her connection to Fiwal. Sunha was very confused and pretended not to understand the meaning of the question, asking what the old woman meant. Guo came closer to the girl, looking with her burning eyes into Sunha's confused eyes and squeezing her cheeks with her hand. She repeated the question, but with a ruder intonation. The woman looked at the girl threateningly. Suddenly, reading all the information from the girl, the abbess began to notice how the girl's face filled with a dark shadow, which meant she was lying, so Guo asked to look into her eyes and stated that she did not like it when people lie. The old woman asked why Songha began to worry when the name Fiwal was said. Sweat streamed down Sunny's face. She, not knowing what to answer, stuttered and mumbled something, almost crying. She fell to her knees in front of Guo, apologized and said that she didn't think things would turn out this way. The girl's face filled with a purple blush and her eyes wandered around the room lostly. Songha burst into tears and screamed that she wanted to take advantage of Fiwal and did not think that this could happen. She put her hand on her heart and said that if they give her people, then she can bring Fiwal here and Sunha will be ready to fix everything. Guo's face changed to one of regret and expressing pity for the girl who was lying at her feet. Tears increasingly covered the girl's eyes with a veil, and she shouted that Fio trusted her, so it would be easy to lure him into a trap. Sunha lay and cried at Guo's feet, to which she touched her hair with her hand and began to feel sorry for her and calm her down. The woman gently put her hand under Sunha's hair, fingering it more and more roughly, and addressed her, calling her a performer. Guo's gaze was agitated, and she looked at Sunha with annoyance and disappointment, asking who asked her to kill the clan leader, because all she was asked to do was live among people and bloom like a flower. The girl's tear-stained face broke into a smile from the words she heard, and Songha said that she realized her mistake and from now on she will live like a flower, following the words of the abbess. Solran, standing behind, was not happy with the picture she saw and looked in bewilderment at everything that was happening before her eyes. Suddenly her face was distorted into an angry grimace and her eyebrows furrowed. The girl screamed loudly and the names of the lady and Sunha flew out of her mouth. And at that very second, Guo pierced Sunha's head right through using magical powers. Sunha's eyes lit up, reflecting the force with which the abbess hit her, and the girl's lifeless body fell to the ground. Her eyes became empty, and blood spurted out sharply, staining her snow-white hair. Seeing this picture, everyone was horrified. Solran closed her eyes, wanting not to see that picture. Morian looked in amazement at everything that happened, his mouth open, and the Taoist was dumbfounded, silently examining the girl's corpse. Sunhee's head fell to the ground along with her body, and the lady stood up and turned towards Xiaoran and the others present. Sunha's snow-white hair took up a huge part of the floor and absorbed all the blood that ran away from the girl's head. Guo turned around once more, piercing the girl's dead body with a fiery gaze and asked how a thing like her could think with her own head. Solran flew into a rage and screamed her mistress's name with her mouth wide open. Solran was angry about what happened and her eyes burned with blue flames and red smoke surrounded the girls. The lady's face became less confident and acquired notes of sadness and disappointment. Solran literally burned with rage and suddenly exclaimed loudly that there was no need to resort to extreme measures and Sunha's actions were not intentional, but she should not have been killed, despite the mistake she made. Muryang and Taoist Guo looked towards Solran and fearfully looked at the girl, realizing how strong she had become. Guo smiled and said with admiration that Solran was finally showing all her true power and strength. The mistress and Solran stood opposite each other, and the girl turned to the mistress, but she interrupted her and told Sunha to remember that if you made an indulgence once, then you will make a second and a third. If someone made a mistake worthy of death, they must pay for it. Guo looked at Solran with a smile full of admiration and understanding and said that if she took her place, she would understand what the lady was talking about, and now Solran should leave the room. The lady turned around and began to move away from the girl's corpse, and a little later she spread her fingers and ordered Sunha's body to be removed. Gua walked in the same direction, gesturing with her hands and saying that the room had hundreds of flowers and the Yamai sect had the same origin. The woman no longer looked at the girl's lifeless body. It was all over, and the lady, with a sad look, without turning towards Solran, said to invite everyone later for negotiations. Solran was angry with the abbess and, gritting her teeth, looked at her back, breathing heavily with anger. Songha looked with complete indignation at the leaving woman and with all her eyes expressed the desire to take revenge on her. Muryang looked to the side with one open eye and reasoned out loud that from the very beginning she wanted to kill Songha in order to subjugate the Room of 100 Flowers. Taoist Guo thought about Gua. Because she was not only the strongest in Sichuan, but also an excellent strategist, she would be harder to control than he thought. Gua sat next to them and, looking at the floor, said that Captain Jan should prepare for mobilization. Marian and Dayashi looked at the woman in surprise with frightened eyes and were afraid of what was coming. Gua looked at them and suddenly a bright light resembling lightning sparkled from her eye, and the lady declared that the Black Cloud Squad must catch Fi Wall, no matter what. It was dark outside, overgrown hills and silence all around. Two men carried out Sunha's corpse, wrapped in a white cloth, on a stretcher. The men threw the body onto the grass. After standing for a while and looking at the corpse, one of them said that they would leave it here because perhaps the animals would eat it. The second agreed, but not so confidently. The men began to move away into the depths of the night, but suddenly one of them turned around and his eyes were filled with darkness. The other man ordered him to go, to which the guy agreed, and they left. Strange turquoise rays covered the cape in which Sunha's body was wrapped. Suddenly the rain poured down and small particles began to settle on the body with it. Someone's shadow slid over the body lying on the ground. A cold man's hand opened the cape covering the girl's face and Sunha appeared before the guy, whose face showed no signs of life. The rain intensified, and Fi Wall sat over the girl's body, touching her dead face. The guy's eyes shone brightly in the night, and all his clothes were covered with raindrops. Water poured in a huge stream onto the stones. They became more and more damp, and drops of water rolled down their rough structure. The guy reached out and touched one of them, placing them on the girl's body. He sat next to this heap, looking into the distance. He ringed the girl's body with many stones and, looking at this pile, said that there was no point in asking for forgiveness because they both used each other. Fi Wall sadly lowered his gaze to the floor and said that he would avenge her. He was left alone with a pile of stones in which the girl was imprisoned, and Fi Wall made a promise to the girl. Fi Wall felt for himself what bereavement was and understood what this concept was. Boundless and boundless mountains and azure skies appeared before the guy. He talked about how this concept is used to describe the terrible feeling of grief over the loss of something or someone, and this grief that parents experience after losing a child. At this very time, Muhwa, surrounded by people nearby, stood on the threshold of a huge house. He gathered his strength and knocked. The wooden door opened with a creak and an elderly man looked out, asking who came to him. Muhwa smiled with all his teeth and asked the man how he was feeling. The old man was stunned when he recognized the person in front of him and exclaimed that he could not even think that such a person as Muhwa would visit him early. The man looked at the guy in amazement and suddenly asked what brought him here. Muhwa confidently stood opposite the old man and, looking into his eyes, asked if Jinpyong was at home. But after hearing a positive answer and interrupting the old man's further speech, the man told him to tell Jinpyong that Muhwa came to him and noted that the man must still be grieving, but now the Kinshin sect needs his help more than ever. The old man smiled and, closing the door in front of the man, told him to wait a little. Muhwa was left alone, standing in front of the door, which slammed in his face. He looked at the door expectantly. Looking around, he began to think that after Gunson's death, Woosin abandoned everything and locked himself in his house, as if this old house was the personification of his heart. The door opened slightly, and through the crack one could see the shadow of a man slip through. An old man whose name was Wu Jinpyong appeared before Muhwa. He smiled good-naturedly and greeted the man. Standing on the threshold of the house, Jinpyong looked at the man with a smile, and Muhwa asked the old man how he was feeling and apologized for visiting him so rarely. Jinpyong grinned and thanked him for asking the man and replied that he was already better, and despite this, Muhwa made him wait for quite a long time and invited him into the house. Walking into the old man's mansion, the man was greeted by a cozy room with radiant cleanliness. Sitting down at a large and round table to drink tea, Jinpyong himself began the dialogue and said that the killer of the leader of the Thunder Clan mastered 79 sword techniques. Muhwa was surprised to hear these words and exclaimed in amazement. His face expressed complete indignation and intimidation and tried to ask a question. But the old man stopped the man and, looking into his surprised eyes, announced that he knew why he was here. In the thoughts and fantasies of the old man, the image of one man arose, and later he introduced another one, saying that one and the other one who killed Gunson are the same person. Mu-Hwa anxiously clutched his mug of tea and looked at his dark reflection in the water. He looked at Jinpyong from under his forehead and said, guessing that if the killer of the head of the Thunder Clan was also the killer of Gunson, and Mu-Hwa asked him what the old man had done 7 years ago. Jinpeng opened his sealed lips, which were not visible because of his mustache, and, thinking, turned to the guy. His gaze expressed horror and misunderstanding, and Jinpeng said that the life of parents turns into existence when they lose their child, so it is obvious. Mu Zhong became furious and angry at everything because he was ready to take revenge for his children on the person who took their lives. And when the man found out about this, he, filled with anger and aggression, crushed the glass in his hands, and it was on that day that the feeling of grief turned into rage. At this very time, Phi Vol stood in front of a stone well with a carved roof and looked at the dark night sky. Suddenly, hundreds of daggers began to fly around him and encircle the guy in the well near which he stood. The eyes of the main character lit up, and he began to look into the distance, piercing someone with his gaze. He was not afraid of the spears that whistled around him. Phi Wall began to look indifferently at what was happening around him. He lowered his gaze and bowed his head down, watching as the spears flew whistling near him. Suddenly the guy looked up and looked at the one who approached him. He saw a woman's leg and a voice that greeted him. A girl with whom he was already familiar appeared before him, and she smiled and waved her hand at him, saying that he had become prettier since the day they last met. She smiled good-naturedly and, coming a little closer to him, said that now she had found him. Although before that she had no idea where he was and where he could have gone, and she herself did not expect that he would be so right under the nose of the room of hundreds of flowers. The guy's gaze was burning, and he indifferently asked the girl what she needed. He smiled falsely and said that he doubted that she just wanted to see him since she brought other people with her. In front of the guy stood Taoist Guo and Hyulseum. The Taoist scratched his ear, closed one eye, and noted that the guy was really unusual, because despite the fact that they were hiding well, he still noticed them, and Hyulsen extended his hand next to him and greeted the guy. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared next to the guys, who, smiling, stretched out her arms next to her and said that she was inviting the guy to join the Black Cloud Squad for the last time. Phi Wall tried to keep his distance and, looking piercingly at the girl, asked what would happen if he refused, and to this the red-haired girl replied that then they would have to do as the customer asked. She coldly and insensitively began to pierce the guy with her gaze and said that then they would have to kill him. Suddenly, Hulsen's angry voice was heard behind her, and he said that if the guy wants to live, then he better accept the offer. The Taoist winked at the girl and told the guys to calm down, because he was not here to kill. Phi Wall began to wander around the guys and suddenly asked why they were here then, because they would not give up their mission. The Taoist said that he already knew about who and what, and he was here to advise him to hide better. The Taoist pointed his finger at the guy and said that they had already told the Yamai sect that he was killed, and if he was noticed again, they would have to cover up the traces of deception. If only he understood what they were talking about, and even if the sect found out that he is alive, he will have to hone his skills so much that no one in Sichuan will be able to defeat him so easily. The man with the burning gaze noted that the Yamai sect is the very client, which is most likely understandable. Standing in the shadows and away from his opponents, Phi Wall asked why they could so easily betray their customer and whether, for them, honesty was not the main component of their group. The guy laughed loudly when he heard these words and said that now no one in their time cares about this, and especially in modern Chengdu. The bright light from Taoist Guo's eyes flashed piercingly, and the man said that Phi Wall was not particularly disgusted with him, and therefore he did not want to kill him, but made him an offer in the form of him joining their squad. PZ Eval lowered his fiery gaze to the floor and seriously thought about the team's proposal. But he quickly regained his sanity and, looking at the group with a stern look, said that he was refusing their offer because for mercenaries, honesty is very important. Ranju lowered her gaze with disappointment and began to peer at one point in shock, thinking that perhaps someone hired him because he has an understanding between mercenaries and honesty, but the girl did not understand who could hire him. Pio Wall retreated into himself and into his thoughts, sadly hanging his head. He hoped that they would feel what he felt, and this terrifying feeling of despair in front of a force that could not withstand anything else. In his fantasies and thoughts, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared again, whose smile he would no longer see. The guy came out of his thoughts and, standing next to Taoist Guo, turned around with him, hearing Ranju's piercing cry. The girl looked at PZ Eval with anger and clenched her teeth and said that most likely his customer is a girl, because there is only one reason why a man is ready to throw himself into fire and water when a woman intervenes in the matter. The Taoist began to look with a smile at the indifferent and emotionless face of Phi Wall, who was looking directly, and he noted that the guy seemed more sentimental than he seemed. Ranju stood in front of the confident Phi Wall, who resolutely took the weapon into her hands and, interrogating the guy, asked what kind of girl hired him. Well, without waiting for an answer, she ran into the guy with burning eyes and swung her weapon in his direction, demanding an immediate answer to the question she posed. But Phi Wall didn't care about the girl's attack, and he watched with a confident look as the fiery clot flickered near his head. A strong gust of wind ruffled his hair and the guy clenched his lips and looked at the girl. He deflected her attack, turning her into fragments. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of stone projectiles flew down. Ranju covered her face with her hands and screamed loudly when she noticed fragments flying towards her. Hyulsen and Dollar ran up to the girl, asking if she was okay, to which the girl, crouching, replied that everything was fine. Straightening her shoulders, she looked at the place where the guy should have stood, but where the smoke was now billowing, and Ranju asked where the guy had gone. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them, to which they turned around and Chan Muryong appeared and, turning to the team, asked if he had spoken to them about the fact that conversations with Pio Wall were prohibited. At the same time, the guy found himself on the roof and looked at the approaching captain. But Chang Marian noticed him and pointed his finger at the roof, saying that he was there and was not even trying to hide. Pio Wall stood on the roof beam and looked at the night sky. Chang Marian looked at the guy with indignation and ordered him to be killed. Loud sounds were heard behind the man's back, and then sparkles. Many enemies jumped out from behind the trees and began to attack the guy, attacking him with their strength. But Fi Wall was ready to repel the attack. He quickly snapped his fingers, which were surrounded by some shining lines, and in a matter of seconds, Fi Wall created laser barriers that dissolved his opponents. The guy looked with indifference at the pieces flying in all directions and said that the team had brought quite a lot of people to kill him alone. To which Marian replied, looking excitedly into the eyes of his opponent, that he was thinking about bringing even more reinforcements. At that same second, many soldiers appeared in front of the guy, who could not see the score, and at their head was Chan Murian. Fi Wall stood on the roof and looked at the approaching army, saying that the captain would regret this and he should not get involved in his war. Fi Wall directed his hand to the side, surrounding the soldiers with laser barriers and magical snakes. We are transported to two men who are sitting opposite each other and talking about something with a smile. Suddenly something behind them lands with a crash into a small house. They startle in fear. One of them asks what that noise is, the other asks what is happening. The man saw the crowd moving quickly on the roof. One of them said that it seemed like they were fighting somewhere. Looking forward, one of the men thought that the guy was a man. Looked at the dark silhouette of the man and said that he had never seen him before, didn't see who he was and why so many subordinates were following him. You all turned around and looked at the men with interest. And then he turned around at great speed and made a dash towards the men. One of them shouted in fear why he was running here. You all extended his leg forward, then killed one of the men with one touch. The man fell to the floor and Yul did a somersault in the air. The man was lying on the ground, drooling. The other guys ran up to the dead man in fear and shouted that how could this be possible, he was dead. The guy turned to Yul in fear and shouted that who was he, why did he suddenly appear and kill that man. Yul stood still and then he quickly lunged forward and snapped the man's neck. Looking at this, the other guy gritted his teeth in fear. Yul grabbed his head and slammed him onto the ground with all his might. Yul calmly stood up, having just been killed by a man. Frightened guys stood in front of him, not understanding what to do. And then Ranju appeared behind Yul along with his other subordinates. Ranju looked at Yul in fear and asked what he was doing. Hyulsung shouted that it was bad, they needed to stop him. Yul turned around, looking menacingly to the side. The man, looking at him, shouted who they were and why they were killing people left and right. Ranju looked at Yul menacingly, clenched her teeth, then asked what they were. Bayashi looked ahead in fear and said that they had been tricked, now they are the main suspects. They seem to think that Yul is one of them. Ranju clenched her fist and said that this bastard, she was wondering why he started attacking everyone indiscriminately. Yul, surrounded by a dark aura, looked towards them with a smile. Looking at him, Ranju shouted that Yul was trying to force them to fight with people. The aura around Yul became stronger and he gradually disappeared. People frowned and shouted loudly that he had disappeared. That evil guy who looked like a ghost, where did he go? One of the men stepped forward and, with furrowed brows, extended his hand, then shouted that first let them deal with them. Since they are just subordinates, they should just catch them and force them to give up information about that guy. Ranju looked ahead in fear and screamed that they were not. Ranju, task on, looked at Hulsun. Hyulsung lowered his head and said that they can't let everyone get stuck here, let them leave those people to him, and the two of them are here behind Yuali. Ranju, frowning, looked ahead with displeasure, and then she and Dayashi made a leap upward at great speed. Ranju shouted for Hulsun to be careful, this is an order. Hyulsung looked ahead with a smile, then said that he was forced to obey her orders. Dissatisfied people with angry eyes rushed straight at Hyulsun, who, looking at them, thought and said that he would clear up this misunderstanding. A huge number of warriors were fighting among each other, and someone shouted that they needed to kill them all, they should not let them leave this place alive. The fire in the village was raging. Someone shouted that the Qingcheng sect must be destroyed, the Amei bastards will show what they are capable of. The girl looked in front of her in fear. She said that a small skirmish had turned into a full-scale conflict throughout Chengdu. To think that one assassin could fool the entire Chengdu. The girl looked at the real Yual, who watched as the flames in the village flared up more and more. Someone shouted that Yual even understood what he was doing now. Yual, looking at the burning village, asked that everyone came out, including those who were hiding. He continued to look forward, then added that although the results were a little different from what he thought, it seemed to be even better than he expected thanks to them, so he thanked them. Yual turned around with a smile and said that this battle would become even more beautiful. Ranju swung her sword and furrowed her brows angrily and shouted at the bastard what he just said. A huge fire whirlwind appeared in front of Yual, but at the last moment, Yual successfully evaded him. Dayashi swung his sword and looked at Yual angrily. His eyes burning, he grabbed his sword and said that they would put an end to this. And then Dayashi quickly lunged forward using his technique. A huge column of fire headed towards Yual. Many thin threads appeared around Yual, and he landed on one of them. And then he quickly jumped away. Yual raised his hand, many threads surrounding him. And then a small dagger formed in his hand. Yual did a somersault and threw a pair of daggers in front of him. Dayashi looked at them in fear and wondered if they were daggers. He thought that Yual had repulsed their attacks in order to escape, but he decided to counterattack. Many thin threads appeared around Dayashi. He frowned and lowered his head, then wondered how the daggers could move like that. The daggers turned sharply in different directions. It was very difficult to follow them. Dayashi fought them off with all his might, holding his sword in front of him. Yual held a thin thread in his hand. He frowned and looked in front of him menacingly. Behind Dayashi, a heart lit up, a flash, and a small dagger began to approach him at great speed. Dayashi clenched his teeth and turned around. The dagger hit his hand. Dayashi looked ahead in fear. A fountain of blood gushed from his hand, and the hand itself flew several meters to the side. Dayashi fell to his knees and screamed loudly, pressing his other open wound. Ranju, looking ahead in fear, shouted Dayashi. Bright flashes appeared behind her, and then the daggers pierced her body. She, frowning, screamed loudly. Ranju lowered her head down, thinking that this is impossible. She can't even distribute them. They don't move too fast. It's not like that time. Yual is able to make the daggers move so freely. Yual stood in front of Dayashi while Ranju watched. She frowned and loudly shouted no. Dayashi, holding his severed hand, looked menacingly in front of him. Yual calmly looked into his eyes, daggers moving quickly around him. Marian, coming forward, holding a spear in her hand, loudly shouted for them to stop. She swung, clenching her teeth, and a strong aura appeared around her. Her eyes glowed. She looked ahead with a frightening gaze, and then she threw her spear forward with all her strength. The spear flew at great speed. It was almost invisible. The spear was quickly approaching Yual's body. Yual looked at him menacingly, and then he grabbed and lifted Dayashi. Yual grabbed him by the body and held him in front of him. The spear flew forward at great speed. Dayashi looked ahead in fear. Marian, seeing what was happening, became very frightened and screamed. Ranju stood there, puzzled, not knowing what to do, and Dayashi closed his eyes and smiled. The next second, a spear pierced his body at great speed. He fell to the ground dead, and a pool of blood appeared under him. Looking at him, someone shouted Dayashi. Yual looked at his body arrogantly. Someone shouted no. And then Yual used the technique and his body started. Ranju grabbed Dayashi and, looking at him, shouted that he couldn't just die. Dayashi opened his eye and smiled and whispered that who said that he would die? Why is she saying such sad things? He is not going to die. Ranju, looking at him, shouted for the captain to catch up with Yual and kill him now. Tears appeared in Ranju's eyes. She, looking menacingly in front of her in a frightening voice, said that he needed to be caught and torn to shreds. Marian frowned and looked in front of her with displeasure, and then with a quick jerk, she pushed off the ground and ran forward. Ranju, looking down, began to sob. She fell on Dayashi's body and asked for someone to wake up. Saul ran and the master appeared in front of us, looking at the burning city. The master, frowning his eyebrows and clenching his teeth, asks what is happening there. The master turns around, and Saul Ran, looking at her, says that they must urgently save their ally, the Kingming sect, and stabilize the current situation as quickly as possible. The master looks at the burning village and says that, of course, everything is much worse than she thought. The master, looking angrily in front of her, opened her mouth wide and shouted for everyone to move to the fire dragon's room. A huge number of monks behind her rushed into battle with great speed. The guy turned around in fear and shouted that it was the master, the Ame sect. The sect leader came here in person. The man looked in front of him, puzzled. What the guy said, the sect leader is here. He looked ahead in fear and thought that in this case they were at a disadvantage. Purple lightning began to come from the gate, and then they instantly swung open, and a master appeared in front of them with a staff in his hand. The man looked ahead in fear and then shouted that it was a witch. The master angrily walked towards him. There was a strong aura around her. She said that the man had become much bolder, didn't he? How dare he call her that? The man gritted his teeth and stepped forward and said that the master should tell her people to retreat. There is a problem between the Fire Dragon Room and the Kingming sect. There is no need for the Ame sect to get involved here. The master stretched her hand forward and said that she knows everything, that the Kingming sect and the Ame sect are connected. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? He is taking her for a fool. The man, stretching his hand forward, said that no one said that, he just Suddenly the master, clenching her teeth, made a quick dash forward. She swung her staff and shouted silence. She struck the man with her staff, but he was able to parry her blow with his sword. The man clenched his teeth and did his best to hold back her blow. He thought that he knew that she was strong, but not that much. The man jerked back and, looking at her in fear, thought that she had incredible fighting skills. A dark aura appeared around the master. She clenched her teeth and swung her cane. And then a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, causing a huge flash. The man coughed up blood. He, leaning on his sword, stood in the center of the blow. All the earth around him was crushed. The master jumped forward and, looking at him menacingly, swung her cane again. She furrowed her brows and looked at the man and said that she would simply put an end to the chaos. Suddenly a strong black flash appeared. Someone, putting his sword forward, was able to block the master's attack. The master looked in front of her with displeasure. She landed on the ground and, looking ahead in confusion, asked how he survived the attack. Seeing the guy, she was surprised, then said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A man with a thick beard and long hair appeared in front of her. She said Sage Mujiang. Mujiang frowned and looked in front of him with dissatisfaction, then said that who would have thought that they would meet like this again. He is very glad to see her abbess. Gua Master approached Mujiang and said that it was true. She was not very happy to see him. Mujiang replied that he had been waiting for 7 long years to meet her. How could he not be happy? Mujiang smiled. A strong aura appeared around him. He said that if his older brothers had not rejected the offer to destroy the Ame sect 7 years ago, they would have met much earlier. The master looked in front of her. She thought that this was energy. The master smiled, looking at Mujiang, and said that it seemed like he had recently received some kind of insight. She felt a mystical energy from him that she had not seen before. Mujiang asked, "Insight?" He just learned a new martial art. The master smiled and angrily looked at Mahjong and said that she could not even imagine how extensive and deep the martial arts of the Qingcheng sect were. The master continued to glare at Mujiang and said that even she was so confident that she knew enough about them, she never thought that this sect had a secret technique that exuded such pure energy. Mahjong frowned and looked displeasedly in her direction, and then told her not to try to measure the Qingcheng sect by her standards. What this sect is capable of is much larger and more magnificent than the Ame sect. The master, frowning her eyebrows, looked in front of her. She remembered 2 huge white snakes, and then said that he was apparently so great that even a simple killer had tricked him. Hearing her words, Muchong stood up menacingly. The rage inside him was at its limit. With his eyes wide open, he asked, "Murderer," what she was talking about. The master smiled and said that the bastard he left in the cave was still alive. Mujiang remembered the guy who was lying among a huge number of snakes, and then he told her not to lie to him. That guy was dead. The master smiled sarcastically and asked him to check his corpse. Mujiang frowned and looked in front of him with dissatisfaction. He asked the corpse. The master interrupted him and said that he sees it. He didn't check it, right? That's why this whole situation arose. Mujiang, looking menacingly in front of him, remembered that guy and then asked that he was really alive. The master took a few steps towards Mujiang and said that the one responsible for the death of the young leader of the Lightning Clan in the current situation was the one who killed Changhua from their sect and Jompa from the Mujiang sect. Mujiang looked in front of him, puzzled, then asked what she meant, that they had been fooled by a simple murderer. The master furrowed her brows as she looked in front of her and then said, "That's right, so they need to solve their problems after taking care of him. No one knows what he's up to at the moment." Mujiang looked at the master carefully. His eyes shone brightly, then he said that he refused. The aura around him became much stronger. It grew like fire. He, looking at the master, said that the one who ordered him to complete the murder is right now in front of him. How can he miss such an opportunity? Mujiang slowly began to approach the master, shouting that the 7 swords would help the fire dragon room drive out the evil bitches from the Ame sect. Several warriors from his sect came out in front of Mujiang. Together with him, he looked menacingly at the master. The master lowered her head and then said that he was truly stubborn, acting as a Taoist would act. A strong energy appeared around the master. She, looking menacingly in front of her, said that Mujiang chose the hard path when she suggested the easy one. Mujiang, frowning and clenching his teeth, looked in front of him displeasedly, and then shouted that she should pay for her crimes with her life, the old hag. The master and Mujiang locked eyes, and then the master pushed off from the ground. There were purple lightning around her, and Mujiang did the same. They took off and, swinging their weapons, quickly approached each other. 2 huge forces collided with each other. A bright flash illuminated everything around. "We are transported to Yual. He is running at great speed through the forest, making his way through dense trees. Yual hears someone shouting for him to stay still and that he is the devil. Suddenly, Yual notices a bright light not far from him, emanating from the master along with Mujiang. Yual turns around and looks carefully in that direction. Yual smiled widely and then said that they were already here. A large stone wall of the fortress appears in front of us. A large number of horsemen, frowning their brows, run ahead. They, holding out their spears, run after Yual. A thin long thread develops around Yual. He moves forward at great speed, not attaching any importance. Murian, riding a horse, frowned, looking ahead, thinking that he could not believe that she, riding a horse, was not able to catch up with him. He, frowning his eyebrows and clenching his teeth, again thought that this is unimaginable. Even though this is happening right now, Yul creates energy threads and walks along them directly through the air. Muriang's eyes burned with rage. Looking at Yul, he thought that no matter what method this killer uses to escape, he will definitely catch up with him and kill him. Murian remembered himself in childhood, how he killed a person for the first time. How he, frowning his eyebrows, turned around with abrasions on his face. Dayashi stood in front of him. He smiled and looked at Anya. Murian wondered how he dared to kill Dayashi, who was like a father to him. Muriang swung his spear and, frowning, shouted loudly for everyone to attack Yul. The other warriors raised their spears above their heads, and then many spears flew at great speed straight towards Yul's back. Yul suddenly stopped. He turned around and made a dash towards the spears. Muriang, looking at this in fear, shouted that Yul was running straight towards the spears, rushing straight towards them instead of avoiding the attack. Suddenly, Yul began to disappear as spears flew past him. One of the warriors, looking forward in fear, shouted that Yul had disappeared again. Who the hell was he? Yul reappeared somewhere. He hovered over a group of warriors. One of the warriors began to turn around in fear. Yul, moving along the threads, looked straight at him. And then the threads beheaded many soldiers riding on horses. Yul slowly flew up to one of the horses. The warriors turned around in fear. They saw how the heads of their comrades flew off their shoulders. Muriang clenched his teeth and saw a huge white snake surrounding Yul. Yul looked carefully in front of him. A large explosion appears in front of us in the village. Everything is engulfed in flames. A dead horse lies on the ground, and next to him is a horseman. Warriors surrounded Yul and extended their spears towards him. Murian, looking at him, frowned and said that he would kill him with his own hands. Yul exhaled with a calm look and said that he didn't understand. And, despite him, he asked what. Yul looked around and asked if this wasn't their way of life. He lowered his head and continued to say that isn't it the Jianghu who live like this? They are the Qingcheng sect. The Ame constantly kill people. How are they different from him? The whole city was on fire. Yul asked how many people she thought the sects had sacrificed to earn the reputation they had today. Yul looked at Anya and asked what about him. He is sure that in order to maintain such a huge organization of mercenaries, he killed twice as many people as he has. Yul closed his eyes and lowered his head, then said that he was only creating an opportunity here. Yul then suddenly opened his eyes. The people behind him instantly died as they were pierced by his threads. Yul said that wasn't the situation taking such a turn because of their greed and ambition. Muriang looked in front of him with a crazy look and then asked if Yul had really lost his mind. A strong aura began to appear around Yul, and the number of threads increased. Muriang looked down and then thought that this dagger seemed to be glowing more than before. Yul put energy into his weapon to make it glow. Murian looked ahead in fear and wondered what the killer got from opening his weapon. A bright flash appeared behind Murian. He turned around in fear and wondered that people were approaching. Judging by their energy, there was a master among them, but there was someone else with similar energy. What were they doing here? Muriang looked at the wall. A bright energy was spreading above it. Looking at it, Muriang thought that Yul always acted alone. They cannot be his allies. Whose energy is this? Mujiang, looking forward menacingly, made a quick dash and then shouted that the master thought he could escape from him. The master smiled and then shouted that running away looked like she wanted to run away, destroy everything in Chengdu. Mujiang swung her weapon, and the master, gritting her teeth, also took a fighting stance. Suddenly, a small dagger with a thread at the end appeared in front of them. The master and Mujiang turned around in fear and stopped. They saw Yul standing outside the gate, and around him a huge number of soldiers. Threads were everywhere. The master asked what it was. She looked in front of her and asked what it was. Yul stood calmly in place, with many threads around him. The master, together with Sol Ran, quickly ran in his direction. The master, looking ahead in fear, asked that Sol Ran knew him. Sol Ran, remembering Yul, said that it was the killer. Mujiang, standing near the master, frowned and, looking behind the wall, asked the murderer. Yul calmly turned around and looked at them. Mujiang was filled with rage and, looking at Yul, asked that he was really alive. Mujiang's circle became stronger and he screamed loudly, "The bastard." The horses went wild, and the soldiers grabbed their heads, shouting that no, and worse. Mujiang made a dash down at great speed. Murian looked at the wall in fear. Mujiang drew his sword as he approached Yul, and Yul smiled. Yul looked around with a crazy smile. A huge white snake appeared around him. Then he said that everything was finally assembled. Yul looked around and smiled widely. We are taken to small buildings. And then Yul runs forward at high speed. Muriang, along with Master Sol Ran and Mujiang, look at him menacingly. Mujiang opens his mouth wide and screams furiously that Yul is a bastard. How long does he plan to run away? Sol Ran looked ahead in fear. The master, frowning her eyebrows, ran forward. Sol Ran looked at her and shouted to her to wait. They should stop. This would only play into Yo Wall's hands. The master turned around and, frowning, shouted loudly for Sol Ran to shut up and not say another word. The master, gritting her teeth, remembered Mujiang and thought that she didn't give it away because everyone was watching. But this sage Mujiang, she doesn't know what kind of martial arts he studied, but the sage was able to instantly suppress her. The master, gritting her teeth, angrily lowered her head down, then thought that now this arrogant assassin is also provoking her, since he is an eyesore, so also, if she allows him to survive, she will cause trouble wherever he goes. The bastard will not only bring death with him, but will also ruin the reputation of the sect, which is already on the verge of destruction. The master, breathing heavily, looked forward angrily, then thought that even if it was only a second, she cannot believe that she was surpassed. Now she is just chasing a fly. Kill this impudent killer and engage in battle with the sage Mujiang. A huge number of copies flew forward at high speed. They instantly killed several girls standing in front. The girls turned around in fear, looking at their dead friends. And then, looking back in fear, they shouted that there were traps here. Marian got off his horse and, frowning, looking forward, asked what this place was. Someone shouted that there were traps here. Abandoned houses appear in front of us, with a large number of broken boards lying on the floor. Marian, looking ahead in fear, thought for a moment, and then said that this was not just an abandoned house. They looked around at the large buildings, then Murian said that this was the residence of the Tang clan. The master, looking ahead in fear, asked that you all had dragged them to the Tang clan village. Mujiang, turning around angrily, shouted that how dare he bring them to this hole, let him show himself immediately. There was a dark aura on top of the main building. Yul stood on the roof and looked down. Mujiang noticed him and clenched his fists. Yul stood calmly and watched everyone. Mujiang gritted his teeth and then the bastard shouted. The master, frowning her eyebrows, loudly shouted that he was mocking him. Yul smiled. He imagined a web in his head. And then he opened his eyes wide and said there was fear in their eyes. Yul extended his hand towards them and said what it was. A huge snake appeared around the entire residence there. Yul said that this is his divine web, from which there is no way out. Someone, standing to the side, Yul exposed the blade. The guy smiled and, standing on the roof, swung his sword and said that Yul is a demon, and he, Zhejiang, will break his neck. Zhejiang, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, quickly approached Yul. Several blades flew towards him. Zhejiang put his sword in front of him and deftly deflected them all. He smiled broadly and asked how did he like it? Suddenly, several more blades rushed towards him. Zhejiang looked around in front of him and shouted what? He swung his sword and was able to deflect them all. But suddenly one of the blades hit him in the leg and he screamed loudly, and then several blades hit him in the back. Zhejiang opened his mouth wide and spit out blood, and then, dropping his sword, he began to fall from the roof. One of the girls, looking ahead in fear, shouted that who would have thought that there were so many traps flying at her. Another girl shouted what I expected from the Tang clan village. Yul smiled broadly as he looked down, wondering if they really didn't know about this. He opened his eyes wide and wondered at the sight of hidden weapons and deadly poison hidden in this place. The girl looked at the master and said that of all places, Yul lured them to the Tang clan village. The girl looked ahead in fear and then said that they should really fight him in this place. The master and Sol Ran looked at her, and the girl continued to say that it was here. Sol Ran fearfully extended her hand towards her and shouted for her to wait. Suddenly, several arrows flew out of nowhere. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, arrows pierced her body. A hail of arrows continued to fall from the sky, killing the girls. One of the guys, looking ahead in fear, shouted back. Sol Ran, parrying the arrows, frowned and shouted for everyone to calm down. They should not move here rashly. The girl began to run quickly and shouted for help. Suddenly she stepped on something and the slab beneath her began to collapse. She looked down in fear. Acrid smoke came out. The guys and girls grabbed her by the neck. Everyone began to have tears and drool from their mouths. Someone shouted that it was poison. The veins on the girl's neck swelled. She screamed for someone to save her. Suddenly, white snakes came out of nowhere. Looking at them, someone shouted that there are a whole bunch of them here. It is the bastard who is using magic to summon them. The master lowered her head. She heard cries for help. The veins on the master's head popped out. She smiled widely. A strong aura appeared around her. She told Yul to come down quickly. She would make sure that he lost his head. Yul stood on the roof, motionless, and looked at the master. And then he smiled. There was a strong aura around him and many snakes. He told her to wait. And then Yul smiled widely and said that he would save the best for last. The whole village was in darkness. Mujiang's eyes were filled with darkness. Snakes crawled in front of his feet. His pupils filled with orange mana. He cut all the snakes with his magical attacks. Mujiang gritted his teeth and said that Wall was a scoundrel. He looked at the roof where the main character stood. Mahjong claimed that Wall had clipped the wings of the Qingcheng sect. His eyes filled with rage, he shouted that the main character would pay him with his life. Vol was at a loss and asked him whether he would really have to pay with his life. As he continued talking, he found out if he had paid him 7 years ago. An angry Mujiang called him a brat. The main character stood with his head down and insisted that he had no debts left in that world. His eyes glowed red. He mentioned that all he had to do was collect his debts. The village was shrouded in shadow and golden threads. Vol jumped off the roof, filling himself with energy. He flew around Mujiang in a circle. He looked frowning and didn't understand what was happening. He filled himself with orange mana and said that he saw only pathetic tricks from the main character. Mujiang held his sword tightly in his hand. Vol attacked him from above. A tense Mujiang noticed the attack. He dodged the protagonist's blades. Through a hole in the main character's cloak, orange eyes were visible. Behind the mantle stood Vol. Mujiang looked surprised and said that Vol had changed a lot, but his eyes were the same as before. The eyes of the main character were filled with red energy. He told him that he had not changed at all, but his eyes were not the same as before. Vol stood intently. Mujiang held the sword in front of his face and told the main character that this time he would not let him get away. Vol attacked him with the Azure Cloud and Crimson Dawn techniques. The protagonist's gaze was focused on the enemy. Vol was shrouded in mana snakes. He was approaching Mujiang. Behind him were many threads and blades. Vol attacked Mujiang with blades. He sat on the floor and repelled them with his sword. Mujiang looked at him furiously and said that the main character was making a strong attack. He asserted that Vol was no longer an ordinary assassin. The main character attacked the defending Mujiang. He deflected his blades with his sword and thought in his head about what Vol had been doing for 7 years. Vol was shrouded in magical threads. Mujiang continued to think that the main character's abilities were an order of magnitude higher than those of the masters from Sichuan. Vol was filled with blue mana. Mujiang said that what he saw gave him pleasure. He filled himself with energy and insisted that he had not felt like a winner for a long time. Behind the back of the main character there was a mountain from the cave. Mujiang continued to remember how Vol spent 7 years in the dark. His pupils were filled with orange light. Behind the main character stood his old version. Mujiang closed his eyes. He held his magic sword in his hand and agreed with the main character. Mujiang stuck his weapon into the ground. Vol stood in front of him and observed his behavior. A red magical field stretched above Mujiang's head. The sword was filled with energy. Mujiang looked angry and asked the main character if he could dodge the attack. He got closer to the main character, making an attack. Mujiang was close with Will's surprised face. The main character looked concentrated. His pupils were filled with magic. On the battlefield there was a strong blow to the main character. Mujiang looked at the blood flying from his sword. He thought about the fact that he felt a hit on the main coat of arms. He said in his thoughts that he would not be able to escape unscathed after receiving the 13th cut of the Azure Cloud. Blood flew into his face. He thought that he had cut the main character in half. Blood poured from Vol's mouth. He held the blade of the magical sword between his fingers. Mujiang watched with his mouth open. Vol held the end of the sword in his hands on the open battlefield. Mujiang didn't understand what was happening. Vol filled the space with blue energy. The battlefield was shrouded in the magic of the protagonist. A crack appeared on Mujiang's sword. The Will's eyes were filled with red mana. The main character attacked his opponent using the Jade Destruction technique. The fragments flew into Mujiang's surprised face. The destroyed sword fell to the floor. Surprised, Mujiang held the hilt of the sword in his hands and insisted that he received the sword from the master, who passed it on to new generations. He claimed that there was never even a scratch on his sword. Vol stood in front of a screaming enemy. He shouted that he did not understand how the main character managed to do this. The end of a magic staff was coming out of Mujiang's stomach. Vol watched what was happening in surprise. Blood flew from his mouth. Gua stood behind him. The dying Mujiang lay at her feet and found out whether it was her or not. Vol watched the dying enemy. Gua kept saying that Mujiang did a good job. Her eyes were filled with purple mana. She insisted that she would finish what she started. Mujiang spat blood on the floor. He moved away from Gua with a spear in his back. He looked angry and told her that she had cowardly stabbed him in the back. Her eyes were filled with purple energy, and she said that she didn't care because Jiang Hu only remembered the winners. She looked at him and said that he was to blame himself because he could not evade. His face was covered in blood. He said that the strongest warrior of the Ame sect could not do this. The wars watched what was happening on the battlefield. Solrin was surprised. Urian looked aggressive. Gua's eyes were filled with mana. She insisted that Muchang was talking about nothing because the Ame sect would take control of all of Sichuan. She stated that she would not leave a single witness. She frowned and argued that Mujiang would tell what he saw in the other world. He looked at her with aggression. Mujiang yelled at her, calling her a stupid old woman. He stood in front of her and kept repeating that if she does this. Gua's staff stuck out from his back. He told her that at this rate the Ame sect would fall. He stood face to face with her and insisted that everything would be her fault. Gua was filled with mana and asked him if he had finished speaking. She pulled the staff from his back and said that he had better worry about the Qingcheng sect. Gua stood with a staff in her hands and insisted that the Ame sect would exist forever. She launched a repulsive attack on him and said that the Qingcheng sect would collapse without his support. The whole village was filled with her magic. He lay exposed. His warriors were unhappy with what was happening on the battlefield. She looked at him and pointed out with a dissatisfied face. Gua stood in front of the main character, her eyes filled with purple mana. She looked at him and said that she was grateful to him. Continuing the conversation, she said that they suffered losses, but in the end they managed to find a great opportunity for them. Val watched her. She slammed the staff onto the ground. Her attack emitted purple magic. Gua looked crazy and insisted that even if she died, they would cause unforgettable damage to the main character. Ores scattered from her blow across the entire battlefield. Val stood in front of her and argued that if it weren't for their ambitions, he would have lived a worthless life. His eyes were red and he said it was good to stay the same. He was enveloped in blue mana, and he said that out of ambition, they turned him into an assassin. He walked in surrounded by energy and golden threads. He flew to Gua and asked her to look at him. She looked depressed. Val continued to tell her to look at the monster he created with his own hands. The protagonist's blade crashed into her staff. His eyes were filled with energy. He insisted that the monster was already an adult. Val dodged her attacks while in his threads. Threads protected his face. Gua tried to resist his attacks. She concentrated mana into a staff. Their attacks clashed, reflecting each other. A strong magical explosion hit the ground. Xiaoran was in shock. Sweat streamed down her face as she remembered her master. Gua stood in the purple smoke and was surprised. She twirled her staff and told him that she expected more from him. She was surrounded by mana. Gua launched a magical attack using the golden chaotic strike technique. There was a huge explosion on the battlefield. Val was entangled in threads and could not move. The attack hit the main character. He stood in the fire. His fingers were wrapped in threads. Energy sparkled in her eyes. She cried a lot. Gua's face was illuminated with yellow light. She watched the blades that flew at her. Her face looked tense. She tried to deflect the attack with her staff. The ground around her was shrouded in purple mana. She kept her staff stuck in the ground. Gua looked surprised as she asked him if that was all. Val was squatting in front of her. His eyes were filled with magic, and he learned from her, depending on who knows. A thread was wound around his hand, which went underground. Gua was shocked by what was happening. Her eye looked down. She stood on a cliff, noticing that her leg was wrapped in golden threads. Val ran across the battlefield. Golden threads followed him. He pulled Gua's leg. Taken aback, she screamed that it was bad. The main character's eyes filled with red light. Val's body was filled with blue mana. He used mind acceleration. He used black lightning, after which he was enveloped in a black aura. While heading towards Gua, the protagonist mentally noted that if he uses mind acceleration to increase his ability to think quickly to the maximum, and black lightning to increase his physical abilities to the maximum. Dark streams of energy emanated from his fist. Stunned, Gua asked where Wall was. He hit her and noted that he could move at the speed of sound. Gua started coughing up blood from being hit by the main character. Val looked at her with a calm expression. He landed on the ground. The main character stood in front of Gua lying on the ground. His face was illuminated by sunlight. Frightened, Xiaoran called out to the master. Gua tried to get up from the ground. Frowning, she wondered what it was just now. She imagined herself in the abyss. Gua asked about what just hit her. She noted that she did not see any attack. Gua said she couldn't believe she could be taken down with just one attack. Her eyes were red. She wondered if it was an accident that Wall fought on par with the sage Mujiang. Watching Wall, Gua asked what kind of monster they created. Drops of blood ran down her face. She emphasized the fact that at this rate she would end up as the sage Mujiang. She called out to Xiaoran, who was stunned by what was happening. Marian turned around with an enraged look. Gua called out to the captain of the Black Cloud Corps. She lay in front of Val and asked them to kill this fool. They frowned at what they heard. They approached Gua and watched the main character. Looking at them, Val said that it was disgusting. He calmly asked if Gua was willing to sacrifice the lives of two people to save his own. The main character rushed at her and asked if she thought he would allow such a possibility. He rushed next to Marian. Xiaoran was furious at what was happening. The wounded Gua watched Wall. Behind the main character, Marian appeared, shrouded in blue mana. Val pointed his golden threads at him. They began to wrap around Marian's spear. Marian was beside himself with rage. With an angry look, he called the main character a fool. Many daggers were pointed at him. Blue energy began to emanate from his eyes. Val's daggers pierced Marian's chest. Bleeding, he began to fall to the ground. The main character began to move forward. Xiaoran ran towards him. A pink stream of mana appeared in front of her. She ordered Val to stop it. The main character dodged her blow. Xiaoran was furious at what she saw. Holding the katana in front of her, she repeated herself and ordered the main character to stop. On both sides of the will were powerful blasts of pink energy. A scratch appeared on his face. He He continued to run. Xiaoran was taken aback by the main character running through her. A red light emanated from Vol's eyes. Watching the main character, Xiaoran noted and thought that he did not even counterattack, but simply walked past her. She looked sad and asked why Vol did this. The main character stood in front of Gua. She looked at Vol with a frightened look. The main character was furious. Frowning, Gua declared that Vol was a fool. Her eyes were completely red. Stunned, Xiaoran screamed that the main character should stop. A cloud of energy appeared around Vol. Gua was taken aback by this. She looked at her hand. There were black snakes on her hands. Snakes began to wrap around her body. The main character stood in front of her. An enraged Gua said that Wall. A huge white snake appeared in front of her. Gua was beside herself with rage and screamed that the main character was a demon, and if not for him, then Sichuan would have become hers. A huge snake struck her. Blood began to spray from her throat. Wall stood in front of Gua's corpse. Watching her, the main character asked if that was all she had to say in the end. There was a pool of blood under Gua. Looking away, Vol asked her to disappear from his life forever. He looked at Gua's corpse with a calm expression. Solran and Murian were taken aback by what they saw. The warriors sat near Mujiang's corpse. The soldiers were surprised. Everyone on the battlefield looked at Gua's corpse. They started crying and asking how this was possible. The warriors watched the main character and said that Abbas Gua was instantly defeated. They asked if Vol was a man and where this monster came from. Someone reported that the main character is a reaper. The sun illuminated Vol. He turned his gaze to the soldiers. The warriors were scared. They stood in front of the main character, saying that this is impossible and they will not defeat him. Vol's face was serious. The soldier became covered in a red aura and began to tremble in fear. His eyes were full of horror. Starting to scream, he ran away from the battlefield. The remaining soldiers looked at Vol. Standing in the clouds of dust, Solran mentally noted that they were finished. There was a white snake on the main character's shoulder. Solran noticed that everyone was afraid of him. She emphasized that the main character is the killer they hated so much. She imagined red eyes over the settlement. Solran noted and thought that Wall instantly destroyed the leaders of the Amei and Qingcheng sects and took all of Sichuan under his control. Blue steam emanated from the main character. Closing her eyes, Solran wondered what they should do now. Holding the blade in her hands, she asked what the future of their sect would be. She noted that at least the master. Wall looked at Xiaoran. They made eye contact. Frightened, Xiaoran tried to say something. Mujiang started screaming loudly. A red light emanated from his eyes. Powerful gusts of wind came from him. His face turned red. Solran watched him carefully. Wol was calm. Mujiang's hair turned golden. He continued to scream. He rose to his feet. His eyes burned with a bright light. Taken aback, the man turned to the sage Mujiang. A guy stood next to him and asked if Mujiang was okay. He grabbed the blade. People watched Mujiang and talked about his energy. They were shocked by what was happening. They stated that it was demonic energy. He clenched his blade in his hand. The soldiers asked not to say that. Mujiang rushed towards Wall. They wondered if sect elder Qingcheng had studied demonic techniques. The main character dodged the blow and noted in his thoughts that Mujiang's movements had completely changed. Mujiang was enveloped in a demonic aura. Wol noticed that the sect elder's movements were similar to his. The stunned guy asked the master to stop. An enraged Mujiang declared that he would kill the main character. Wall, with a calm expression in his mind, noted that Mujiang had become much faster than before, and there were now no gaps in his movements. The main character wondered if it was all because of the demonic technology. Squinting his eyes, Wol said that, however, an enraged Mujiang shouted loudly. The main character noted in his thoughts that Mujiang is now out of his mind and demonic energy has enslaved his mind. The golden threads began to unravel on his hand. There were many blades above Mujiang's head. Vol clenched his hand into a fist. Golden threads tied his body. He frowned at this. The distraught Mujiang screamed that the main character was a fool. He rushed at Vol with great speed. Mujiang's eyes began to look double. He started coughing up blood. He looked at the blood beneath him. He began to lose consciousness. Wall stood in front of Mujiang's body. The man ran towards Mujiang and called out to him. He extended his hand in front of Vol. It covered his body. His face was serious. The ashes of the burnt city rose up. The man looked at Mujiang. He rushed at him in fear. Mujiang coughed up blood. Being wounded, he turned to his brother. Taken aback, the man asked why Mujiang began studying demonic arts, noting that he didn't even know about it. He closed his eyes. Mujiang looked at him and replied that it was. He extended his hand. Taking the man's hand, Mujiang said that it was for the sake of their sect. Mujiang's eyes went blank. His hand fell to the ground. The man was dumbfounded. Sitting over the corpse, he asked what Mujiang had done. Looking at his corpse, he stated that Mujiang was so eager to protect the honor of the Qingcheng sect, but it lost it due to his demonic arts. Sunlight illuminated the settlement. Gua's corpse was lying on the ground. Mujiang was dead. The stunned people noted in their minds that Sage Mahjong of the Qingcheng sect used demonic art, and the head of the Ame sect was not ashamed to stab the Qingcheng sect in the back. People were scared by what happened. They mentally noted that they still couldn't kill one person. Vol stood under the sunny sky. The stranger's thoughts emphasized the fact that all of Sichuan would change. He watched the protagonist's impassive face and noted that it was all because of this killer. The ruined settlement stood under a bright sky. The corpses of people lay on the street in front of the estate. The man looked at the main character. He silently looked at Mujiang's face. Solren watched what was happening with a calm look. She started to walk forward. She approached Vol and addressed him, calling him a great master. With her hands folded in front of her, Solren asked the protagonist to allow their Ame sect to take Gua's body and leave this place. The warriors were furious at her action. They asked how she could bow her head to the man who killed their master. Solren looked at the warriors with an embittered look. They were taken aback by this. She bowed her head to Vol. Beads of sweat ran down her forehead. Solren emphasized in her thoughts that at the moment there is no person who can defeat him and avenge them now. The main goal is to survive. Vol looked at her with a calm expression. The man sighed loudly. He approached the main character and stated that the Qingcheng sect also wants to take the body of Sage Mahjong and leave. Bowing his head, the man asked if Wall would allow them to do this. The soldiers were dumbfounded. They noted in their thoughts that the leaders of the two great sects humbly submitted, noting that if they continued the battle, Qingcheng and Ame were unlikely to be able to survive it. People sat around Mujiang's body. They wondered if this monster would have mercy. A red light began to come from the eyes of the main character. He said that if he lets them leave. Enraged, Vol declared that they would take revenge, just like him. Continuing to bow her head, Solren swore on the name of the Ame sect and said that they would never seek him out for revenge. With folded hands, the man said that they, too, renounced revenge and offered to forget all their grievances. Standing in front of them, Vol asked if they thought he could trust them. Looking up, Solren replied that it was so and they would definitely follow what was said. The man, looking at the main character, said that they promised this. Vol looked at them carefully. A crowd of people bowed their heads in front of the main character. Vol looked at the sun. The sky was reflected in his pupils. Looking at the sun's rays, the main character agreed and asked them to leave. Many corpses lay in the destroyed settlement. The plot tells us that after what happened, Sichuan was almost destroyed. The mountains and the estate were illuminated by sunlight. The plot tells that the Qingcheng and Ame sect ceased their activities, and the rest closed in their territories and began to restore the damage. Wall advanced through the devastated Sichuan. The plot tells us that these events affected many people. There were many white snakes near Vol. The plot told us that, nevertheless, no one could even think about taking revenge on Will, who is a legend known as the Reaper. The sun illuminated the treetops. The boat was sailing along the river. The glare of the sun reflected from the water. There were many tree leaves flying around. The guy from the shore waved his hand and turned to the main character, saying that he was there. He waved his hand with a smile. Vol removed the dark cape from his face. There was a smile on his face. The plot tells us that, however, as time passed, changes began to occur in Sichuan again. Sitting at the table, a stranger in an orange cape asked if the assassin had turned over the whole of Sichuan single-handedly. Getting up, he said that he would have to visit Chengdu himself. There was a slight smirk on his face. The sun illuminated the blue sky. Standing on the cliff, the guy told the boy that they would soon be there. The plot asks what kind of future awaits Sichuan. Many people were walking along the street. Standing at the counter, a man shouted that in honor of the completion of the restoration of their store, all goods were half price. The happy girl said they were open again. Handing out the goods, the guy said that they have the best quality and the most accessories only. A stranger walked down the street. He approached the entrance to the building. He walked towards the girl. Smiling, she greeted him and asked how she could help him. Approaching her, the stranger said that he would like to meet the owner of this place. Taken aback, the girl said that if he didn't have an appointment, it would be difficult to do it. Raising his hand to her face, the guy asked how about this. She looked at his hand with fear. He showed the medal. Closing her mouth, the girl said what it was. She, watching the guy, stated that he was the head of the inspection squad. The plot introduces us to the head of the inspection detachment of the Hao clan, Hong Yuxin. He looked at the girl in bewilderment. Putting his finger to his mouth, Hong asked her to be quiet and bring the owner there. He asked the owner to take with him all the documents about what was happening in Chengdu. Quickly leaving, the girl said that she understood everything. Hong looked after her with a smile. His eyes began to glow white. He imagined the corpse of a man and wondered about the death of branch manager Oh. Hong wondered if it could be related to the killer who had caused chaos in Sichuan. There were white streams of mana in his eyes. A stranger in a cape walked through the shopping district. A tray of goods overturned. People were taken aback by this. The man bound in chains asked how they dared to sell him such things. He looked at the merchant with an angry look. Frowning, the man asked if they only treated him that way because of his hump. Sitting on his knees, the frightened merchant replied that this was not so and he did not dare to think about such a thing. Holding the pendant in his hands, the man asked if they still sold him such a product for 3 silver yuan. The stunned merchant said that given the cost of materials and labor, this price was still low. People surrounded them and watched what was happening. The man asked him to shut up and sell him for 1 silver yuan. The merchant asked him to understand that this was not profitable for him. The man asked if the seller said there would be no discounts. The merchant said that he had just started doing business and asked for mercy. The man stood over the salesman, who had his head bowed. Frowning, he declared that the merchant was a fool. A stranger approached them and grinned. Watching what was happening, the old man asked what made the great steel hunchback return to this place. He ordered to stop bullying the unfortunate store owner, noting that everything was already bad there. Smirking, he stated that he could pay for the hunchback if he wanted. Angry, the stranger turned to the old man. Looking at the old man, he asked if he was a practitioner without a shadow, Yu Shin Pun. The hunchback asked what he was doing there. The plot introduces us to shadowless practitioner Yu Shin Pung and Lee So Ha. They looked at him in bewilderment. Smiling, Pun replied that he was just walking with his niece and looked into this place. Holding the fan, Pung asked Soa to show respect, noting that the hunchback was famous throughout the southern part of Jianhu and Henan. Pun said that this is the steel hunchback from the Hall of 7 Stars, Mr. Okayan Wall. After bowing, Soa introduced herself and said that she humbly pays respects to Mr. Ken. Thoughtful, Pun said that he would take a look. With a wink, he said that if Ken wanted it, he would buy him an accessory. Ken turned away with an angry look. The merchant caught the jewelry. Ken asked to forget it, noting that he was not a beggar. As he left, he asked what passersby were staring at, declaring that the show was over. Looking after him, Poon said that since Ken was there, it was only a matter of time before the other 6 stars arrived. Standing in the middle of the street, he noticed that in the place where they find themselves, something always happens. Poon called it a strange turn of events. The sun shone on the blue water. Ball was sitting by the shore. He looked at the flying storks. He narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on a fish splashing in the water. The main character rose from the log. He put his hand to his hat. He left the shore. The blue sky enveloped the city. Ball was sitting at the table. Hong looked at him. He stood opposite and asked if it was Mr. Wool. Continuing to eat, the main character replied that this was true. Surprised, Hong said that Wall was much more handsome than rumored and had a very beautiful face. Looking down, the main character stated that if Hong came to talk nonsense, he should leave. Pushing back his chair, Hong asked for forgiveness, noting that he was so surprised that he even forgot to introduce himself. He stated that he spent a lot of time and effort trying to find Wool. Holding his hands in front of him, Hong introduced himself. Looking at him, the main character asked his name and said that he had never heard of him before. Hong said with a serious look that this was not surprising, since this was the first time he introduced himself to someone outside the Hao clan by his real name. Bringing the food to his mouth, the main character asked what questions the Hao clan had for him. Taken aback, Hong asked if Wall was really asking because he didn't know. He presented a pensive image of Sanjian. Hong said he would put it simply. He asked if the protagonist had killed Sanjian, the ruler of the Chengdu branch of the Hao clan. Chewing his food, Wall replied that it was him, if that man from the Hao clan was really called that. Hong was stunned by what he heard. Sitting opposite, he asked why the main character killed him. Holding the food near his mouth, Wool replied that he did this because he was collecting and selling information about him. Taken aback, Hong asked if this was the only reason and whether Wall was aware of what the Hao clan was. He imagined the image of many people with glowing eyes. Hong asked whether the main character thinks that by crossing their path, he will be able to continue his peaceful life. Smiling, Hong stated that if he ordered, every member of the Hao clan in Chengdu would attack him. Putting his chopsticks on an empty plate, Val replied that he didn't care. Looking at Hong, the main character stated that his head would be on the ground before this happened, and the head of the clan leader would follow. Hong began to laugh with an embittered look. His eyes began to glow blue. He wondered if he should get rid of this fool right there. A red light began to come from the eyes of the main character. Many golden threads appeared around Hong's body. A cut appeared on his face. Wall said with a serious look that Hong should not dare to show his desire to kill in front of him. Looking at him, the main character noted that he was quite sensitive to this. Taken aback, Hong looked at the cut on his face. Rising from the table, Wall declared that he did not care who the Hao clan was and that this did not interest him. Turning around, the main character asked to just remember one thing. He said that if they continued to get in the way and cause him trouble, he would rip their heads off. Thick smoke was coming from the chimneys of the houses. The blacksmith forged a blade. Having lowered the blades into the water, steam rose. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the blacksmith exhaled. Wool asked if there were many orders. Taken aback, he looked at the main character. Smiling, the blacksmith said that it was necessary to say that Val was there. The main character calmly said that he did not want to distract from work. Looking at the blades, Vol stated that they looked excellent. The blacksmith noticed that he has been receiving a lot more orders lately. He thanked Vol with a smile and emphasized that if it weren't for him, he would never have been able to open the forge. He asked with a surprised look what brought the main character. The blacksmith asked if the phantom blades were worn out. Closing his eyes, Wool replied that he wanted to place the order in person. Stretching out his hand, the main character noted that he needed something to protect his hand. Examining Vol's hand, the blacksmith thought about protection. The blacksmith noted in his thoughts that he thought that the main character was resting now. Lowering his head, the blacksmith began to think. Vol looked at him with interest. Smiling, the blacksmith said that he would make the main character something light and durable. Thick smoke came from the forge. He noted that this would take about 5 days. Wool thanked him. The blacksmith replied that the main character can handle. The bright moon illuminated the night city. The blacksmith entered the room, holding a lantern in his hands. Looking around, he mentally noted that he would take a look. He imagined the image of Vol and noted that no one would have thought that he would need bracers. The blacksmith emphasized the fact that even in battles with incredible martial artists, the protagonist never used armor. He wondered if some kind of grand battle was worth waiting for. The blacksmith's face was serious. He began to examine the rack. Taking the stone in his hand, he noted that he had found the necessary materials. His gaze fell on the dark bag in the corner. He frowned at what he saw and noticed in his thoughts that there was someone there. He pulled the bag aside and asked who was there. The frightened boy covered his face. The blacksmith was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on the boy and he asked if it was a child. We see how the blacksmith approaches the door and wants to open it. He left a tray of food on the doorstep, and then he looked ahead and said that he would just leave it here and leave so he could eat whenever he wanted. That same child was sitting in the corner of the barn, covered with a sack. The blacksmith looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes and lost count of how many days had passed, and then said that he was not going to ask who he was and why he came here, but he had to eat so as not to starve. The blacksmith began to close the doors, saying that he needed to go somewhere today, so he would return only in the evening, and for dinner he would bring him something tastier. The doors were completely closed and there was a delicious lunch. The child began to peek out from under that bag. The frightened boy looked at this food. We are taken to Vol's chambers. He sits near the window while the blacksmith addresses him. He was holding some kind of bag in his hands and said that he brought the bracers that Vol had ordered earlier. Having unfolded the bag, there were beautiful bracers. Vol put them on his hands and examined them while the blacksmith said that he forged them from soft iron, so that it would be more convenient for him to move in them, and if they were filled with eternal energy, he would be able to block the attack of most weapons. Wool moved his fingers and replied that he had done a wonderful job. The blacksmith began to laugh awkwardly at this compliment and said that he had put a lot of effort into this creation. And then he stopped abruptly and remembered something. He put his hand into his kimono and told Vol to take this too. In his hand he held silver threads. Vol took them and examined them while the blacksmith said that he tried to make them from the materials left over from the bracers, so they have excellent elasticity, and they themselves are good and durable, and he is sure that they will definitely be useful to him. Vol looked at them with a smile on his face and thanked the blacksmith for this. The blacksmith himself waved his hand and said that then his work was finished and he would go home, to which Vol asked why he was leaving home so early. The blacksmith looked at him and said that he had an uninvited guest at home, so he just wanted to make sure that he was still there. Vol looked at him questioningly. We are transported to the city while the sky was clear. We see a blonde girl walking among the crowd. Her eyes were blue and she asked that there was no news again. The man with a strange look replied that he was sure that he had come to Chengdu, but he still could not sense a trace of his presence. This girl, turning her head, replied that he was very problematic, and the man added that he would be another thorn, calling for help from the Hao clan, and they were in a difficult situation. The two of them walked past the blacksmith, and the girl added that she had already said that they should capture him secretly, so it was difficult for her to trust these dubious guys from the Hao clan. The blacksmith heard their conversation, so he turned to look at her, but he didn't attach any importance to this, so he moved on while they continued to talk about how the iron humpback definitely came there. The blacksmith walked ahead and said that we should look at the market before returning. Suddenly we see Ken's huge ball flying across the ground. All the people nearby were very shocked. While Ken sits on the floor, Wool stands in front of him. He bared his teeth and shouted bad words at him. Vol looked at him completely without emotion and with red burning eyes. I started to get up from the ground, asking if Vol knew who he was. Vol looked at him and asked, who is he that he should know him? Ken began to get very angry, throwing his chains everywhere, and continued to call Vol names, but he just looked at him with an empty, cold gaze. Ken began to use his ability and said that Vol's gaze was already infuriating him. Taking this huge metal ball in his hand, he swung it. Then he immediately ran towards Vol, destroying everything around him. But Vol took out his silver threads and wound them around his hand. That same blue-eyed girl started screaming for him to stop. At that same second, Ken stopped and did not continue to attack Vol. With a dissatisfied face, he turned and looked at her. There stood that same man and that girl. They were from the 7 Stars Pavilion, and her name was Solian, and his was Hecken. Ken continued to shout that he should skip class and called this Hecken the leader. Looking ahead with a very creepy look, he told the iron humpback to look carefully at what was in front of him. There were silver threads in Ken's eyes. He stood with a dissatisfied face and looked at these threads, and Hecken said that if he had taken even one more step forward, he would have been torn to pieces. Wool still had those silver threads hanging on his arm, and he said it was quite a shame that he didn't get there. He stood next to him and said that he had no idea what happened between the two of them, but whether Vol was too cruel in his attacks. He made a very creepy look and said that attacking his sworn brother was tantamount to attacking the entire 7 Stars Pavilion, and if he did it without a good reason, then they wouldn't let him go so easily. Vol looked at him with sparkles in his eyes. Then, bowing his head, he approached him while he began to glow with his aura. Suddenly Solian stopped him, pointing her finger, and told him to stop, because isn't it clear that Ken, as usual, probably did what he wanted, and then got angry with this gentleman. Ken turned red with anger and shouted at her, but he still calmed down and turned his head, because he understood that he really had done wrong. Solian walked towards him with her arms outstretched and asked him to let him apologize for this, Ken, and she introduced herself and asked Vol's name. Vol, standing in front of her, introduced himself. She put her hand on her chest and with a very sincere smile said that his name was beautiful and amazing, and they would also pay for all the damage caused to him, so that's where they should go their separate ways. Vol just looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes, but he immediately turned away sharply and began to silently walk in the opposite direction. The three of them looked at him with great confusion in their eyes, and Solian said that she had no idea what happened here, but the atmosphere in Chengdu is quite gloomy. She then turned around with a very creepy expression on her face and said that until they figured out what happened, no one was allowed to rashly get involved in conflicts, and after all, they were on a mission. At this time, that same frightened child was having a very tasty dinner. The blacksmith looked at him with a smile on his face as he enthusiastically consumed the food. We are transported back to Wall's quarters and into Cyan's organization. Wall stood in front of Hong's desk and told him to get him information about the 7 Stars Pavilion. Hong looked at him very displeasedly and simply remained silent. Then, still with the same dissatisfied face, he said that wasn't he the one who said that he would kill him if he disturbed him, since he even found out that he was here and why he was interested in the 7 Stars Pavilion. Vol looked at him and replied that he didn't need to know that at all. Hong, with half-closed eyes, replied that then he would not be able to talk about them, and Wall asked if he had some kind of dying wish. Immediately after these words, he began to laugh, saying that he did not care if he killed him, because the Hao clan is not an organization that can simply be used at will. Even if he threatens one of its members, in this place there are some procedures. That very second he stopped laughing, bowed his head, and said that everything was different for him. With a smile on his face, he said that if Wall answered his question, he would find out information about them for him. It was clear from Vol's face that he was very interested in this proposal, so he looked at Hong and told him to ask him questions. Hong raised his finger and said that he didn't expect Wall to respond to his proposal so quickly, and then asked his own question that he was interested in. What is his ultimate goal for which he mastered such powerful martial arts? Vol, with no emotion on his face, replied that he had nothing like that. Hong moved his head forward with great surprise and asked how he didn't have it, because it was very unexpected, and then asked what about becoming the ruler of Sichuan. Wall began reading the book, saying that he simply studied martial arts to survive and cling tenaciously to life for revenge. And now that revenge has been fulfilled, he has no aspirations left. He said with a little sadness in his voice that the only thing he still liked for some reason was reading books. Hong leaned his head on his hand, thinking that it was hard to believe, but it was very fortunate for him that Wall did not have any grandiose ambitions, so he said that revenge sounded quite interesting. Folding his hands, he added that since they were both busy people, he would listen to this story next time. Looking straight at Vol, he asked what he wanted to know about the 7 Stars Pavilion. He introduced them with burning eyes and said that he wanted to find out why they had come here. Wall stood up from his chair while Hong said that he would find out about this, because they were also curious why they came here for no apparent reason. Taking a couple of books with him, Wall added that he would be staying in Chengdu for a while, so he should contact him as soon as there was any information. Hong said goodbye to him with a sweet smile on his face. We were shown Wall sitting and reading books while some girl peeled fruit for him. He was reading a book very fascinated, and the girl was probably peeling an apple. She held a small piece of apple on a fork to his mouth and told him to eat some fruit while she read. Vol chews this fruit and is not distracted by her and continues to read while she asks how it tastes, because she made a special order from the merchant to get it. Suddenly her eyes began to dim and she began to fall, saying that this fruit was fresh and quite tasty. Vol was very surprised when he noticed that she was losing consciousness, so he immediately ran up and managed to catch her before she fell. While he was holding her in his arms, someone said that the woman's scent filled the entire room. He laid it on the bed, and a man approached him, asking how he spent the whole day in such a room. Vol looked at him askance, saying that it was better than living in the mountains, eating only vegetables. The bald man began to laugh, saying that he had won, but added that life, which is heaven for some, may seem boring to others. Then he looked at Vol and asked if he knew who the man was. Vol stood in front of him and replied that he didn't know, but he said that he didn't even look stunned. Vol bowed his head, saying that if he sensed hostility from him, he would have killed him long ago. The man held his hands behind his back, saying that he is a rather strange guy, and now he understands why Mu Chung is so obsessed with him now. Wall looked at him from under his brows and replied that it was to be expected that he was from the King Chang clan. He closed his eyes and introduced himself, saying that he was Mu Chong's mentor and his name was Goeb. They were still standing opposite each other, and Wall said that it wasn't like he was here for revenge, so why did he come then? Goeb remembered everything that happened then and said that the King Chang clan was razed to the ground precisely because of him. Wall crossed his arms and asked how it was his fault, to which the man asked him again that he denied that it was his doing. Bowing his head, Wall recalled that day and said that although he did not deny his deeds, the fact that the clan's reputation was tarnished was due to the people within the clan itself, because no one forced Mu Chong to study the demonic arts, and in the end, he did everything of his own free will. The old man looked at him with a blank look and simply remained silent. He then began to glow with an aura representing Wall's corpse beneath him, and said that his original desire was to come here and kill him in order to restore the honor of the King Chang clan. He looked at Vol and said that he thought that he was just an immoral person who should not be forgiven, but he did not sense any evil energy from him. He imagined a rift behind Vol and thought about how, in fact, it is strong as a boulder, dark as pitch darkness, and strong like a lightning strike, and also how not all those who shine do the right thing. Likewise, not everyone who seems dark will be evil. Closing his eyes and smiling a little, he realized that nothing created is useless, so the heavens must have brought him to this world for a good reason. Raising his head, he said that it was probably the will of the gods that the King Chang clan was now in this position, and this was the punishment for the Taoist clan for failing to maintain their purity. They would consider it so, and the King Chang clan would never stand up to him ways. Vol was very surprised by these words. Then he saw the old man's gaze, which was filled with faith, and he asked if Wall could promise him one thing. He pulled in an entire city that was being engulfed by a certain monster, and said that now that the two pillars of Sichuan, the King Chang clan and the Amei clan, have ceased their activities, everyone will try to take their position. However, if wicked people take this position, then not only Sichuan, but the whole world will be hit by a great disaster. With his hands behind his back, he said he hoped Wol wouldn't let this happen. Vol turned his head away, closing his eyes, and said that he could not promise him that. Opening his eyes, he said that he would repeat himself that he did not deny what he had done, because he simply did not have the right to do so. The old man said with a smile on his face that he hoped that Wall could become a person who shuns evil deeds, hates evil itself, and finds pity for those who deserve it. After these words, he instantly evaporated from this room while Vol looked out the window, and before leaving, the old man said that maybe they would meet again if fate was favorable. Turning his head down, Vol said out loud that it couldn't happen that he would feel sorry for someone. It was the dead of night outside, and we returned to the blacksmith's barn. The frightened boy was already sitting contentedly and eating, and then introduced himself, saying that his name was Nam Sino. The blacksmith said with a surprised smile that his name was very good. Placing his hand on the table, he asked where he was from, to which he received the answer that the boy was from Hefei. The blacksmith began to scratch his chin, wondering how he could get to him from such a distant place. It's thousands of kilometers away. The boy was still happily eating, saying that he didn't know at all. A blacksmith with very narrow pupils asked that maybe someone was following him. Sinu looked up, thinking about it. Right above their heads we see someone's hands. Sinu began to say that he was being pursued by people in black suits. Suddenly, at the same second, a blow from a katana flies into his shoulder. It was a bloodthirsty killer with the poor boy's blood flying around him. This blood completely covered the blacksmith, and he was genuinely scared. Tears streamed down Sinu's face as he slowly said the word people. The blacksmith was very scared seeing Sinu fall dead. The man was putting his katana into its protective casing, standing right in front of Sinu's corpse. Raising his head, he thought maybe they should have brought him back alive after all. It was a man named Joe Samchek. He looked at the dead man and the boy and said that he could get at least half the reward if he brought back his remains. But then he noticed how his hands began to move. He looked at him with great surprise and wondered what was happening. At that same second, Sinu's body began to twitch violently, and he began to scream. Drool was flying from his mouth and he was still screaming furiously. You could see in Joe's eyes that Sinu was just starting to get up from the floor. Now in front of him stood a completely healed Sinu, around whom a white aura shone. He turned his head with a very angry look and bared his teeth. At this time it was deep night outside, and the building was illuminated by the moon. Joe looked with surprise on his face as Sinu was already standing in front of him. He then became very happy and clapped his hands together, saying that he had no idea what just happened, but he was glad that Sinu survived. Joe grabbed him by the head, saying that he could get the entire reward if he brought him alive. Sinu's eyes seemed clouded as Joe held onto his hair. One of his eyes shone, and at that same second he grabbed Joe's hand. He began to squeeze her with all his might. After he grabbed his hand harder, he lifted it up and hit the ground with all his might. The blow was so strong that blood flowed from his mouth, and the blacksmith looked on in complete surprise. Joe rose from the ground to adjust his hat, asking what that had just been about. Sinu looked like a zombie as drool ran down his mouth and he was covered in blood. Joe was still able to get up from the ground while the dust was flying around him, and thought that he was supposed to be an ordinary child who did not know any martial arts, so what kind of strength did he have? He looked at the place where he had wounded him and realized that despite his strength, he was also able to completely heal his wound. Joe began to smile madly, realizing that this was, after all, an unusual mission, and then said that he was wondering why they were paying so much money for him, so that was the reason. Sticking the sword into the ground, he began to glow with an aura again and said that this was even better because it seemed like he wouldn't just die, and so he didn't need to hold back for fear of killing him. Joe smiled with all his teeth, telling him to keep fighting, because this way they would see if he would survive after all his limbs were cut off. But then the blacksmith appeared right behind him. Taking Joe in his grip, he yelled at Sina to run away. Hearing this scream, Sinu returned to his normal state and began to understand what was happening. Joe looked at him displeasedly and shouted what he was doing and to let him go now. Sinu was very confused and did not understand what to do now. The blacksmith continued to frantically shout that he should not stand like a pillar and immediately run away. Joe got very angry with the blacksmith and started calling him names. He was still able to strike the blacksmith, throwing him far away. But as soon as he turned his head, he noticed that Sinu was still able to sneak away from him. Joe began to straighten his hat and said dissatisfiedly that everything turned out to be problematic. From such a strong blow, the blacksmith flew into the wall and broke it. His pupils seemed to evaporate and he slowly called out to Sina. We are again transported to Val's chambers, where someone says that the Pavilion of 7 Stars is now in search of one child. Val turned his head in surprise, looking away from his book, and asked what kind of child he was. Hong was next to him and said that it seemed that they were asking if anyone had seen a child in the area about 15 years old and rather skinny. This interested Val very much, and so he asked why they needed this. He looked at him and said that they had not yet found out the reason, and he had already involved members of the Hao clan in this matter, but they were quite secretive about this matter. Suddenly they heard many knocks on the door and shouts for them to let them in. Val turned his eyes and began to recognize this voice. The girl with black hair came into their room and said that a certain guest named Tang Sachu was trying to break through in search. Before he could finish speaking, Val saw someone in the doorway. He decides to go further and opens the door. There, 2 guards were carrying that same blacksmith named Tang Sachu. He looked at Val and begged him for help. The guards let him go because Val asked what happened to him. Tan threw himself on his knees and began to grab Val. He was very frightened, but still he asked Val to help him. While he was on his knees, Val asked what he needed from him, and the blacksmith, as if he didn't believe it, asked again, so he would help him after all. With a sparkle in his eyes, he looked at him and said that if he could, he would definitely help. The blacksmith began to remember Joe and said that there was a child hiding in his workshop, and then some martial artists broke in and tried to kidnap him. His pupils were so narrow with fear, but he continued to say that there was something strange at that moment. He remembered how Sinu got up from the ground and said that the child was severely wounded in the shoulder with a sword, and the wound was so serious, as if the sword had cut his bones. But he did not die from this, but, on the contrary, began to squirm strangely and then jumped on legs, intact. Hong stood behind Wall and listened to this, and then said that the martial artist must have been the youngest of the 7 Stars Pavilion. This is Berserker Joe Samchek, the Bloodstorm Sword. Han looked forward and said that he was still alive even after the sword cut his shoulder, and then suggested that he most likely came back to life. He imagined a huge demon king standing behind the running Sinu and said that maybe it had something to do with them. It is said that the Demon King is a person who lived more than 10 years ago and caused a storm of indignation in Jianghu with his inhuman restoration abilities that no one could understand. We see this Demon King standing near the corpses, and the story continues that no matter what kind of martial artist he fought or how deep the wounds he received, in the end he would still survive. We see him whispering something in someone's ear, and it is said that a rumor began to spread throughout the districts of Jianghu that whoever learns the secret of the Demon King will live forever. We see hands reaching out to the sun. We were also shown how many hands were reaching out for Sina. We see the most frightened Sinu, and it was because of these rumors that there was hope in Jianghu to unravel the mystery of the Demon King. Then we are brought back to reality, where we see a huge fire of the entire village. Many people rush to these houses, screaming for help. Some people stop other people from rushing into the house because they shout that there are still people inside. We see Solian walking through the fire with a smile on her face while people around her scream in fear. Solian walks forward with half-closed eyes, saying that this child clearly ran in this direction. She ran to look around with a smile on her face, asking how it could be that he wasn't here. She looked forward, lost in her thoughts, and thought that they could not stay in Sichuan for long, because this was not their territory, and she realized that if the Hao clan had helped them, they would have already caught him. She can't believe at all that they missed him, and at the same moment a man with a white streak of hair appeared behind her and called out to her. He looked at her and asked what she was doing here. It was Yan Pen. She turned to him and said that she was looking for a rat. They both looked at the burning house, and Ya said that this kid had probably already escaped. She looked away with bright blue eyes, saying that she was just wasting her time. Ya turned his gaze to her and asked why then she started a fire in Chengdu, and what if the local clans came here. And she said with a malicious smile that they would not be able to come there because they were not allowed to do anything outside their clan because of Vol, because they say that he gave them such a beating that now they all tremble at the mere mention of him. Ya bared his teeth and introduced Wall, saying that she really believed it, because it was probably just an exaggeration, and he himself could not believe that martial artists all over Chengdu were afraid of some nameless master. He began to take his katana out of its sheath and said that if he ever stumbled upon him. He then put the katana to his forehead and added that he would take his head off with this blood wolf sword in one swing and he would lose his life from his hands without even having a chance to react. The two of them walked between the hot houses while she said that she would look forward to the day when his head would fall to the ground, and Ya added that he promised that as soon as he blew his head off, she would be the first one to whom he will show. They both seemed distraught, and Solian said that these screams of people always caressed her ears. Immediately after these words, silver threads of ball appeared around Ja's neck. In that same second, JHA flew up. Solian turned back in fear, but there was no one there anymore. As soon as she looked up, she realized what the problem was. Ja's body was hanging right above the building. He was suspended by the neck between two silver threads and writhed in pain. He tried to hold on, but these threads squeezed his neck so much that he could not breathe. As soon as she called him, his neck shattered into small pieces and his head fell off. His blood was scattered everywhere. We are again shown poor residents running away from their burning houses. Some just stand and look in despair at their burnt house. Many people were left homeless, just like children. Sokka stood and looked at all this with a very frightened look and did not understand how this could happen. Pun approached her and she asked what happened here. He looked forward with a confident look and said that he did not know, but believed that something terrible was happening now. This fire engulfed an absolute number of buildings, and Pun thought that he had heard that a disaster had already happened in Chengdu just recently. But that time there was also a fire, and it was all truly ominous. Turning their heads, they noticed a man with a blindfold. Pun looked at him with wide open eyes and recognized his face. The man with the blindfold and scars underneath was a bamboo swordsman from the Seven Stars Pavilion named Gamlai. He simply silently walked past them and turned the corner. Soha and Pun followed him because they were both very interested in what this gentleman was looking for there. They looked at his face and understood that, whatever it was, the matter was clearly very important. Otherwise the thirst for murder would not have poured out of him. Pun looked at her in surprise and asked how she could feel the desire to kill. Sokka, with burning eyes, replied that, of course, she feels it, because how can you not feel it when this thirst is so noticeable? Pun looked at her with great surprise in his eyes as she said that they should follow him. They were still walking between the burning buildings and did not understand where he could have gone. They both began to look around, while Pun asked where he could have gone, because did he really notice that they were following him, and Soha added that it was unlikely that the swordsman could disappear in an instant. But then they turned their heads and saw a huge stain of blood on the ground. These two were very afraid of blood. Looking forward, they saw that Gam's completely bloody corpse was lying in the corner. Blood was flowing from his eyes, and in a second he was already dead. Huge streams of smoke rose into the sky. Poon and Soa stood in front of the corpse. The guy's face was bloody. They called him Cam-il-he. Frowning, Poon wondered how this could have happened, noting that he had missed Cam for a moment. Holding her hand to her chest, Soha asked if this was possible. She stated that she could not believe that a master like Cam was so helplessly defeated. Taken aback, Pun replied that there were killers of this level in the world. Looking at Soha, Pun guessed that it was Wall. Taken aback, she imagined the image of the main character. Soha asked if Poon meant the man who turned Chengdu upside down not long ago. She noticed that this is a killer who, as they say, single-handedly dealt with all the sects of Sichuan province. Looking at the corpse, Poon said that he thought it was just an exaggerated rumor, but it was difficult to continue to disbelieve after witnessing this situation. His gaze fell on Cam's bloody eyes and noted that a great disaster was brewing in Sichuan province. Sunlight illuminated the city. Many leaves were flying from the trees. Crows sat on the branches of a tree. Sinu clutched the earth in his hands. His clothes were bloody. He tried to crawl, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The stranger followed him and asked what he was all about. Smiling, he noted that this was truly incredible. He asked how people are capable of such things. The dark-haired guy had several blades in his hand. Blood was splashed throughout the forest and screams were heard. He stood over the wounded Sinu and asked him to look. A red aura began to emanate from the stranger. He reported that no matter how strong their martial arts skills were, they would not be able to survive if they lost so much blood. He stated that he now understood why they asked him to bring the guy. He looked at the wounded guy with a surprised look. Tears began to flow down his face and he cried out that he was wrong and asked to be saved. Smirking, Sambi said that Sinu didn't do anything wrong by calling him baby. Many leaves were flying around him. He said that Jianghu is a place where even if you haven't done anything wrong, you can get killed. He looked at the stunned Sina and said that he did not know how he got such a body, but his client would take it to pieces to find out the reason. He would tear out and study everything in it, down to every vein and bone marrow. The dark-haired stranger noted that after this, no matter how immortal Sinu was, he would still die. Smiling, the stranger said that immortality is a dream for many people and Sinu will die for this dream. There were powerful gusts of wind in the area. The grass rustled in the wind. A frightened man appeared out of nowhere and called out to his older brother, saying that they were in big trouble. Sinu turned around and asked again. The stunned guy said that Ilhi's sixth brother had died. The dark-haired stranger frowned at what he heard. A strong wind hovered around him. The guy said that they say that the shadowless practitioner Pun recently found his body. Dark ash fell on the roofs of houses. Ken was walking down the street. He said with a grin on his face that he was in serious trouble. He looked away with a dissatisfied look. He imagined Wall's face and asked how this guy dared to humiliate him in front of Solian. He noted that the next time they met, he would definitely kill him brutally. Solian bounced off the roof of the house. He flew between buildings. Ken looked up in surprise and saw her. Taken aback, he asked if it was Solian. Ken wondered where she was in such a hurry. He noted that she moved along the rooftops, avoiding people's gaze. Taken aback, Ken wondered if something had happened. Looking after her, he declared that he must hurry to her. A blue stream of aura pierced Ken's shoulder. Blue threads tied his neck. Veins began to appear on his face. He grabbed the chain and tried to breathe. He threw the steel ball. The ruins of the building scattered in different directions. Clouds of dust rose near the ball. Vol looked at Ken. His eyes were red and he turned to the main character. Vol raised his hand to the black chain. He stood in front of Ken. An angry Ken screamed that the guy was the main character. Vol's face was calm. Thick smoke rose into the sky. Crows flew over the buildings. Ken's bloody corpse lay on the ground. There was a pool of blood around the sky. Taken aback, Sokka called out to her uncle and asked him to look there. Pointing her hand at the corpse, Sokka reported about this person. Pun's gaze fell on Ken's corpse. Holding the fan in front of him, Poon asked if it was a steel hunchback. The image of the murdered Cam and Ken appeared in his head. Poon asked if the same killer killed him as Kama. He noted that it was from Cam to the steel hunchback. Poon theorized that the killer was secretly attacking the 7 stars. Surprised, Soa asked if Poon thought anyone had a grudge against them. She noted that if this is not the case, then perhaps this is an alliance of ghosts. Looking down, Pun stated that the 100 Ghosts Alliance had never worked in Sichuan. He noted that there was a high probability that this was done by the killer who had caused unrest in the province. Watching Ken's corpse, Pung said that he didn't know if he had a grudge that wasn't 7 stars. He stated that it was truly amazing and not something that an ordinary killer could do. Sokka presented the image of a huge monster and asked who he was and where he learned this method of killing. She emphasized that it was definitely an evil monster. Waving his fan, Poon said that people who saw the killer said that he was very young and handsome. The enraged Sokka screamed that this was impossible. She asked a question about why you, such a beautiful person, did such a disgusting act. Pun looked at her silently. Once he started walking, he asked her to go, noting that it looked like the killer had no intention of stopping. Frightened, Sokka asked if they were interfering in other people's affairs. Looking ahead, Poon replied that with great strength and the spirit of chivalry, he lived well. He asked how he could get past such a disaster. Pun emphasized that furthermore, although the members of the 7 stars are eccentric, since they are part of a sect, they cannot simply pretend not to know and ignore them. Closing her eyes, Sokka declared that she understood everything. Looking at the fire ahead, Poon asked how far the flames were spreading. Several people were running through the forest. An enraged Hecken asked everyone to be careful, noting that you never know what, when or where he might attack. He imagined the image of Wall and noted in his thoughts that it was his fault and that the guy who fought with the steel hunchback was a famous murderer in Sichuan. He said thoughtfully that he definitely should have killed the main character back then. He introduced the slain members of the 7 stars. Hyekyung emphasized the fact that he didn't want to attract the attention of Jeongsung and Ami, so he remained silent, but as a result, he lost his 2 younger brothers. He guessed that it was likely that the situation was not very good for the 3rd brother, who was not there. Turning around, Samchek asked why Vol targeted them right now. He asked if it was because of a previous argument. Sandy said with a serious face that if this were so, then Vol would have no reason to drag out the situation at all. Holding the wounded Sina, Samchek suggested that it had something to do with this child. Looking at him, Sandy asked him to calm down. Frowning, he said that they say that it is not too late for the gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years of waiting, and if they hand over the child and receive support, they can easily kill the main character. He asked everyone to be patient until then. Running with an angry look, Hecken declared that this was well said and he would definitely get rid of today's shame by sending Vol to hell. There was a yellow light in his eyes. People shouted that they would follow their elder brother. Turning around, Solian said that the men were acting like fools. Continuing to run, she noted that it was cute in its own way. Many birds flew in the sky. The company ran through the dark forest. Looking around, Hecken reported that something was wrong. Taken aback, Solian asked if this was so and what was wrong. Stunned, Hecken stated that the forest had darkened. They stopped abruptly. Sandy frowned at what was happening. They were suddenly taken aback. Sandy asked them to run away. He suddenly looked down. He was pulled into darkness. Stunned, Hecken and Solian called out to him. They started to run away further. Samchek stood with a frightened face and asked what it was all about. He was suddenly surprised. Blood spattered from him. Hecken and Solian ran at lightning speed. In front of Hecken was Sandy, who was being pulled into darkness. His face lit up with a yellow glow. He asked them not to come and tried to say what it was. He disappeared into the darkness and continued to say what it was. Darkness surrounded Hecken and Solian. Turning around, Hecken asked what it was, noting that he had never heard of anything like it. He was suddenly taken aback and asked to wait a minute. Looking around, Hecken asked why there were only 2 of them and where was the youngest. Biting her finger, Solian stated that she had previously rushed and chased after her older brother. Stunned, Hecken said that this could not be. He noted that this child was taken at the cost of the life of his brothers and now even the youngest. The tied-up Sandy called out to his big brother. They looked at him in fear. The wounded Sandy hung above their heads. He was bleeding. His body was cut open. They looked at Sandy's head and called out to him, calling him second brother. Vol began to emerge from the darkness. He passed by Sandy's head. A red glow emanated from his eyes. Streams of wind enveloped the dark forest. Solian was trembling with fear. Hecken was enveloped in a yellow aura. He began to shout loudly and spread his energy. He rushed at the main character. Wool watched him carefully. Hecken pushed off from the ground. He swung his fist at the main character. He sent out a powerful stream of yellow energy. Hecken was beside himself with rage. Vol dodged his blow. The enraged Hecken called out to the main character. He began to deliver a powerful series of blows. Taken aback, Hecken wondered how this happened, noting that he was sure he was doing the right thing, but it turned out to be wrong. He imagined the marks on Vol's body. Hecken, in thought, noticed that he was really trying to hit the vital organs, but Vol dodges and avoids all of his attacks, just enough to avoid being hit. He tried to hit the main character and noted that it was as if his blow flew close to Vol's face and noticed that he seemed to be fighting a shadow. The main character dodged his blow. Hecken began to concentrate energy into his fist. A powerful explosion was heard in the area. Clouds of dust rose around Hecken. Vol was hiding behind thick clouds. Hecken was dumbfounded. Vol appeared before him. He watched Hecken with a calm expression. Standing in front of the darkness, he asked how this was even possible. Frowning, Hecken mentally asked a rhetorical question to the main character about how he dares to avoid his attacks, as if he knew in advance what movement he was going to make. While watching the battle, Solian called out to her older brother. Several blades were flying near Vol's hand. He threw them away. Solian was taken aback by what she saw. She covered her face with her hands. Solian was enveloped in blue mana. She ran towards the main character. Blue threads were wrapped around Hecken's neck. Stunned, Solian called out to her older brother. She moved with great speed. Grabbing Hecken by the face, Wall ordered him to answer his question. The main character asked why they decided to kidnap this child. Taken aback, Solian thought about that guy and noted that, as expected, Wall came because of this guy. She said that's the same. Squeezing Hecken's head, the protagonist ordered him to speak. Turning around, Hecken replied that he didn't know either and he just received such a request. Vol, with a calm look, continued to squeeze his head. Furious, Solian asked to wait a minute. Standing in the darkness, she asked the main character to discuss everything and not be so intimidating. She said with a slight grin that they also didn't know a little. That's why. Vol looked at Solian carefully. The main character let Hecken go. His eyes filled with yellow light. A bright aura enveloped him and he noted in his thoughts that now, he was suddenly taken aback. Wall pierced Solian's head with a blade. Stunned, Hecken called out to her. An enraged Hecken began to cry and talk about his juniors, noting that he would kill Vol. He rushed at the main character. Wool watched him carefully. The main character began to transform. He began to concentrate energy in his hand. Vol pierced Hecken's body with a powerful thrust. There was a hole in his chest. Hecken began to fall to the ground and turned to the main character. He called him the Reaper. Turning around, Vol looked at him. Sinew, wrapped up, lay on the ground. The main character lifted him onto his shoulder and left from there. Vol walked through the dark forest with the child on his shoulder. Looking at him, the main character asked in his thoughts if they say that this is the Demon King. Continuing to walk, Wool stressed and thought that just a minute ago, Sinew was almost dead, but now his breathing was returning to normal. The main character wondered if there were still such people in Jianghu. Moonlight illuminated Vol. The main character said in his thoughts that the secret of immortality is absurd. Moving through the forest, Wall noticed that since Sinew was born a man, he would naturally die someday, and he was not sure whether it was possible to go against this rule. Looking away, the main character wondered what the price would be if such a thing was possible. He was suddenly taken aback. The image of a man appeared before him. Frowning, Vol wondered who it was, noting that he was clearly standing right in front of him, but he felt no sign of a presence. The main character emphasized the fact that this is the first time this has happened. He took Sina to the ground. Gusts of wind appeared in front of him. He was surprised by this. Vol covered his face with his hand. Light energy began to emanate from the main character. Vol noted in his thoughts that this wind was unusual, as if the main character imagined a dragon above his head. Vol noted in his thoughts that this wind was like a gentle but strong dragon. Red mana began to flow from his eyes. The main character noticed in his thoughts that if the stranger starts attacking, he will not be able to stand still. White snakes began to fly next to the dragons in the air. The snakes headed towards the man. Frowning, Vol in his thoughts asked him to show himself and who he was. A green aura appeared around the stranger. Moving forward, the man destroyed the protagonist's snakes. Vol was furious at this. The stranger said with a serious look that this was an imitation of another precious technique. A dragon hovered above the man. He said Wool is an ignorant guy. Taken aback, the main character noticed in his thoughts that the stranger was not just strong. Vol extended his hand and emphasized that if he couldn't kill him, he would die himself. Golden streams of energy directed towards the man. The stranger reflected the energy of the protagonist with a powerful stream of mana. Holding his hand in front of him, the man smiled. A cloud of green energy appeared above him. His mana spread throughout the area. Wool was surprised by this. The main character was beside himself with rage. He observed powerful gusts of energy. Scratches appeared on Vol's hand. The main character's face was cut. He was enveloped in golden energy. Vol was preparing for a breakthrough. An aura enveloped the main character's body. Smirking, the man asked if Vol was sure he could handle it. He stated that in that short moment, the main character turned from a herbivore to a predator. He continued to look at Vol and said that it would be quick. The main character exuded bright energy. The stranger asked with a smile if he had unlocked the guy's potential. The red sky illuminated the entire village. The main character was shrouded in mana. His hands were filled with powerful energy. Vol looked very furious. He shouted across the entire battlefield. The stranger watched closely what was happening. He stood in front of him and was charged with green mana. Vol was in the energy in front of his face. He turned away from the windy magic of the protagonist. The stranger held 2 fingers to his face and kept saying that the further it went, the more interesting it became. He held up 2 fingers. A magical dragon descended towards the stranger's head. His eyes were filled with green light. He said that if he waited any longer, he would be eaten. The magic dragon's mouth was in front of the stranger's face. 2 energies collided on the battlefield. The stranger was very focused on the attack. Energy enveloped the main character from head to toe. A powerful beam of mana was visible in his eyes. The beam smashed the battlefield. The stranger was approaching the main character. He looked very serious and wondered if this was the end. He saw a golden glow. He looked at his feet. The protagonist's golden thread was tied to the stranger's leg. The energy thread came from the hand of the protagonist. The stranger was in a panic about what was happening. The threads lifted the stranger into the air. He floated in the air from the attack of the main character. Sitting on the ground, he told the main character that he was incredible. Vol sat in the middle of the battlefield, exhausted. His hair was stained with blood. The stranger looked at him and asked if it was enough for him to survive the attack, whether he was going to fight back or not. The stranger closely watched the main characters and reflected in his thoughts that this was the first time he had seen such an opponent. He continued to think about what would happen to the main character if he was given a little more time. The stranger recalled that if he wanted to kill him, then that moment was the most appropriate. Vol was covered in blood, his eyes were red. The stranger continued to think that there was no fear in the eyes of the main character. He noticed in his head that people like Vol were ready to fight at any cost. Behind the stranger, a magical dragon fought with an energy snake. He thought that he could try to kill the main character, but then he would remain in danger. The stranger recalled that he was too old to save his body. A wounded boy lay on the battlefield. The stranger extended his hand towards the startled boy. and he said that the meaning of paradise was very deep and it was impossible to comprehend it with the human mind. The boy was floating in the air with the help of the stranger's magic. He said that in the future he could regret his decision on the battlefield. Vol was furious and shouted at him to stop. He hit the ground with his hands. The main character was furious and looked at the floor, asking the stranger why he was taking the child. The stranger stood in front of him, holding the child in his arms, and said that he wanted to save him. Vol was bleeding and asked why they should save him. Vol sat in front of the stranger. He answered him that he could not tell why he was saving the child. He argued that it didn't make sense for the main character. Vol clenched his teeth and insisted that the stranger would not take the child without an explanation. He held the child in his arms and laughed hard, saying that he did not need permission from the main character. The child was lying in his arms. The stranger said that he did not know how he got to the battlefield, but he should not have been there. Huge explosion. The stranger said that if the child remained there, Sichuan would be devastated. The stranger told the main character that he had good skills, but he did not know whether he could save his life. But he knew that he could not save other people's lives. Ox clenched his teeth and looked at the stranger, saying that he was not obliged to believe him. The stranger turned away from him and said that he did not need trust from the main character. He insisted that he did not retreat out of fear of the main character's powers because they did not create pressure on the stranger. The stranger looked at him and recognized his name. Vol was bleeding and said that first he had to hear his name. The stranger held the child in his arms and said that his name was Punjong. Vol looked furious and said his name. Punjong rose in the air with the child in his arms. His face entered the golden portal. Vol sat on the battlefield under sunset. He said that the star was at sunset, the bloody sky was soon to unfold. He argued that he was the one to watch out for on the other side. His metal hand lay on the ground. Vol was sitting in a huge hole from the explosion. His face was completely covered in blood. He claimed that he had been deceived. The blue sky illuminated the entrance. Shin looked angry. She stood over the corpses and felt sad. In front of her, she saw all the faces of the dead and said that no one could have thought that 7 would die in one night. She stood under the blue sky and insisted that the 7 dead stars were famous martial artists in Hunan province. She continued to say that there was a reason why all 7 of them had a high reputation among the sects. Vol stood in magic. She said that he quickly dealt with everyone. She kept saying that his skills were good, but there was always someone better than him. Shin looked at the blue sky and said that those who were too outstanding always brought change. Assistants stood behind her. She asked them to look at the corpses and understand what skills were applied to them. She walked next to her assistant and found out about the main character. The assistant told her that he was in the workshop. Shin found out about the workshop. The assistant told her that the workshop was run by a descendant of the Tang family. Her face looked angry. She asked the assistant to find out about the relationship between the protagonist and the descendant of the Tang family. They both stood in a garden with trees. Shin told him that most likely they would not be able to control the main character. She asked him to find information and said that they could sell it at a high price. The assistant agreed with her. The village was illuminated by the sun. Wall was sitting in front of him. He told him that someone named Pujiang took Shinwu for protection. Wo looked at him and said that it looked like the truth. Tang Sachu held the paper in his hands and said that madness began yesterday. The village was on fire. He said that there was a fire that burned a third of the village. He continued to say that the atmosphere in the capital was chaotic and the entire society was agitated. Shinwu was grabbed by red hands. Tang Sachu said that he was the reason why the 7 stars died. Shinwu was the main target because of his secret. He stood with a huge magical dragon behind him. Tang Sachu said that there was also Punjong. The main character looked surprised and wondered if he knew about him. So Sachu sat in front of him on a chair and could not understand how it was possible not to know him. Punjong stood and waved his hand. Tang Sachu said that he had the absolute strength of many factions. Even children knew him. The protagonist's eyes were red. He was thinking that he knew nothing about Jianghu. He asked to tell me more about him. Tang Sachu looked surprised and said that he didn't know much about him, but he was wondering where he should start. 2 stars were in front of the sun. He told the main character that the 2 factions were among the most powerful sects in Jianghu. Tang Sachu insisted that the sects were less than 100 years old, but because of their achievements, they were considered the strongest. Green and Red Shield groups. He said that those groups included Guangyuman and Chenmujeng. The building was illuminated by light from the sky. Sachu's tone told about it that it was a sect of rabid warriors, and it put an end to the war of heavenly blood. He claimed that under his government, that sect was considered the greatest. At that time, the sect was ruled by Lai Chong, the son of Lai Quack. The building was illuminated by sunlight. Tong Sachu said that it was the Heavenly Martial Forces sect. Its leader was Jiang Qinghua. He put an end to the Demon Alliance. He mentioned that thanks to finances, the sect attracted many people and became a strong power. 3 magic balls flew over the sunset. Kang Sachu said that the three sects that were behind the factions were the Shaolin Temple, the Wuding sect, and the Huashan sect. He said that those sects made great contributions to the Heavenly Blood War. 3 magical spheres flew in the night. Kang Sachu said that there were 3 manors, such as New Moon, Spirit Sword, and Rain Sword Mountain Manor. He said that those estates had enormous power. 3 green and 7 black spheres were flying in the sky. He continued to say that these were the 3 clans: Heavenly Dragon Valley, Battle Sword Alliance, and Heavenly Guardian Association. Kang Sachu said that at first they were called 10 clans, but in the end only 3 survived. Wall sat in front and listened that the masters of those 11 sects were the rulers of Jianghu. Pujong stood between 2 people in the shadows. Kang Sachu continued to say that his personal strength was comparable to the 11 clans. He said that Pujong was one of the 3 saints. He said that in addition to Pujong there was a saint of the Holy War and a saint of the Sword, but he did not know the details about them and asked to turn to someone else. Val looked very thoughtful and insisted that there were more than 20 such warriors as Pujong. The protagonist's face was concentrated. He was thinking that the number of Jianghu experts was equal to the number of grains of sand, and if the number of unknown masters was counted with them, then their number would be greater. The frog was sitting in the well. He said that Jianghu was really big. The main character stood in front of Kang Sachu and said that he was beginning to come to his senses. He stood near the bed and insisted that he would return Shin Wu. Kang Sachu was calm and claimed that this was not necessary. Val stood in front of him and found out why there was no need. Kang Sachu sat on a chair and said in surprise that his heart was drawn to that child because he saw himself as a little boy in him. He insisted that Shin Wu wasn't the kind of child he could keep, so he said being with Pujong would be good for him. Kang Sachu looked at the main character with narrowed eyes. He apologized to him for working for no reason. Wool had his eyes closed and said that he had a good experience. His eyes were filled with red light as he thought that there were many masters in the world. He thought about his loss, but told himself that next time he would not allow himself to miss the blow. The bush with berries was in the sunlight. The stranger walked past the bushes. A man in a hat walked across the lawn. He was wearing a hat and was thinking that he needed to become stronger so as not to lose anything. He passed by the demonic eyes and remembered that he had to get out of the situation when the Hao clan was watching him. He was confident that he would be able to hide, but he did not know whether there would be any loopholes. Wool reflected that he needed to find a way to hide his identity and obtain new information. The main character walked on the tiles. He approached the arch and wondered what it was for. On the arch it was written, Holy Wind Manor. Val looked at the sign and insisted that he had not been there for a long time. His feet stepped over the arch. He held his hat with his hand and asked the captain of the Blood Shadow group if there were hidden places. The huge house was illuminated by the light of the sunset. He walked along the bushes. The sun illuminated his hat. A stranger passed by him and insisted that there was a well in that direction. Val walked past him. He remembered his friends. The spirits of friends were having fun near the well. He saw Huck pouring water on him. His friend was resting on the grass. Val recalled how his girlfriend stood behind him. He stood in front of his imaginary girlfriend. Nin stood in front of him. He remembered standing next to her. Val walked past a wall with bushes. There were cobwebs on the ceiling. He looked around the building and thought that no one cared about the place after the death of the Blood Shadow Chief. He looked at the abandoned boxes and thought that nothing valuable could have been stolen there. He recalled that the reason for his coming there was somewhere inside. The main character approached the door and remembered that their head was a ruthless man when it came to money. His hand rested on the box. He thought about how the previous head could have amassed wealth using a gang of secret assassins. Val looked at the ceiling and remembered that among all the things there should have been jewelry. The main character looked at the gap in the ceiling. He remembered that jewelry was hidden where tomb robbers would not be able to find them. The ox released its threads into the ceiling. He tore off a piece of the ceiling. The main character was aiming for the hole. He jumped out into the dark space. There was a red chest in front of his face. He slowly opened the chest. He looked at the book from the storage room and insisted that he knew it. The village was illuminated by the light of the moon. A little stranger walked past the wall, humming a song. The stranger stood near the door and asked where he could go to have fun tomorrow. His smiling face was illuminated by the sunlight. He saw a guy on a throne in front of him. Val called him, saying his name. Cho Jae-young was running away somewhere. He ran away from the sitting main character and said that he didn't understand who this guy was. Cho Jae-young shouted to see if anyone was outside. Furious Will with red eyes insisted that no one would come. The tired assistant stood there, unable to understand what was happening. Cho Jae-young stood among the piles of hanging corpses. Wall looked happy and told him that he had accumulated a lot of wealth. Cho Jae-young's face turned red. He sat on his knees in front of the main character and asked him if he was the Dark Moon. Val looked at him intently. The assistant's face looked surprised. The main character claimed that he recognized him. Cho Jae-young fell into his lap and said that he had not heard news about the main character for a long time. He asked the main character for forgiveness. The assistant cried and said what he was thinking, that the main character's interest had disappeared. He wondered why the dark moon appeared again, since he had not been seen for 7 years. He bowed to the main character and insisted that he had never forgotten the mercy that was in his youth. Cho Jae-young said that they had collected riches to offer them to him. His hands were shaking violently with excitement. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He looked at the bars. A shadow shone on the empty chair. He sat in confusion and said that the main character had left. Val stood on the roof of the village. Cho Jae-young insisted that he could not believe the appearance of the main character and said that every year he would have to prepare a ransom for him. The main character threw a bag of money in his hands and said that the cunning rabbit had 3 holes. He kept saying that Gu Juin had assigned everyone to different places. He looked at the city at night and kept saying that he had a lot of places to visit, so he would be busy. Sokka stood in front of the old man and told him that it was not his fault. She told him that it would be difficult to fight with 7 stars without knowing their precise actions. Pun looked at her. Soa told him that she knew about the great honor of her uncle and the honesty of the old man. He thanked her. Behind them, workers were doing work. Pun looked at the workers and insisted that he would stay in Chengdu and learn about the abilities of the main character. He claimed that he would check to see if he could harm Jongho. Sokka looked at him with a surprised face. He told her to go home. She stood in front of him and could not understand why he was sending her home. The old man said to listen to his advice. His face looked serious, insisting that she shouldn't be picky because the main character was very dangerous. He told her that he couldn't put her in danger. Sokka was upset and said that she would listen to his advice. The old man stood right in front of her face and thanked her. He apologized for not being able to show her Jongho. She looked at him and said that next time she would look at everything. Sokka said that she would go back to the house, but would return later. Pun looked at her and said her name. She said goodbye to him and told him to take care of himself while she was not there. He nodded in response to her. Poong stood in front of Soa and said that he would take care of himself. The staircase to the village was in the thicket. Black crows sat on the branches. People were walking up the steps. A large group of people lifted the coffins up. Everyone looked tense. In front of them was the entrance arch. The coffins lay on the ground. The warriors sat on their knees. They asked the Watcher of Death to save them from injustice. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The stranger tossed the rosary in his hands and said that they had come to them. Helbel stood in front of them and asked them if they were the disciples sent to Sichuan. The disciple sat on his knees in front of him and insisted that they were going to Chengdu under the leadership of the past leader. His face looked frowning. He asked the students why they had returned again, because they had been ordered to establish a base in Sichuan. The disciples bowed to him and said that they were praying for mercy. They sat on their knees in front of him and said that they had lost their masters because of the Ting Chen sect, without whose presence they were driven away. They asked him to save them from injustice. Helbel's eyes were red. He asked them about the sect. The rosary broke in his hands from rage. He was angry and filled with red mana. Naponia as a sect allowed this to happen. He insisted that it could not be left just like that. The students were illuminated by red mana. He clenched his teeth, remembering the main character. His face looked angry. He insisted that everything happened under the leadership of the main character. His face looked angry. Being in the red energy, he claimed that it would make him regret what he had done. The old man recalled the past seasons. The strangers walked through the market and discussed among themselves that the winter had been snowy and difficult. They were happy about the warming. One of them insisted that he would start trading again. The old man was tired. He walked down the street and claimed that he was nowhere to be found. He passed by people and said that perhaps the main character left Chengdu because it was quiet there. The guy with red eyes looked at him. The chariot was driving along the road. Pun passed by a chariot with an old man. His face looked serious. Someone was calling him. Sokka ran out from around the corner. She rushed to hug him. He looked very surprised and asked her how she was doing. Sokka hugged him and said that he had not returned for a long time, so she decided to come to him. She was glad he was safe. Sokka stood next to her uncle. He asked her how she walked along the snowy road. She told him that she was with a friend. Her friend got out of their cart. Wangin stood in front of the old man and introduced himself. She said that she was very glad to meet him. Poon was at a loss and asked her how she was related to his niece. He reflected in his thoughts that his niece's friend was a disciple of the Sword Saint. The old man did not understand what she had forgotten there. She looked at her uncle and insisted that she had known his niece for a long time. She said that this was the first time they had come such a long way. Pun stood in front of them and said that she was there because of her niece. He apologized to his friend for causing her trouble. Gayan said that it didn't cause her any problems, because in any case she needed to get there. There was a black flag behind her. She insisted that the meeting of the Golden Heaven clan was scheduled there. Pun looked surprised and learned about the Golden Heaven meeting. He said that there would be many young practitioners in Chengdu. Sokka hugged her friend and said that there would be few of them, so she would not be able to have dinner with him. Wool watched their meeting. Her uncle told her to come to him when finished. Sokka said that she would come to the old place and they would talk after the meeting. The village was illuminated by the sun's rays. Seo Munpyeong sat on a chair and called out to them. Sokka stood next to her friend and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. One Gin asked him whether he went to the brothel first or not. He sat in front of his girlfriend and said that the girls in Chengdu were good. The friend asked him to stop because such conversations were rotting her ears. Sokka was at a loss and found out where the others were. Other friends were just approaching, so Munpyeong insisted that they came first. He sat with them at the same table and said that the others had arrived. The two friends approached their table and were introduced as Koma and Sound. Sound looked at the table and claimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. They all sat at the table. The brothers said that they were late. The girls told them that everyone had just arrived. Sound looked scared. He looked at One Gin. She asked him what happened. He said that he felt someone's gaze. They laughed, so Munpyeong said that everyone was looking at him. Sound stated that he had not changed. A stranger was sitting at the table. In his hand was a mug of green tea. The main character was in his body and was thinking that the meeting of the golden heavens was taking place. We were shown a market where there were many people. Cow carcasses hung on the meat counter. Someone was petting one of the cows, and she was happy. The boy stroked her and looked with empty eyes. He looked very upset. An old man came up to him and said that he had never been late in all this time. The boy smiled sweetly at him and said that he never had any reason to be late. The old man began to stroke the cow and added that there was quite a lot of work to be done today and whether the boy could handle it. With a sad look, he replied that he could, but after today he would like to leave. The old man smiled at him and said that if today was his last day, then it was quite sad. And then he asked if something bad had happened to him. The boy, standing in front of him, replied that nothing bad had happened. To which the old man added that he was glad to hear this because everyone has their own reasons, so he won't bother him and ask more. The boy looked at this cow while the old man said that at first he thought that he was just one of the strong ones, but who would have thought that he would have the skills to bring comfort to cows, sending them to the next world painlessly. His hands glowed with a red aura, and the old man said that he was born with killer instincts. Then the old man began to leave him, finally saying that he would leave him to work so he could come back at any time if he just wanted to work more. As the cow licked his lips, he thought that although it took him a while, he realized something while he was killing the cattle. He imagined that lightning was coming from the head through a person's body, and thought that if you pierce the acupuncture points of life and death of a living creature, it would die in the blink of an eye, and for every creature it is not in one place, but always in motion, so there is a certain rule by which it moves. After charging his punch with some aura, he swung and realized that today was his last day following this rule. Then before he killed him, he apologized. With one lightning strike he killed this poor cow. After this blow, she began to close her eyes. The boy stood with an upset face right in front of the animal's corpse. He just looked down with his eyes wide open. But then, instead of his eyes, some snake eyes appeared, from which a red aura emanated, and he himself says that it is finally completed. We are transported forward some time to Han's chambers, while it was deep night outside. We see Hong's boots swinging them from side to side. He rocked in his chair and laughed awkwardly. Then, raising his head, he began to think about the fact that he was stuck in Chengdu without any results, and this was starting to get on his nerves, and he did not understand whether he could waste his time so pointlessly. Suddenly, we hear someone calling him from behind the door. There was a girl standing there who said that there was someone here looking for the head of the branch, but this was not the person the new head could handle. Hong began to smile and his eyes began to shine, and he asked who this outstanding person was. Suddenly, he was surprised, because he was told that this was the iron-blooded martial arts master Jin Jianwu. On the shelf that stood next to him, there was a bonsai tree, and right in front of him in the doorway stood that same Jin. Hong made a welcoming face and apologized for keeping him waiting, and then introduced himself, saying that he was the branch leader of the Hao clan. Jin introduced himself to Hong with wide eyes. The sparkles were clearly visible in his eyes. Hong was very surprised by such words because Jin asked that he was definitely a leader. Hong began to laugh sweetly, asking what he meant by these words. Jin's eyes seemed to tremble, and he said that his energy was very different from the other Hao clan branch leaders he knew. Hong closed his eyes and replied that he believed that Jin was talking about the special atmosphere that hovered around them, so perhaps it was all because he had recently become the head. Smiling sweetly, he thought that he was so scary because he seemed to be able to kill with his eyes alone, and he continued to think that they all looked as powerful as himself. Jin continued to look at him with a very scary look, but then, closing his eyes, he said that he was looking for someone but did not know his name. Looking at Hong, he remembered that very fire and said that he heard that last year there was a loud incident in Chengdu, that the Qingcheng clan and the Amei clan lost many. There were so many victims that they closed themselves off from the outside world, and many people died in that incident. He represented Wall behind him and said that he heard that there is someone responsible for all this, so he asks Hong to find him instead. He just looked at him and thought about what he was saying about Vol, and then he wondered why the Golden Heaven Society was suddenly looking for him. Making a very dissatisfied face, he continued to think that they could not find him, despite all their efforts, because he used him as he wanted, and then he simply cut out the entire 7-star pavilion and left. Hong's face showed that he was still unhappy, and he said that from what he heard, Wall was no longer in Chengdu, but he looked at the situation a little differently. He imagined people around whom some kind of smoke was hovering, and said that this guy was like a ghost. It was difficult to find traces of him, even if he was in the same city, in the same place, or he was standing right in front of him, but to find such a ghost is truly a difficult task. A bag of gold coins flew straight onto Hong's table. Jin put the bag of coins on the table, and then, approaching Hong, he said that didn't the Hao clan specialize in finding spirits, and added that this was an advance payment for completing this task. Hong looked at him with a smile on his face and thought that he was going to look for him anyway, so he wouldn't refuse if someone wanted to pay him for it. They both put their palms together, and while Hong said that he would give his best to meet his expectations, Jin said that he hoped to receive good news from him. Jin had a red aura around him and was said to be the leader of the Golden Heaven Society and one of the 5 most talented martial artists in the world. We are shown his grandfather, who also glowed with a red aura, and the story continues that Jin is the grandson of Jin Walmian, one of the 7 stars, who was exceptionally talented from a young age. He was an outstanding individual with exceptional fighting skills and also has many people following him in anticipation of him following in his grandfather's footsteps on the path to becoming one of the strongest people of the new generation in the world. But his actions after he turned 15 were strange, and it seemed that he was being chased for some reason. They showed us the same guy who worked in the butcher shop. Turning his head, he asked if he found out why they were going to Chengdu. The man he asked handed him a small sign that said he was sorry, but he couldn't find out much since he was short on time. This boy's eyes glowed red and he said that he doubted that they were here for fun, but he was sure that there was some reason for this, so he had to find it. The man with a sign in his hands bowed to him, and on the sign itself it was written that he would do everything in the best possible way. This guy started moving away from him. We are then transported back to a small fair, where we again notice this boy from the butcher shop. Tilting his head, a guy asked Kwon okay that it was his turn to speak today. He turned to the same boy from the butcher shop named Kwon, and he himself replied that today was his turn, but he was worried because he still lacked skill. The two of them moved through the crowd of people, and Kwon's friend said that he was doing very well. So why is he worried about this? A girl in a purple kimono and black hair noticed someone. She looked at them very intently so that a spark could be seen in her eyes. Then she waved her hand and called Jin to her. This book made me wonder, where is everyone else? To which I received the answer that Soha went to look for Master Pun, and Saban went to check what was going on the streets. She made a very strange face because she was asked what about Fen, to which the two of them began to laugh because she said that she didn't care because he was probably sitting in a brothel now. Turning her gaze to Jin, she asked how the information gathering was going. He looked forward with sparkles in his eyes and replied that it turns out that this is quite difficult. Jin closed his eyes while she looked at him and asked that he thought that Wall had something to do with this, to which she received the answer that he did not know for sure because he would still need to be convinced of this. He simply looked forward and added that if Wall had nothing to do with this, then they would rule out one option, and that in itself was good. They looked at each other, and this girl said that in this case they should find out little by little and spend a little time to cheer up. She smiled very sweetly and said that she heard that there is a place here called the Hall of 1,000 Melodies, and they have performances scheduled every day, and today they will perform. The two of them started walking to this place, and she asked that they had nothing else to do today, to which she received the answer that it was so. A crowd of people sat on benches and watched this performance. The man was playing a very pleasant melody on a musical instrument. Behind Kwon there were several more people who played melodies in the same way as he did. Jin and this girl watched their performance very fascinated, and then, without taking her eyes off, she said that although the technique was not extraordinary, the power hidden in the music still impressed her. Every note was precise, and you could feel the strong will in them. She turned her gaze to Kwon and said that it seems that this guy started learning music not too long ago, but if he had started this earlier, he would have become a great musician. Jin peered at him even more than she did, and thought that, although he is not well versed in music, the energy that he exudes is similar to the energy of a swordsman, and this seems rather strange to him. Kwon glowed with a blue aura, and Jin realized that the Kai energy emanating from him was more like the energy of a warrior than a musician. He imagined 2 daggers in her hands instead of tools and thought what would happen if he also learned to skillfully use swords. This girl noticed how he began to shine with a red aura so strong that it blinded her. He watched his concert so intently that he didn't even notice how he used so much mana. She looked at his gaze, which was fixed on one person, and listened to him ask if they could somehow find out who this person was. She was a little confused by such enthusiasm and asked why he was asking why he was so interested in him, to which she received the answer that he was just curious. With a smile on her face, she replied that she would try to find out everything she could about him. Jin continued to watch his virtuoso playing and thought that this was definitely familiar, and he guessed that the energy he felt from him was similar to what he felt at the inn where he met the others. Kwon was playing his instrument with a very pretty smile when he suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining red. Immediately after this, he begins to play so professionally that it is even difficult to describe in words. Jin looks at this with wide open eyes and is very surprised at this game. We see a line that is reflected like sound waves. These sound waves reach the other guys who sing in the same team as Kwon. We are shown 4 multicolored hands that play Kwon's instrument. With this, the author wanted to show that he plays so masterfully. All the spectators, like Jin, were completely shocked by such a game and screamed with delight. Kwon continued to pluck the strings melodiously. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to sound the last note in the melody itself and thereby ended the performance. The audience began to frantically rejoice and clap their hands, shouting along the way. That girl in the purple kimono came back to Jin and said that she was able to find out who he was. Jin looked at Kwon while the girl said that his name is Lim Kwon-ok, and the locals of Chengdu say that he has good insight in business. Although the boy inherited a large fortune from his parents, he was able to significantly increase this wealth with the help of his business skills. They looked at Kwon's smile and the girl added that after he accumulated enough wealth, he decided to follow the path of an artist, which had always been his dream. Jin, with a very surprised face, asked that she was sure that he was a local resident. They both looked at his back as she said that she had asked several people, so it was most likely true information. Jin began to step forward and said that he would know for sure if he talked to him, and the girl was very surprised why he was going to talk to him right now. He simply didn't listen to her and continued to walk forward. Approaching Kwon, he punched his palm and said that it was truly a touching performance, and then introduced himself. Kwon, smiling awkwardly, also greeted him and thanked him for such a compliment. Jin looked at him with a smile on his face and said that he was very touched by his performance, and then apologized for his rudeness for approaching him so suddenly. Looking at him with a sparkle in his eyes, he asked if he would mind going and having tea with him. And now the two of them are already walking near some building. Kwon looked very puzzled. Raising his head, he thought about Jin, because even though they talked a little, he felt a sharp gaze coming from him. Having passed through the pillar, Kwon turned into wall and continued to think that the fact that he invited him here supposedly because he liked the performance was just a cover. Fire seemed to emanate from his eyes, and he could not understand why he approached him. Wol walked forward and remembered his words that it was really great to chat with him, so could they meet again if the opportunity arose, and after these words, Wol realized that he would have another chance to find out if he was up to something. He looked ahead with a smile on his face and guessed that it would be better to keep him close to him. He began to approach some gate. After he arrived, he began to open the doors leading inside. The old man carried a stone tablet in his hands and looked at it. Wol approached him and asked what was the matter, calling him the manager of the city. He showed this tablet to Vol, and he thought that these suspicious movements had been detected in the Thunder Clan. He began to remember how he killed the leaders, and thought that the Thunder Clan was completely destroyed after the death of their leaders, both old and young, so why did they suddenly move after so long, causing him to have to keep an eye on their actions. He looked at this sign with burning eyes. A bright full moon rose above the beautiful building. Many people held torches in their hands and looked up, and apparently the main one with a bandage on his head was looking at the sky in the same way, thinking that, most likely, everyone thought that the clan would never be able to return. It was the leader of the Thunder Clan, Oh Kyunghwa. He kept his hand on his belt and squeezed it so tightly that his veins were bulging out, and it felt as if they were about to burst, and he himself thought that he would not rest in the grave until the Qingcheng clan was on its knees. He recalled some moment from his past and continued to think that he could not even hold the funeral of the head of their clan and would never be able to forgive the days of his imprisonment in the Qingcheng clan. And the worst thing was that these shameless people did not even apologize, as it should be. He made a very displeased face and bared his teeth, almost crying, thinking that he would definitely take revenge on them. Turning his gaze to the side, he thought that for this reason he invited this man to Jonghu. In front of him stood a man in broken armor and with different eyes named Hekem. He looked straight at Kyungwoo and said that in 3 days from now he should come to Qingcheng Mountain. Hyunwoo turned to him with a scared look and asked that it would be just the two of them there. Hek began to leave, and Kunwa shouted at him behind him that he should at least tell them his plans so that they would trust him, to which he received the answer that they did not need to know about it. Right behind Kyungwa, another of their team ran up and started yelling at Hek not to fool around, because they had come all the way to the small thunder temple and brought him here just to hear those words. Hek became very angry after these words, so that his eyes began to fill with blood. That very second he made a jerk and disappeared from the place where he stood. He found himself right behind this guy who shouted at him. With lightning speed, he grabbed him by the head so that the mark from his eyes was already visible. Taking his head in both hands, he began to look him straight in the eyes. The boy was already in tears from fear, and then his lens began to twitch furiously and capillaries began to bulge before his eyes. He fell to the ground in tears and began screaming at the top of his lungs. Apparently, after Heck looked into his eyes, he began to go crazy and began scratching his entire face along with his eyes. He pulled himself up to his face and said that by insulting him, he was insulting the elder. White fire burned from his eyes, and he added that insulting an elder was an unforgivable crime. We are transported to some huge hotel complex where people are walking around on the street. Some guy in a green suit knocks a glass on the table and shouts that it is very tasty. There were 2 more people sitting at that table, and they were playing some kind of board game. A boy in a green suit with a smile on his face shouted that having a good time is the best way to drive away fatigue after a long journey. A man in a gray kimono, raising a glass in front of him, asked what brought him here. He continued to play the board game and said that he had come to the training camp because only today he could play like this, so he would enjoy it to the fullest, and the man in the gray kimono added that it would be a pity to part with him. Suddenly, a girl in a red dress walked past a guy in a green suit. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and she had the most pleasant smell. The guy in the green suit looked at her in surprise and was simply silent, and the bald man added that this is a girl named Se-young, and by the way, she is very beautiful today, and then he asked if he was seeing her for the first time, because it was her, manager of the Pavilion of 1,000 Aromas. The boy stood up from his chair and had a very strange look on his face. He grabbed Sehun's hand, which made her very scared. With a nasty smile on his face, he asked that she was the manager here. Se-young, still frightened, said that it was so. He moved closer to her and said that she was different from the others and that she was truly beautiful. Sehun looked at him with a dissatisfied face and said that she was grateful for the compliment, but he needed to let her go now, but he did not calm down and invited her to drink with him today, to which he was refused. His eyes glowed white because she had just called him by name, and he said that since she knew him, then she should know what he loved, because he treats those who are on his side very well, and very cruel to those who are not on it. Sehun replied that he would not change her attitude towards him even with such words, so he should let her leave. His look was as if he had gone crazy, and he said that if she continued to reject him, then she should understand that this day would be the last for this pavilion. Sehun was very frightened by such words that even tears began to appear in her eyes. A blonde guy named Simon started shouting at her, repeating over and over again that he would destroy this pavilion. She still looked at him with a frightened look and could not believe that he was so crazy, and she also did not understand what to do with him. Suddenly, a man in a flesh-colored kimono approached them and called Sehun. She put her hand to her chest and greeted him, calling him master, and the one she called the owner was a blonde man, or rather, Arval. The man put his hand on his belt and asked with a smile on his face that he owned this place. While Se-young hid behind wall, he looked at him and replied that it was so, he was the owner of this place. Kaiman approached him and asked what his name was, to which he received the answer that it was none of his business. These words hurt Kaiman very much that he even dissatisfiedly asked him what he said. Vol looked at him with an arrogant look and asked if he was obliged to tell him his name. Simon began to scratch his head, saying that no one had angered him for a long time and that any pavilion owner dared to make fun of him. Doesn't he know who he is? He began to laugh awkwardly, saying that he had decided that today would be the last day for the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion. All objects in this building began to float because he used his magic. He put his hand forward with burning eyes and said that he would show what a huge difference there was between them. Vol just stood there and watched him use his ability. He-Man, with a crazy smile on his face, didn't understand how an ordinary person could normally stand directly face to face with his energy. He charged at Vol, raising his fist and shouting that he seemed to be quite skilled in martial arts. After hitting Vol, his fist simply went straight through. He-Man froze abruptly and realized that his fist didn't feel anything at all and just went straight through. At that very second, Vol was behind him, saying that who would have thought that he would not only encroach on someone else's property, but would also try to destroy his property. With a very creepy tone, he said that Simon was ready to put his life on the line. After such words, he became very frightened and began shouting for him to stop and think. But Vol didn't feel sorry for him at all and used his ability to hit him right in the stomach so that all the blood scattered everywhere. The blood of that poor boy flew past Vol. The wall of this building shattered from the blow of Vol. Jaimin himself flew through this wall. He just silently and slowly followed him. He walked with burning eyes in order to continue finishing off Kaiman. Moving closer to him, he placed his foot on his back as he screamed in pain. Simon looked at the floor with a frightened gaze, thinking that he was suppressed before he could use his perfect technique. He could not assure that there was someone so strong left in Chengdu, Even after Lana King Cheng and Ame left this place, Wall looked at him very arrogantly and stood on his back with his foot while Hyman asked who he was. Wall wrapped the silver threads around his hand and replied that, as he had already said, it was none of his business. He completely wrapped He-Man's body in his silver threads. Then, with one swing, he began to break his bones with the help of these threads. He began to leave the place and ordered his men to take him away. He-Man himself was completely broken, just like his body parts. We are taken to another small house, near which there was a pond. Se-young took off the mask from Wall's face and looked at him. He looked up with a sparkle in his eyes and simply remained silent. Se-young said with a sweet smile on her face that she was in a really difficult situation last night and thanked Wall for saving her. While Wall was lying on her lap, she said that Mr. Zyman was not alone at all, and if only his friends did not create problems for him. Looking up, he began to say his friend slowly as if he had thought of something. Then, rising from her lap, he said that she was right. He started to walk forward and said that they had visitors, so they should let him in. He walked forward to the gate through his yard. A girl in a purple kimono and long black hair approached the guards, saying that she was a friend of that slacker who was here recently, but was completely humiliated. There was a huge smile on her face and it seemed fake, and she asked that they could take her to the owner of this place. This girl stood right in front of the entrance to Vol's chambers. She was very surprised because he told her that she could come in. Her gaze trembled a little because she was very worried before the meeting. Opening the doors, she simply stood and looked at him. It was clear from her eyes that she was very surprised or scared. Vol looked at her askance and she imagined a huge white snake behind him. The girl was a little taken aback, thinking about what was wrong with this man, because she felt as if she was standing in front of a huge snake, and then she asked that he was the owner of the Pavilion of 1,000 Cents. Vol looked at her and told her to sit down. As soon as she approached the table, he added that the owner of the establishment was Se-young, and he was simply helping her so that she could calmly manage the pavilion. That's it. Sitting down on the chair, the girl crossed her arms in the shape of a triangle and said that she was glad to meet him, and then introduced herself to him, saying that she was Won-gin, the fairy of the illusory sword, and then she asked if he had heard of her. Vol closed his eyes, saying that he had not heard at all. She was a little upset and replied that she would have to work even harder, because she thought that she was quite famous in Jianghu, but it seems that not everyone in this place knows about her yet. Looking at him with caviar in his eyes, she thought about the fact that he had never left Sichuan before. She continued to look at Wall, thinking that his skills were at their best because he had brought Zyman to such a state. But he didn't even look tired. She didn't expect that there would be someone so skilled here after what happened in Chengdu that year. They sat opposite each other and she asked if she could find out his name. Vol looked at her and said Knight, but he stopped as if he was starting to think of the next syllable for his name, and then he remembered Se-young's words and told her to call him the night host. Vaughn closed her eyes and asked that he was the host of the night, just like the story about the host of the night, and continued to say that the reason she was here was not just because of one ignorant person, because of the group. Raising her head, she slowly said that she had a question for him. Looking at Wall, she remembered what happened then and asked that he was the same killer who caused the tragedy in Sichuan that year. Wall looked at her with half-closed eyes and asked why she was looking for that very person. Their room was illuminated by sunlight, and she said that she wanted to ask him something, and Vol was interested in this, so he asked what kind of question was bothering her, but she replied that she would ask this question only when she met with him personally. With burning eyes, she said that if this person was not him, then she had no reason to say this to him. Vol closed his eyes and said that then there was nothing more to talk about. While Vol sat with his eyes closed, she examined him, and then before leaving she said that maybe they would meet again someday. We find ourselves in a completely different place on the mountain where the sun was shining brightly. A man runs into the main hall shouting that a big disaster has happened. There, the head of the King Cheng clan was sitting at the table and drinking tea with his mentor. With surprise on his face, he asked, why did he make such a fuss? The frightened guy began to say that the whole point was that members of the Thunder clan were waiting outside. The two of them were very frightened by these words and immediately began to leave their hall. A crowd of people in identical uniforms began to approach them. The head of the King Cheng clan and everyone else came out to them and saw Kyung-woo bowing to them. Behind him stood his entire squad, and he said that he was the new leader of the Thunder clan. The elder wished him a long life and introduced himself, saying that he was Mu Ren, the Morail, leader of the King Cheng clan. Kyung-woo was shrouded in doubt and fear, not understanding what to do next. Immediately he remembered Hayek's words, who told them to climb King Cheng mountain in 3 days, and began to destroy what Heck ordered to come here, but he did not know what to say to gain time. Everything he saw in front of him began to become cloudy and unsteady as the elder asked if he was okay. He began to remember the murder of those 2 people. Then, with trembling eyes and then sweat running down his face, he said that is the heir of the Thunder clan. He stood in a very uncertain position and said that he had come here to ask the Qingcheng clan to take responsibility for the death of their previous leader. The elder's advisor began to shout that the one who was really responsible for this had already been dead for a long time. The elder looked at him and said that they thought they should take on this responsibility. Tiangwu was still very worried and continued to say that they had lost their leader, so they needed the Qingcheng clan to pay for his life with the life of someone equally important. Standing opposite each other, he said the fatal phrase so that the leader of the Qingcheng clan would kill himself. After such words, the elder began to get very worried and asked again, "Should I kill myself?" All the people from the Qingcheng clan began to shout furiously that this was a very rude phrase towards their elder. Kyungwoo began to be consumed by doubts and fear because he heard all these bad words. He was genuinely scared and was thinking that Hayek had promised to take care of the rest while they were making noise in this clan. And what should they do now? Suddenly, one of the Thunder clan came out, showing an approving gesture with his hand, and asked them all to stop. The man bowed his head and said that he was Lai Peng, the master of the High Heavens Martial Academy. He began to walk towards Kyunwoo and the elder as they both looked at him. The elder looked at him with a sparkle in his eyes and asked what Mr. Lai was doing here, and he himself thought that he had come out at the wrong time because it was very shameful that he had witnessed such a scene. He looked at Lai and kept thinking that the Qingcheng clan and the High Heavens Martial Academy had maintained a close relationship throughout the last century, and he must have decided to participate because he couldn't bear to watch them receive such outrageous requests even though they were truly guilty. With a crazy smile, he began to say something. His eyes were as crazy as his smile, and he said that he believed that the Thunder Clan leader's request was quite reasonable. From such words, the elder simply fell into shock and could not answer anything. Suddenly another man shouted from the crowd to make way because he wanted to go to them. The man walked forward and said that he was Joe Guglio from the clan of True Warriors. Just like the previous man, he began to slowly say something. And with a crazy look, he agreed with Lee's words. Hyangwoo looked at all this with a very scared look as the two spoke for the leader of the Qingcheng clan to take responsibility by committing suicide. The old man's inner world completely collapsed after such words. Under the bright, daytime sky there were destroyed buildings with broken windows. The Han and the monk in a dark kimono looked straight ahead in surprise. Hong opened his mouth slightly and, a little angry, did not understand how this could happen. A guy with white hair and two monks looked carefully at the destroyed village with a bunch of corpses, and Hong asked what happened here. The main street was filled with corpses and the ground was soaked with blood. Tools were scattered along the road, and corpses lay nearby. Han slightly bent his knee to the ground and, checking the pulse of the corpse, asked about the survivors, and the monk in black opened his mouth wide and with frightened eyes answered that there were no survivors. The guy in the red kimono looked carefully at the corpse of a man with claw marks on his chest and asked when this happened and who the culprit was. The monk in a black kimono looked at him carefully and, slightly closing his eyes, replied that this painting was discovered this morning. The culprit has still not been found. He sharply lowered his head and nervously closing his eyes added that perhaps they would never be able to find him, and Hong suddenly became angry and his eye glowed with a purple light. He turned his head sharply, looked carefully at the guy and asked what this meant. The monk looked carefully at the red kimono and noticed that all the dead were holding swords, chains, clubs or pickaxes in their hands. After such words Han looked around carefully and looked straight. Hong looked carefully at the same man with claw marks and heard that, judging by the scars remaining on his body, the leader of the detachment carefully looked into the distance at the destroyed village, and the monk in black added that it was clear that they had attacked each other. Hong sharply lowered his head to the corpse, looked at it carefully and asked that the villagers attacked each other and no one survived. Then he stood up sharply, opened his eyes wide and, opening his mouth, fearfully asked what had happened here. It was a clear day outside and the buildings were gently illuminated by the sun. Hyangwoo looked carefully in front of him and, with wide eyes, said that the leader of the Qingcheng sect must accept their will. Another man from the Thunder clan looked straight ahead with crazy and glowing eyes and said that he must pay the price. The third of them looked with crazy and glowing eyes and added to the past that with the help of suicide. Ren looked at the three men with wide eyes, and behind him, a dark-haired man looked at them madly and asked his brother to look at the sect leaders. The mustachioed man looked carefully at the crowd of crazy people and added that their state was strange. They seemed to be out of their minds, and sect leader Qingcheng looked at them in surprise and noticed that he also thought so. Changjin began to quickly make his way through the crowd and shout that he had something to tell them. Ren and the mustachioed man looked at him carefully. Sect leader Qingcheng looked at him angrily and rudely asked what happened to him. Changjin began to shake all over, and Ren looked at him in fear and opened his mouth slightly. A moment later, saliva poured from the guy's mouth, and at that moment he bowed his head, and a sharp and shiny knife fell out of his large sleeve. Then he suddenly raised his hand and twisted the knife to tighten his grip. The next moment, Changjin delivered a powerful blow with a knife directly to the stomach of the sect leader, and Ren coughed up blood and looked at the guy in horror. The mustachioed man began to catch the falling sect leader and shouted to him. Ren was all wet, looked attentively and angrily in front of him, and began to slowly take out a knife. Sect leader King Cheng began to shake all over, and the mustachioed man put his hands in front of him and tried to shout to his brother. Then he abruptly caught the old man, looked angrily at the guy and shouted what he was doing. Chongjin, with saliva at his mouth and crazy, enchanted eyes, looked through them and said that if they made a mistake, they must pay the price. The entire armed crowd of monks began to walk forward with crazy eyes, and all as one repeated the word price. The mustachioed man carefully placed the wounded brother on the floor, looked at the crowd with fearful eyes and asked what was wrong with them, while other monks lined up to protect them. After his question, the entire enchanted crowd rushed, with red eyes, into battle and shouted loudly. The young monk came out with a sword in his hands in front of the crazy uncle and asked why he was doing this. He needed to protect the leader, and the leader King Cheng slowly began to pass out. The leader of the other sect carefully looked at their backs and watched the battle. Then, the High Heaven sect leader looked madly with his red eyes directly and ordered his disciples to attack King Cheng. Then sect leader Jinsung also looked at them with red eyes and ordered his disciples to attack. A moment later, an armed and frantic crowd began to run behind them. Kunwa began to sharply shake his head, first in one direction and then in the other, and looked in horror at what was happening. He looked madly to the side and wondered what was happening, how it had come to this. Kunwa looked in front of him in horror when he heard why he was hesitating. He needed to attack faster. He saw a dark silhouette opposite him, sitting on the roof and looking at him carefully. Zon sat on the roof, slightly lowered his head, and the wind began to storm his hair behind him. Then he sharply raised his red and crazy eye, looked carefully at the Thunder Clansman, and noticed that when there is discord from within, even a famous sect falls apart. King Cheng is also affected. Ran and his brother stood in the midst of the mad carnage and watched intently. A moment later, Zon bloomed over the people, purple energy emanated from him, and the brother of the leader of the King Cheng clan began to slowly open his eyes wide and let go of his brother. A huge rock appeared from behind tall trees. The squad of warriors carefully raised their heads and carefully looked at the flying crows. Jin looked at them carefully and noticed that the birds were making noise, and Ning carefully turned her disinterested gaze. A moment later, Jin began to confidently walk straight and added that he had a bad feeling and it was time to hurry. They quickly began to run towards the castle behind the forest. The two swords clashed and sparked. The monk blocked the blow and shouted for them to come to their senses. Sage, all sweaty and surprised, sat next to his brother and carefully looked at the battle around him. He clenched his teeth sharply, his gaze became frantic, and he thought that he was mistaken when he thought that only other sects behave strangely. If they are like this because of some kind of witchcraft, then perhaps they were also influenced. But he could not consider this possibility. Their children are not used to fighting with their peers, risking life and death if this continues. Sage watched carefully as the monks fought to the death. Then he clenched his teeth, sweated from nerves, and a guy suddenly began to fly over his head. He landed on the tile with a powerful blow, destroying it and pushing away everyone present on it. Sage put his hand in front of his face, shielding himself and his brother from the cloud of dust. The squad of knights landed sharply and stood next to the King Cheng sect leader and stared at the battlefield. Jin stood up confidently, sword in hand, and looked straight. Then he sharply turned his head to the brother of the sect leader and carefully examined him. The three people turned sharply, clasped their hands together, and Jin bowed and said that he was Jin from the Golden Heavenly Hall. The situation seemed unusual to them, so he intervened and asked for forgiveness for being rude. Sage looked at him in surprise and fear, and opening his mouth slightly, he noticed that this was a difficult time for them and he was grateful for the help. Jin looked at him carefully and asked what happened, and the mustachioed man looked at him and replied that they would like to know too. Ren began to slowly close his eyes and become gloomy, and Sage added that it seemed that they had become victims of witchcraft, but they did not know who did it and for what reason. Jin abruptly turned his head away, looked around carefully and spoke under his breath about witchcraft. Ning knelt down, looked carefully at the floor and noted that she thought they should take a look here. The girl noticed the swollen veins on her temples, dark blue in color. Then she turned sharply to her comrades and noticed that it was damned poison. Sage sharply twisted his face, looked at the girl in horror and, with his mouth wide open, asked loudly. The living dead began to stand up with bright purple eyes, and Sage asked that they were all under the influence of poison. Kunwa looked carefully at the people around the sect leader. Then he sharply opened his eyes, turned pale and wondered how it could be. He said damn poison. Kunwa abruptly looked away, stunned, to the side, and Jin noticed this and looked at him carefully. The leader of the Golden Heaven Society took a closer look at the guy. Ning stood up, looked carefully at the floor and said that if it was really him, then there would be someone nearby controlling him. They needed to find him and eliminate him. Then she turned sharply to the guy and noted that they would take care of this place, and they must find and eliminate the sorcerer. Jin sharply put two fingers in front of his face and, covering his eyes, agreed with the girl. After his words, circular energy began to emanate from his hands. Everything around began to become covered with this energy and turn into negative colors. The ball slowly and surely covered the entire city. A moment later, Jin looked confidently and carefully in front of him, noticing what he had found. After his words, he jumped sharply and high from the ground, while his comrades watched attentively. Jin began to fly quickly over the dense thickets. Then he stopped abruptly over a small clearing and looked around, after which he quickly began to reach for the sword, all lit up red, and looked angrily at the ground. The leader of the Golden Heaven Society struck quickly and powerfully at the treetops, cutting them down. He looked carefully at the darkness that opened before him. From there appeared red, glowing eyes and a silhouette reminiscent of Zomb. Zomb landed sharply in front of the guy, and he slowly sank to the ground. The guy in the mask sharply turned his red eye to his shoulder and asked how he found it. Jin put his sword in front of him, looked at him roughly, and asked for what purpose he did this. Zomb looked at him carefully, laughed a little, and answered, "Who knows?" Jin began to glow red, his eye flared red, and noticed that if he did not answer, Jin sharply spread his hands to the side. A strong wind formed around him, and looking at him angrily, he added that he would have no choice but to forcefully end the effect of this curse. Jin grabbed the glowing sword tighter and looked carefully at the guy standing straight in a mask with a red eye. Then he straightened up sharply and raised his sword with a powerful blow behind his back. Jin delivered a powerful blow that formed a huge, red wall. Zomb looked carefully at the approaching wall and did not move. The guy in the mask opened his eyes wide and all glowed red from the light of the wall. A huge beam of energy flew straight into the rock behind Zomb. Jin looked straight ahead, slightly in confusion, and opened his mouth slightly. Zomb suddenly appeared behind him, his eye began to smoke, and noticed that it was very good, and Jin opened his eyes wide and looked straight in surprise. A moment later, the leader of the Golden Heaven community turned around sharply, and Zomb turned into a spirit and quickly flew up. Jin lowered his hands, looked carefully at the sky, and noticed that he had missed him. He turned his head, looked sadly at the grass, and added that he could not eliminate it, and black smoke began to quickly fly into the sky. Jin turned his gaze sharply to the side, looked confident, and realized what he should do. Then he turned his head towards the city, remembered a guy named Kunwa in his head, and noticed through clenched teeth that he still had something to do. Birds flew quickly over a building in the city, and a small amount of smoke rose into the sky. Sage looked carefully at the bound Kunwa, and behind him stood 3 warriors with katanas. The mustachioed man sharply clenched his teeth and, looking with crazy eyes, said that it really was a damn poison. Kunwa was sweating and looked at the ground in fear. Jin looked menacingly and confidently at the prisoner's back, and then ordered him to tell him who used him. After the words of the community leader, the guy sharply opened his mouth, looked at the floor in horror, and shouted that he, too, had no idea who it was. Jin walked around him abruptly, put his head to his face, and asked him what he really didn't know. The community leader looked at him with crazy and red eyes, and then added that this was the last time, he would not ask again. Kunwa sharply clenched his teeth and was very frightened. A small gate appeared in his head and said that he heard that they went to the Thunder Temple. Sage looked at him in fear and asked again. Jin stood up abruptly, lowered his thoughtful gaze to the ground, and said that it can be said that the Temple of Thunder, the progenitor of the Thunder Clan, in which case there is a high probability that the one who used the cursed poison is a warrior of the Temple of Thunder, and Gin looked at him carefully and asked what he looked like. Jin turned his gaze sharply to her, remembered Zomb's appearance in his head, and replied that it was difficult to say since his entire body was covered with black cloth. The community leader slowly shrugged his shoulders, looked carefully at the mustachioed man, and added that in any case, he was definitely a warrior from the Temple of Thunder. A moment later, Kunwa opened his eyes, the temporal vein swelled, turning purple, and his eyes swollen and glowed. Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide, stretched out, and screamed loudly, and the girls behind him looked at him in horror. Kunwa began coughing up blood, rolled his eyes, and began to slowly fall while Jin and Sage looked at him in fear. The Thunder Clan warrior looked at the mustachioed man with tears in his eyes and asked him to help. After his words, he fell to the ground and raised dust from the floor. Gin abruptly threw the katana to her comrade and ran towards the guy. She sharply put her fingers to her neck to check her pulse. A few seconds later, she looked up in disappointment and, with her mouth wide open, noticed that he was dead. Ning looked carefully at the corpse of the guy from the Thunder Clan and noticed that he did not trust even those who were on his side. It would not be easy to find the killer. The girl looked away slightly, looked carefully, and added that first of all, they need to confirm that he is indeed one of the warriors of the Thunder Temple, then they can ask other sects for help, and then ask what they will do. Sage looked carefully at the man's corpse and replied that their sect, they had no strength left to fight. The monks involved in the battle lay unconscious on the floor, and Sage added that those who survived had suffered greatly. He did not know how long it would take to recover. The mustachioed man sharply lowered his head and, squeezing his eyes, asked for forgiveness that he would not interfere in this. Jin looked at the horizon in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. Sage turned sharply to the side, stared straight, and interrupting the community leader said that they say that it is never too late to take revenge, even if it takes 10 years. He looked at the huge building carefully and added that in this case, for the Tingchen sect, even if it took 100 years, it would still not be too late. They would patiently recover, and one day they would definitely avenge their humiliation. Jin abruptly clasped his hands together and bowed and replied that if this was his choice, then nothing could be done, and then wished him a successful restoration of the Tingchen sect. Sage looked up sharply at the sky and thanked him. The bright sun hit the eyes of 3 warriors who were walking along a large staircase in the thick forest. Jin walked straight ahead, wild-eyed and wide-eyed, and remarked that they should hunt him down. He opened his eyes even wider, squeezed his eyebrows together and added that their opponent is a monster who manipulates people's minds as he wants, and if they let him go so easily, the consequences will be catastrophic. They need to eliminate him. Niang carefully looked at the back of the community leader's head and, opening her mouth slightly, asked that they would really be able to capture him because quite a lot of time had passed since his escape. Jean remembered how he stood on the field and saw the bloody grass, and then answered the girl that he saw him bleeding. He inflicted a rather deep wound on him, which an ordinary healer could not heal. The community leader remembered a huge bridge with a building on top and added that there was a high probability that he would go to Chengdu, where there was a respected doctor, and they would also ask for help from the Hao clan. Niang sharply lowered her head to the floor, looked carefully and noticed that she would do this. Jean thoughtfully looked straight ahead, remembered the gray-haired man and the little girl, and said that she would tell a girl named Soha and a gentleman named Shinpun about this and ask for cooperation. She was sure that the gentleman would be happy to help them. Jin began to go down the stairs faster and noticed that they would do so, and the girl stopped on the stairs and looked after him. The community leader slightly lowered his head to the stairs in front and quickened his pace even more. Niang looked at her comrade and noticed with a dissatisfied look that there was almost no benefit for them from this business, and Gin covered her rolled eyes and replied that this was not the first time, perhaps it was stupid, but in Jianghu there are almost no people like the sun, whatever. Gin looked carefully at the back of the departing leader's head and added that they followed him, drawn by his unshakable faith. Niang sharply lowered her satisfied gaze and noticed that this was true, and Gin smiled broadly after her words. The girl in black put her hands behind her back, looked at the retreating guy and said that they also needed to hurry up, and the second one started walking and supported her. A small lantern hanging from the roof frame brightly illuminated the streets. Sahyun looked carefully in front of her and with a huge smile said to take care of yourself. The main character slightly moved the cape from his helmet and, looking carefully at the girl, noticed that more would come. Sahyun blushed sharply, looked at him carefully and, putting her finger to her chin, noticed that whenever this happened, he would be waiting. Paul smiled broadly and looked at her carefully. Then he began to quickly walk away along the narrow street, and the girl followed him with her gaze. Jin confidently and quickly took a step up the last step. The streets were empty and quiet. The main character walked slowly along this quiet street. Then he sharply clenched his teeth and saw someone in front of him. Jin suddenly turned a suspicious glance at the protagonist and slightly scrunched his face. The main character looked at him roughly and realized in his head who it was. Jin abruptly folded his hands, lowered his head and introduced himself with a smile, and then asked if he happened to be Yaju, the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Paul looked straight attentively and asked that he needed something. Jin stumbled slightly and, wide-eyed in surprise, replied that in fact, he would like to ask him for help. A moment later, he sharply tensed his gaze and his pupils narrowed. The protagonist's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the community leader said that he was sure that they had met before, but that time the face was different. Jin looked slightly angrily at the protagonist and, turning his head slightly, noticed that he did not know which one was real, but he was right that there were several of them, who he was. The wind blew the capes from the hat and a pale face with bright red eyes appeared to the community leader. Paul turned his head sharply at the guy. There was no one else on the street except them. The main character looked at him confidently and asked him what he thought he was. Jin slightly clenched his teeth and carefully looking into the eyes of the protagonist, replied that before coming here, he heard a story about one person. Jin imagined in his head a picture of a guy with pale hair walking among the ruins of a city, and added that it was a story about a killer who single-handedly dealt with all the clans of Sichuan province. He did not believe these rumors, it sounded so unreal. This guy with his head down appeared in the protagonist's head, and Paul asked why he was trying to find him, and Jin looked at him carefully and answered that he was thinking correctly. He was right. The main character looked rudely at the community leader and asked why they needed him, to which Jin looked at him confidently and, opening his mouth slightly, replied that he had been tracking one group for a long time. He was wondering if he could be a member of this organization, so he tried to check him, and Paul asked what if he really belonged to this group. Jin opened his mouth wide and answered with a confident look that he would fight and punish him and get to the bottom of the truth. The community leader sharply tilted his head, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked him if he could now answer. A girl and the protagonist with a cape on her face appeared in the head of the community leader, and Jin carefully looked at the protagonist, who lowered his head and asked whether he was the musician Kwon Yaju from the Divine Fragrance Pavilion, or the killer who caused the bloodshed in Sichuan. Jin clenched his fists, carefully examined the protagonist and asked what his real identity was. Paul began to slowly take off his hat. The main character abruptly took off his hat and looked carefully at the community leader. Jin looked confidently at the protagonist's face and asked what his true face was. The main character answered positively with an emotionless look. Paul lowered his chin slightly and, bulging his eyes at the community leader, said that now that the person you are looking for is right in front of you, will he tell him what he needs? Jin smiled broadly, flicked the coin away with his fingers and replied that of course he would answer. Paul caught the coin with a sharp movement of his hand. He held out a coin with a dragon engraving on it and stared at it carefully. Paul slowly ran his fingers over the engraving, and Jin asked that he didn't know 9 dragons. The main character slightly widened his eyes and asked what it was, and Jin stared at him carefully and answered that it really didn't seem to be the case. The community leader tilted his head slightly, looked at the attentive protagonist and said that recently, a group of people using a similar sign was discovered. A huge crowd of dark silhouettes with red eyes appeared in the head of the community leader, who stood under a huge coin with an engraving of 10 dragons, and added that there is no connection or contact between them, but they all use this symbol. These people, like mushrooms, appear everywhere and interfere with different areas of interest. In the guy's head, silver objects began to fall into the abyss, and Jin added that they are different from existing factions, absolutely not caring about reputation in society. All they want is their own benefit. The main character looked away from the coin and directed it at the guy, and asked if this wasn't something like a trading faction. The genie remembered the enchanted people against the background of the fire, and replied that they differ in some ways in the possession of absolute power. The community leader stared at the protagonist and asked that he was also a member of this organization. Paul lowered his head sharply and looked carefully at the floor. After a moment he looked up and answered in the negative. Jin grinned slightly and looked at the protagonist happily. Paul looked at him carefully and asked if he believed his words, to which he received a positive answer, and then asked where he was looking. Jin sharply tensed one of his eyes and confidently answered that in his eyes. Then he hit his fist with his palm and added that he already knew, but would allow me to introduce myself again. His name is Jin. The community leader smiled widely and asked what his real name was. The main character looked at him carefully and, slightly tilting his head, replied that his name was Vol. Jin sharply lowered his head, raised his eyes and, looking sarcastically at the protagonist, asked if they could become friends. It seems to him that true friends can be achieved regardless of social status. The main character looked at him rudely and replied that he refused. Vol quickly walked past the guy, tossed a coin into his hand and noticed that he spoke as if he knew everything about him, and Jin stared at him in surprise. The community leader quickly caught the coin, turned his head and replied with a smile that even if he didn't know much, he trusted his eyes. Jin, with his mouth open, looked at the coin in his hand and, with wide eyes, said that he knows Paul is a good person. Perhaps this is unexpected, but he would like to ask for help, and the main character stopped and turned his head slightly. Jin looked attentively at the floor, remembered Zongbin's head and said that a dangerous man had hidden in the capital. It was assumed that he was from the Xiaolian temple, but if they left him alone, something big would definitely happen. Jin began to sharply turn his head towards the protagonist and asked him to help him find the villain. Jin turned around completely, flicked the coin away with his fingers and said with a smile that when they finished, they should have a leisurely chat. Paul sharply lowered his satisfied head, caught the coin and, covering his eyes, replied that in any case, these were just empty words. Jin looked at the protagonist warily. He carefully looked at the protagonist straight in the face and thought that the story of the bloodshed in Sichuan was known. But how many people took an interest and found out the reason for what happened? From what he learned, in fact, he was a victim. The quiet streets of the city stood calmly under the light of the bright moon, and Jin added in his head that inside he was not an evil person. The community leader smiled broadly, carefully followed the protagonist with his eyes and shouted that they would see each other again. The candle burned slowly on the bloody table, and sulfur flowed directly onto the table. The whole room was covered in traces of blood, and the candle cast Zombi's shadow on the floor. A masked man sat on the corpses of people and said, "How dare he?" Then he hit the mortar sharply and scattered black powder. Zomb looked ahead furiously, stirred the powder in a mortar and noticed that it would make him regret it. Pion sat at the table and drank. Then he sharply slammed his mug on the table and scrunched his face in anger. He imagined the masked protagonist in his head, looked furiously with glowing eyes and shouted in his head, "Yaju." I remembered how their fight with the protagonist was and added in my head how he dared to do this to him. He couldn't believe it. The waiter from behind began to slowly approach, and Pion scrunched his face in anger and noticed in his head that when he recovered, he would take revenge on him. When the waiter walked past, the blonde guy looked at him angrily and shouted at him to bring him a drink, and the waiter turned on him and slightly blunted him. The next moment, the waiter started walking and screaming after Pyong shouted at him to do it quickly or he was making fun of him too. The blonde boy then looked away slightly and scrunched his face once more. The next moment, Zomb appeared next to him and rolled his eyes. The masked man then grabbed the blonde man roughly by the hair. Pyong began to grab the villain by the arm, turned around with a crazy look at him and shouted what and who he was. Then Zon began to sharply pull out the guy's hair and he screamed loudly in pain. Zon began to spit out a black clot from his mouth and rolled his eyes. Everyone around did not pay attention to the man in the mask and mysterious clothes. Zon began to slowly insert the black ball into the guy's mouth and he resisted. Then he swallowed it sharply and Zon began to slowly withdraw his hand. The villain looked carefully at him with a glowing red eye and said something in a mysterious language. And Fen began to clench his teeth and produce a lot of saliva. The guy's eyes suddenly turned purple, and his temples swelled with purple blood. Zong sharply put his hand to his face, slightly adjusted the mask, and Fen began to glow brightly purple. The mysterious man began to leave, and the fair-haired man stood up abruptly with his head down and gloomy and then said that it was time to go. He looked straight with crazy eyes and added that he would take revenge on the one who did this to him. Zom stopped among the enchanted crowd and, without turning his head and laughing, noticed that revenge is good. The streets of the city slowly woke up to the morning light and at that moment cries for help were heard. A crowd of people with violet eyes menacingly destroyed the city's establishments. The man tried to stop one of them and shouted what they had done wrong, asking them to at least name the reason. The man stopped abruptly and began to turn his head. He looked menacingly at him with his violet eye and replied that it was noisy. The guy fell sharply to the ground and shouted, covering himself with his hand. The man sharply raised the wooden club behind his head and shouted so as not to interfere with him. The next moment, a powerful blow landed on the back of the man's head, mowing him down and knocking him out. Jin suddenly appeared behind the man and looked at him carefully. Jin and Ning looked at him carefully, and the community leader remarked that he could not believe that this was happening. The warrior imagined Zomb in his head and, lowering his thoughtful gaze, noticed that it was him. People maddened by poison bit into the necks of civilians. A crowd of madmen with clubs in their hands ran towards the running and screaming women. Jin looked carefully at the unconscious people and noticed that this was happening because of him. It was not enough for him to do this to the Tinchin sect, now he had also plunged Chengdu into chaos. Niang carefully looked directly and asked, until that moment he had been inactive, so why now? Jin opened his eyes wide, hovered slightly and noticed that this commotion was not his true goal. He was sure that there was something else, perhaps when he realized that he was surrounded on all sides, he lost patience and did it. Jin looked carefully at his comrade and said that he would sort it out, but he was interrupted by Gin running up and loudly calling her brother. She stopped near them and shouted through her breath that they were in trouble, and Jin looked at her carefully and asked what happened. Gain sharply opened her mouth and answered with crazy eyes that Munpyeong had not even left yet, but went to the Divine Aroma Pavilion. The entire squad turned their heads sharply after shouting about fire. They saw a huge burning building at the end of the city and someone shouted that the fire was in the Pavilion of Divine Aroma. Jin looked at this in horror and began to think. The entire building was covered in huge flames, a dense column of smoke rose into the sky, and people were running around. All the people were crying, panicking, and someone was shouting to bring water. The girl looked carefully at the growing fire and shouted that Suhyun had not come out yet. All rooms were filled with fire and smoke, and the tiles turned black. Pyong hovered over Soo-young, coughing slightly. He looked closely at the unconscious girl and shouted who ordered her to reject him. A moment later, he opened his mouth wide and shouted madly why she refused him. Jin, Ning and Gin abruptly entered the room and stared at this picture, and Fen turned sharply at them. The blonde guy began to salivate and turned his eyes towards them. Jin looked at him in horror and noticed that this look, one-to-one, as was the case in the Tinchin sect, it was obvious that he had used the technique on him as well. Gin sharply turned to the captain and shouted that the fire was spreading, she needed to quickly take the girl and get out. Jin looked carefully at the dagger in the girl's chest and, looking menacingly at the fair-haired man, thought that that woman was already dead. Payan did it, it's sad, but first of all we need to save him. Jin sharply put his hand in front of him and, looking attentively at the guy, turned to him, and then noticed that he should calm down and come here, leaving this woman. Payan looked at him with crazy eyes and did not move. He looked sharply with swollen eyes at the girl and muttered something. Then he stood up abruptly and clenched his teeth tightly. Payan put his hand to his chest and shouted through force that it was all because of him. Then he lowered his head, his eyes began to change color and added that that person and that one were all looking down on him. After his words, he opened his mouth and eyes madly, and then noticed that it was on him. Jin and the entire squad stared at him in horror. Behind him, the protagonist began to emerge from the burning room. All looked menacingly at the guy and headed in his direction. The pavilion burned with 1,000 aromas, burning tongues of flame came out of the balconies, turning the building into ashes. In the middle of one of the rooms consumed by fire, Simon Pyong stood, holding the body of a murdered woman with a dagger in his chest under his feet. And at that very time Won Gaeong, Naeng Soan and Kim Jeong-woo burst into the threshold of the room, leaving them shocked by what they saw. Pen was beside himself with rage and many veins appeared on his face. Putting one of his hands to his chest, he screamed in anger, opening his mouth wide, that it was his fault. Pyon stood and was bursting with anger, and the lights flickered in his eyes, making it seem as if his eyes were about to fly out of their sockets. He, consumed with anger, shouted that each of those present looked down on him. His anger became more and more pronounced, and the capillaries in his eyes burst, and he was indignant at being looked at like that, calling himself the great Simon Pyon. Suddenly a male silhouette appeared in the fire. It was Phi Wall, who looked seriously and warily with his eyes, which reflected the fire of the burning building. One of his hands was protected by metal armor, and the guy instantly prepared it for an attack. Pen looked at the man who had appeared with confusion and aggression and clenched his teeth, but in an instant laser threads entangled his neck, causing the man's eyes to pop out. In a matter of seconds, his head was already flying down, leaving a splash of blood and a headless body. An endless stream of blood gushed out from Simon Pong's neck. Kim watched from afar as a man unknown to anyone beheaded Pyong in a split second. The man's head rolled to the feet of Kim and the remaining guys. The head lay in a pool of blood. All three looked at this in horror, fear and despair flashed in their eyes, and Kim pronounced the name of the deceased in amazement. Won Gaeong covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Naeng opened his mouth angrily and, indignantly, asked who he was and how he dared to kill Pyon, and Kim still continued to look at the body of the murdered man. The man did not pay any attention to the guy's question and only leaned over the body of the murdered woman, who was already dead, and looked into her eyes, already closed forever, with his sympathetic and pitiful gaze. He looked at her and could not take his eyes off, realizing that throughout the entire time there had been many moments between them that brought them closer. This thought transported Phi Wall into memories of a time long past. He recalled how he and the girl, who was now lying dead, were in one of the rooms filled with bright sunlight. The guy lay on her tender lap, closing his eyes, and heard the girl turn to him. She looked at the man with tenderness, asking him if he had what he wanted. The man looked at her with a questioning and misunderstanding look, thinking about the meaning of this question. The girl could not take her loving gaze off Phi Wall's face and said that he gives people what they want, but he himself never asks for anything. The man looked first at the ceiling and later at the girl's eyes, thinking about what he really dreams about. But the pause did not last long, and Phi Wall continued enthusiastically, saying that he dreams of a world that would not be gray and dark, not created by others. The man looked with rapture out the window where the birds were flying carefree and told the girl that he wanted to create a small world that only he would own, which would be subject only to his laws. Suddenly Phi Wall turned his gaze to the girl, and in a calm tone asked her what she dreams of, because she, too, never asked him for anything. The girl's gaze lowered and took on a disappointed and drooping look. She stroked the man's head and, opening her lips, said with regret that her dream could not be realized. The man looked anxiously into the girl's eyes, wanting to understand what she wanted. The girl smiled sweetly and continued to look at the man, without taking her eyes off, which was filled with love, and seeing that the guy took on a puzzled look. She said that even though her dream would not come true, it was enough for her that she could look at her. The man threw away the unnecessary memories that caused him pain and, being in huge and burning clouds of smoke, Phi Wall held his beloved in his arms, one of which resembled a monster's paw. The heroes looked at this with annoyance and disappointment, but suddenly Phi Wall himself said the girl's name. The man looked at the girl with eyes that were filled with love, but at the same time with the desire for revenge. And suddenly he said that although the girl tried to fulfill his dream, she died along with the world that he wanted, and at the end added that she didn't worry about it. The man raised his gaze to the heroes, who was full of anger and aggression, and loudly exclaimed, turning to them, that the girl would not be alone. The heroes stood and watched the whole situation with indifference and annoyance, but Kim was overcome with horror, unlike Naeng, who looked indifferently at the picture that appeared in front of him. Suddenly Naeng took out two katanas, straightening his arms and extending them upward, and pointed the weapon with the blade upward to show all his determination. He pointed one sword horizontally, indicating that he was ready to fight, while Phi Wall stood in front of him and looked indignantly at the guy who appeared in front of him, ready to attack. The hero decided to use his power, called 18 Blows of the White Moon, during which one of his swords began to light up. In response to this, Phi Wall sent many blades towards Naeng, which moved towards him with a swift-footed whistle. Phi Wall flew into the air, hugging the girl and throwing blades at the enemy, who was clearly ready for battle. Blades flew at Enjeng, which he brushed off with his sword and flew like a bullet towards his opponent. His eyes burned with a fiery flame, and the man was focused on victory, trying to overcome the obstacles that arose in his way. Blades almost hit the hero's back, of which he was able to grab only 2, and he was able to dodge many of them and continued to walk towards his goal. Seeing this, one Ga-yeon rushed at full speed to help her friend, leaving behind the still unconscious Kim. Naeng noticed the girl, thanking Gin for her help, and together they rushed towards the enemy. One's face expressed anger and indignation, and she chopped everything that was around with her sword, and Naeng ran with glowing and burning eyes to Fi Wall, who repelled the attack again and again. One Gaon looked at the blades with a confused look and reasoned that a man controls the flight path of the blades and suggested that they could be controlled by a man's energy. Gin studied the trajectory of the blades and saw that they reminded her of snake movements. She carefully looked at the blades and mentally completed the image of a snake. Sweat flowed down Gin's face, and she clenched her teeth as hard as she could, continuing to watch the blades with her alarmed and embittered gaze. Gaeon gritted her teeth and added that she could not predict the movement of the blades. At this time, Fi Wall was sitting in the middle of the burning room, hugging the girl, and a special energy emanated from him. Naeng rushed to attack the man and spread his arms, which contained swords. His eyes were burning with fire, and his gaze was frightened, and he said, looking at the man, that this was the end. Naeng turned around and was enveloped by wind waves, but Fi Wall continued to sit without shaking and enjoyed the last minutes, trying to say goodbye to the girl's body. At that same second, blows from Naeng flew at him, but he repelled any attack. Naeng flew in the air and, using his energy, continued to attack the man, but was unable to hit him or cause any injury because Fi Wall had strong energy. There was fear in Ning's eyes and he couldn't believe what was happening. The surprise never left his face and Gin came to his aid, throwing a dagger towards the man. Naeng was very frightened that the man could not do anything and shouted for everyone to leave immediately. Gaeon continued to fight the blade attacks and controlled her weapon. Suddenly she turned around and a little fear was visible in her gaze. Blood splashed in different directions. One of the drops fell on the floor and even smaller droplets of blood scattered to the sides. Gin's shoulder was cut right through, and she screamed in pain with her mouth wide open. Suddenly, a man's thread wrapped around Naeng's neck. Gin's neck was also bandaged, which made her feel even more scared and painful. Naeng was very angry about what he had done, but he could not do anything about it. Suddenly the man wounded the hero's hands with his threads, and they could not move at all. Gin and Ning were helpless and could not do anything. Naeng continued to be furious and Gin also hung helplessly on the man's threads. One Gin hung by the threads and the sword fell from her hands and she began to look at him with a pitiful gaze. Ning was in the same situation and his sword was lying right at his feet. The man watched this calmly, his eyes glowing with a light red fire. Gaeon was hanging by threads and the man's blades were flying over her naked body. Naeng also hung with blades hovering above his head, sweat dripping from his face, fear of what was to come in his eyes. Goosebumps and sweat appeared on Gin's face, and she said loudly that the man caught them without even moving, using only his blades. Ning looked at the floor with annoyance and said that they lost so pathetically to someone who didn't lift a finger. Naeng and Gin raised their eyes and in front of their faces were blades pointed towards them. The man did not move at all and used only his strength, and his eyes continued to burn with bright red fire. A blade was approaching Naeng's face. It was very close and was ready to cut through the eye. The blade got as close to Gin's eye as it did to the guy hanging next to him. Drool flew out of Jemwoo's mouth and he clenched his teeth tightly. Kim began to draw his sword and red vibrations came from it, just as his eyes acquired fiery flames. Jemwoo activated his 9-ring sword celestial mastery ability. He activated the third move, which included a soul-blinding blow. A red beam flew from Jemba towards the man. An intense heat emanated from the beam, from which Gaeon grimaced her face, and her shoulder also ached from the wound. Naeng's gaze changed to one of horror at what he saw. The man continued to sit without moving and the blow did not reach the target. The man was absolutely cool and indifferent, looking at the attack with indifference. His eyes were filled with fire. He sat and hugged his girlfriend, looking at the attempts to destroy him. Gin and Naeng lay coughing from being suffocated, and Jemwoo stood behind them. Ning was on his knees and reaching for his sword. He thought that if it were not for Jemba, he could have lost his eye and even died. He closed his eyes and thought that he had never met such a strong opponent, but he could not be left. Suddenly a sword appeared in front of Naeng's face and a voice came from behind, saying that this would all stop. Naeng raised his head and, saying the name Jemwoo, saw how he walked towards the enemy. Jemwoo's gaze was kind and he said that they needed to retreat. Naeng was angry at what he heard and said that they could not retreat as they needed to avenge Pen. Gin said that you need to listen to Jemba. Naeng was very surprised by this and looked at Gin with indignation. Her gaze was directed to the floor, and she said that they had already seen enough and they were no match for him. Closing his eyes and turning away from the girl, he thought about the fact that she is a disciple of the Supreme Sword, Hanjeong. So she has excellent skills that she is proud of, which is why she never backed down in battles and showed incredible patience. But the guy was surprised that the girl now offered to retreat. Nyang fell to his knees and was upset in everything, which almost made him cry, and Jemu closed his eyes and thought about the situation that happened to them. He stood in front of Fival and addressed him, saying his name. It was clear from Jiamu's look that he wanted to avoid the conflict and suggested that Fival put aside their differences for later. The hero looked at the floor and indifferently asked why he should agree with Jemu's proposal. Jemu was determined and imagining zombies in his head and said that Pen was the one who arranged everything, but he is frivolous and lustful and would not go that far. Jiamu confidently added that there is only one real culprit and they are now actively searching for those who control the others because Payan had similar symptoms to those that appeared in previous victims. Jiamu continued to look resolutely at Fiwal and suggested that this situation that just happened is just a distraction and in that case, the real culprit must be caught, and suggested that they discuss today's situation after catching the villain. Jiamu stood in front of Fiwal while he sat and hugged the girl and continued to say that while the conflict was happening here, the villain might have already left Chengdu and another similar incident might happen again. Jemu's gaze became a little angrier and he pitifully said that Fiwal would agree. He sat and lowered his head hugging the girl. After that, he stood up with his beloved in his arms and asked what would happen if he refused. Fear appeared in Jiamu's eyes and he said that in this case he would have to fight Fiwal with all his might. Payawal looked at the girl with pity and said that then Jiamu would not have a chance to catch the true killer of Suyang and asked if this suited him. Suyan was very close to Fiwal and lay on him with her eyes closed. Fiwal turned around with the girl in his arms and looked into the void with half-closed eyes. Jemu stood resolutely and Gin helped Nyangu to stand. At this time, Fiwal was heading out of the burning building with Suyang in his arms. Morning came and the house was completely charred after the fire. Suyang was lying on a piece of cloth with a hole in her chest and people were crying around her. People cried and said that they could not believe what was happening and tearfully uttered her name. People stood over Suyan and Fiwal looked on from the side. Fiwal turned to one of the girls and said that he would disappear for a while, and the pavilion of thousands of aromas would leave on her, to which she replied that she understood. Fiwal's look changed to a little sad and asked to bury Suyang in a quiet place and where it is very sunny. The girl told him that he didn't have to worry and she would take care of everything. Fiwal left silently, directing his gaze to the floor, and behind him the girl to whom he addressed remained sadly standing with her head down. Fiwal stopped and whispered something under his breath. Jemu stood in front of Fiwal and asked him if he was ready to catch the real culprit. Fiwal walked next to Jemu with an indifferent look and said that he would not help, to which Jemu said that it would not be that difficult to find him. Fiwal's gaze changed to an angry one and said that it was much more important to find the one who was pulling the strings. Jemu took a fighting stance and took the sword in one hand. Jemu made an astonishing look and suggested that Fiwal was talking about the small thunder temple. But there was no one on the street anymore, only a small corridor was in sight. Suddenly a girl walked between the houses, walking quite quickly and thinking about something. Her thoughts were occupied by the fact that Jemu went to meet with Payawal, and Soon was busy with the problems brought by Simon Pyong. She walked without looking around at all and some man walked nearby, while in the girl's head there were thoughts that it was probably hard for Jemu to deal with Fiwal alone and it was worth asking Soa for help. Suddenly her thoughts ended abruptly when her shoulders collided with a man passing by. She turned around and apologized with an embarrassed look and said that she was lost in thought and didn't notice where she was going. One guy young came face to face with her in Hayakam and looked at him with her mouth open in surprise. He glanced at her with his dead eye and extended his hand, using magical powers to put the girl to sleep. A second later, Gang fell under the spell of the zombie and fell to the ground with a noise. Hekam picked up the girl and threw her over his shoulder, grinning evilly at the same time. Carrying his victim on his shoulder, the zombie called Wongin a good find to bring her to the small temple of thunder and make her the strongest of the puppets. Using teleportation, black smoke enveloped them and finally Hayek shouted that he couldn't wait to see tears in Jin Jomu's eyes. Huge wooden doors illuminated by the moon. Two men stood next to them, casting their shadows on the ground and actively talking about something. One of them was Fiwal, and turning to his interlocutor, he said that he needed to go to one place and he asked his subordinates to bring him his things. The other was Tan Sachu, and upon hearing these words, the guy exclaimed and opened his mouth in surprise, asking Fiwal where he was going. Murian's head was covered with a hood so that no one could see him, and the young man barely audibly said that he was going to Tibet, and this was in the neighborhood of Xinjiang and Qinghai. The blacksmith could not believe his ears and looked at the guy in amazement, but suddenly he barely audibly said that if Fiwal was going to Tibet, then he would have to cross the western highlands, and the guy immediately imagined huge snowy mountains and added that in total to get to this we'll have a place in just a month. Holding the box in one hand and clenching the other into a fist, Tang Sachu asked the man why he was there and suggested that it was most likely because of what happened at the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. Fi Wall lowered his head and closed his eyes, confirming the guy's assumptions. The blacksmith was stunned because he did not expect to hear a positive answer, and cold sweat ran down his face. Finally, Tang Sachu handed the man a suitcase and said uncertainly that there was a windbreaker in it. The blacksmith handed the guy a small brown suitcase, which Fi Wall looked at in surprise, and Tang Sachu said that he had rubbed the windbreaker with specially prepared oil so it was water repellent and could protect him from some levels of fire. The blacksmith smiled awkwardly, and looking into his eyes, Fi Wall continued that he knew that they would be useful to him, but he had hidden a few more weapons that he needed to take with him just in case. Tang Sachu made a diligent face and reached out with his hands to the object that was hanging on his side, and Fi Wall looked at it with interest, and the blacksmith also reached out to the object with a drawn-out sound and a palm appeared before Fi Wall's eyes, on which lay a small bag tied at the top with a string. Fi Wall took the bag between her index finger and thumb and brought it to her eye carefully and with interest, examining it and asked with interest what it was. Tang Sachu began to say that this is a white phosphorus fire, and if you periodically sprinkle it on a candle, the fire will never go out. In Fi Wall's head an image appeared of a candle that burned with a bright blue fire shimmering into orange. The blacksmith continued to say that it was used once upon a time in the Tang clan, but then the composition was forgotten and Tang Sachu tried to restore it. He stood in front of Fi Wall, one of his hands was resting on his side and the other hung along his body. The blacksmith warned that there was very little in the bag, then Fi Wall needed to be careful and it would be better if he did not have to use it at all. Fi Wall said that he understood and thanked the blacksmith who gave him the useful thing. The young man, slightly bending his elbow, squeezed the bag in his hand and resolutely looked slightly away from Tang Sachu. It was already dawn outside, the roofs had turned orange, and Fi Wall said that Gayan had disappeared. The blacksmith's gaze changed to a more angry one and sweat flowed down his face. He loudly exclaimed that Gin is the one who injured Fi Wall, she is not the person who can disappear for a long time. Fi Wall turned around with a disapproving look, and Tang Sachu looked at the young man with indignation. Pai Wall said that he doesn't know what happened to Gayan and hasn't seen her since the last time they met. Fi Wall put on his hood and began to slowly leave, and Tang Sachu began to follow him and say that he was not trying to accuse the young man of theft, but was sure that the one they were looking for caught her. The blacksmith's face changed to an angry one, images of Gaeon and Ximen Pyong popped up in his head and loudly suggested that he was controlling Pyong and stole Gaeon to take revenge on Tang Sachu. Fi Wall and the blacksmith stopped, the young man turned his head slightly back, and Tang Sachu, clenching his fists, asked that Fi Wall help him. Fi Wall directed his evil gaze back and slightly clenched his teeth and said that he killed Ximen and tried to kill Tang Sachu's other comrades and was not eager to help him. The blacksmith stood confidently and said that Payan destroyed their estate and also killed their people, and Tang Sachu's comrades attacked them first. The blacksmith continued to talk and said that they had little time left and suggested that they discuss all this later. The blacksmith's eyes frowned and he said that he was sure that the enemy had gone to the Small Thunder Temple, but Tang Sachu would not be able to find him with his own strength and he had no choice but to ask Fi Wall for help. They walked one after another and the blacksmith asked again if he could find the villain Murian, to which he replied that Tang Sachu would try to be nearby and not try to get under his feet. Fi Wall's eyes were not visible because of the hood and added to his words that the blacksmith would do everything while they were alive. A large web of bright blue color appeared behind Fi Wall, and his pupils were red and showed his anger seething inside, and he said that no one would dare to escape from him. The city was illuminated by the morning sun. On the horizon there were high mountains white with snow and slightly pink from the sun. In one room there were people with bloody bodies. Murian and Tang Sachu entered the room. The blacksmith was perplexed and spoke negatively about who did this, and Murian angrily examined the corpses lying on the floor. Murian bent down to one of the bodies, examined it with an interested look and drove some thought out of his head. Murian, squatting, put his hand on the floor and looked around and spoke mysteriously about this house. The young man went out onto the balcony and looked at the morning sun that illuminated the roofs of the houses and said that the man was able to find their place for the night. But if the culprit was planning to take revenge, he would have been watching their every move. Murian sat down at the table and ate something in the morning atmosphere, looking forward into the void and turning in his head the thoughts that the enemy was watching Ximen, who had fought off their group due to injury to find this place. The blacksmith stood at the window with his head down and his eyes closed, saying Pen's name with disappointment. Tang Sachu stared out the window, and Paya Wall looked at the floor with an interested look. He saw pieces of iron, pieces of leather and cotton on the floor. The young man picked up a piece of leather coated with oil and looked at it mysteriously, saying that the enemy was definitely going to march through the Western Highlands. Wall continued to stand and examine the piece of leather. Suddenly Tansatsu approached him and asked if it was leather smeared with oil, to which Wall replied that a piece of leather smeared in oil could be useful for traveling to places with a humid climate. Tansatsu grabbed a piece of leather from Wall's hands and began to examine it at a close distance from his eyes, and the young man said that iron inserts helped to walk on ice without slipping. Tansatsu took the iron shard and looked at it with interest and concluded that the enemy would go through snowy places. Wall directed his gaze to the mountains and said that the only place between Sichuan and Tibet that has snow is the western mountains. Wall and Tansatsu began to walk, and the young man walked a little faster than the blacksmith. Tansatsu concluded that he needed to go to the western mountains and clarified this with Wall. It was morning outside, the sun was shining bright pink and illuminated the nature around, and mountains were visible in the distance. While the heroes were walking, they met in front of them a dead horse, under which a pool of blood had spread, and a dead man, under whom there was also a pool of blood. In the thoughts of the heroes, the phrase about a lost horse and a murdered man sounded. Tansatsu looked around and told the guy that he was right and assumed that the enemy had gone from here by boat, and Bodibi squatted down and examined with interest the tracks that caught his eye. Having moved a little to the side, the characters saw that the tracks led into the water. Murian examined the sole prints in detail, trying to find out as much information as possible. Sosatsu looked around and was illuminated by the morning sun, and Wall stood on his haunches and examined the tracks and concluded that he had two news. The first good news is that Gaon is alive. From this news, the blacksmith's eyes lit up and he became very happy. Wall looked at the tracks mysteriously and his eyes lit up, after which he began his phrase about bad news. The guy's eyes filled with red light and his gaze changed to an angry one, and he said that the enemy knows that they are coming after him. Green leaves scattered around the area. Yuol told Jin to put it on. Yuol held out a brown blanket to Jin and said it would help him get through the snow. Jin looked ahead puzzled and asked what about Yuol. Yuol opened the small box and, looking at it in surprise, replied that he had something else. And then he put the veil over himself. We are transported to a snowy forest. Someone moves forward, leaving behind deep traces. Zomb lowers his head and wonders what the tale is behind him. Heat, holding the guy in his arms, stopped and thought that he was sure that someone was following him, someone with amazing tracking skills. Zomb looked around and wondered who it was. There was someone so strong in Sichuan. Zomb turned around and thought that maybe it was him. He remembered how he stood at the abandoned building and watched Yuol and Jin. He thought that the person who prevented him from using the Shaiman pen to make the whole group of Jilma interrupt each other was the owner of the 1,000 cents pavilion. Song remembered Yuol's menacing gaze and wondered that even though he hides this side of himself, he knows everything. He is the one who hides in the shadows just like him, the one who is much stronger and more dangerous than he seems. Has he really noticed his presence? Zond sighed heavily and, looking around, thought that if he were alone, he would easily break away from them, but now he has a person with him. Zomb looked into the distance and thought that he needed to speed up. Once he reached Tibet, he would have to reach the small thunder temple in the shortest time. Yuol and Jin walked through the snow. Jin, looking forward, sighed and said that they were finally in Tibet. Looking at the huge mountains, he added that to think that he would have the courage to go through this cold, he would not have been able to do it if not for Yuol. Jin looked at the calm Yuol and thought that after traveling with him a little, he could conclude that the only common interest they had was martial arts. They were completely different. Looking at Yuol, at the calmness, Jin continued to think that his senses are sharp blades, and his tenacity is greater than that of a beast, which means what is the level of the person who single-handedly destroyed the Kinchin and Yeme sects. Jin remembered Yuol's fierce fight and thought that Yuol probably knew many more techniques than he had ever seen. Jin furrowed his brows and looked at Yuol, puzzled, and thought that while he was scared of what else he might reveal, he was also interested in seeing his other abilities. Yuol, looking ahead, said that something was coming. Warriors appeared in front of them on horseback with raised weapons. Jin, looking at them, replied that judging by their balls, they were mountain bandits. For you, the bandits, armed with their swords, approached them at high speed with a smile. Jin added that merchants traveling to and from Tibet fear them the most. They not only rob, but also kill without a chance of pardon. Jin grabbed his katana and, looking forward angrily, said that they would soon collide. Yuol calmly looked at Jinwoo and told him to deal with them. Jin asked fearfully what he needed to do himself. Yuol stepped aside and said that due to the weather, the tracks could easily be covered by strong winds. Yuol turned around and added that Jin would just follow the trail of what he would leave behind. Jin began to unsheath his sword and replied that okay, he would join soon. Yuol pushed off the ground and ran forward at high speed. Jin slowly began to walk towards the bandits, saying that they would start. We are transported to the city. Ning sits on the bed with furrowed brows and meditates. He grits his teeth and remembers his fight with Yuol. He thought that there was nothing more he could do. Suddenly Ning turns around. Someone from behind the door asks if he can come in. Niang looks at the door, puzzled, and says to come in. Poon enters the room with Soha. They look at Niang with a smile, and then Poon asks how he is feeling, and Soha adds with a smile that they came to see him. Nyang gets up from the bed and immediately grabs his shoulder, saying that he feels better. Pun looks at him in fear and tells him to please not move so suddenly. Suddenly Poon turns around and says that he is actually here to introduce Ning to someone. A man in a red kimono enters the room. He bows and says his name is Hong Yoshin. Poon says that this Mr. Hong is from the Hao clan. He is keeping an eye on the current clan members in Chengdu. Ning lowers his head and says it's nice to meet Mr. Hong. Hong, looking at Yul, says that, in truth, he has something important to tell him, that's why he visited him so late. Nyang, looking at him with a puzzled expression, asked what this very important thing was. Hong continued to say that this concerns the assassin Pai Wall, with whom Mr. Jin is now traveling. Hong, looking menacingly at Nyang, remembered Yul. He said that he was a very dangerous person. They tried to find out information about him, but found nothing. Hong, furrowing his brows, continued to say that they wanted to ask Nyang for help so that they would be able to prevent the danger that he could soon become for them. Hong opened his eyes wide, saying that they heard that Nyang was badly injured because of Yul. Can he tell in detail what happened then? Hong thought. He wanted Nyang to tell him everything about Yul now. Ning lowered his eyes, then said that he would help them, but he was not sure that he would be useful. Hong, looking carefully at Nyang, asked what he meant. Ning looked at them and replied that even now he does not understand how he lost to him. The sun began to rise from behind the mountains. The girl with her mouth bandaged looked in front of her. She thought that she did not understand where the mistake was made, how she could counterattack. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Yul. Looking at him, she wondered who this person was, but she had never seen someone like him before. The girl looked at Yul's menacing gaze, then thought that it was as if he was not a person, but death itself. The girl, looking at Yul, raised her eyebrows and wondered why he was here. Suddenly Zom stopped and lowered his head, thinking, and then he began to slowly turn around. He sighed and said that he just felt that this girl reacted to something. What happened? Zomb, looking around, thought that her breathing and heartbeat had become faster. Zomb looked left and right. He thought that he did not see anything strange around. There was only a plane. Zomb opened his eyes wide and began to look in fear in all directions. He wondered what was happening. Was he really missing something? Suddenly Zomb stopped and, lowering his eyes, laughed. He exhaled while looking ahead and said that they would see if Yual could pursue him after this. Yual furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him, puzzled. Many images of Zomb appeared before him, carrying a girl. Yual looked around and wondered how this was possible. The girl, frowning and looking ahead, wondered how Yual predicted his actions and was able to catch up. Yual continued to follow Zomb, and the girl thought that when this person takes a step, the owner of the night takes two. Not a single clone came into the field of view of this person. The girl, looking menacingly in front of her, thought that he cannot see the owner of the night. People cannot see what is behind them, even though this man walks like a ghost. His steps seem normal compared to the steps of the owner of the pavilion. He walks like that, as if it were his shadow. Is this possible? Suddenly Zom stopped and a dark aura appeared around him. He turned around sharply and extended his hand in front of him. Using martial art, he shouted that who he is, he knows that he is here, let him show himself right now. Zom stopped. There was a dark aura around his hand. He began to breathe heavily in fear. Zom began to look around, wondering what motivates this man. If he wants to take revenge for the pavilion of 1,000 cents, he could have already attacked. Instead of wasting his time, why is he following him so slowly, like a rat? Zomb looked ahead and thought that maybe this was happening because of the woman. He came for her. Most likely, he was leaning around, waiting for the right moment to attack since she was in his arms. Zomb narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman, then said that now everything is clear. He threw the woman up with all his strength. The woman looked ahead in fear, and Zomb used energy. His hands were covered with a purple aura, and he shouted that they would see how long he could hide. Zomb extended his hands forward. A purple sphere appeared in them. He shouted the fire demon strike. Suddenly, a sharp blade began to fly from somewhere. He instantly cut Zomb's hands, and blood gushed out of them. The girl fell to the ground, and Zomb looked at his cut hand and clenched his teeth. The girl, with her eyes closed, lay in the snow. Zomb looked at his bloody hand in fear. It trembled, and he thought that this bastard was really here. Zomb's case was trembling. He thought that where he was hiding, there was only a wasteland. He couldn't let this continue. He needed to get to the small temple as soon as possible. Zon, holding his bloody hand, took off and ran at great speed through the snow. Yual calmly approached the girl. He grabbed her and removed the bandage from her mouth. Yual looked at the girl and thought that she was completely exhausted. The girl, having caught her breath, asked the owner of the night, "Why is he here?" Yual, looking at her, thought that he doesn't know if she will last until Jin arrives. Yual, looking at her sternly, apologized and told her to understand him. And then he kissed her on the lips. Energy appeared with the kiss. The girl removed her lips and, looking at Yual, asked what he was doing. She thought that Yual was so warm. The girl fell into the snow, and Yual, stepping aside, said that he shared a small part of his energy. It should last until he appears. The girl, having opened one eye, lying in the snow, looked at you all and said in a whisper that you all began to run forward. Looking at him, she wondered who he was, why he came. Zon reached the large tower. Approaching the gate, he looked up, and then a voice was heard inside the gate. He asked who was there. Zon, looking ahead, said that he was from the small thunder temple. He had information for the owner of the tower. Zon, looking forward, said to be taken to the owner of Yolmaka. The gates of the tower began to open. A girl in a beautiful dress with an expensive pendant on her neck came out to him and, smiling, asked him what he was saying, that he was from the small temple of thunder. Mocha, crossing one leg over the other, looked at Zon with a smile. He bowed and replied that it was true, his name was Zon. She continued to smile and looked at him carefully, and then said that she had heard a lot about him. She heard that there was an outstanding hunting dog raised by a senior monk. Zon began to raise his head. Looking at him, Mocha asked why the dog suddenly came to her. Zon, looking at her, replied that there is someone who is after him and he will be here soon. He has incredible fighting skills and strategy, so they need to prepare well for his arrival. Mocha raised her hand and laughed. She shouted that the hunter was following the hunting dog. How funny. Mocha closed her eyes and, remembering the tower, she said that there was nothing to worry about. Even the elder monk who raised him could not pass through this tower, turning it into ruins. I wonder how much he owes her. Perhaps she should thank him for the opportunity to record him as a debtor. Mocha smiled and extended her hand, then said that the scared dog should just put his tail between his legs and hide here. Zon, lowering his head, said that he understood and he would stay here today. A large protected tower appears in front of us. Zon lies on the bed with his eyes closed. Near him are two bloody bracelets. He opens his eyes and notices them. He jumps out of bed and looks in their direction in fear, and then, taking them in his hands, he remembers that they were on Mocha. You all stood in front of the tower. Someone inside the tower asked who was there. He heard nothing in response. The man looked puzzled through the crack of the gate. Another guy looked at his friend and asked that someone was passing by. The man, looking into his bangs, replied that he was sure that someone was standing in front of the door. The man continued to look forward in fear, saying that there was no one there now. Another guy asked what he was talking about. You all appeared behind them. He stood calmly and looked down. Zon looked into his bangs in fear. He went inside and, looking around, wondered why it was so dark in here. And then he moved on. Walking forward, he thought that it was too dark and quiet now. He couldn't see anything that happened here. Making his way through the pitch darkness, Zon thought that it seemed as if the corridors had become smaller. They were so narrow before. Zon walked forward, holding a bloody bracelet in his hands. He thought that no, this is not what he needs to worry about. Now it is much more important to find out if the owner of these bracelets, Mocha, is okay. Suddenly Zon looked ahead in fear. He opened his eyes wide and was horrified. In front of him was a smiling man, who after a few seconds began to fall to the floor. He fell and then his body caught fire. Zon saw in the passage how men were standing facing the wall. He watched this picture in horror. The circle began to burn. Zon turned around in fear and shouted what? He began to run away from the approaching flames. He ran. There were men everywhere with their necks turned to the wall. He thought that they were here too, and here. He fearfully imagined the tower in his head and thought that they were all dead. Zon opened his eyes wide and ran forward. He wondered what it was. He made his way here. Did this mean? Bloody bracelets fell to the floor. Zon saw Mocha's bloody body in front of him. She was sitting on the throne with a large pool of blood around her. Zon came closer and, looking at her in fear, wondered why he killed everyone in the Scarlet Tower and left Mocha's bracelets for him. He could have just killed him. What benefit did he get from playing with him? Zon jumped from the tower. It all caught fire. He thought that the Scarlet Tower had fallen. Zon quickly rushed down the tower. Yuol extended his hand forward and threw the dagger. Flew off the tower at great speed. He was quickly approaching Zonba. The dagger pierced Zon's shoulder at great speed. Zon did not pay attention to the wound. He ran forward as fast as he could. He thought that the only way for him to survive now was to get to the small thunder temple. Yuol calmly stood on the tower and watched as Zongba ran away. We are taken to the forest. Zon walks slowly along the trees. He holds the bloody wound in his shoulder and begins to laugh. Yuol appears in front of us. He lowers his head down. He looks through the dense trees, and then he turns around. Standing in the middle of the forest, he wonders that he is not here. Where did he go? Yuol looks ahead, thinks that there were only a couple of steps between them, but he was still able to get away right from under his nose. He could feel his breath and body heat just a minute ago, but now he feels absolutely nothing. Yuol began to feel strange energy everywhere. He wondered if it was a trap. Yuol stood calmly in place, and then he took a few steps forward. Yuol looked up at the sky with interest. And then, looking ahead, he wondered if he hadn't already passed by here. Yuol turned around and said that he had lost it. Yuol stood near the forest. He started to avoid him. Looking at the branches of the trees, he thought that the forest itself seemed to be hostile to him and wanted to drive him out. Looking into the forest, he felt dark energy, then thought that the spells of the labyrinth and distortion of the traveler's senses were cast on him. Yul felt a strong energy emanating from the temple inside him. He thought that they were most likely needed to hide the real location of the Small Thunder Temple. The Small Thunder Temple has a lot of influence on you, which makes it difficult to find. Yul looked forward carefully and thought that, however, if he continued to analyze this place over time, he would be able to understand how it worked. You all walked away from the forest and thought that this was happening. However, as always, we are transported to a small town. Yul walks down the street. Looking around, he thinks that this city, he came here because he thought that there would be some information about the Small Thunder Temple since it is nearby. How strange. Yual lowered his head down and, walking forward, thought that he could feel the breath of people. Their gaze is on him, but no one came out. Although at this time everyone usually works on the street, everyone in the city is afraid of travelers. A guy appeared behind Yual, holding a stone in his hand. Suddenly, he came around the corner and threw a rock at Yual with all his might. Yual, without turning around, was able to calmly intercept the stone. He turned around and looked at the guy angrily, with pitiful expressions. The guy looked ahead in fear, frowned and shouted for Yual to get out of their city. Ned appeared behind the guy. They looked ahead in fear and shouted, "Oh my god." The man ran forward with tears in his eyes and, kneeling down, lowered the guy's head down. He shouted for Yual to forgive his son. All the people in front of Yual knelt down rather than shouting for Yual to forgive them. The guy raised his head and, frowning, shouted that he was not afraid of any of them. Yual continued to look at him with his brows furrowed. The man turned to the guy and with a frightened look said that he wants to become just like his brother. Let him calm down. The guy, with tears in his eyes, clenched his teeth and said that they would become afraid, even though they turned his brother into a monster. The man clenched his teeth and looked at the guy with a frightened face. Yual frowned and asked who took his brother. The guy jumped up from his seat and, clenching his fists, shouted loudly that he didn't know that people like him were from the Temple of Small Thunder. Yual's eyes lit up and he calmly asked that there was little thunder in the temple. The guy turned pale and knelt down. Yual, looking menacingly at the guy, told him to continue talking. The guy shouted angrily that it wasn't enough for them to take his brother and all the children of their city. Didn't he come then to take him too? Well, okay, let him take him. Yual calmly walked up to the guy and, looking at him, said that he wouldn't. The guy clenched his fist and shouted that he was lying. Yual looked at the guy with displeasure and replied that he had no reason to do this and he wouldn't do anything to him either. And besides, he prefers to kill outright rather than kidnap someone. The guy looked at Yual in fear and asked if he wasn't from the Small Thunder Temple. Yual, standing calmly in front of the townspeople, answered no. The man raised his head, his face turned pale, and he asked that Yual really wasn't from the Small Thunder Temple. Yual, looking at them, replied that let them ask this question again. I finished them off. The men immediately buried their heads in the ground, and one of them shouted that he was asking for forgiveness and not just lost a lot because of Little Temple of Thunder. The man, looking down, gritted his teeth and then said that now this place looks abandoned. But a few years ago it was a city filled with life. Although their village is located near the Thunder Temple, they had nothing to do with it. The man remembered when everyone was on the street without fear. He said that they were simply grateful that the mountain bandits did not approach the village. They were afraid of the people from the temple. And then the man remembered how the people from the Thunder Temple began to take away their children. He said that one day the monks of the Small Thunder Temple invaded their city and took all their children. The man remembered his son, who had tears in his eyes. He said that they were taken from them, without even explaining why. Only his son remained, since he was out of town that day. A few years later their children returned to the city and they met them again. The man continued to say that they found out what disgusting things the Thunder Temple people did. There was a man in front of the children. He stuck a sword into the ground and told them to fight. The man smiled and said that they should fight each other. If they disobey, he will kill their parents. He will also kill the parents of the one who loses. The man smiled, and the children grappled and began to kill each other. The man thought that so, let them fight. The lives of their relatives are at stake. The man, standing in front of you all, said that they were forced to fight each other. Winners and losers were determined. Those who lost were killed along with their parents. A smiling guy appears in front of us, covered in blood, and continues to say that the Small Thunder Temple continued to force children to fight each other and even harm their families, turning children into monsters who do not recognize their own parents. The man lowered his head with tears and began to get up from his knees. He said that his own son also cut off his hand. You all, remembering the empty city, asked why they didn't leave this place then. The man laughed with tears in his eyes and asked how they could do this. The men sat on their knees and tried to hide their tears. He continued to say that even though their lives were in danger, their children were still there. The townspeople continued to kneel and look at Yol. The man looking at him said that they were afraid that their children would be punished, so they could not leave, although their children no longer recognized their parents. The man looked at Yol with a desperate look and asked why he was looking for the Small Thunder Temple. Yol looked at the man menacingly and said that he was here. The guy and the man looked at Yol in fear. He said to destroy them. The man shed a tear and lowered his head down. And then he stood up from his knees, clenching his teeth. He put his hand on his chest and, frowning, said that in that case, the man remembered the Temple of Thunder and said that they will tell you all everything they know about them. The man imagined in his head a guy who emanates a strong red aura. He said that this is the head monk nicknamed Hellbowl. There are rumors that his strength in martial techniques reaches the heavens. The man imagined in his head how Hellbowl took a stance, and then said that he was said to have the best martial art in the temple, the highest technique of the heavenly dragon. He continued to speak, introducing a huge number of monks, that in addition, it is said that more than a dozen people serve as the hands and feet of Hellbowl. They are called the 10 Blood Monks. Under them there are 300 Demon Blood Monks. Both groups can be called the main forces of the Xiolian Temple. The man remembered the kidnapped children and said that in addition to them there are several other special purpose organizations, and he also knows that their kidnapped children are also being raised as weapons for a special squad. The man, standing in front of you all, continued to say that they don't know the exact route to the temple, but since people gather in this place, he thinks it is difficult to hide. The man, sitting on the floor, clenched his fist and looked at you all hopefully, and then said that maybe he could notice the difference that a simple person like him couldn't see. He was sure you all would be able to make it to the temple. You all frowned at the man and said that although he had never been there, he knew quite a lot of information. The man, looking at you all, replied that this was just the insistence of a father who had lost a child. You all looked in front of him and thought that they are using kidnapped children as weapons. This is a familiar story. He looked to the side and thought that if he hesitated, the temple would have time to prepare for his arrival. You all looked towards the city gates and thought that he should finish everything quickly. The guy looked at you all in fear and said what it was. He furrowed his eyebrows and shouted loudly that if you all met children from the village, he should not harm them and would definitely save them. The guy hung his head down and sobbed, and then said that he could not save them. The guy remembered that day and said that although he saw everything and heard the children being taken away, he heard their screams. He lay in tears, covering his mouth with his hands, in the alley. He squeezes his eyes shut as his brother screams. The guy, standing in front of you all, clenched his teeth, tears flowed from his cheeks. He quietly said that he himself called him loudly, but he was so scared that he could not get out. His father put his hand on his son's shoulder. With tears in his eyes, looking at the guy, he said that it was their fault. His parents also could not protect him. The man smiled slightly and said that it would be normal to be afraid of something like this. He was great. What if he had been caught then? The guy clenched his teeth and, bursting into tears, his father said quietly. You all suddenly looked at them and apologized, saying that he would not be able to fulfill their request. The guy looked at you all in fear and shouted why. You all replied that he did not know what the situation would be inside the temple. Yol carefully looked at the people of the city and continued to say that this is not a place where you can enter through the front door. And even if he goes to the children, he does not know what condition they will be in. And he came to the temple in the first place. Thunder is not meant to save anyone. Yol closed his eyes and said that in exchange for information, he would promise them one thing. Yual's eyes lit up. He looked menacingly at the residents of the city and said that he would kill everyone in the temple. We are transported to a dark forest. Yul walks along the river. Suddenly he stops and looks ahead. Yul looked around and thought that the array was working flawlessly. Yul looked at the vibrations of the water and thought that no matter how brilliant magic is, it cannot hide everything, such as this flow. Yul looked around and thought that it would be difficult to fake the structure of this water. Fishes appeared in the river in front of Yul, and looking at them, he thought that, unlike other streams, there were unusually many fish here. Down and thought about what it means that this place has a lot of food and good living conditions. He frowned as he looked forward and continued to think that he must have been affected by the food waste and feces produced by humans. The river rushed against Yual's feet, and eventually he reached the drain pipe. He furrowed his brows and looked at her. He saw a dark aura coming from the pipe. The aura spread throughout the forest. Yual, looking ahead, thought that his eyes were deceived, but now he is sure that this is the road to the Temple of Thunder. Yual took a few steps forward and thought that from now on he would no longer trust his eyes, but would walk, feeling only the quicksand of this stream and the touch of water. Pitch darkness fell over the forest. Yual walked forward along the stream. Suddenly he noticed something ahead. A large grate appeared in front of him, behind which was a dark aura, and behind it he saw the Temple of Thunder. He thought that it seemed that he had reached the border of their base. Yual continued to walk forward, making his way through the strong stream. He grabbed one of the bars, and then it seemed to evaporate, leaving behind a small aura. Yual walked up to the wall and someone said that he didn't think anyone would dare to hide in the headquarters. Anyway, it was impossible to go inside without permission. Yual was standing against the wall. Someone asked what was the point of being on duty at night. Yual stood on the corner, water dripping from his clothes. Someone said that in the hundreds of years of history of their headquarters, they had never allowed outsiders to invade, who would even dare to break in here. There were 2 monks standing around the corner. One of them replied that this was true. Their commander approached the monks and said that hadn't they been told that this was an order from above, let them not be rude, they should be on their guard. 2 monks answered yes in fear. Yul furrowed his brows and remembered Zong. He wondered what he seemed to say about him. A large tower appears in front of us. A tense man sits in the tower. He asks what someone wants to tell him, that he was chased by a killer and he escaped. Zond, kneeling, lowered his head. Then, without raising his head, the monk clenched his rosary and asked what Zond thought. This makes sense. He had been pursued by some killer for so long, but he had not even seen his face. The monk clenched his rosary and furrowed his eyebrows and then asked that they should be afraid of him. How dare Zond bring him here just because he couldn't get rid of him? After all the support he punished, he can't believe that Zond let him down like that. Zond raised his head and put his hand on his chest, and then shouted for the sect leader to give him another chance. If he gave him enough time, he would definitely be able to get rid of him. Zond put his head on the floor and shouted for the sect leader to believe him. The sect leader glanced at Zond and thought that this was a little strange, but this guy had no reason to lie to him. One of the monks smiled and glanced at the sect leader, and then said that Zong had a tail, carried out the order to take revenge on the Qingcheng sect. He should not be punished. Zong, puzzled, looked at the monk, and he continued to say with a smile that, besides, he is not one of those who lies. He must find and catch the murderer who threatened him. Zong shouted that yes, this is true. Mana turned around with a smile and said that it would be difficult to find him in the forest. Maybe they would release hunting dogs. Another monk sitting nearby replied that if they wanted to pay a little more attention to this, he could also order monks under his command to patrol. Someone said that in any case he would not be able to get here, so why go so far? The other monk laughed and replied that this was impossible. Zon, looking at the floor, thought that no, this is not enough. They are going to catch him only with the help of a group of mad monks and hunting dogs. He looked ahead and thought that, in the end, the only person he could rely on was himself. The dense forest stood under a night sky in which the stars and the full moon shone brightly. The light of a burning torch illuminated the clearing. 3 monks stood in a circle, holding torches in their hands, and one of them said that there was none here either, then asked if they had seen anything, even the simplest thing, to which the monks answered in the negative. Then the monk continued his speech and said that there seemed to be no point in searching Namling Forest anymore and that it seemed that Hugh had given them the wrong information. The monks looked disappointed and said that they knew so, but he always pretended to be so proud, and that in any case they should not trust loners. One of the monks opened his eyes wide and mimicked the words that Hugh said. He ran as if ghosts were chasing him, and then added, why should he suffer because of his nonsense? The face of the first monk was brightly illuminated by the torch and, looking at his comrades, he offered to return and discuss the search. The monks agreed. 2 monks with sad and disappointed faces slowly walked towards the temple, and the first monk lingered in the clearing and just looked after them. He tilted his head to the side and his eye glowed red, and he began to remember how a few days ago he watched as the monk of the temple returned to his home, began to take off his clothes from his shoulders and headed towards the bed. He moved quickly, his whole back was covered with scars and cuts. The monk fell back onto the bed, spread his arms and let out a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes tightly and shouted angrily, how many days has this been going on? How can you find an invisible killer? He opened his eyes, knitted his eyebrows and added angrily that this was all Hugh's nonsense and that he had no idea what they do all day. The room was enveloped in darkness and through the haze he saw a face on the ceiling, pale with burning eyes. These eyes gazed at him and energy threads appeared around him. The monk clenched his teeth in a wild grin and tried to get up. These threads pierced his body and caused pain. He lay tied with these threads, streams of blood flowed down his chest, and he realized that he could not move. The monk clenched his teeth and looked questioningly at the hooded silhouette that was approaching him. Vol bent over the monk, who had drops of sweat running down his face and rage in his eyes, and said, monster. The monk's wide open eye reflected the red glowing eyes of the protagonist, and the monk realized that Hugh was right. The night sky above the forest began to brighten a little, but the stars were still visible. A monk climbed the stairs from the forest that led to the temple. 2 monks noticed him, looked at him in surprise, and one of them said, isn't this the senior disciple Jongmak? He had to look in the forest, so why did he come here? The monks came closer and asked if the search was over and why he was here. Jongmak replied that it was all over, that this was the last place to be examined, to which the monk replied that it was not so easy to get here and that nothing special had happened. Jongmak walked to the door, turned around and calmly said that he was here for a formality, to tell him something, and that they had decided to end the search today so they could be free. The monks watched the senior student go deeper into the room, folded their hands in front of their chests and bowed. A green haze was flying in the long corridor and Jongmak thought that a stench that could not be hidden had spread throughout the entire hall, and he was chasing after it. Is this really the building? He walked past shelves with a lot of books and records. There were instruments on the table and he thought, maybe this is a research center. The older student moved further and further, walked along the corridors, past windows, tables with notes, and thought that this was not just an unpleasant smell, he was looking for the epicenter of this stench. He saw a wall from which green, stinking smoke was flying out in clouds and stopped. I looked carefully and realized that this place was here because the stench was the strongest from here. Jongmak noticed a hole in the wall, came a little closer and noticed that the stench seemed to be coming from there. He leaned down to the hole itself and sniffed. Behind the back of the senior student, the figure of the protagonist appeared, who remembered himself in those days when he was imprisoned in the section and greedily ate food, and thought that this smell was different from the garbage that he ate a long time ago. But there were some similarities. He realized that this is the smell of poison. This wall turned out to be a door and the older student stuck his fingers into the gap and tried to open it. He opened the door, lowered his head and saw a staircase that led down. Everything around was enveloped in a green haze. He looked carefully in front of him and decided that he would see what was there. Behind the bars there is a laboratory in which sits a man tied to a chair, his head bowed down, and at the table, with his back turned, a gray-haired man stood doing something. The bound man was gagged and breathing heavily. He had no outerwear on. The gray-haired man turned, smiled broadly and looking at the prisoner asked how long he had been waiting. He approached the prisoner, holding a flask in his hand, put his hand on his head and said, "This thing was quite difficult to do and he did a great job." The gray-haired man took off the bandage from his mouth and tilted his head, saying that it was not necessary to drink a lot, 1 drop would be enough, and with a malicious smile he poured a drop of liquid into the prisoner's mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand and shouted, "Swallow." The man began to shake his head, coughed and blood sprayed from his mouth. The veins on his face were swollen, his skin was covered with blisters, his nose was bleeding, and he was coughing. The man screamed in severe pain. The fingers on my hands became twisted and also became covered with blisters. The hand twitched and froze. The gray-haired man jumped for joy and shouted that he had succeeded, and a dead man was already sitting on a chair next to him. He smiled, looked at the bottle of poison and concluded that a drop of this thing could easily kill 10 young guys, and if the leader saw this, he would praise him greatly. Jongmak appeared from the shadows of the room and began to approach the alchemist, saying that this was useful. The gray-haired man looked at the guy with a suspicious look and said that if he had come, he had to say, "Why pretend that he was not here?" and added that he almost dropped it. The young man looked calmly ahead and heard his name called. The alchemist raised his hand with the bottle up and asked if he also thought this thing would be useful. Jongmak looked carefully at the bottle and asked what kind of poison it was, and received the answer that he had not yet come up with a name, it had just been finished. The gray-haired man stands completely shrouded in a green haze, narrows his eyes and says that he can guarantee that even talented people will die before they even walk 7 steps if they are poisoned by this poison. Jongmak thought about it and muttered to himself, 7 steps, and then said loudly, "Then what about poison that expels the soul in 7 steps? The alchemist smiled, looked at the bottle and agreed that this was a very suitable name. "Great, the name of this thing will be poison that expels the soul in 7 steps. And he laughed. Jongmak extended the glowing index finger of his right hand towards the old man. His eyes glowed red and energy threads wrapped around him. He saw splashes of blood scattered across the room. A gray-haired man with a wound in his head, from which blood flowed, turned blue and made a sound. Before the old man's body could fall, the young man snatched the bottle from the old man's dead hands, the body falling face down. Jongmak smiled and looked at the bottle and then said that thanks to it he got good poison. A young man stands over the alchemist's body and says that they said that people cannot enter or leave this place. He looked away and added that it was wonderful. The temple stands among the trees, and large stairs lead to it. The sky began to brighten. The sect leader screamed in rage as it happened that all the Mad Blood monks were destroyed. His eyes turned red and the veins popped out on his forehead in anger. The monks are lying on the floor dead. Everything is covered in blood. The assistant leader says that he is embarrassed to talk, but Hyuk was right. The monk sits on his knees on a cushion next to the leader, lowered his head and continued to speak. It is obvious that the murderer is hiding in the temple, and how did he pass through the camp along the entire forest and was able to enter? The leader sat on his couch on the steps and shouted back that he didn't know how he broke into the camp. The assistant even had sweat on his face from fear, and he said that while examining the dead monks, he found out that after checking all the bodies, only Jongmak's body was missing, that they searched the entire area, including the forest, but could not find his body anywhere. Pomenik remembered how he heard that Jongmak went to search the forest last night, and after the search ended, his whereabouts were unknown, and then the monks were attacked, and he thinks that they can find the killer if they follow the missing Jongmak. The leader hit the side of the sofa with his fist in a rage, so much so that it fell apart. The temple stands in the sunshine among a beautiful garden with a steep staircase leading to the gate. The leader gritted his teeth, tensed his whole face, looked at his palm. Red energy was emanating from him. He confirmed that the monk was definitely hiding somewhere here. ordered to find him and be sure to bring him to him before he harmed the disciples further. As the leader's face turned red, his teeth clenched in anger, his hand was enveloped in a red energy cloud, and he growled that it would definitely tear off all his limbs. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.